Lin Ye accidentally crossed over to a zombie world plagued by demons and monsters. Just as he landed, he was confronted by a vengeful ghost seeking his life. In this critical moment, Jiu Shu appeared to save the day. Seeking protection, Lin Ye decisively became his disciple and awakened a simplified cultivation system. Practicing the golden light spell just requires sunbathing, while the supreme Daoist scripture can be learned by drinking hot water, and the five thunder rites even require getting electrocuted to cultivate. In this chaotic era, where the heavenly court and hell are hidden and evil spirits run rampant, Lin Ye insists that clinging to a strong backer is the way to go. Even the Thunder King Shi Jian praises him as Lin Fengjiao's good disciple, and Daoist Simu lauds him as the vanguard of the Daoist altar, a great general of Maoshan. Chapter 1. The Ghost Seeks a Life. Jiu Shu shines on stage. It hurts. It hurts too much. Inside a dilapidated thatched house, a 17 or 18-year-old boy cried out in agony. Damn, my hot horse. That house I just finished paying off, damn. Yes, that's right. He's crossed over. Unable to grasp the 996 fortune, Lin Ye, at the young age of 32, happily closed his eyes one night while working overtime. Family, who understands? I was just working overtime and casually watching a movie. Besides occasionally killing a few tadpoles, I didn't do anything heinous. How did I end up soul crossing? Fine, I can tolerate being poor, but why the hell is there a big hole in the wall? Lin Ye got up and looked around. Good grief, a rolled-up straw mat, a table missing half a leg, and a 1-meter-wide hole in the wall. Saying it was a bear house is already flattering, this little broken house. Oh my, what a terrible start. This little wind is really refreshing. The original owner wouldn't have frozen to death, right? Hee hee. Huh. What ghostly noise? Lin Ye turned to look at the sound and saw a slender woman appearing behind him, her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, making her look charming and delicate, with eyes like autumn water that evoked pity. Lin Ye's eyes nearly popped out. Young master, am I pretty? Wow. Stunning. Just too beautiful. Perhaps Lin Ye's fiery gaze made the woman a bit shy, and she awkwardly said, It's late. May I stay here with you for the night? Lin Ye nodded repeatedly. Sure, sure. If you don't mind, let's share the bed tonight. Please don't move. I'll go borrow a blanket from the neighbor. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed out. Once Lin Ye was far away, the woman couldn't help but smirk coldly. Hee hee, men are always so eager when it comes to sharing a bed. They deserve to be drained of their essence by me. Meanwhile, Lin Ye dashed out of the broken house, turned a corner, and ran until he was exhausted, finally sitting down against a wall. Huh. Damn, this is really something. Now I understand how the original owner died, living with such a big ghost who wouldn't die. Indeed, in the dead of night, a beautiful girl comes to your house. What is she after? Your drafty house? Just think about it. There must be a problem, and most importantly, Lin Ye noticed that the woman had no shadow. After catching his breath, Lin Ye was filled with determination, starting to plan how to reach the pinnacle of life. Terrible start, completely broke in a leaky house, and now a female ghost is after my life. Damn, if I don't handle this well, someone might just say to restart. Thinking of this, Lin Ye completely lost it. As a human, I'm very sorry. Then come be a ghost and accompany me. Who's talking? The female ghost stopped pretending and directly appeared floating in midair, covering her mouth and laughing. Hee, you made it easy for me to find you. You're quite clever. Knowing how to trick me. Lin Ye shivered, looking ahead in terror, trembling. I've run 2 miles. Why are you still following me? The female ghost didn't rush to attack. Instead, she approached Lin Ye while teasing. Why aren't you running anymore? I was planning to slowly drain your essence, but since you're so uncooperative, it'll just have to suck you dry quickly. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye forced himself to calm down. What to do? Running won't work, just waiting to die? What kind of luck is this? Just crossed over, and before I even figured out where I am, I'm going to be killed by a female ghost. And I'm still single in both lives. Wait, single? Thinking of this, under the bewildered gaze of the female ghost, Lin Ye untied the rope from his waistband. Since that's the case, it'll show my true colors. A jet of water shot through the air, and the female ghost dodged and danced in midair, evading wave after wave of water projectiles. Finally, when Lin Ye ran out of ammunition, she seized the opportunity to close in on him, grabbing his neck. You little brat, you know how to play. Now you have no way out, huh? Let's see how I kill you. No, don't. In the female ghost's terrified gaze, Lin Ye shivered at Comfortable indeed. If you don't shake it before putting on pants, you won't even know how much is left. Ah, a sharp explosion shattered the night sky, and the female ghost was enveloped in black smoke, and in an instant, a chilling wind swept in, making Lin Ye dizzy, nearly collapsing. Damn, this female ghost is so fierce. Nearly 20 years of power from my urine can't do anything to her. I'm done for. Ding. Host detected to be in a life and death crisis. System activated. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Please check. Lin Ye was stunned, almost dead, and the system only shows. Up now. Where has it been all this time? As if sensing Lin Ye's thoughts, the system spoke. The system may be late, but it will never be absent. Lin Ye. He was speechless, never expecting something like this to happen to him, albeit late. But it's still a necessary golden finger for crossing over. Having it is better than not. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained the golden light spell and 500 simplified points. Detected that host's life is at stake, gifting a 24-hour trial card for the golden light. Spell. Trial card. This female ghost is very fierce. Can I defeat her? Whatever. Let's just go for it. However, just as Lin Ye was about to unleash his power, a small sword made of copper glimmering with golden light sliced through the night sky, heading straight for the female. Ghost bang. A soft sound echoed, and the ghost's energy dissipated instantly. She let out a shriek, and with a flick of her sleeve, attempted to escape. Just at that moment, a middle-aged Daoist priest in a bright yellow robe leaped into the air from a distance, performing a somersault and landing steadily. With a wine jar in his right hand and a talisman in his left, he pointed at the ghost. Amidst the ghost's mournful cries, she gradually transformed into a wisp of light smoke and drilled into the wine jar. Still shaken, Lin Ye stared blankly at this familiar scene. Little brother, are you okay? Lin Ye snapped back to reality, looking at the imposing Daoist priest with a complex expression. With a straight brow, a square face, a full forehead, and a dignified aura, he exuded righteousness without anger. Yes, it's definitely Jiu Shu. Who would have thought that he had crossed into this world? No wonder he was targeted by a female ghost right at the start. Although this world is perilous, isn't there a strong backer right in front of him? As the saying goes, a half bowl of clear water reflects the universe. A talisman commands the gods and spirits. Stepping on the Inyang Bagua, holding a wooden sword to slay demons and souls. Sorrowfully pouring wine on the spirit land, the Daoist energy remains forever in heaven and earth. The red string and glutinous rice still exist, but where is the Lin Daoist of yesteryear? Jiu Shu furrowed his brows and circled around Lin Ye. Strange, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are all here. It doesn't seem like you've lost your soul. Lin Ye twitched his mouth and hurriedly said, Uncle Jiu, I'm fine that I just got a little excited seeing you displaying your power. I was simply shocked by you. Hearing this, Uncle Jiu felt quite pleased and proudly stroked his mustache. Then he realized something and quickly asked, Young brother, do you know me? Lin Ye smiled slightly, thinking how could he not know? You are the holy master of the 10,000 realms. Chapter 2. Apprenticing to Uncle Jiu. Lin Ye's mind turned, and he quickly flattered, Who doesn't know your great name, Uncle Jiu, within a radius of hundreds of miles? They say that wherever you are, the ghosts within 10 miles move out. If it weren't for my lack of fortune and fate, I would have visited you long ago. Uncle Jiu felt quite pleased with this flattery and began to scrutinize Lin Ye. This scrutiny revealed Lin Ye's tall stature, sword-like brows, starry eyes, high nose, and sharp features, all of which looked even more impressive under the moonlight. Just this appearance alone could easily evoke favorable feelings. Observing his words and actions, although slightly eccentric, his eloquence was far superior to that of his 2 disciples. As for whether he was truly lacking in fortune. Speaking of which, it is indeed my fault for not knowing when such a formidable ghost appeared nearby. If I hadn't decided on a whim to return to the ancestral hall tonight, I wouldn't have encountered you. Lin Ye quickly waved his hand and said, So, if it weren't for you passing by, I wouldn't even have had my life. This is my good fortune. I have no father, no mother, no relatives, and no friends. If I were to die here, there wouldn't even be anyone to collect my corpse. Sigh, we are all unfortunate souls. I still don't know how to address you, young brother. Lin Ye made an effort to appear simple-minded, scratching his head and saying, My surname is Lin, my given name is Ye. Speaking of which, I could be considered a distant relative of yours. Perhaps we were indeed from the same family 500 years ago. Uncle Gio's heart stirred at this, and he couldn't help but reach out to calculate. After calculating, he wasn't sure if their ancestors were indeed from the same family, but they were about to become one now. What a natural talent destined to walk the path of yin and yang. With shallow ties to kin, possessing a pure yin boy's fate, you have lived to this day entirely due to your great fortune. Lin Ye twitched his mouth and said, Uncle Gio, I don't even know what my birth date is. Uncle Gio's eyes gleamed as he stared at Lin Ye and said, that female ghost is a Qing 2 ghost that I can see that you are shrouded in yin energy, but haven't been possessed, and your original yang hasn't leaked. That female ghost has been following you for a long time without acting, but today she wants to take your life. Pausing, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, today should be your 18th birthday. By this calculation, you are a pure yin boy born on a yin year, yin month, yin day, and yin hour. At this moment, Lin Ye felt a bit dazed, but he still had the insight to play the role of a foil for Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, what about my boy's fate? Uncle Gio raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Ye with approval, then said, this boy's fate is special. Very few live past 18. As long as you pass this hurdle, you could be said to have a vast sea to leap like fish and high skies for birds to fly. Saying fish leap over the dragon gate wouldn't be an exaggeration. You, young man, are fortunate. Extend your hand, and I'll take a look. Lin Ye quickly extended his hand in front of Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio lightly tapped Lin Ye's arm with his finger, and Lin Ye felt a warm current flowing from his wrist, circulating through his body before returning. Good, good, good. The meridians are unblocked, the bones are flawless, the essence is complete, and with this pure yin boy's fate, you are excellent material for cultivation. Young man, are you willing to eat this bowl of rice for me? Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he knelt down with a thud. Say, master, please accept my bow. After saying this, he knocked his head 3 times in quick succession, fearing Uncle Gio might back out. Just when he was worried about how to cling to this benefactor, here it was. Uncle Gio couldn't help but laugh, feeling extremely excited. Think about it. Lin Gio, skilled in the profound arts, has finally received a disciple with exceptional talent. Thinking of this, Uncle Gio feigned authority and said, you little rascal, don't be too quick to rejoice. Follow me back to the ancestral hall, and after I offer a talisman to the ancestor, only then can you be considered my disciple. Coincidentally, Lord Ren invited me to look at feng shui the day after tomorrow, so I will take you along to broaden your horizons and familiarize yourself with our line of work. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Lord Ren invited Uncle Gio to look at feng shui? Does that mean the plot of the zombie movie is about to begin? Lord Ren is quite fierce. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but shiver, and his gaze toward Uncle Gio became more determined. He was set on this benefactor. No one could stop him. Uncle Gio didn't notice Lin Ye's gaze and continued to talk. In the ancestral hall, you have 2 senior brothers. The tall one is called Qiuxing, and the one with the watermelon head is called Wen Kai. We should return to the ancestral hall immediately. They must have missed me after such a long absence. Lin Ye's mind couldn't help but conjure up the handsome face of Hao Ge. I wonder if Hao Ge is more handsome or if I am. An hour later, Lin Ye looked at the increasing number of scattered graves before him, the weeds growing rampant on both sides of the road, and couldn't help but speak up. Master, where are we going? Is there some kind of initiation trial for catching ghosts and fighting zombies in Maoshan? Uncle Gio twitched his mouth and replied helplessly, in our line of work, we mostly deal with the dead, so naturally, we are a bit far from town. Ah, we have arrived. Looking up, he indeed saw the outline of the ancestral hall, with red walls and green tiles. In this era, having such a courtyard shows that Uncle Gio must be quite well off. Before they could get close, they heard the sounds of playful banter from Qiuxing and Wen Kai in the courtyard. Ah, my quilt. It's all wet. Who told you to splash water all over me? This outfit was newly made by my aunt. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Qiuxing, don't run. Not running? Do you think I'm a fool? Uncle Gio glanced at Lin Ye, who was covering his mouth and chuckling with a dark expression. Just as he was about to push the door open, the main door swung open. A big black rat dashed out, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Qiuxing, drenched like a drowned rat. The 2 masters and disciples locked eyes. Master, you are back. Master? What master? The master went to the next town to look at feng shui. Don't try to fool me. Look at my hidden weapon. Wen Kai threw off his shoes with all his might, and Xiaoxing instinctively bent down. And Uncle Jiu standing at the door had bad luck. Lin Ye, these two are fine, but they just easily caused trouble for the master. As Xiaoxing straightened up, he saw a shoe slowly sliding off Uncle Jiu's face. Oh! Wen Kai sensed that something was off in the atmosphere and peeked outside. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu, his face instantly twisted into a bun. "Master, are you all right?" Lin Ye hurriedly approached with concern. This was a big, sturdy leg, and he had to hold on tight. When it was time to be a sycophant, he would be. Respecting the master was nothing to be ashamed of. "Master?" The two spoke in unison, forgetting the trouble they had just caused, and widened their eyes excitedly to examine Lin Ye. "You are the new junior disciple, master, just received. Come. Quickly call us senior brothers to hear." Xiaoxing and Wen Cai's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected master to take on another disciple, which meant the work in the ancestral hall could be shared. Uncle Jiu had a black line on his face and gave each of them a thump on the back of the head. "Look at what you two have become. Aren't you ashamed in front of your junior brother? Get inside." Uncle Jiu walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back, instructing the two, "Xiaoxing, go change into clean clothes, and Wen Kai, prepare the incense table in yellow paper." The two exchanged glances and pouted. "Got it, master." Chapter 3. Blessings from the ancestor. In the main hall, the incense table and candle holders had already been set up in front of the image of the ancestral master. Uncle Jiu took the 3 sticks of incense from Wen Cai's hand, then picked up the yellow paper, formed a hand seal, and instantly ignited the 3 sticks of incense and the yellow paper. I, Lin Fengjiao, the 18th generation disciple of Maoshan, today wish to accept Lin Ye under my wing to strengthen our Maoshan incense. I hope the ancestral master will grant this. After saying this, he bowed 3 times to the image. Lin Ye saw the formality and quickly knelt down, seriously knocking his head 3 times. He then took the 3 sticks of incense handed to him by Wen Kai and sincerely prayed to the ancestral master in front of his forehead. "Ancestral master, I am just a newcomer, and I still need to rely on your blessings for sustenance. From now on, I will offer you a stick of incense morning and night, and on the 1st and 15th day of each month, during festivals, I will provide you with fine fish, meat, good wine, and delicious dishes. Please look after me in the future." Uncle Jiu nodded with satisfaction. This child is teachable. Suddenly, the image of the ancestral master shone with divine light, and the 3 sticks of incense burned away in an instant. Uncle Jiu's eyes brightened. It worked. It seems the ancestral master is quite pleased with the disciple I am accepting. Lin Ye watched as the incense burned at a visible speed, turning to ash within a few breaths. He was stunned. Are you hungry, ancestor?" The ancestral master in the image rolled his eyes, but nodded slightly to draw in a few more puffs of incense. Uncle Jiu, hearing Lin Ye muttering to himself, inadvertently looked up and coincidentally saw this scene. This is, the ancestral master has manifested. Coming back to his senses, Uncle Jiu quickly raised his left hand in a sword gesture, with his right hand sword gesture resting on his left wrist, then lifted both hands above his head and bowed. Disciple Lin Fengjiao greets the ancestral master. Lin Ye and Xiaoxing Wen Kai hurriedly imitated Uncle Jiu's bowing to the image of the ancestral master. Disciples Xiaoxing, Wen Kai, and Lin Ye greet the ancestral master. The ancestral master almost rolled his eyes to the heavens. "I say, Fengjiao, why are you always like this? Rambling on with these empty gestures. Just tell that charming little fellow to offer me a few more sticks of incense. That's more practical." Uncle Jiu was taken aback at first, then turned to stare at Lin Ye with a strange expression. "Since the ancestral master likes it, then Lin Ye, you should offer a few more sticks of incense to the ancestral master." Lin Ye, yes, obediently offering incense. After the ancestral master in the image had taken in enough, he looked at Lin Ye and nodded in approval. Then a clear light entered Lin Ye's body. "I see that although you are a latecomer, you are indeed good material for cultivation. In the future, when you draw energy into your body, this ray of spiritual light will spare you 100 days of foundational work, allowing you to step onto the path sooner and help expand our Maoshan's reputation." Uncle Jiu was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said to Lin Ye, "Aren't you going to thank the ancestral master?" Although Lin Ye was somewhat perplexed, he realized that the ancestral master must have given him something extraordinary, so he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Disciple, thanks." The ancestral master that I will definitely remember your teachings. In the future, if I achieve success in cultivation, I will not forget to repay the ancestral master. Ha ha, you little brat. No need for repayment. Just remember what you said. No need for fine fish, meat, good wine, and delicious dishes. Just don't forget to offer a stick of incense morning and night. From now on, you will be under my protection. All right, I'm off. Farewell, ancestor. At this moment, Lin Ye felt a surge of security. The ancestral master had said he would be under his protection from now on. Uncle Jiu shook his head while looking at the giggling Lin Ye. All right. Although the ancestral master has laid the foundation for your cultivation, you must not be slack. Look at Wen Kai. He has been in the door for several years. At this point, Uncle Jiu lost the desire to lecture and sighed lightly. Sigh. Serve the tea. Qiuxing handed over the tea that had long been prepared to Lin Ye, who then respectfully presented it to Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu took the tea, took a gentle sip, and then said solemnly, "All right, from today onwards, you are officially accepted as my disciple and become the 19th generation. Disciple of Maoshan, there are a total of 18 rules in our sect, the most important being to take the mission of acting on behalf of heaven. I hope you will remember." Lin Ye's expression turned solemn as he stated word by word. "Master, rest assured, I Lin Ye swear before the ancestral master's image. Right and wrong stand opposed. I will fight for life." Uncle Jiu's eyes glistened with tears as he nodded repeatedly. Good. A good declaration of right and wrong standing opposed. Fighting for life. Then he took out 3 somewhat yellowed manuals. Lin Ye, normally, as you join my sect, I should personally guide you in your practice. However, first, you have just escaped death today and have inevitably absorbed some negative energy, so it is not suitable for you to practice for the time being. Secondly, tomorrow your 4th eye master will bring his customers over to rest, and I need to prepare a room for you and your 4th eye master, so you will rest in my room. Tonight, that I will first pass these 3 Maoshan manuals to you. In your spare time, take a look to familiarize yourself. After your 4th eye master leaves, I will guide you in your cultivation. After saying this, Uncle Jiu handed the 3 yellowed books to Lin Ye. Thank you, master. Lin Ye quickly accepted them and looked closely to find they were indeed the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Scriptures, 5 Thunder Rites, and Maoshan Talismans. Looking at these 3 manuals, Lin Ye's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of himself punching evil spirits, kicking zombies, and reaching the peak of life. Ahem, junior brother. Master is asking questions. Don't space out at this time. What did you say, master? I got a bit too excited just now and wasn't paying attention. Uncle Jiu shook his head and said, in cultivation, the most taboo thing is a wandering heart. You, seeing as you're just starting out and your emotions are hard to settle, I will not punish you. Lin Ye, you must practice diligently in the future. If you don't understand something, just ask. Don't be like Qiuxing and Wen Kai, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2. I'm counting on you to expand the reputation of our Maoshan in the future. Disciple will not disappoint master's high hopes. Seeing Lin Ye's earnest demeanor, Uncle Jiu felt much more at ease finally. There was someone to rely on. It wasn't easy, it's getting late. Qiuxing, you should hurry home to avoid your aunt saying I won't let you go back. Wen Kai, take out of my room to rest. Then come back and help me tidy up. Look at you two. I was only gone for a few days, and the whole funeral home has turned into what? Qiuxing scratched his head and said sheepishly, Master, then I'll head back. Seeing Uncle Jiu wave his hand, Qiuxing felt as if he had received a great pardon, grabbed a handful of incense, and pushed his bicycle away. Wen Kai had a goof face. Master, then I will take junior brother down first. Go on, remember to boil more water. Later, wipe down the coffins of the brothers, otherwise people would think the funeral home was dug out of the sand. Oh, after the 2 left, Uncle Jiu fell into contemplation. So it turns out flattering the ancestral master can bring benefits? Could this be the saying that a crying child gets milk? It seems it's time for me to research this path. Chapter 4. Golden light entering the path. 4 eyes visiting the next morning. Sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon the earth. Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, turned over to sit up, and hurriedly grabbed his clothes to put them on. Oh no, overslept. My perfect attendance award is gone. Huh, what is this? Coming to his senses, Lin Ye looked around the room, filled with vintage furnishings, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, no more worrying about being late and having my salary docked. That's great. Closing his eyes Everything from last night was still fresh in his memory, and the immense sense of disconnection made him feel a bit dreamy. If only it were a dream. Creak. An annoying voice broke Lin Ye's thoughts. He looked up to see Wen Kai, sporting a wild mushroom hairstyle, pushing the door open. Junior brother, get up. Have breakfast. We need to pay respects to our ancestor. Lin Ye rubbed his face, forcing himself to wake up, and while putting on his shoes, he replied, Okay, senior brother, I'm coming. After breakfast. Lin Ye couldn't wait to call out to the system. System? Are you there? Are you asleep? Which good system still sleeps? Lin Ye. Don't mind those details, to show me what functions you have. Beep. The host can simplify techniques, skills, etc. using simplification points. Simplification? Perfect. I just got 3 techniques and was worried I couldn't understand the classical Chinese. Hurry up and simplify them for me. Insufficient simplification points. 3 black lines slowly appeared on Lin Ye's face. Insufficient simplification points? All right, fine. Simplify Shanqing Dada Jinjing for me. Beep. Insufficient simplification points. What the heck? Still insufficient? Are you kidding me? So you just have this 500 as decoration, huh? The host should not be agitated. The system detected that simplifying Shanqing Dadu Jinjing requires 1,000 simplification points. What? Just the first layer needs 1,000? What about the 5 thunder technique? 1,200. Lin Ye completely shut down. System. How do I obtain simplification points? Beep. Killing or participating in the killing of zombies, ghosts, or demons can earn different amounts of simplification points. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Tomorrow, Daoist Simu is coming to rest, and if I'm not mistaken, the plot in Rinjia Town is about to start, right? The system does not recommend the host to take risks without strength. If I don't have strength, what can I do? Hey, system, simplify the golden light spell for me. Beep. Detected golden light spell. Simplification requires 500 simplification points. Do you want to simplify? Damn, that's really harsh. Simplify it for me. Beep. Simplification successful. Golden light spell. Sunbathing. What? Sunbathing? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. So, I just need to sunbathe to get stronger? If that's the case. Lin Ye simply pulled over a nearby lounge chair and started lying down to sunbathe. This move left Wen Kai, who was standing nearby, slacking off, dumbfounded. Just as Wen Kai wanted to remind Lin Ye to be careful of being scolded by Uncle Jiu. A golden light suddenly shone from Lin Ye, nearly blinding Wen Kai's eyes. Covering his eyes, Wen Kai rolled and scrambled towards the main hall, shouting as he ran, Master, it's haunted. Junior brother is glowing all over. At this moment, Lin Ye felt as if he was basking in the warm winter sun, feeling indescribably comfortable. Golden light spell proficiency. What's it? 10,086. Beep. Congratulations. Host has entered the golden light spell. In a good mood, Lin Ye couldn't help but hum a tune. Ah, I wish you peace and safety in places I can't see. May your winter never lack warm sunlight. Just as Lin Ye was diligently and enjoyably practicing, enjoying, Uncle Jiu appeared before him with a dark expression. Hey, Master C, I told you Junior brother would glow, but you didn't believe me. On the surface, Uncle Jiu appeared calm, but inside, he was already tossing and turning with shock. This is the golden light spell? When did you learn the golden light spell? You should know in Maoshan, it is most taboo to learn arts while taking a master, let alone the untransmittable secret of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion. Lin Ye was startled. If he had known, he wouldn't have practiced so ostentatiously. How should he explain this now? If I say that an old man with a white beard taught me in a dream last night, would you believe it? You should believe it, right? Lin Ye cautiously looked up at Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu's mouth twitched. Goodness, an old man with a white beard? The ancestral hall has an image of the ancestors sitting there. Which old man with a white beard would dare to dig the wall? Just as Uncle Jiu was about to ask further, Lin Ye suddenly trembled all over. Beep. Congratulations. Host has successfully built a foundation by drawing qi into the body. The thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something, flowing into Lin Ye's body like a river returning to the sea. Seeing this scene, Uncle Jiu was terrified and quickly grabbed Lin Ye's arm to examine him. Not looking as fine, but once he looked, Uncle Jiu was stunned. What? You ordered the path just like that? At this moment, Uncle Gio's heart was filled with complex emotions. Back then, it took him 3 months of comprehension of the Dadu Jinjing to have a hint of qi sensation. And after 100 days of foundation building, he barely entered the path. Now Lin Ye just sunbathed for a while, and he didn't even practice the technique, relying solely on the golden light spell to enter the path. You should know that the golden light spell is just a technique. To enter the path relying solely on a technique. Although there was the ancestors' grace in laying the foundation for Lin Ye in advance. Such talent is still astonishing. Uncle Gio couldn't help but feel he had struck gold. The heavens have opened their eyes and finally sent him a disciple who could hold his own. Thinking of this, Uncle Gio couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, Yi, you're great. Everyone has their own secrets. And since you don't want to say, I won't ask further. Just cultivate well. Lin Ye's breath caught, and with a face, he said, Master, please don't laugh. I heard that the last time you laughed like this, several people in the neighboring village died. Uncle Gio, who are you listening to spouting nonsense? Lin Ye awkwardly smiled. Just joking. Ding ding ding. In people on the road, young people avoid. The setting sun's afterglow shone through the woods, and Daoist Simu, dressed in a yellow robe, held a bell in his left hand and waved yellow paper with his right, chanting something as he stepped forward. Behind him followed 14 figures in longevity garments, each holding their hands up. With every step he took, the figures behind would jump up in unison. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and even the distance each person jumped was identical, without a single mistake. Ding, ding, ding. Simu tossed a stack of yellow paper, shook the bell, and with a somewhat weak voice chanted, If you want to avoid, you can take care of yourself. Brothers, put in some effort. We're almost there. Let's keep jumping. Jump sideways, jump vertically, jump if you want. Daoist Simu had led the group of corpses through the deep mountains and forests all day, finally arriving at his senior brother's ancestral hall before the sun set. Bang, bang, bang. Senior brother, I'm here. Open the door. Lin Ye hurriedly opened the door and peeked outside. With a buzz cut and glasses, it was indeed Daoist Simu. Another big, thick leg, better hold on tight. Greetings, Uncle Master. Behaving well, greeting. Huh, who are you? Chapter 5. The gift from Master Four-Eyed. This is my new disciple. Hearing the noise, Uncle Gio walked out of the courtyard and led the client of Master Four-Eyed to the mortuary. Master Four-Eyed quickly sized up Lin Ye and kept up with Uncle Gio's pace. Hey, brother, what are you doing, taking in so many disciples? Isn't Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng enough to give you a headache? I only have Jialo. What, are you jealous? Uncle Gio opened the large door of the mortuary and glanced back at Lin Ye. Who would refuse a disciple who is handsome, exceptionally talented, well-behaved, and sweet-talking? What do I have to be jealous of? I've been on the road all day, and I'm starving. Is dinner ready? Master Four-Eyed said as he walked towards the kitchen. Wow, you didn't leave me a single bite. Uncle Gio said helplessly, Four-Eyed, you're too impatient. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng went to buy food. They'll be back soon, see? They're back now. Upon hearing this, Four-Eyed looked towards the door. Master, we're back. Come help us. We can't carry it. Before they could see the people, they heard Wen Kai's loud voice coming in. Qiu Sheng was pushing a bicycle piled high with all kinds of food, and he said to everyone, Master, Uncle, we're back. Junior brother, come over and help. Coming. Coming. Lin Ye hurriedly took the big and small bags from the two of them to help lighten their load. Wow, you bought so much. Brother, you struck it rich. Four-Eyed was amazed at the sight, thinking to himself, did my brother, the stingy one, actually spend money? Uncle Gio raised an eyebrow and teased. If you want to eat sooner, come help out. Before long, the table was filled with food and drink. Looking at the lavish spread, Four-Eyed couldn't help but exclaim again, wow, so sumptuous. There are chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and 2 roast geese. Brother, tell me honestly, what's the occasion today? Uncle Gio smiled proudly. Today is the day my disciple Lin Ye enters the Tao. Of course, we have to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Four-Eyed looked at Lin Ye. His eyes sparkling, his foundation solid. It looked like he really had entered the Tao. Brother, I really envy you for having such a good disciple. Four-Eyed said enviously, smacking his lips. How long has he been in the door? Just entered last night. Four-Eyed almost bit his own tongue. What did you say? Just entered last night. And today he's in the Tao? Is he taking shortcuts? Uncle Gio held back his laughter and explained. A Yi has a pure, child fate, and the patriarch likes him. The patriarch saw a Ye's extraordinary talent and personally laid the foundation for him. Skipping the 100-day foundation building, a Ye is also diligent, and just in one morning he relied on his skills to enter the Dao. Pure, in child fate, the patriarch personally laid the foundation, entering the Dao with skills. Just took one morning? Uncle Jiu nodded without saying a word, looking calm. But inwardly he was quite proud. Yes, just entered and already in the Dao, with exceptional talent. How about it? Are you envious? It's useless to be envious. P.S. My disciple. With Uncle Joe's confirmation, Master Four-Eyed felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Congratulations, brother, on taking in such a good disciple. Hee. Jiao Lu is also not bad. Uncle Joe had a good impression of Master Four-Eye's disciple Jiao Lu. He was a good child with a pure character. Sigh. How many years has the supreme, clear great cave scripture been passed to him? He just entered now, and his martial arts skills are also sparse. They're all 17 or 18 years old, let alone, compared to a Yi, even Xiao is not as good. Xiao, are you being polite? In these years, with spiritual energy being scarce, cultivation is becoming increasingly difficult, and it's even harder to find a disciple with good qualifications. Not to mention someone as talented as Lin Ye. Even someone like Xiao is hard to come by. Uncle Jiu shook his head. That's not how it is. Nowadays, the heavenly mechanism is dissipating. Cultivation is difficult. The path is long and obstructed. A Yi has just taken the first step. That's already quite good. Some people can't even take the first step. Wen Gai, Un So. You are really rude. Master Four-Eyed sighed and took out a small notebook from his pocket. A Yi, this is my secret skill as your uncle. Don't say I'm stingy. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow and reached out to take it for Lin Ye. On the cover of the book were written 5 large traditional characters. Supreme, clear, divine, strike technique. Oh, not bad. You, as an uncle, are generous. Oh yeah. Quickly put it away. This is a good thing in the Maoshan technique. Second only to the 5 Thunder Righteous method and your master uncle's lightning thunder fist. Lin Ye quickly took it and put it away. This is the divine strike technique. He could vividly recall the scene of Master Four-Eyed inviting the patriarch to possess him. With one punch, even zombies knew to be afraid. Thank you, uncle. I've heard from Master that in all of Maoshan, you are the most generous. I will definitely prepare a meeting gift when we meet next time. You truly are so. Master Four-Eyed twitched his mouth and took out a Qingling bell that he had used for over a decade and threw it to Lin Ye. What can I do? The Maoshan sect is notoriously face-saving. The junior's words have come to this point. How can I not give? Such a misfortune. How did Lin Fengjiao teach her disciple? After the master asks for gifts for the disciple comes to ask for a meeting gift. How could the two become master and disciple? Eating a meal at your house would cost a fortune, right? Dinner. Things can't be given for free. We have to eat back. Thus, Master Four-Eyed's words turned from bitterness to appetite, and he no longer cared how the 4 of them were acting weird and began to focus on the food in front of him. Hey, don't say. It's quite delicious. After the meal, Lin Ye was left to drink tea and chat with Uncle Jiu and Master Four-Eyed, while poor Xiao and Wen Kai had to wash the dishes. Just as Master Four-Eyed was being dazzled by Lin Ye's flattery and feeling great, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered caught the attention of the 3. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Wen Kai running over with a terrified expression. At the same time, screams from Xiao could also be heard from the room where the corpses were originally stored. When everyone arrived, the room was in chaos. Master Four-Eye's clients were all in a frenzy, chasing after Xiao. Oh no, my clients. Master Four-Eyed was stunned. Four-Eyed glared and said angrily, Xiao. Wen Kai, what nonsense are you two playing, messing with my clients? To others, these corpses were just dead people, but to Master Four-Eyed, they were his source of livelihood. Bringing these deceased back to their homeland for burial would yield a high reward. Otherwise, Master Four-Eyed Wen Ti have saved up a box of gold bars. Moreover, this was also a way to accumulate virtue, which would help his cultivation. If the corpses of customers were damaged on the way, it would be bad for both the reward and the cultivation. Hearing Master Four-Eye's question, Wen Kai was so anxious he was about to cry. It's not me, it's Xiao. Uncle Jiu shot a glare at Wen Kai. I'll deal with you later. Yi, come help. Oh, coming. Chapter 6, going to drink foreign tea. Lin Ye rushed into the morgue, following Uncle Jiu's footsteps. Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu had profound magical powers. And with Lin Ye's golden light spell making all evils retreat, it was naturally very easy to deal with these clumsy corpses. Before long, the clients of Daoist Simu in the messy moor had restored their previous neat lines. However, they were all crooked and looked quite unpleasant. Uncle Jiu had a grim expression, while Wen Kai and Qiuxing knew they had caused trouble and hung their heads, not daring to speak. Daoist Simu carefully checked the clients and, finding no major issues, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You two rascals. Why do you have a joke with my clients?" "Master, uncle, it wasn't me, it was." When Kai wanted to argue that it was clearly Qiuxing who played a trick, pretending to be a corpse to scare him, which caused the 7-star lamp to topple and the corpses to go out of control. Lin Ye was secretly amused on the side. These two live treasures, sooner or later, would drive Uncle Jiu to his grave. All right, it's getting late. I should send them on their way." Daoist Simu waved his hand, not pursuing the matter further. When Uncle Jiu heard Daoist Simu was leaving, he couldn't help but plead, "You're leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days?" Daoist Simu waved his hand. This batch of clients is in a hurry, and after sending them off, I still have to pass by your place on the way back. We can chat then." "Brother, the mountains are high and the water's long. I must be on my way. We'll meet again." After watching Daoist Simu leave the ancestral hall, Uncle Jiu turned his head to glare at Qiuxing. "What are you doing still not going home at this late hour? Be careful your aunt comes looking for you again." "Oh." Qiuxing felt as if he had been pardoned, quickly pushing his beloved bicycle away. After Qiuxing left, Uncle Jiu glared at Wen Kai, then turned to Lin Ye and said, "Yi, go back and rest early. Tomorrow, Master Run has invited me to drink foreign tea. You come with me to see the world." "Okay, Master." "Master, I've never drunk foreign tea before. Can I go with you?" Wen Kai said shyly. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. "If you want to go, then go. Can I stop you?" Wen Kai immediately cheered. "Long live Master. I knew Master loves me the most." Watching Wen Kai excitedly run around the courtyard, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, being carefree and foolish depends on Wen Kai. The next morning, Wen Kai came to wake Lin Ye up. "Junior brother, are you up? Breakfast is ready." Lin Ye crawled out of bed, looking at the still dim sky, feeling helpless. "It's just drinking some foreign tea. Is it really worth being so excited?" But speaking of it, Wen Kai was also unfortunate, having lost his parents early, and at over 20, he had the face of someone in their 40s. With mediocre talent, he had been under Uncle Jiu for several years without making any progress and could only do some chores. Inheriting the ancestral hall would at least ensure he had something to eat. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's resentment faded, and he said, Coming, I'll be ready soon." After breakfast, Lin Ye respectfully offered incense to the ancestor. "Ancestor bless, I'm late today. I will accompany Master to the town, and I'll bring some fruit pastries back for you." Seeing the incense burn down to ashes at a rapid pace, Lin Ye smiled happily. Another day under the ancestor's protection. "It's getting late. Wen Kai, lock the door. Yi, tidy up quickly. We're going to drink foreign tea." "All right, coming." Upon arriving in the town, Lin Ye was truly shocked. The development of Fengjiao town was far better than he had imagined. After all, it was a town with a Western restaurant, so prosperous that it was much stronger than an average county town. There was no other nearby town that looked like this. "Uncle Jiu, good morning." "Uncle Jiu, is business good?" Along the way, many people greeted Uncle Jiu, and he nodded in response to each one. It seemed that Uncle Jiu had quite a reputation in Fengjiao town. It should be noted that this was a very exclusive, outsider, Fengjiao town. However, in this era filled with ghosts and monsters, having a master in charge would be much safer. Thinking of this, Lin Ye felt relieved. In troubled times, the Bodhisattva does not ask the world. The old Daoist carries a sword to save the people. Soon, they arrived at the Western restaurant. The doorman politely opened the door for the three, and a waitress happened to approach, politely asking, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Before Uncle Jiu could speak, Wen Kai straightened his back and arrogantly asked, "What? Did an F.A. not reserve a table for us?" His voice was loud, reminiscent of someone trying to ruin the atmosphere. Many people around turned to look this way, and Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye hurriedly distanced themselves from Wen Kai. "No reason to embarrass ourselves. Hello, "We are guests invited by Master Run. Isn't he inside?" Lin Ye stepped forward and politely asked. Upon hearing they were Master Ren's guests, the waitress quickly lowered her body and respectfully said, "Oh, you are Master Ren's guests. Master Ren is on the second floor. Please follow me." Uncle Jiu glared at Wen Kai, thinking this kid was truly reckless, daring to call Ren Fa's name directly and so loudly, like a reckless youth. If it weren't for Lin Ye being there, it would have been a huge embarrassment. Wen Kai looked aggrieved, not knowing where he had said something wrong. Following the waitress upstairs, Master Ren was already waiting at the table. Upon seeing the three from a distance, he warmly stood up to greet them. "Uncle Jiu has arrived. Please sit down." Uncle Jiu, who always reciprocated respect, quickly stepped forward and said, "Master Ren, good to see you. Sorry to keep you waiting." No, I just arrived not long ago." After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Lin Ye, Wen Kai, and the others, they also followed Uncle Jiu's example to greet. "Master Ren, good day." Master Ren looked Lin Ye up and down and couldn't help but ask, a spirited young man, "Who is this?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my newly accepted disciple, Lin Ye," Uncle Jiu proudly introduced. "A fine young man. No wonder he is Uncle Jiu's esteemed disciple." "Not at all. He's just a young person." Though he said this, the smile on Uncle Jiu's face was as hard to suppress as an AK. "I heard your daughter has returned from the provincial city. Why didn't you invite her to join us?" Uncle Jiu asked. "Ah, that girl. She just learned makeup recently. And as soon as she came back, she went around teaching others, so we haven't seen her." Master Ren shook his head in helplessness. Wen Kai leaned into Lin Ye's ear and said, "She looks like a bun. I bet her daughter isn't much prettier. You won't think that once you see her." After saying that, Lin Ye rolled his eyes in his heart, with Wen Kai looking like that. Who knows how much of a scene he would make later. No, he had to think of a way to save Uncle Jiu's face. While the two were whispering, Master Ren pointed behind everyone and said, "Here comes Ting Ting." "Papa, I'm here." A sweet, soft voice came. Lin Ye looked in the direction of the voice and was instantly mesmerized. There she came, a girl wearing a pink gauze hat with long braids, dressed in a pink low-cut dress, looking even more stunning than in the movies. However, Lin Ye merely admired her and quickly withdrew his gaze. Wen Kai was different. His eyes widened, bending down as if enchanted. He stood up. Lin Ye below tugged at his clothes, but couldn't pull him back. Lin Ye covered his face. "So embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Oh my, it's been so long since I've seen you. Ting Ting has grown so big and graceful." Uncle Jiu said in surprise. "She really has grown?" Wen Kai had a lewd expression on his face. After Ren Ting Ting politely greeted Uncle Jiu, she immediately felt Wen Sai's lewd gaze, making her impression of this group of people drop to the lowest point. Chapter 7. Good words are hard to convince a damn ghost. After a round of pleasantries, the waiter brought the menu. "Ren Ting Ting, I want a cup of coffee." Ren Fa, smiling, handed the menu to Jiu Shu and then said, "Give me a cup of coffee." "Master, I'll help you order." Lin Ye, quick-witted, took the menu from Ren Fa's hands, thinking to himself that he couldn't let Jiu Shu lose face in front of outsiders this time. Master ate little in the morning, so how about some French baked snails and an iced Americano for me? Wen Kai and I will just get some pasta. The waiter was stunned, clearly not expecting these few people dressed so plainly to know so much. Ren Fa and Ren Ting Ting also looked at Lin Ye in surprise. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you have those?" The waiter, looking awkward, became much more respectful in his speech. "We don't have those in our little place." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. He knew very well that such a small place wouldn't have them, but how else could he show off in front of others? Moreover, wasn't Jiu Shu's face worth something? "If you don't have them, just get us 3 cups of coffee then. Master doesn't like bitter flavors, so add milk and sugar for each of us." Lin Ye closed the menu and handed it to Master Jiu, saying, "What do you think about these?" Jiu Shu naturally knew that Lin Ye was trying to give him face and took the menu, placing it aside, saying, "Yi, you really understand your master best. You can order. I didn't expect Yi to know so much about these foreign things. If it weren't for Yi, today would have been embarrassing." Old Master Ren looked at Lin Ye with admiration, noting his composure and demeanor, realizing that Jiu Shu had a successor. At that moment, Wen Kai suddenly came over with a silly grin. "Junior brother, can I not have coffee and instead have the kind of coffee that Miss Ren is drinking?" Lin Ye twitched at the corner of his mouth, No matter how cautious he was, he couldn't guard against Wen Kai. Senior brother, they're the same. It's just that coffee is a foreign term. Wen Kai was embarrassed and stole a glance at Ren Tingting, suddenly feeling very awkward. Hey, Tingting, surprised by Lin Ye's knowledge and eloquence, didn't expect to meet such an extraordinary person in this small place. At this moment, Jiu Shu and Old Master Ren had already started discussing serious matters. Jiu Shu, how are you preparing for the matter of moving my father's coffin? Is the date set? As soon as the topic of moving the coffin was mentioned, Jiu Shu became much more serious. He looked at Old Master Ren with a serious expression and said, Old Master Ren, it's better to stay still than to move. I think you should consider it again. No need to think about it. The Feng Shui master said that my father's coffin must be moved 20 years later. That's the only way it will be good for our family. Seeing Old Master Ren's attitude was very firm. Jiu Shu only persuaded him a couple of times and then stopped insisting. However, Wen Kai, upon hearing this, was not pleased and quickly interjected. Hey, Old Master Ren, you can't believe everything the Feng Shui master says. Ren Tingting, who originally looked down on such matters, couldn't help but interject, especially with Wen Kai's annoying expression. So you can believe everything your master says? Of course. Wen Kai looked smugly at Jiu Shu, but immediately met Jiu Shu's murderous glare and quickly put away his smile. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for the outsiders, Wen Kai would definitely be getting a beating. But speaking of which, Ren Fa is really stubborn. As the saying goes, good words are hard to convince a damn ghost. Old Master Ren must move the coffin. Otherwise, even if Old Master Ren's body doesn't change, the Ren family's business and descendants won't survive. Seeing that the financial backer was insistent, Jiu Shu couldn't say much. Moving the coffin wasn't difficult for him. He was just kindly reminding Old Master Ren. Since the other party wasn't appreciative, why make things awkward? Thinking this, Jiu Shu said, since that's the case, let's set the date for 3 days later to start the work of moving the coffin. We have incense and offerings at our funeral home, so there's no need to prepare anything. It's just that the people to start the work will need to be arranged by Old Master Ren. Ren Fa laughed heartily. That's easy to say. I, Ren Fa, still have some say in Rinjia Town. I'll leave it to you, Jiu Shu. As long as the job is done well, the reward will certainly satisfy you. Just then, the waiter pushed a small cart over, and soon coffee was served to everyone. Jiu Shu looked at the 2 cups in front of him, feeling a bit conflicted. Which one should he drink? Lin Ye, very perceptively, said, Master, how can you do this kind of thing yourself? Let me serve you. While speaking, he helped Jiu Shu add milk and sugar to the coffee and stirred it well. Master, please enjoy. Jiu Shu's mouth curved up, nodding in satisfaction. This disciple is not only worry-free, but also quite considerate. What kind of troublesome days had he lived through before? Thinking of this, Jiu Shu shot a fierce glare at Wen Kai. Wen Kai looked aggrieved, not knowing what he had done wrong. After chatting casually for a while, Ren Tingting seized the opportunity and leaned over to Old Master Ren, saying, Dad, I want to buy some blush and powder. Old Master Ren nodded first, then thought of something and said, Tingting just came back from the provincial city not long ago and isn't very familiar with the town. How about letting a Yi take you around? Young people must have more topics to talk about than following us 2 old men. Right, Jiu Shu? Jiu Shu was taken aback and chuckled. Lin Ye was also visiting the town for the first time and wasn't as familiar with it as Ren Tingting. He wondered what Ren Fa was thinking. At this moment, Jiu Shu suddenly remembered that Ren Fa often glanced at Lin Ye and couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking, this old Master Ren isn't interested in a Yi, is he? No, I still expect a Yi to take care of me in my old age. He can't become a son-in-law. With this thought, Jiu Shu gave Wen Kai a look and said, You 2 should go along. I just need to discuss with Old Master Ren about the preparations for the coffin moving in 3 days. Upon hearing Jiu Shu's words, Wen Kai immediately pulled Lin Ye up from his seat without hesitation, completely oblivious to the displeasure on Ren Tingting's face at that moment. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Wen Kai's emotional intelligence was really something. After the 3 of them exited the Western restaurant, Wen Kai eagerly offered, Miss Ren, my master's aunt runs a powder shop. How about I take you there? Although Wen Kai's words and actions were off-putting, he meant no harm, and out of courtesy, Ren Tingting did not refuse. All right, let's go take a look. Wen Kai immediately bounced with excitement, energetically leading the way ahead. Lin Ye couldn't bear to watch, covering his face and silently distancing himself from Wen Kai. Ren Tingting walked beside Lin Ye, her curiosity prompting her to observe him. She hadn't looked closely before, but now he seemed quite handsome. Lin Ye, hearing this, Lin Ye turned to Ren Tingting and displayed a polite smile. Miss Ren, just call me a Yi. Is there anything you need help with? Ren Tingting felt her face flush under Lin Ye's gaze, despite his clear eyes. She couldn't withstand his persistent stare. It's nothing. Just call me Tingting from now on. Ahem. Tingting, what were you going to say earlier? Lin Ye also realized he shouldn't stare at girls for so long and quickly lowered his head awkwardly. He thought to himself, it's not my fault. Who told her to be so pretty? Unknowingly, he had fallen into a trap. To be fair, in this rural town, Ren Tingting's appearance and style were simply outstanding, making it hard not to attract attention. Ren Tingting was amused by Lin Ye's behavior, giggling and covering her mouth. It's nothing. I was just curious about how you know so much. Have you been to the provincial city? Lin Ye sure said. Where have I been to the provincial capital? I just like listening to others chat. The more I listen, the more I understand. So that's how it is. You're quite impressive too. Not really. My master is the one who's impressive. With that, the two of them chatted and laughed all the way, completely treating Wen Tai as if he were air. Chapter 8. Enhancing Strength in Qiusheng's Aunt's Rouge Shop. Junior brother, what brings you here? You arrived just in time. Come help. Qiusheng was busy attending to customers in the shop, as several clients were selecting items. He was overwhelmed, and, upon seeing Lin Ye push the door open from outside, he instantly beamed with joy. You're here. Junior brother, you brought a big client, right? Later, you must give me a bit of commission. I was just worried about not having money to buy pastries and fruits for our ancestor. Huh? A big client? Junior brother, you don't know the madam of Yihan Yuan, do you? Qiusheng asked, looking at Lin Ye with a sly grin. Yihan Yuan? What is that? Qiusheng turned to see Ren Tingting peeking out from behind Lin Ye, asking, wow, so pretty. Are you a newcomer from Yihan Yuan across the street? Lin Ye slapped his forehead, realizing Qiusheng had misunderstood, and quickly explained, Senior brother, you misunderstood. This is Miss Ren, the daughter of the Ren family. What exactly is Yihan Yuan? At this moment, Ren Tingting also sensed something was off and frowned, asking again. A brothel. A tea house. Wen Kai and Qiusheng answered together, arriving late to the conversation. What? Qiusheng's voice drowned out Wen Kai's. Ren Tingting didn't catch what they said. A brothel. A tavern. Wen Kai and Qiusheng repeated. What are you talking about? Ren Tingting was now stomping her feet in anger. A brothel. Whimper. This time, Wen Kai, having learned his lesson, quickly covered Qiusheng's mouth. What do you take me for? Ren Tingting finally reacted, her eyes welling up with tears as she covered her mouth and ran out. Lin Ye looked helplessly at Qiusheng and Wen Kai. Wen Kai still wore a smug expression. The two continued their back-and-forth argument, eventually concluding that it was a fair competition. Lin Ye wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was a big client. He was counting on this commission to buy fruits and snacks for the ancestor. Qiusheng grinned and leaned over. Junior brother, as long as you stand on my side this time, I'll take care of those fruits and pastries for you. Lin Ye's eyes lit up at this. Really? Really? So hurry up and chase after her. That girl is crying thanks to you. You need to apologize. She probably hates you now. Where's your chance? Qiusheng paused and quickly reacted, saying to Lin Ye, Junior brother, I'll leave this to you. Help your senior brother watch the shop for a while. Before he finished speaking, he ran out. Wen Kai, unwilling to be outdone, didn't he even say goodbye to Lin Ye and dashed after him. Finally, it was quiet enough to cultivate. Lin Ye sat at the counter enjoying the sun, hiding his skills and name. Ding! Gold light spell won. After the two left, Lin Ye felt that the shop was too quiet, so he decided to go out for a walk. Anyway, as long as the sun was shining, he could go anywhere. Seeing there weren't many customers, Lin Ye greeted Qiusheng's aunt and left. Just as he stepped out of town, Lin Ye was attracted by a small mound of graves in the shady area at the foot of the mountain not far away. I wonder if using the gold light spell to purify these little ghosts counts as simplifying points? Without hesitation, Lin Ye ran over, glowing with golden light. Sizzle. Before he got close, Lin Ye heard some strange noises. Huh, what is that sound? Ding, purified a wisp of ghostly energy, simplified point 1. Ding, purified 3 wisps of energy, simplified points 3. What the heck? What is this ghostly energy? Can it really be simplified? Ding. The system detects that this area has not been exposed to sunlight for many years, accumulating a large amount of energy and ghostly energy. The gold light spell, being extremely young, is like a natural enemy to these impurities. Purifying energy, ghostly energy, corpse energy, etc. can all earn simplified points. Now I see. I originally thought I had to eliminate a few little ghosts to earn simplified points. It turns out I don't have to worry about simplified points for a while. At worst, I could just find a random graveyard to grind experience. Looking at the large area of small graves in front of him, Lin Ye couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Demons, I need you to assist me in my cultivation. The little ghosts, don't come over. As the sun set at the foot of the mountain in the graveyard, this is much more fun than an experience dungeon. That's right. From morning until the sun went down, Lin Ye stayed here, euphemistically calling it grinding experience. System. Open the system panel. Ding. Host. Lin Ye. Realm. Initial stage of refining essence and transforming chi. Beginning mage. Cultivation method. Supreme clarity, great cave, true scripture. Not yet cultivated. Technique. Gold light spell, beginner. 5 thunder righteous method. Not yet learned. Root bone. Purine body. Simplified points. 1557. Not bad as expected of the experience dungeon I had my eye on. I gathered enough simplified points for the first layer of the Great Cave Scripture in just half a day. Not bad. System. Simplify the first layer of the Great Cave Scripture. Ding. Simplifying the first layer of the Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture requires 1,000 simplified points. Do you want to simplify? Yes. Ding. Simplification successful. Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture. Drink hot water? Huh? What is this? Goodness. Others toil away in cultivation. And I just drink hot water while sunbathing? Why don't you just give me a thermos to soak goji berries? Ding. Suggestion from the host has been adopted. Lin Ye. I think you might as well rename yourself to the health preservation system. Gurgle. Lin Ye's stomach protested. Huh? The sun has set? I need to head back, or I'll miss dinner. Thud. After dinner, Lin Ye comfortably leaned against the bedside, occasionally sipping hot tea. Ding. Cultivation 13. Hearing the crisp and pleasant system prompt, Lin Ye hurriedly lifted his teacup and took a big sip. Ding. Cultivation 27. Nice. And everything, don't panic. Drink some hot water to calm down. According to the simplified version of the Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture, the cultivation realms in this world are roughly divided into refining essence and transforming chi, refining chi and transforming spirit, refining spirit and returning to void, and refining void and merging with Tao, corresponding to mage, human master, earth master, and heaven master. Thinking about this, Lin Ye couldn't help but be curious about how much his cultivation had improved after drinking so much hot water. System. Open the system panel. Ding. Host. Lin Ye. Realm. Initial stage of refining essence and transforming chi 1036 9999. Beginning mage. Cultivation method. First layer of the Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture. Technique. Gold light spell, beginner. 5 thunder righteous method. Not yet learned. Root bone. Pure body. Simplified points. 557. Not bad. At this speed, breaking through a small realm in a day is no problem. Just a bit taxing on the bladder. Ding. Heavenly Supreme diaper. Only 9. Say goodbye to the troubles of holding your urine. Super dry and you deserve it. System. That's too much. Is this a diaper that can solve everything? Drinking too much water 1 tea damage my kidneys, right? Ding. Super membership kidney treasure. 1 bottle refreshes your mind. 2 bottles never tire. 3 bottles grant immortality. Kidney treasure. Great deal. 3 bottles only 79. Everyone says it's good. Lin Ye. I mean, is there a possibility that drinking hot water is too troublesome? After finishing, I still have to boil water, and it's not like the gold light spell can shine anywhere and anytime. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood. Ding. Old cadre thermos. Automatically fills with water self-heating function, ensuring you can always have hot water anytime, anywhere. Originally 198, now 119. 8. Lin Ye looked pained. I'm just saying. Are you running a general store? How come you have everything? Do you want it or not? Yes. Give me 3 of whichever diaper. Chapter 9. The 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Starting to move graves in the following days, Lin Ye continued his training diligently. During the day, he would lie on a deck chair with a thermos, basking in the sun, occasionally taking a big gulp of hot water, and his cultivation was steadily increasing. However, the frequency of his trips to the restroom was getting higher. But who was Lin Ye? Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he collected his own urine, knowing it would come in handy at a critical moment. As for the nights, Lin Ye would go to the nearby graveyard to shine and heat up, finally gathering enough simplified points for the 5 Thunder Righteous Method before the grave moving began. System. Open the system panel. Ding. Host. Lin Ye. Realm. Mid-stage refining essence and transforming qi. Mid-stage mage. Cultivation method. Shanqing Daodong true scripture. First layer. Technique. Golden light spell. Minor success. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Not yet started. Root bone. Pure in-body. Simplified points. 1462 after several days of hard, lying flat training. Not only had his cultivation reached the mid-stage of refining essence and transforming qi, but even the golden light spell had reached minor success. In this world where spirits roam freely and zombies are as common as dogs, Lin Ye finally had some self-defense power. However, thinking about facing the freshly resurrected old Master Rin soon made Lin Ye a bit apprehensive. After all, even Uncle Jiu had a headache dealing with him. Not to mention, there was a feng shui master stirring things up in the shadows. Thinking of this, Lin Ye felt a sense of urgency. System. Simplify the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Ding. The system detects that simplifying the 5 Thunder Righteous Method requires 1,200 simplified points. Do you want to simplify? Yes. Ding. Simplification successful. Majestic heavenly might, I draw it myself. Left 0, right fire, Thunder God assist me. 5 Thunder Righteous Method has been electrified. What the hell? Electrified? AC or DC? If you want me dead, just say so. Ding. Host, please do not talk nonsense. Friction generating electricity is also considered electrification. The harsher you are on yourself, the more powerful the 5 Thunder Righteous Method will be. The progress of cultivation depends on how you choose to electrify yourself. Lin Ye, thank you very much. But I remember there seems to be a hand-cranked generator collecting dust in the Ancestral Hall's warehouse. Shaking his head, Lin Ye stopped these strange thoughts. Even with the 5 Thunder Righteous Method, Lin Ye still felt it wasn't enough. Looking at the more than 200 remaining simplified points, he fell into contemplation. System, if I only simplify the corpse-suppressing talisman from the Maoshan talismans, will the simplified points be enough? Ding, if it is only simplified to a white talisman, it will be sufficient. White talisman. Ding, talismans are divided into white talismans, yellow talismans, purple talismans, and the legendary golden talismans. Then what are we waiting for? Simplify it for me. Ding, the system detects the corpse-suppressing talisman. Simplifying it to a white talisman requires 250 points. Do you want to simplify? Lin Ye's mouth twitched. This number is really auspicious. Simplify. Ding. Simplification successful. Corpse-suppressing talisman, white talisman. Written corpse-suppressing on white paper. Lin Ye. Although this is a bit too hasty. Originally, Lin Ye wanted to complain about the system, but thinking about facing the zombies directly starting tomorrow night, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Whatever. Come what may. If the soldiers come, I will block them. If the water comes, I will cover it. It's just that tonight, I will work hard to strive for mastering the basics of the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Then prepare more corpse-suppressing talismans. If quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it. I don't believe that as long as I prepare enough, a single zombie can turn the world upside down. With determination, Lin Ye first went to the warehouse and dug out a dusty hand-cranked generator from the corner. After a careful check, it was still usable. Speaking of this generator, it was actually Qiu who told Lin Ye about it. According to Qiu, there was a master uncle named Zhe Gu who would send all sorts of strange things to Uncle Jiu during festivals, and Uncle Jiu couldn't refuse. So he had no choice but to toss them into the warehouse to gather dust. This method is very Uncle Jiu. Thinking about Jagu's deep feelings for Uncle Jiu, Lin Ye shook his head and chuckled. I wonder when I'll get to meet Master Uncle Jagu. Maybe I can play matchmaker for them. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Lin Ye took the generator and a stack of white paper back to his room and eagerly began his training for the day. Sizzle. Oh, it's getting intense. Ding, 5 thunder, righteous method progress, 103. Hiss, no wonder. I was cranking too fast. No, I need to slow down, otherwise I can't keep up. Ding, 5 thunder, righteous method progress, 36, 28. Ding, congratulations, host. The 5 thunder righteous method has been mastered. Finally, the pleasant system prompt sounded in his ears. Phew, finally made it in, almost got me electrocuted. Time was tight. And after a brief rest, Lin Ye plunged straight into the talisman drawing endeavor. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Ye opened the window, feeling great. The first thing he did after waking up was to lift the blanket and take a peek. As expected of a system product, still so dry after 2 days. Junior brother, are you up yet? Breakfast is ready, it's on the table. I won't wait for you. After eating, I need to tidy up the things Master will use later. Lin Ye held back a smile as he came out of his room. Okay, thank you, senior brother. I'll wash up and go eat. You go ahead and get busy. Wen Kai waved his hand to Lin Ye's back, sighing and complaining as he walked. What a hard life I have. When will I be able to do nothing and be a big shot? Lin Ye shook his head and chuckled. Perhaps inheriting the ancestral hall to make a living was the best destiny for Wen Kai. After breakfast, Xiu also arrived. Uncle Jiu was neatly dressed, directing Wen Kai and Lin Ye to load the prepared items onto Xiu's bicycle. Soon, the 4 of them set out together. As soon as they reached the town's entrance, they ran into Lin Fa and his group. Uncle Jiu, you're so early. I was just about to go to the ancestral hall to pick you up. This kind of thing needs to be arranged in advance. It's better early than late. And shall we go together? Old Master Ren, please. Uncle Jiu, please first. The group was dressed plainly, focused on their journey. Except for the captain, Away, who wore glasses and was dressed in a suit, looking quite flashy. He kept trying to curry favor with Ren Tingting along the way. Unfortunately, Ren Tingting couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, while she chatted happily with Lin Ye. Away looked at Lin Ye's back, grinding his teeth in resentment. Before long, the group arrived at Old Master Ren's grave and got busy. The people brought by Lin Fa scattered paper money around the cemetery while burning incense and praying. Uncle Jiu, dressed in a Daoist robe, walked around Old Master Ren's grave several times, his expression growing increasingly serious, making Lin Fa feel uneasy. Uncle Jiu, the Feng Shui master said back then that this grave site is hard to find. It's a good spot. Indeed, it is a good spot. Uncle Jiu nodded, walking towards the altar while saying, this spot is called the Dragonfly Touching Water Cave, measuring 3 zhang and 4, usable only for 4 feet, wide 1 zhang and 3, usable only for 3 feet, so the coffin cannot be buried flat but must be buried according to the law. Impressive, Uncle Jiu. Hearing Uncle Jiu's words, Lin Fa gave a thumbs up. Just by walking around a few times, he could name this grave and even tell the method of burial. Truly worthy of being Uncle Jiu. A master. Chapter 10. French-style funeral. Lin Fa was surprised that Uncle Jiu could see through this grave at a glance. But thinking of Uncle Jiu's expertise, he felt relieved. However, Lin Fa was even more puzzled. Since this was a good grave, why did Uncle Jiu have a grave expression? Moreover, the Lin family had been dwindling in numbers these past few years. Not to mention thriving, it was a miracle they hadn't been wiped out. Wen Kai noticed Ren Tingting casting a curious glance his way and couldn't help but show off. Law funeral? Master, what is a law funeral? Is it a French-style funeral? Puffed. Ren Tingting quickly covered her mouth and said, sorry, you guys continue. French-style funeral, so clever. Uncle Jiu looked at Wen Kai's face full of wrinkles and really wanted to slap him down. A lifetime of reputation ruined in an instant. How could I, Lin Jiu, have such a foolish disciple? At this moment, Lin Ye spoke up. Law funeral, of course, means vertical burial. No choice, Wen Kai lost face. So I have to help Uncle Jiu regain it. Uncle Jiu's expression immediately softened, nodding appreciatively. It's still you, Yi. That's right, it's vertical burial. Rin Tingting looked at Lin Ye with admiration and exclaimed, "Wow, Yi, you're amazing. You know so much." Lin Ye scratched his head and said, "Not really. It's all thanks to Master. Yi is impressive, young and accomplished, yet humble. I think you're ready to graduate. No wonder you're Uncle Jiu's top disciple." People fear comparison. At this moment, under Wen Kai's contrast, Rin Fa was quite satisfied with Lin Ye. After all, Rin Fa only had one daughter, Ting Ting, and he definitely wanted a son-in-law. Moreover, in this era, what could provide more security than a disciple of Maoshan? This was when Rin Ting Ting curiously asked her father, "Dad, why does Grandpa have to be buried vertically?" Rin Fasaid, alas. The Feng Shui master back then said that if the ancestors are buried vertically, the descendants will surely thrive. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it effective?" Rin Fa was taken aback and fell silent. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu shook his head and stopped talking. At this moment, a worker came over and asked, "Uncle Jiu, we have already paid our respects. Can we start digging?" Uncle Jiu nodded. "Yes, we can." Upon receiving the order, everyone gathered in front of the tombstone, preparing to dig, since they had already offered incense and paid their respects. There was no need to be so superstitious about the next steps. Two workers kicked hard, and the tombstone of Run Laote flew out and crashed against the tomb wall with a loud bang. The action was simple and brutal, making Rin Fa's eyelids twitch. People fear ghosts 3 parts, ghosts fear people 7 parts, and moreover, ghosts fear evil people even more. So the workers did this to intimidate the grave owner, warning it not to cause trouble. Finally, Rin Fa couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Uncle Jiu, the Feng Shui master clearly said that if my father is buried in this spot, our Rin family will surely prosper. But now, not only is business bleak, but even our descendants." Uncle Jiu looked deeply at Rin Fa and slowly said, "I think that Feng Shui master must have a grudge against your family." Grudge? Rin Fa fell into thought upon hearing this. Uncle Jiu directly asked, "Did Laote have any conflicts with him while he was alive?" Rin Fa awkwardly chuckled and whispered, "Back then, this piece of land originally belonged to that Feng Shui master. My father knew it was a good spot, so he bought it with money. Was it just bribery, or was there coercion involved?" Rin Fa smiled even more awkwardly, and silence was the best answer. Uncle Jiu sneered inwardly. "Fortune and misfortune have no door. Only people summon them. I bet there was coercion. Otherwise, he would never harm you." Rin Fa's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly asked, "Uncle Jiu, how did he harm us?" Uncle Jiu pointed at the grave and said, "Dragonfly Water Point grave should have snowflakes covering the top. This is the essence of Dragonfly Water Point. It shouldn't be completely covered with concrete. If the coffin head doesn't touch the water, how can it be considered pointing water?" This Feng Shui master still had some conscience to let you open the coffin and relocate it after 20 years. He harmed you for half a lifetime, but not for a whole lifetime. He harms 1 generation, not 18 generations. Rin Fa felt a chill run down his back, terrified and apprehensive. As they were talking, the workers' voices came through. "We've found the coffin." Soon, a vertical coffin was lifted out, propped up with wood, and placed on the ground. At this moment, Uncle Jiu said, "Everyone, today is the day Run Gongwei's heroic spirit sees the light of day. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, who is born in the year of the rooster or the year of the ox, please turn around and avoid looking." After everyone turned away, they adjusted their clothing and prepared to open the coffin. Just as they were about to open the coffin, the surrounding woods suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless birds startled and flew away, chirping loudly, sending chills down everyone's spines. Seeing this scene, Uncle Jiu's expression became serious. This was not a good omen. As the coffin lid opened, a cloud of black mist floated out, and the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees instantly. In an instant, Uncle Jiu's eyes widened slightly, for the corpse inside the coffin showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Not only that, but they saw Run Laote's body visibly swelling, with white fuzz growing on his skin. "Dad, Grandpa, I disturbed you. I'm truly unfilial." Rin Fa and Rin Tingting knelt down and bowed 3 times. Then Rin Fa looked at Uncle Jiu and asked, Uncle Jiu, can this grave still be used? Uncle Jiu shook his head and said solemnly, Dragonfly water point. Once it's touched, it will not touch the same spot again. This grave is no longer usable. In that case, they could only ask Uncle Jiu to help choose a good and auspicious grave for his father. Uncle Jiu frowned and said, Lin Ye, in my opinion, it would be better to cremate him on the spot. Cremate? No way. My father was most afraid of fire while he was alive. We can't do that. Lin Ye interjected with a furrowed brow. Lin Ye, not cremating could lead to trouble. Ren Laote has been buried for 20 years, and his body hasn't decayed. This could lead to a corpse transformation. To avoid long nights and many dreams, I think it's better to burn him. Hearing corpse transformation, Ren Fa shivered but still insisted. Whatever you suggest is fine. Just don't cremate him. You all think of another way. If they were to burn Ren Laote in front of so many people, if that got out, Ren Fa would probably be drowned in spit. Seeing Ren Fa so insistent, Uncle Jiu had no choice. Taking people's money and helping them avoid disaster, Uncle Jiu could only compromise. All right, then we will temporarily store Ren Laote in our mortuary, and tomorrow morning I will help Laote find another grave so he can rest in peace soon. Master, enough, no more talking. Uncle Jiu was also very helpless, but without concrete evidence, who would believe that Ren Laote would turn into a zombie. Ren Fa looked at Lin Ye's expression, which didn't seem fake, and felt a stir in his heart. But thinking of his father being burned to ashes after death and not being able to rest in peace, Ren Fa felt uncomfortable. Moreover, seeing Lin Ye's eager expression, he was afraid he was planning to take him back to the mortuary to burn him secretly. With this thought, Ren Fa felt even more anxious. No, I can't trust you. Someone, take the coffin back to the Ren residence. Uncle Jiu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Forget it. Later, let Yi take more chalk lines to the Ren family and check the coffin again. Chapter 11. The deadly incense of two short and one long. Watching Ren Fa and the others leave, Uncle Jiu turned to Jiu Shu and Wen Kai and said, You two stay here and set up a plum blossom incense array. Burn it and let me know the result when you come back. Remember, you must light incense at every grave. Jiu Shu and Wen Kai's faces immediately turned bitter. There were so many graves here. How long would it take to finish this? Lin Ye looked at the two with their distressed expressions and helplessly shook his head. Master, why don't I help out here too? Uncle Jiu nodded, all right. Then you stay and help. Remember to come back early. I have something to tell you. Got it, Master. The three of them divided their tasks. Wen Kai set up the incense array, while Lin Ye and Jiu Shu each took a stick of incense to light at the surrounding graves. As for why Lin Ye insisted on staying behind, it was of course for that female ghost. To prevent Jiu Shu from being lured by the ghost and losing his purity, which would hinder his future cultivation. Lin Ye inserted a circle of incense, and, with the remaining small handful, casually placed them in front of Dong Xiaoyu's grave. Thank you. No need for thanks. You'd better stay away from my senior brother. After saying that, he ran off to grind experience, feeling that would be a waste not to farm in this large area of messy graves. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Jiu Shu finished lighting the incense, he still had 3 sticks left. On his way to regroup with Lin Ye, he happened to pass by Dong Xiaoyu's grave. Wow, died at 20. What a pity. Let's light some incense. Jiu Shu shook his head and sighed, lamenting the fleeting beauty, and simply placed all 3 sticks of incense in front of Dong Xiaoyu's grave. Thank you, young master. Jiu Shu's hair stood on end. Hiss. Encountering a ghost in broad daylight. This place is terrifying. At that moment, Wen Kai rushed over in a panic, looking as if he had encountered a ghost. Jiu Shu, look, how did this incense burn like this? 2 short and 1 long. Lin Ye, who came upon hearing the commotion, quickly said, Hurry back and tell Master. Master, it's terrible. Something big has happened. Uncle Jiu was organizing the offering table when he saw the 3 looking flustered and couldn't help but shake his head. What now? Master, look. Lin Ye hurriedly handed the incense in his hand to Uncle Jiu. People fear 3 long and 2 short. An incense most detests 2 short and 1 long. They say if this incense burns like this at home, someone must have died. Why did it burn like this? Uncle Jiu's brows furrowed deeply. Wen Kai, fiddling with the offerings on the table, asked, Is it the Ren family's issue? Could it be this? Uncle Jiu shot when Kai glared, annoyed. Ah, then the Lin family is in trouble, Qiu Sheng exclaimed, upon hearing that it wasn't the charity house. When Kai immediately felt relieved, even adding a sarcastic remark, "What are you afraid of? It doesn't concern you, so why worry?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. Oh? What if the Lin family's daughter is in trouble? Ah, anyway, someone with the surname Lin is in trouble. When Kai shivered at this point. Ah, Ting Ting, no way. Master. Just as when Kai was about to call for Uncle Jiu, he was held back by Qiu Sheng. Hey, didn't you just say it doesn't concern you? So why worry? When Kai shrugged off Qiu Sheng's hand and said, "It's not that simple. If I can save my beloved's life, getting married won't be a problem." Hey, fair competition here. Lin Ye was speechless. Qiu Sheng was all right. At least he was capable and skilled in martial arts, not to mention good-looking. As for Wen Kai, who gave him such confidence? Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai rushed to Uncle Jiu's side, singing in unison, "Master, think of a way to save Ting Ting." "Yes, master." Seeing these two troublesome disciples, Uncle Jiu felt quite helpless. "I've already thought it through. You three, pack your things and come with me to the Ren residence." "Yes, master." Inside the Ren family's ancestral home, when Ren Fa saw Uncle Jiu hurry into the courtyard with his three disciples, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. So he approached to ask, "Uncle Jiu, why are you here? Is there news about my father's tomb?" Uncle Jiu furrowed his brows, his face serious, as he said, "Ren Lei, this is a major matter. Let's first take a look at the old master's coffin." Ren Fa felt even more confused upon hearing this, and asked in confusion, "Is there a problem with this coffin?" "It's not the coffin that's the problem. It's the corpse that's the problem." Uncle Jiu spoke as he walked toward the newly set-up morning hall. "Actually, I feel something's off too. It's been 20 years, and it hasn't decayed." Seeing Uncle Jiu's serious demeanor, Ren Fa didn't stop him. Recalling the earlier scene of opening the coffin, he felt a chill run down his back. "Then why not open the coffin and take a look?" Lin Ye suggested. "Master Ren, what do you think?" Uncle Jiu turned to Ren Fa and asked. Ren Fa swallowed hard. "I have no objections." Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng exchanged glances and stepped forward to push open the coffin lid together. "Wow, he's gained weight," the two said in unison. Upon hearing their words, Uncle Jiu looked into the coffin and saw that the previously intact corpse had completely wrinkled, and its hands had grown long nails. Ren Fa, gathering his courage, stepped forward to take a look and was immediately frightened back. How could this happen? Uncle Jiu's face was serious as he said, "Ren Lei, you saw it too. This is no joke. I suggest we must cremate it immediately." "And no, please, Uncle Jiu, think of something. I can't let my father's remains be destroyed." Lin Ye's mind raced, and an idea formed. He deliberately lowered his voice to intimidate. "Ren Lei, don't blame me for not warning you. Once the old master rises, the first thing he will do is drain the blood of his closest relatives. How many of the Ren family are still the old master's close relatives?" Ren Fa felt a chill in his heart at those words, but even so, he still didn't relent. "No, I can't agree to cremation. I, Ren Fa, am not an unfilial person." Uncle Jiu shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Alas. Prepare the paper. Brush, ink, knife, and sword." "Huh? What?" "Yellow paper, red brush, black ink, kitchen knife, wooden sword." Lin Ye reminded from his side. Saying this, he had already taken the prepared rooster, kitchen knife, and bowl from Qiu Sheng's bicycle. Lin Ye held the rooster by the comb and grabbed its wings, while Uncle Jiu swiftly cut the chicken's neck with a steady hand. The chicken blood gushed out smoothly, landing in the bowl below. Before long, Uncle Jiu poured the prepared bowl of ink onto the ink line. Qiu Sheng, a Yi, flicked the ink line onto the coffin. "The whole coffin needs to be marked." "Yes, master." The two took the ink line and began flicking it onto the coffin. Originally, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng had missed a spot when marking the ink line, allowing the old master to escape. This time, Lin Ye planned to fill the entire coffin with lines. He wanted to see if the old master would come out again. Ren Fa watched the master and disciples busily working and sighed in relief. "Thank you, Uncle Jiu. Once this is done, the reward will surely satisfy you." Uncle Jiu shook his head with concern. "Let's talk about it once it's done." Chapter 12. Uncle Jiu's disciples Ren Fa noticed that Uncle Jiu was in a bad mood, so he didn't say much. He could only point at old Master Ren's coffin and ask, Uncle Jiu, what happened to my father? Uncle Jiu picked up 3 sticks of incense. Lighting them as he said, people are divided into good and bad, and corpses are divided into zombies and dead bodies. At this moment, Wen Kai interjected, people are not only divided into good and bad, but also into men and women. Uncle Jiu glared at him and scolded, when Master is speaking. What are you interrupting for? Wen Kai immediately closed his mouth. Uncle Jiu continued, old Master Ren's corpse is going to turn into a zombie. Ren Fa curiously asked, how can a corpse turn into a zombie? Wen Kai couldn't help but chime in, yeah, how does a person turn into a bad person? Lin Ye twitched at the corner of his mouth. With someone like Wen Kai, only Uncle Jiu could tolerate him. If it were anyone else, he would have been kicked out of the school long ago. People turn into bad people because they are useless. Corpses turn into zombies because they have an extra breath. An extra breath? What does that mean? Qiusing and Wen Kai asked in unison. Uncle Jiu shook his head. I often tell you to read more books, but you never do. A person who is angry, holds their breath, or is depressed before they die will have a breath stuck in their throat after death. That means they are dead, but not fully dead. Wen Kai suddenly understood. Qiusing nodded and said, so I say, one must strive in life. The most important thing after death is to stop breathing. If you don't stop breathing, you will harm others and yourself. Uncle Jiu squatted down and stared at Qiusing, saying, just play your part, don't let out all your grievances. When you play it well, let me know, and make sure not to miss anything. Soon, the ink line was finished, and after reminding Ren Fa that the ink line on the coffin must not be wiped off, the 4 of them declined Ren Fa's invitation and hurried back to the ancestral hall before the sun set. They heated oil in a pot, cut the rooster into pieces, and soon a pot of authentic potato chicken was served at the table, which the 4 of them quickly devoured. After dinner, Lin Ye curiously asked, Master, now that I have entered the path, do you think with my current strength, will it be difficult to deal with ordinary little ghosts and zombies? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. This kid seemed a bit too proud. After pondering for a moment, he said, logically, a newcomer should stabilize their cultivation, solidify their foundation, and practice their techniques diligently. Otherwise, one may have the cultivation but lack the skills, and will only be able to exert 20 to 30 of their strength. At this point, Uncle Jiu paused and continued, however, you have a solid foundation laid by your ancestor, and you entered the path through the golden light spell. As long as you don't encounter powerful ghosts, dealing with ordinary wandering souls should not be a problem. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Ye scratched his head, a bit shyly saying, I was just asking out of curiosity. But in his heart, he thought it would be easy to deal with Dong Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu sternly warned Lin Ye, I see that you are young and have just entered the path, and you seem to have forgotten yourself. You must understand that entering the path is just the starting point. The path has no end. Do not be complacent just because you have some strength. The deeper your cultivation, the more cautious you must be. Throughout history, countless prodigies have died on the road of exorcising demons. Lin Ye blinked and asked, but Master, didn't you say that disciples of Maoshan should take exorcising demons and safeguarding the way as their duty? And I swore in front of the ancestor statue that I would oppose evil and fight for life. Uncle Jiu nodded in satisfaction. Good. I am very pleased that you have such awareness. However, I want to tell you that when you walk the rivers and lakes to exorcise demons and safeguard the way, you must be careful. Once your life is gone, you lose everything. If you can defeat them, go all out and eliminate evil. Do not give the opponent any chance to counterattack. If you can't defeat them, run. You still have your master and the entire Maoshan behind you. If you can't handle it, I will come. As for those I can't handle, well, we have to call upon the ancestors of Maoshan. Lin Ye said seriously, I understand. If I can defeat them, I will take them down. If I can't, I will call for help to take them down. Uncle Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth. If you understand it this way, it's not a problem. Uncle Jiu was regretting having this conversation with Lin Ye. This kid was starting to look a bit like that group from Tangmin. Ahem. Since you have entered the path, I should also explain to you about our Maoshan Shangqing, Daodong Jinjing, and the future stages of cultivation. Qiusing and Wen Kai. You should also listen carefully. Qiusing and Wen Kai hurriedly brought small stools to sit down in a row. As the saying goes, true qi flows down to fill the ghostly pass, stabilizing the spirit and solidifying the essence. The Jade Classic illuminates the wisdom of 10,000 gods, allowing me to attain true fate and live long. The Daodong Jinjing, when cultivated to the highest realm, can transform qi into spirit, mysterious and unfathomable. I am in harmony with the six realms, combining qi, spirit, soul, and essence, awakening the spirit and summoning the righteous qi from all directions, merging into the true body, forever united with the great Tao. To cultivate to this realm, the first step is to build the foundation during the day. Once the qi is stored and the spirit is preserved, attracting the qi of the sun, moon, stars, and the 24 constellations into the body, and opening up all the acupoints when the spirit is complete and the qi is abundant. That is entering the path. This step has already been accomplished by I in Xiosing. Wenkai, you need to work hard. Wenkai replied with a bitter face, I understand, master. It really needs to be understood. Lin Ye shook his head and laughed. Uncle Jiu was really frustrated with Wen-Cai's lack of progress. Master, what comes after entering the path? After entering the path is refining essence into qi. As the name suggests, refining essence into qi means to cultivate one's own essence and qi to perfection. When the essence is full, the qi is abundant. And when the qi is abundant, the spirit is complete. That is why people often say that those who cultivate the path cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. There are 4 realms in the path of cultivation: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, transforming spirit into void, and refining void into unity with the Tao. These 4 realms correspond to the levels of magician, human teacher, earth teacher, and heaven teacher. Wenkai exclaimed, wow, that sounds amazing. So, master, what level are you? Noticing that Uncle Jiu's face was getting darker from being interrupted by Wenkai, Xiosing quickly said, you fool. Of course, master is the heaven teacher. Uncle Jiu's expression softened a bit upon hearing this, shaking his head with a hint of pride. Alas, how could I be a heaven teacher? What kind of extraordinary figures are heaven teachers? Those who attain the Tao and become immortals. Once they reach the realm of refining void into unity with the Tao, they have already attained the Tao. Those who have attained the Tao are the immortals of the world. Going a step further to transcend and ascend would be the celestial immortals, but in the past thousands of years, there's been no report of anyone successfully transcending. Nowadays, only the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heaven Teacher's Mansion and our Maoshan headquarters still have heaven teachers. Lin Ye was thrilled to hear about immortality. What? Can one still become an immortal in this world? Uncle Jiu shook his head with a mix of pride and regret. Not anymore. Since Liu Bowen severed all the dragon veins in the world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become increasingly thin. Nowadays, not to mention attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal or a heaven teacher, even becoming an earth teacher is not easy. Such people would be considered extraordinary talents in ancient times. Lin Ye noticed the hint of pride in Uncle Jiu's eyes and took the opportunity to compliment him. So, master, what realm are you in now? You haven't already reached the earth teacher level, have you? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu could no longer suppress his desire to show off and laughed heartily. How did you know that I am about to break through to earth teacher? Lin Ye seized the moment to flatter him. I see that master has a full celestial appearance, a majestic demeanor, and a heavenly presence. So don't say earth teacher. Even if you become a heaven teacher, I wouldn't be surprised. Uncle Jiu was so pleased with this compliment that his eyebrows danced. This flattery was really enjoyable. No wonder the ancestor liked this kid so much. All right, it's getting late. I still have some preparations to make. Finish your tasks and rest early. Yes, master. Chapter 13. Dong Xiaoyu, glutinous rice essential oil back treatment. After cleaning up the dishes, Qiusheng pushed his bicycle out of the funeral home. Wenkai, a bit worried, said, hey, don't go out. It's late. It's easy to encounter ghosts. How can you encounter ghosts so easily? Do you think I'm like you? I'm an adult, and I'm not afraid of ghosts. Besides, do you think I've been with my master for so long, just to waste time? Qiusheng boasted a little, lit a stick of incense at the front of his bicycle, and then rode away. Seeing Qiusheng leave, Lin Ye quietly followed him. Better safe than sorry. Who knows if Dong Xiaoyu was interested in Qiusheng because of that stick of incense. Lin Ye couldn't have imagined that after he left, Qiusheng indeed offered incense to Dong Xiaoyu. Brother, don't worry. I'll ensure your path is secure. I promise. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. In the dark woods, four pale-faced people were carrying a red bridal sedan chair running through the trees. Yes, they were truly flying without touching the ground. Inside the sedan chair sat a ghostly bride in bright red wedding attire. Who else could it be but Dong Xiaoyu? Qiusheng rode alone in the dark woods, feeling inexplicably anxious. He suddenly remembered passing by a tombstone during the day and seeing her young death, which made him feel pity. When he offered incense, it seemed like he heard a thank you in his ear. Thinking of this, Qiusheng felt a chill down his back, and his bicycle almost seemed to smoke from the effort. This was tough for Lin Ye, who was following behind. He didn't have a bicycle. At that moment, Dong Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to land on the back seat of Qiusheng's bicycle and waved at the four paper figures. Qiusheng felt his bicycle was getting slower and harder to pedal. Strange. Was the bike chain broken? No, if the chain was broken, it shouldn't be able to move at all. Qiusheng was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. He saw a tree trunk hanging down ahead and quickly lowered his head. Bang! What was that sound? Qiusheng looked around, but saw nothing. He shook his head and didn't pay it any mind, riding off. By the roadside, in the Earth God Temple, the statue of the Earth God was facing the bushes opposite. Dong Xiaoyu, in her red wedding dress, was sitting in the bushes, looking mournfully at the departing Qiusheng. Suddenly, Dong Xiaoyu felt something was wrong. She turned her head and saw the statue in the Earth God Temple. What? Realizing something was off, Dong Xiaoyu instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and fled. After all, she was just a mere ghost. What right did she have to confront a land deity? If she didn't run, she would be in trouble. After Dong Xiaoyu left, the statue of the Earth God also returned to stillness. Lin Ye rushed over and, upon seeing this scene, slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that Qiusheng passed by here every day, and the Earth God must have received his incense. How could he ignore it? Then Lin Ye pulled out a stick of incense from the cloth bag he carried and inserted it in front of the Earth God Temple. Thank you for watching over my brother. I appreciate it. Back at the funeral home, Lin Ye ran to the kitchen and grabbed a bag of glutinous rice. Then moved a whole box of corpse-restraining talismans from his room. Yes, a whole box. This was the result of Lin Ye's hard work from the night before. Lin Ye was ready to go to the Ren family to add 2 layers of protection for Old Man Ren. Passing by the mortuary, when Kai was already sleeping like a dead pig, Lin Ye shook his head. This kind of person was most suitable for watching over the funeral home. After covering one Kai with a blanket, Lin Ye hurriedly climbed over the wall and headed towards the Ren family town. Just as Lin Ye left, Uncle Gio quietly opened the door and slipped out. In the dead of night, what was I doing going back and forth? No, he had to follow and take a look. By the way, he should visit the Ren family. He felt uneasy. At the Ren family, Lin Ye quietly approached Old Man Ren's coffin, pushed the lid open a crack, and stuffed a handful of glutinous rice inside. Hiss! Watching the white smoke rising from the coffin, Lin Ye felt relieved. It seemed he hadn't completely transformed into a corpse yet. There was still time. In the original plot, it took both Uncle Gio and Daoist Simu working together to barely defeat this zombie. So it seemed he was already half a foot in the flying zombie stage. Zombies progress from the weakest corpse, white zombie, black zombie, hairy zombie, jumping zombie, flying zombie, to untransformed bones and drought corpse. The corpse and white zombie fear sunlight and living people, and ordinary people can deal with them. The black zombie does not fear human energy anymore, though it still fears sunlight enough to cause trouble. Some practitioners with basic skills can barely handle them. The hairy zombie is formidable. It is not afraid of sunlight, and ordinary masters need to prepare adequately to have a chance against it. The jumping zombie already possesses some intelligence. It is impervious to blades and guns. Ordinary people are powerless against jumping zombies. And Uncle Gio and Daoist Simu were able to subdue the half-transformed Old Man Run without proper preparation, proving they were truly adept practitioners for Maoshan. As for the flying zombie, they are rare, capable of flying and evading, and even heavenly lightning cannot harm them, unless a heavenly master appears. It would require gathering practitioners from various sects to encircle and eliminate them. Although Old Man Ren hadn't completely transformed yet, given the current situation. He was likely already equivalent to a hairy zombie. Lin Ye would not allow him to successfully transform into a corpse. It was best to nip the danger in the bud. Moreover, there was still a feng shui master hiding in the shadows. Not allowing cremation? Then let me give old man Ren a glutinous rice essential oil back treatment. Ren Weiyong, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Let us do it. Lin Ye boldly pushed open the coffin lid and densely pasted the entire box of corpse-restraining talismans on old man Ren's body. After finishing this, it wasn't tea enough. Lin Ye dumped an entire bag of glutinous rice into the coffin. Ding! Hearing the constant system notifications in his ear, Lin Ye felt delighted. He tightly closed the coffin lid and was ready to go back to sleep. He and T started his hand-crank power generation for the day yet. As Lin Ye turned around, he bumped into Uncle Jiu, who had also come to add protection for Old Man Ren. The two exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Master, you're here? Uncle Jiu shot Lin Ye an annoyed glance, then opened Old Man Ren's coffin with a swift motion, instantly taking a sharp breath. Did you do this? Lin Ye awkwardly smiled. Master, I was just adding a layer of protection. Uncle Jiu stared at Old Man Ren. Buried in a pile of glutinous rice and covered with corpse-restraining talismans, his mouth twitching. Being cautious is good, but it doesn't have to be such a big deal. No, Master, I saw he was transforming too quickly. He is already growing hair in just a short time. If I didn't do this, I was afraid he'd run out. Uncle Jiu frowned at this and pulled off a corpse-restraining talisman, only to see Old Man Ren transitioning into a jumping zombie. So fast. Saying this, Uncle Jiu took out a yellow talisman from his sleeve and affixed it to the coffin. All right, with the ink-lined corpse-restraining talisman plus this coffin full of glutinous rice, there shouldn't be any problems. Tomorrow morning, I'll look for a burial site. As long as he is buried, it'll be fine. As the saying goes, taking money for disaster relief, since he accepted this job, he had to do it well. At this moment, Lin Ye thought for a moment and moved several large stones from the yard to place on the coffin. Facing Uncle Jiu's strange gaze, Lin Ye scratched his head. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Is it wrong to do this? Uncle Jiu helplessly said, No, you did well. In our line of work, being careful and cautious is essential. However, this coffin can't withstand so many stones. Then I'll move them all. Uncle Jiu, but don't take everything away, leave 2 pieces. Chapter 14. The Perverted Away and the Mysterious Old Man. The next morning, Lin Ye arrived early in front of the portrait of the ancestor, respectfully lighting a stick of incense. Ancestor, I, disciple Lin Ye, pay my respects to you. I will be going out with my master soon. There is a zombie over at the Ren family. I hope the ancestor can keep an eye on it. Uncle Jiu looked up at the sky and urged Lin Ye, don't worry. With the ancestor here to oversee things, that zombie won't rise again. It's getting late. Hurry up and get ready to go with me. Just then, the incense was still burning at a normal speed, but neither master nor disciple noticed. The 4 of them arrived at old Master Ren's house. Before they even entered, they saw Captain Away drinking tea with Ren Fa from a distance. Come, have some tea. Ren Fa said, taking a sip and glancing at Away. Away, is there nothing to do at the yamen today? Oh, those trivial matters can be left to my subordinates. Away replied, his eyes fixed intently on Ren Tingting. Cousin Tingting is not so small anymore. Ren Fa raised an eyebrow. Tingting? Not small anymore. It's time to find her a husband. Indeed. Ren Fa didn't even look at Away, casually continuing his conversation and giving no chance for Away to speak. Away, either oblivious or thick-skinned, eagerly said, so I think. Before Away could finish, Ren Fa picked up the teapot and pretended to pour tea for Away. Want tea? I'll pour it for you. At this moment, Ren Fa found Away increasingly annoying. You should take a good look at yourself first. Do you think you can climb up to our Ting? Just then, a servant came to report, Sir, Uncle Jiu has arrived. Ren Fa quickly stood up to greet him, asking, Uncle Jiu, how is the matter with my late father's coffin? Uncle Jiu clasped his hands and said, finally fulfilling my promise. Good, Uncle Jiu. Let's go to the study to talk. You 3, stay downstairs quietly and don't cause any trouble. Uncle Jiu instructed Lin Ye and the others before following Ren Fa upstairs. Seeing this, Away hurriedly chased after them. Uncle, I still want to. Rin Fa waved him off with a look of annoyance. We'll talk later. Meanwhile, as soon as the master went upstairs, Wen Kai and Xiuxing approached Rin Tingting. Xiuxing spoke up. Miss Rin, I'm really sorry about the last time. I misunderstood you. Seeing the two getting close to his cousin, Away became furious and charged at them like a madman. Hey, what are you two up to? Sneaking around. Are you trying to plot something against my cousin? And you, getting so close, are you trying to take advantage? Rin Tingting, raised with proper etiquette, quickly pulled Away back. Don't be like this. Away immediately felt proud, arrogantly saying to the two, my cousin wants to scold you, but she's too shy to do it. At this moment, Rin Tingting was utterly disgusted with Away, but being her cousin, she couldn't explode in anger. Wen Kai and Xiuxing exchanged glances, preparing to teach Away a lesson. Senior brother, come over for some tea. This is top-notch tea. Hearing Lin Ye's voice, Away scoffed, country bumpkin. Pretending to understand. Can you even appreciate tea? Xiuxing immediately got angry. Dare to bully my junior brother? I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Ye quickly held Xiuxing back. Senior brother, if you want to teach him a lesson, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The occasion isn't right now. Don't embarrass our master. Xiuxing nodded. All right, junior brother is right. We can't embarrass our master. Seeing that the others were silent, Away lost his interest in being arrogant and turned back to chat with Rin Tingting. Cousin, you should have understood what I said to Uncle, right? We've played together since we were little, even though you played at your home and I at mine. This counts as childhood sweethearts. But after all this time, I haven't even touched your hand, unlike those two ruffians just now. Rin Tingting was unwilling to engage with Away. Someone like him wasn't even worthy to carry her shoes. Seeing Lin Ye sitting there drinking tea without coming to find her, Rin Tingting became even angrier and shouted at Away, get out of my house. Otherwise, I'll have the servants throw you out. Cousin, get out. Lin Ye. Xiuxing and Wen Kai shook their heads at the side, perverted, really perverted, deservedly scolded. But Lin Ye felt that Rin Tingting's angry demeanor was directed at him. Hadn't he done anything wrong? At this moment, Uncle Jiu came down from upstairs, calling the three of them to go find a burial site for old Lady Rin. The group left the Rin family and searched for half a day, but high-quality graves were hard to find. In the end, they found a relatively suitable one. When Rin Fa learned that Uncle Jiu had only found a medium-quality grave, he was somewhat disappointed but did not blame Uncle Jiu. High-quality graves are hard to come by. Otherwise, they wouldn't have occupied that feng shui master's grave back then. That night, Rin Fa warmly entertained Uncle Jiu and his three disciples, and the atmosphere was lively with toasts and conversations. Just as Uncle Jiu and the others were about to return to the mortuary after a hearty meal, an unexpected guest arrived at Rin Mansion. Outside Rin Mansion, an old man dressed in a dark blue longevity robe, with an oil paper umbrella hanging from his waist and a pale face, stood outside the door alongside a middle-aged man in a kimono, looking serious. Yo, son, do we really have to do this? We can't provoke this person right now. The old man looked at the tightly locked door, gritting his teeth. I don't have time. You wait here. I'll be right back. The middle-aged man had no choice but to say, all right, just be careful. The old man moved with surprising agility, quickly climbing over the wall and heading straight to the hall where old Lady Rin's coffin was placed. He looked at the coffin board marked with ink lines and weighed down by 2 stones, a cold smile appearing on his face. I said it couldn't rise. Turns out it was just pressed down by the ink lines and stones. The old man quickly stepped forward, removing the stones that were pressing down on Lin Ye, and took out a water pouch made from some unknown animal's fur, pouring out a good amount of black dog blood. The old man sprinkled the black dog blood on the coffin, and instantly, the ink lines on the coffin glowed red and vanished in the blink of an eye. After doing this, the old man prepared to leave, but an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. Just as he hesitated, he happened to see a few grains of glutinous rice scattered on the ground. What is this? Not good. Realizing something was wrong, the old man pushed open the coffin lid, and what caught his eye was a pile of white glutinous rice. Hey, this isn't right. I can sense that this corpse is here. Could it be? Thinking of this, the old man slapped the coffin, and with a bang, old Lady Rin's coffin shattered into pieces. Lin Ye, you're going too far. You're a Daoist master. To deal with a zombie that hasn't risen yet, you actually have to bury it in a pile of glutinous rice. Is glutinous rice free? The old man was speechless. He had never seen such a method in his life, especially after he dug old lady Ren out from the pile of glutinous rice. He fell silent. The old man looked at the corpse of old lady Ren, covered in corpse-restraining talismans, lost in thought. This corpse, has violated heavenly laws. Chapter 15. Reviving old Master Ren on the other side. Jiu Shu glanced at the time, stood up, and cupped his fists. Master Ren, it's getting late. We need to prepare for the old master's burial tomorrow. We won't disturb you any further. Ren Fa stood up to keep him from leaving. Everyone has worked hard all day for my late father. How can I let you, Jiu Shu, go back to the ancestral hall at this hour? I've had the servants prepare rooms for you. Why not stay here tonight? Just as Jiu Shu was about to speak, a loud crash suddenly came from the backyard. Everyone was stunned. Jiu Shu's expression turned serious in an instant. Not good. Something must have happened. Master Ren, Ting, stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out. Xiuxing and Wen Kai will stay here to protect Master Ren. Come with me. Before he finished speaking, he rushed out. As Jiu Shu arrived in the backyard, he happened to see a shadow leap over the courtyard wall. Thinking it was old Master Ren, he didn't have time to think and quickly chased after it. Lin Ye, who arrived a moment later, stepped into the backyard and immediately saw the shattered coffin. His face changed drastically. He shouted, "Master, the body is gone." Just as Jiu Shu leaped onto the wall, the shadow disappeared. Hearing Lin Ye shout, he turned to look. When Jiu Shu saw the debris of the coffin scattered all over the ground, his expression changed as well. Not good. This is the result of external forces. Lin Ye, sharp-eyed, pointed at the black blood on the ground and asked, "Master, what is this?" Jiu Shu glanced at it, his face darkening. "This is black dog blood. The glutinous rice and the corpse-restraining talisman are both missing. Someone is secretly messing around. Let's go back quickly. Master Ren is in danger." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from the front yard, followed by a commotion. Help!" Hearing the commotion, the two of them exchanged glances and hurried back to the front yard. They saw bodies sprawled all over the yard, apparently the servants of the Ren family. At that moment, old Master Ren was holding a servant, sucking the blood from their body. As he absorbed more and more blood, the corpse energy around old Master Ren grew denser. His aura was much stronger than when he first emerged from the coffin. Ren Fa and Ren Ting, standing behind Xiuxing, were both shocked by the scene before them, their hair standing on end, their legs shaking. Wen Kai was even more distressed, almost clinging to Xiuxing. When Xiuxing heard the commotion and turned around to see Jiu Shu returning, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Master, please help." Ren Fa felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, they had invited Jiu Shu to stay for dinner. Otherwise, tonight would have been a big trouble for the Ren family. Lin Ye looked at old Master Ren's back, frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Who on earth let old Master Ren out? To prevent old Master Ren from harming others. He even made a full body spa for Master Ren using the corpse-restraining talisman and glutinous rice. He had also carefully selected 2 pieces of high-quality marble for the lid. Even a fool could see how fierce the thing being suppressed was. Unless someone had a deep grudge against the Ren family, no one would do such a thing. Deep grudge? As Lin Ye thought of this, he suddenly realized that the only one who had a grudge against the Ren family and the ability to do this was the geomancer from 20 years ago. Stop daydreaming. Quickly save them. Lin Ye snapped back to reality at the sound of Lin Ye's voice, focusing his gaze. The servant's blood had already been drained. Old Master Ren casually tossed the body aside and turned to look at Ren Fa. "Dad!" Ren Fa gasped in shock, not expecting his father to really come back as a zombie to find him. "Jiu Shu, if we can't hold him off later, please protect Ting and leave. This vast family fortune, I'm afraid Ting can't protect it alone. I think I's a good person, if possible. I hope you too can help Ting for the sake of this enormous wealth." "Dad!" Ren Ting felt a pang in her heart, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Lin Ye was filled with questions. No way. Could it be what he was thinking? But Ting is quite pretty. Thinking of this, Lin Ye looked up at Ren Ting, meeting her worried gaze. Their eyes met, and everything was unspoken. Jiu Shu's mouth twitched, quickly saying, "Master Ren, don't worry. Although this zombie is fierce, as long as I, Lin Jiu, am here, it won't harm anyone. After Jiu Shu finished speaking, he casually took out 2 yellow talismans from his pocket and handed them to the two. This is an exorcism talisman. Keep it close and make sure to close the doors and windows. Don't come out. Wen Kai, you go as well. If there's anything, just call. Don't cause trouble. Qiu Xingai. Let's go. Then Jiu Shu leaped up, landing firmly behind Old Master Rin, kicking him at the back of the knee. Old Master Rin just swayed and turned to pounce on Jiu Shu. Old Master Rin had transformed into a jumping zombie, and after sucking blood, even though it wasn't the blood of a close relative, Jiu Shu alone couldn't handle it. Master, be careful. Qiusheng, not knowing where he found a wooden stake as thick as a thigh, rushed forward and slammed it into the zombie's chest. Jiu Shu nimbly dodged to the side. With a loud thud, the wooden stake broke. This strike was powerful. An ordinary person would be dead or seriously injured from such a hit. Yet the zombie only took 2 steps back and let out a roar at Qiusheng. It is said that zombies have immense strength and are invulnerable to blades and guns. Lin Ye had no concept of this until now. Seeing this scene finally made him understand. Wen Kai watched Jiu Shu and Qiusheng in peril, feeling anxious. Rin Fa remained relatively calm, grabbing Wen Kai and pulling him into the house. Trust Jiu Shu. Don't cause trouble for them. Come with me. Close the doors and windows. Lin Ye sighed in relief when he saw the Rin family father and daughter and Wen Kai hide inside. As long as Old Master Rin doesn't get to drink the blood of a close relative, Jiu Shu should be able to handle a jumping zombie, right? In fact, Lin Ye was the most awkward. His cultivation wasn't as deep as Jiu Shu's, and he couldn't move as nimbly as Qiusheng. It was also his first time facing a zombie, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Go get the ink line, Jiu Shu ordered. Lin Ye snapped back to reality at the command and quickly ran to the side, taking the ink line from Qiusheng's vehicle bag, and casually grabbed a peach wood sword to throw it to Jiu Shu. Master, catch. Jiu Shu leaped up, catching the peach wood sword Lin Ye threw, and with a flip in midair, he thrust it straight at Old Master Rin. The sword struck directly at the center of his forehead, causing Old Master Rin to fly back, shrieking. Lin Ye quickly tossed one end of the ink line into the air. Qiusheng understood and leaped forward to catch the other end before Old Master Rin landed. The two worked together to stretch the ink line taut, sending the freshly landed Old Master Rin flying out again. Hoof hoof. Old Master Rin, injured by the ink line, became enraged and lunged straight at Lin Ye. In its negligible intelligence, it thought that all the painful talismans were brought out by Lin Ye. If it dealt with this person, no one could harm it again. Moreover, Lin Ye imitait de strangely attractive aura. Chapter 16. The Golden Light spell shows its might. Old Master Rin has already developed some spiritual intelligence. To him, Lin Ye exudes a kind of aura that is even more attractive than that of the Rin family father and daughter. He has an intuition that as long as he can suck Lin Ye's blood, he will evolve into a flying zombie, or even further. You dare. Be careful, Yi. Clearly, Uncle Joe also realized this and quickly stepped onto the raincloth, rushing to Lin Ye's side at lightning speed. Just then, Old Master Rin arrived as well. Get back. Uncle Joe growled, grabbing the back of Lin Ye's collar and swiftly retreating with his disciple. Lin Ye was lifted off the ground. Boom! A pit was smashed into the very spot where Lin Ye had just stood. That was a courtyard paved with stones. Lin Ye's eyes twitched. It's easy to imagine that if it weren't for Uncle Joe, with his reflexes, he would have been turned into minced meat by now. Indeed, the movie was still too conservative. This level of destruction could rival that of a cannon. Hiding in the house, Rin Fa and the others saw this scene through the window, all trembling in fear. At this moment, Rin Fa finally understood what Uncle Joe meant by saying that not cremating would lead to trouble. Rin Fa felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If Uncle Joe hadn't been there. Thinking of this, Rin Fa's resolve grew stronger. He was determined to have Lin Ye as his son-in-law. A master and disciple like father and son, having a high-level figure like Uncle Joe as a relative provided an immense sense of security. Master, is it that Old Master Rin has become a fierce jumping zombie? Or are all jumping zombies this fierce? Lin Ye asked softly, keeping an eye on the zombie while being cautious. Uncle Gio's eyes were also fixed on the zombie. From a moment he saw old Master Ren, he sensed something was off. How could a corpse that had been buried for 20 years suddenly turn into a jumping zombie? Thinking of this, Uncle Gio said to Lin Ye and Qiu Sheng, Yi, be careful. This zombie is likely created through evil practices. Qiu Sheng, let us attack its lower body together. Alye, use your golden light spell against it. Yes, master. Just as the three were speaking, old Master Ren roared and charged again. Uncle Gio and Qiu Sheng lunged forward. Rolling behind old Master Ren, they exchanged a glance, and Uncle Gio executed a sweeping kick that knocked the zombie down. Then, they wrapped their arms around old Master Ren's legs, holding him tightly. Seeing this, Lin Ye did not dare to be slow. He quickly gathered his true qi, formed a hand seal, and recited incantations. Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, the root of all qi, cultivating through countless eons, I prove my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body has golden light, enveloping me as the true qi flowed. Golden light suddenly burst forth from Lin Ye, enveloping him in a radiant glow. The entire courtyard was instantly as bright as day. Ren Fa inside the house was dumbfounded, murmuring, is he a celestial being descended to earth? Ren Tingting's eyes sparkled. He is so handsome. As a secret of the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, the Golden Light spell is a protective spell of Taoism. Just as the incantation states, recite it 10,000 times, and your body will shine, serving the three realms, welcoming the 5 emperors. All gods pay homage, commanding thunder. Demons and monsters tremble in fear, and spirits vanish. Though the small success of the Golden Light spell couldn't command thunder, it was more than enough for self-protection. If one had to describe it, Lin Ye at this moment resembled a spiky tortoise shell, unbeatable, and would hurt anyone trying to strike him. Feeling threatened, old Master Ren, pinned down by Uncle Gio and Qiu Sheng, began to struggle violently. Uncle Gio pressed down hard on old Master Ren, urging, strike its throat. Knock the breath out of it. Lin Ye nodded at the words, grabbing old Master Ren's hair and throwing a punch at his throat. Ding, simplified points 188. Hearing the notification of simplified points, Lin Ye immediately put in more effort. Ding, simplified points 266. Ding, simplified points 888. Old Master Ren's corpse energy fluctuated, howling in pain. Just as Lin Ye was about to disperse the breath, a gunshot rang out. Bang! What is going on? Playing pyramid stacking? It turned out that Wei had received a report that someone was causing trouble at his cousin's house. This couldn't be tolerated. Who would dare cause a ruckus on Captain Wei's turf, especially at his cousin's house? So Wei gathered all the security team members and rushed to the Ren household. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 people stacking up like a pyramid, and one was glowing. Glowing? At this moment, Ren Fa peeked out of the house and said, Wei, don't be reckless. Put down the gun. Don't interfere with Uncle Gio and them dealing with the zombie. Zombie? What zombie? I think you must have been fooled by these few tricksters. There are no zombies in this world, right, little trickster? Get up, Wei said with a grin, pressing the gun against Lin Ye's forehead. He had heard that Ren Fa wanted to have this kid as a son-in-law. That couldn't happen. His cousin and the Ren family's assets were all his. No one could take them away. Lin Ye didn't dare to gamble. He didn't know if Wei would really pull the trigger, nor did he dare to bet on whether the small success of the Golden Light spell could withstand bullets. So he had to look to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio sighed softly. Did you really think the Taoist priests were easy to bully? Since you're looking for death, I'll 1T stop you. Qiu Sheng, I'll count to 3, and we'll all let go together. Wei sneered coldly. I want to see what you can come up with. Uncle Gio also smiled, a very eerie smile. Those who knew Uncle Gio understood that the last time he smiled like this, several people had died. 1, 2, 3, let go. The 3 let go at the same time, quickly retreating, instantly creating distance from Wei, without Uncle Gio and Qiu Sheng's restraints. And with Lin Ye's golden light spell no longer suppressing him, old Master Ren, though looking quite disheveled, still could not suppress his thirst for fresh blood. Wei, puzzled as to why everyone was staring behind him, suddenly felt a chill rush to his head. Unable to resist his curiosity, he turned around just in time to collide with old Master Ren. Zombie! Uncle Jiu, save me. Not knowing where the strength came from, Wei pushed old Master Ren away and ran for his life. He fled while it chased him, unable to fly away. Although watching Wei being chased by the zombie was quite satisfying, as a cultivator, it was always wrong to ignore someone in danger. Uncle Jiu sighed, alas. Qiu Sheng, Yi, save him. Lin Ye helplessly exchanged glances with Qiu Sheng, and the two pulled out their measuring line, crossing over Wei to once again send old Master Ren flying. Just as Uncle Jiu picked up the peach with sword to pursue, old Master Ren used the force from being propelled to leap over the courtyard wall and disappear into the vast night. Run? Ran away? Lin Ye was astonished. Uncle Jiu also twitched his lips. There must be someone controlling this corpse. Otherwise, with the little intelligence of a jumping zombie, it wouldn't know fear. Huh? Master, what do we do now? Uncle Jiu shook his head, looking at the corpses in the courtyard. This is a disaster. First, let us burn these corpses. Chapter 17. The charity ancestral hall in the courtyard of the Ren family. Everyone had built a pile of firewood using lychee wood. Uncle Jiu held a torch, its flickering light illuminating the faces of the crowd, creating an uncertain atmosphere. The poor Daoist is incompetent, and my negligence has led to such a tragedy. Ren Fa sighed bitterly and shook his head, saying, Uncle Jiu, this is not your fault. If it weren't for my refusal to listen to advice, it wouldn't have come to this. Sigh, don't worry, Uncle Jiu, I have arranged for their families, each receiving 50 silver dollars. They'll have jobs too. I guarantee they'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But what does it matter to be free from worry about food and clothing? The people are already gone. Ren Fa opened his mouth but fell silent again. Yes, what does it matter now that they are gone? After handling the bodies, Uncle Jiu looked at Ren Fa and said, Master Ren, I think it's not safe here. You and Ting Ting might as well stay at our charity ancestral hall for the time being. Ren Fa stared blankly at the chaos in his home, and especially after seeing the pit in the floor, he shivered. All right, let's set off now. Not so fast, Qiu Sheng. You two aren't injured, are you? Uncle Jiu shook his head and said, No. At this moment, Ren Ting Ting approached, circling around Lin Ye and asking, Are you really not hurt? Lin Ye patted his chest and said, I'm fine, very good. Ren Fa twitched the corner of his mouth, although he had long wanted to call Lin Ye to be his son-in-law. Seeing his grown daughter so eager made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, Wei, with a pained expression, said, Uncle Jiu, I think I'm injured. Won't you exclaimed exaggeratedly. Huh? Then won't you turn into a zombie? Qiu Sheng immediately understood and followed Wen Sai's lead. I think that's possible. For safety's sake, why don't we burn him while the fire is still not out? Wei, hearing Qiu Sheng say he was going to burn him, was terrified. His legs gave way, and he slumped to the ground, pulling at Uncle Jiu's clothes and pleading. No, I can be saved. Uncle Jiu, you say I can be saved, right? Speak up, Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu, helpless, knew that although Wei was more trouble than he was worth, as a practitioner, he couldn't just watch someone die. So he said, Don't panic, show me where you're hurt. Wei quickly rolled up his sleeve, revealing the scratch from old Master Ren to Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu took a glance, sighed in relief. It was discovered early. He could still be saved. How do we save him? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. You were scratched by a zombie not long ago. Using glutinous rice to draw out the poison will do. Bring me some glutinous rice. Lin Ye, hearing this, casually pulled out a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket and handed it over. Yes, that's right. After experiencing what happened with old Master Ren, Lin Ye had taken a good amount of glutinous rice from the Ren family kitchen for safety. Uncle Jiu took the glutinous rice and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This disciple was too cautious. Just bear with it. It might hurt a bit. Saying this, he pressed the glutinous rice onto Wei's arm. Why does it hurt so much? Lin Ye rolled his eyes. It should hurt. If it didn't, it would mean you are about to turn into a zombie. Then you'd have to be burned. Then it's better to hurt. Upon hearing he might be burned, Wei shuddered. All right, I've drawn out all the poison. Just make sure to boil some glutinous rice water to drink later to dispel the Yin energy. Thank you, Uncle Jiu. Seeing Uncle Jiu had some free time, Ren Fa quickly walked up to ask, Uncle Jiu, when shall we set off for the ancestral hall? Uncle Jiu looked up at the time and said leisurely, It's still early. Master Ren, see if you need to bring anything and pack up before we set off. I think there's no need to pack. The longer we wait, the more dreams we might have, Uncle Jiu. Ren Fa shook his head vigorously. The shock from old Master Ren was too great. Uncle Jiu helplessly said, Actually, Master Ren, you don't need to worry. That zombie is seriously injured and should not come out to cause trouble tonight. However, we still need to find its hiding place as soon as possible during the day tomorrow. Otherwise, once it recovers a bit, it will target its closest relatives first. Sigh. At this point, Uncle Jiu sighed. For old Master Ren, Lin Ye was far more attractive than the Ren father-daughter duo. Renfa nodded repeatedly. All right. I'll go pack things up. Ting Ting, go pack a little. We will stay with Uncle Jiu at the ancestral hall for a few days. Okay, Dad. Ren Ting Ting reluctantly glanced at Lin Ye, then followed Ren Fa to pack their things. After the father and daughter left, Away, who had just had the zombie poison drawn out, rubbed his hands and chuckled as he approached. Uncle Jiu, you said I don't have any blood relation with my great-uncle. You shouldn't come looking for me, right? You know Uncle Jiu is famous for holding grudges. Sure enough, Uncle Jiu intentionally said ambiguously, Zombies have no humanity. Who knows whom they will find? Away was dumbfounded and quickly asked, Then what should I do? Glutinous rice can fend off zombies. If you're really scared, just buy more glutinous rice for protection. The speaker had no intention, but the listeners took it to heart. The security team that followed Away immediately scattered, preparing to return home and have their families buy more glutinous rice. Word spread quickly, and soon the news that zombies were afraid of glutinous rice would circulate. The grain merchants in Fengjiao town would probably be overjoyed. Lin Ye watched this scene, holding back laughter, truly wondering how this security team managed to survive in Fengjiao town all these years. Before long, Ren Fa and his daughter had packed up a pile of things. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu decided not to stay longer and planned to set off for the ancestral hall. They hadn't walked far when Away chased after them from behind. Uncle Jiu, can I go back to the ancestral hall with you? He had realized that since zombies were so terrifying, being next to Uncle Jiu was the safest. Before Uncle Jiu could speak, Qiuxing couldn't help but refuse. No, what do you want to do following us? If it weren't for Away, old Master Ren would have been eliminated long ago. This made Qiuxing very unhappy with Away. Uncle Jiu held Qiuxing back, signaling him not to say too much, then helplessly said to Away, You are the head of the security team. The security of Fengjiao town is now the responsibility of the security team. If you come with us, who will manage the town? Away pleaded stubbornly. Uncle Jiu, there are many people in the security team. I was just bitten by a zombie today. I can't guarantee the zombie won't come after me. Please let me go back with you. I promise not to cause trouble. Uncle Jiu felt helpless. He didn't want to take Away back. The ancestral hall was already small enough, and adding 2 more people would make it even more cramped. Moreover, with Away's temperament, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't cause any trouble. Seeing Uncle Jiu in a dilemma, Lin Ye patted Away on the shoulder and said, Away, you must think carefully. The first ones the zombie will look for when it comes out are Master Ren and his daughter. If you come back to the ancestral hall with us, is it to rush to be bitten by the zombie? Away, upon hearing this, took several steps back, distancing himself from everyone. Well, then Uncle Jiu, be careful on the way. I'll head back first. What a joke. Since following Uncle Jiu to the ancestral hall would lead to encountering zombies, it would be better to go home and buy some glutinous rice. Chapter 18. The Upper Clarity Body Training Technique after returning to the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu first arranged for Ren Fa and his daughter to settle in, then called Lin Ye and the others to the main hall. Today, old Master Ren has broken out his coffin, and it was done intentionally. When I arrived, I happened to see a shadow escaping over the wall, and the ink line on the coffin was washed away by black dog blood. Qiuxing and Wen Kai were still goofing around without a care in the world, but a single word from Uncle Jiu made them fall into silence. After a long while, Lin Ye saw that everyone was speechless and couldn't help but ask, Master, do you think the one who damaged the coffin could be that Feng Shui master from 20 years ago? After all, they have a grudge, right? Uncle Jiu shook his head, frowning as he said, What kind of grudge takes 20 years to settle? A feng shui master wanting to harm someone wouldn't need to wait that long. What's worrying is that this feng shui master might have ulterior motives. Wen Kai, without thinking, instinctively jacquet, ulterior motives. I think he is after old Master Rin's body. You're so foolish. What's there to gain from an old corpse? It's not like she is a girl from home courtyard. Qiuxing was equally unyielding, and the two had long developed a habit of bickering. While Uncle Jiu was listening to their banter, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, slammed the table, and stood up. Indeed, that feng shui master's inability to predict was probably because he was after old Master Rin's body. Master, do you mean? Lin Ye also realized something. The Dragonfly Point waterhole was covered with concrete, trapping the Yin energy inside. It seems that this feng shui master had intended to turn old Master Rin into a zombie from the very beginning. Once the coffin is opened, it would definitely rise upon encountering human energy. After rising, it could drain the blood of its closest relatives and directly turn into a flying zombie. With a flying zombie guarding the path, the way ahead would be clear. What a clever plan. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's words, Qiuxing and Wen Kai couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. That's a flying zombie. If it succeeded, I'm afraid none of the people from the nearby towns would escape. Master, do you think that feng shui master will jump out and cause trouble? Lin Ye asked. Uncle Jiu, hands behind his back, paced back and forth, saying, "You will definitely do so. Cutting off a person's path is like killing their parents. Now that we've saved the Rin family's father and daughter, we've made an enemy of him. He won't let this go. Wow. He is so arrogant. He harms others, but doesn't allow anyone to save them," Qiuxing said with wide eyes. Uncle Jiu sighed softly. This feng shui master has already gone down a dark path. It wouldn't be surprising if he did anything. Lin Ye shook his head at Uncle Jiu and said, Master, what should we do then? As disciples of Maoshan, we must eliminate demons and uphold the Dao. Good and evil are in opposition, fighting for a lifetime. If absolutely necessary, we would not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. Just as Lin Ye and the others were getting fired up, Uncle Jiu suddenly changed his tone. However, things are clearly not at that point yet. I will perform a ritual later and summon your senior Uncle Simu to come and assist. He is not far from Rin Family Town and should arrive quickly. Lin Ye twitched his mouth. Where's this plot heading? First, a feng shui master appears, and now senior Uncle Simu is coming over in advance. You and Qiuxing go to the town tomorrow and buy some glutinous rice back, Wen Kai. Wen Kai, just don't run around. Wen Kai said with a bitter face. Got it, master. All right, everyone go rest. Qiuxing, don't go back tonight. Yes, master. After returning to his room, Lin Ye eagerly called out to the system. System, are you there? Show me how many simplification points I've got. Ding, host. Lin Ye, realm, mid-stage refining essence and transforming chi, mid-stage mage, cultivation method, upper clarity great cave, true scripture, first layer. Techniques, gold light spell, minor success. 5 thunder righteous method, minor success, root bone, pure in body, simplification points, 2368. No wonder he is the big boss of a novice village. Just hammering a few times has given me so many simplification points. System, how many points are needed to simplify the upper clarity divine fighting technique? Ding. The system detects that simplifying the upper clarity divine fighting technique requires 3,000 simplification points. That is so expensive. It's definitely higher than the 5 thunder righteous method. Ding. Cultivating the upper clarity divine fighting technique requires offerings to various deities. The longer the offering time, the easier it is to invite the gods to possess. Hence, the consumption of simplification points is relatively high. All right. Then how many points do I need to simplify the second layer of the upper clarity great cave true scripture? Lin Ye. I'm so poor. After facing old Master Rin, Lin Ye also saw his shortcomings. His movement was not agile, and he didn't know any martial arts. If Uncle Jiu hadn't reacted in time, Lin Ye would probably be buried by now. System, is there any way to improve my physical qualities? Ding. The system detects that the upper clarity great cave true scripture includes body training techniques. Would you like to spend 2,000 simplification points to simplify it separately? What? There's such an operation. How did I not notice that the Great Cave True Scripture also includes body training techniques? I don't read much. Don't trick me. The Upper Clarity Great Cave True Scripture encompasses everything. Feng Shui, formations, corpse refining, body training all included. Please don't be alarmed. So that is how it is. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and simplify it for me. Ding. Simplification successful. Upper Clarity body training technique. Standing posture. Upper Clarity body training technique. Walking. Upper Clarity body training technique. Punching. Lin Ye was greatly astonished. This Upper Clarity body training technique even has subdivisions? Ding. Maoshan's cultivation method focuses on comprehensive development. Lin Ye twitched his mouth. Comprehensive development, my ass. All right, you can withdraw now. I'm going to start cultivating. If you ask what method is most effective against zombies, of course it's thunder magic. Time is tight. Lin Ye didn't dare to delay and immediately began his hand-cranked electric generation project. Oh, it's getting intense. Gotta shake faster. In a cave behind the Ren family town, old Master Ren lay stiffly on the ground, his entire body exuding dissipating energy, looking extremely miserable. The grass and trees at the cave entrance swayed, and two figures sneaked in. This corpse has been beaten so badly. I said we shouldn't have messed with that person. Yao sang, let us change places. The middle-aged man in a kimono shook his head and said. The old man snorted coldly. Humph. If you want to leave, go by yourself. I don't have much time left. This is my last chance. The middle-aged man advised. Look at what this corpse has become. Now it's even hard to rise. There's no opportunity left. If this continues, your life will be left here. Even if it costs my life, I want to leave. At worst, I'll capture some of myself and let it drain a few more people's blood. There is still a chance. The old man said stubbornly. Crazy. Truly crazy. You can play by yourself. Our cooperation ends here. Take care of yourself. With that, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and left. After the middle-aged man left, the old man looked at old Master Run and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Heaven is unfair. I want to accept it. My life is mine to decide. Rin family town. Daoisting. This account must be settled. Chapter 19. The distinction between yin and yang. The next morning, before the rooster crowed, Lin Ye woke up. There was no choice. Even with the system's diapers, an adult couldn't just hold it in, right? Ding. Maoshan body training technique. Movement chapter 111. Walking can make me stronger. The system is not deceiving me. In the open space next to the restroom, Lin Ye looked at the bottles filled with wheat juice and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, with so many stocked up, even if a fierce ghost came. It would have to leave half its life behind. Junior brother up so early? Jiu Shu, who also got up early to relieve himself, greeted Lin Ye with sleepy eyes. Senior brother, you're up early too? Lin Ye scratched his head and smiled. Gotta get up early to practice. Junior brother, don't be lazy like Wenkai. You saw how fierce the zombies were yesterday. If you don't have some skills, how can you handle it? Jiu Shu found a corner, stood in a horse stance, and tried to look serious, attempting to display the authority of senior brother. Lin Ye also gave Jiu Shu face, mimicking his stance, and then said with admiration, Senior brother, you're right. Yesterday, seeing you and Master subdue the zombies without using spells, just relying on body techniques, was really impressive. Ding. Maoshan body training technique. Training chapter 111. Hearing this, Jiu Shu immediately puffed up with pride and said, Of course. Master said that our Maoshan relies mainly on body techniques and talismans to deal with zombies. It's much better to subdue a zombie with these two methods and then burn it than to exhaust all your true chi to disperse its resentment. Junior brother, remember, when you go out, unless absolutely necessary, you must leave 7 parts of true chi behind. Otherwise, if someone tricks you, it's very unfair to die. Lin Ye twitched his mouth. Then why didn't we use a talisman to subdue old Master in yesterday? That zombie had absorbed blood. Ordinary talismans couldn't hold it. Since Master didn't prepare the purple talismans, I had no choice but to let you use the golden light spell to disperse its resentment. Good morning, Master. Uncle Jiu looked at his 2 disciples practicing early in the morning and felt quite satisfied, especially with Jiu Shu's recent words to Lin Ye, finally showing some semblance of senior brother. This made Uncle Jiu very pleased. Good, You continue practicing. I'll go check on the Rin family father and daughter. After Uncle Jiu left, Lin Ye looked at Xiao Sheng, who was grinning foolishly because of Uncle Jiu's praise, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. After all, he was just a kid in his early 20s, but Xiao Sheng was indeed hardworking, and his talent was not bad. Although he was occasionally a bit mischievous, he remained quite steady during critical moments. This could be seen from their tacit cooperation yesterday. If it weren't for Dong Xiaoyu interrupting his practice, Xiao Sheng might really inherit Uncle Jiu's mantle. Dong Xiaoyu? Lin Ye slapped his forehead, feeling like he could cry from his own stupidity. How could he forget such an important matter? Junior brother, what's wrong? Xiao Sheng asked concernedly, looking at Xiao Sheng's worried eyes. Lin Ye secretly made up his mind that this time, no matter what, he couldn't let Dong Xiaoyu ruin Xiao Sheng. I'm fine, senior brother. Just suddenly remembered that I forgot to tell Master about something. What is it? Xiao Sheng asked curiously. Nothing, I'll go find Master. You keep practicing. I'll come back to accompany you later. Oh, then you go quickly. Watching Lin Ye's departing figure, Xiao Sheng scratched his head in confusion. So mysterious. In the main hall, as soon as Lin Ye entered, he saw Chong Wei, crossed out. Uncle Jiu was drinking tea with old Master Ren. Good morning. Old Master Ren. Lin Ye greeted politely. Ah Yi, you're up early too. Ren Fa smiled warmly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt a bit flustered under Ren Fa's kind gaze, and quickly changed the subject. Master, it's not good to drink tea so early, right? Uncle Jiu found Lin Ye's nervousness amusing. He knew Ren Fa's thoughts. As long as he didn't try to make Lin Ye his son-in-law, he didn't oppose this marriage. Ah Yi, you're not practicing well. Is there something you want to discuss with Master? Uncle Jiu asked, putting down his teacup. Lin Ye first organized his thoughts, and then cautiously spoke. Master, do you remember the night we added insurance for old Master Rin? Add what insurance? Which night? Rin Fa looked puzzled. Uncle Jiu's face turned red, quickly interrupting Rin Fa's question. Ahem, don't mind the details. Ah Yi continued. Lin Ye also twitched his mouth, forgetting that Rin Fa was still here, almost spilling the beans. That night, I was a bit worried seeing senior brother ride home alone, so I followed him and ended up seeing. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow, staring at Lin Ye and asking, what did you see? I saw that a female ghost was targeting senior brother. If it weren't for senior brother's habit of walking the night and lighting incense, the earth god would have received senior brother's incense offerings. Then that night, senior brother would have. What? You said a female ghost was targeting Xiao Sheng? Uncle Jiu was both shocked and angry, slamming his palm on the table, turning the solid wooden table into powder. Lin Ye's heart raced. Uncle Jiu was really strong, but then again, Uncle Jiu could trade blows with zombies just using his fists and legs. So how could his physical condition be poor? Since this is a family matter, it's not convenient for me to be here. You all continue talking, I'll go for a walk. Seeing this, Ren Fa also felt it was inappropriate to stay, quickly getting up to leave. Ah Yi, do you know the details of that female ghost? I'll go deal with her right now. After Ren Fa left, Uncle Jiu calmed down a lot, but his words still hinted at hidden anger. Daring to target Lin Jiu's disciple? Are they tired of living? Master, don't be hasty. I don't think that female ghost wants to take senior brother's life. She was using paper figures to carry a bridal sedan chair and followed senior brother all the way without attacking. It seems like she wants to marry senior brother. Uncle Jiu snorted coldly. No matter if she wants to take Xiao Sheng's life or not, I 1T let her go. Ghosts are ominous beings embodying poverty, sorrow, and 18 kinds of disasters. Even if she's south just close to Xiao Sheng, she's harming people. Hearing this, Lin Ye became even more determined and quickly said, Master, should we set off now? That female ghost's lair should be in the area where we burn the plum incense. Not in a hurry. It's daytime now, and that female ghost probably 1T come out. Moreover, taking someone's life without evidence, I still can't do such a thing. Uncle Jiu shook his head. Lin Ye scratched his head, confused. Then what should we do? Uncle Jiu stretched out his hand and calculated, frowning tighter and tighter. Then stood up, walked to the door, and sighed as he looked at Xiao Sheng, who was practicing his punches in the yard. Isn't this also his calamity? Chapter 20. The Master's Warning Master. Jiu Shu waved his hand. Wait, that female ghost will eventually be lured out by Xiao Sheng. If all goes as expected, it will be tonight. It's a troublesome autumn. All right, when should I and senior brother go buy glutinous rice? Lin Ye said helplessly. There's no rush. After dinner, you go find a way and let him take people to search for old Master Ren's hiding place. If we can find it during the day and burn it down, that would be the best. I understand, Master. Then I'll go practice standing meditation. Go ahead, and also wake Wen Kai up to cook. What time is it now? If he doesn't get up to practice, he shouldn't be sleeping so late. It was clear that Jiu Shu was very angry at this moment. He was already fuming because of Qiu Shang being targeted by the female ghost, and now Wen Kai was still sleeping in. Thinking of this, Lin Ye shivered. Sorry, Wen Kai. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The upper chin body training technique has reached minor achievement. Wow, I have to say this body training technique is quite useful. I feel like I could punch a cow to death now. Ding. That's just an illusion. Please do not become immersed in the delusion of suddenly increased strength. Lin Ye. I don't need you to remind me. I still have enough self-awareness. Okay? Open the system panel for me. Host. Lin Ye. Realm. Midstage refining essence into Chi 6238766666. Midstage mage. Kung Fu. Upper chin great cave true scripture. First layer. Upper chin body training technique. Minor achievement. Movement technique. Beginner. Body technique. Not yet started. Magic. Golden light spell 1. Major achievement. 5 thunder correct method 93. Minor achievement. Root bone. Pure in body. Simplified points, 368, in the past few days no matter where Lin Ye went. He never left his thermos cup behind. As he drank warm water, he unknowingly approached a breakthrough to the late-stage mage. During the day, he was exposed to the sun, and, at night, he was shaking the generator to the limit. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. He finally elevated the golden light spell to major achievement. From now on, as long as his true chi doesn't run out, with Lin Ye's current realm, he would be safe from ordinary ghosts and zombies unless a flying corpse king appeared. Moreover, the 5 thunder correct method was also nearing major achievement. At that time, with the golden light protecting him and the thunder method clearing the way, he could be considered a big shot in this world. After all, in this era, as long as one reaches the late stage mage, one can establish a stronghold. Actually, Lin Ye had been puzzled before. Logically speaking, each sect of Jingyi Dao has similar powerful techniques like the Golden Light Spell and the 5 Thunder Correct method. So how could demons and ghosts be so rampant? Later, Lin Ye learned from Jiu Shu that although each sect had their hidden techniques, not everyone could master them. Take the Golden Light Spell, for example. Although Longhu Mountain publicly claimed it was a secret of the Heavenly Master S Mansion, in reality, even within Longhu Mountain, those who could cultivate the Golden Light Spell were all Taoist masters who had thoroughly studied Taoist texts. That's why Jiu Shu was so surprised when he discovered Lin Ye had mastered the Golden Light Spell. The 5 Thunder Correct method was even more ridiculous. Cultivating the 5 Thunder Correct method not only required a pure young boy's body, but also the ability to draw heavenly thunder into one's body. Thus, very few people could master thunder methods. Even Jiu Shu didn't dare to risk trying. Only Shi Jian from the entire Maoshan had practiced thunder techniques, and he didn't even meet the requirement of being a pure young boy with his lightning thunder fist. Jiu Shu only taught the 5 Thunder Correct method to Lin Ye out of a trial-and-error mindset. In addition, there were the Thunder Talismans from the Xinxiao sect, the genuine soul secret techniques, etc. These sect-defining techniques were difficult to cultivate, especially given the current depletion of spiritual energy, making the difficulty more than doubled. Shaking his head, Lin Ye forced himself to calm down. Right now, he only had the capital for self-protection. There were many existences in this world that he could not provoke, such as the current Old Master Ren and the royal zombies that even Daoist Qianhe couldn't handle. Lin Ye steadied his mind and murmured, I still need to hold tight to strong allies. Not only do I need to cling to Master, but I can't neglect the ancestor either. Without further ado, Lin Ye quickly walked to the portrait of the ancestor, lit 3 incense sticks, and then flattered the ancestor profusely. Just as Lin Ye looked at the incense burner with great anticipation, he was dumbfounded. Is the ancestor not home? Or does the ancestor not have an appetite today? Just then, Jiu Shu passed by, heard Lin Ye's words, and directly gave Lin Ye a slap on the head. Don't slander the ancestor. Okay, I got it, Master. I was just curious because the ancestor hasn't absorbed incense today. Only then did Jiu Shu look at the incense burner. When he did, he saw that the 3 incense sticks had burned into 2 short and 1 long, a sign of impending doom. Seeing Jiu Shu's face suddenly become grim, Lin Ye's heart sank, and he turned to follow Jiu Shu's gaze. "Master, what is going on? Quick, prepare a basin of clean water. I need to invite your 4th-time master to come help," Jiu Shu said seriously. "Yes, master." Lin Ye hurriedly picked up a copper basin and brought a basin of clean water to the offering table. Jiu Shu flipped his right hand, drew a yellow talisman from his sleeve, ignited it with true qi, and threw it into the copper basin. Then he picked up the 3 pure bells from the offering table and shook it 3 times, before kneeling solemnly in front of the copper basin without saying a word. No one knew how long it had been, but Jiu Shu's expression grew increasingly grim, and the copper basin remained still. At this moment, Rin's father and daughter, along with Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, had gathered over one after another. After learning the situation from Lin Ye, everyone furrowed their brows tightly, not daring to breathe. "Senior brother, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Do you know how difficult it is to find a water source in the wilderness?" Finally, as the voice of Daoist Simu came, the copper basin reflected the figure of Daoist Simu. Seeing that he had finally contacted Simu, Jiu Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, I'm afraid there's big trouble here." Daoist Simu noticed the helplessness in Jiu Shu's tone and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, what exactly happened on your side?" Jiu Shu's face was bitter as he sighed. Just now a Yi burned 2 short and 1 long doom incense in front of the ancestor statue." "What?" Daoist Simu asked in disbelief. "You burned doom incense in front of the ancestor statue?" "Senior brother, don't panic. I'm coming over right now." "Junior brother, there's no need to trouble yourself. Listen to me. This time I'm afraid I cannot escape calamity. I will try my best to buy more time before I die. I just hope, junior brother, you can invite other fellow practitioners to come here to eliminate the threat and protect the people of this area. If my 3 disciples are still alive by then, I hope you can help them a bit." Master, Lin Ye, Sheng, and Wen Kai were all shocked to hear that Jiu Shu had already resigned himself to death. In their impression, Jiu Shu always appeared confident no matter the situation. And today, Lin Ye's heart was stirred with waves of shock. What's going on? How did it deviate so far from the original plot? Could this be the butterfly effect I caused? In fact, Lin Ye had no idea that it was precisely because of his appearance that a special fate had attracted the covetousness of the Feng Shui master. Chapter 21. Shurji in the woods outside the ancestral hall. The elderly man with the surname Yao, using secret methods, gazed at Lin Ye's back inside the ancestral hall, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. A Purine boy's fate has crossed the Dragon Gate. I never expected that, as my life nears its end, heaven would send me such a great gift. Ha ha. Master brother, don't say such gloomy things. I still have the divine purple talisman left by Master. Just wait. Junior brother will be there soon. Also, Master brother is nearby in Rinjia town. I'll help you send a message to him. After saying this, he cut off the communication, fearing that Uncle Jiu would refuse. Uncle Jiu let out a bitter smile. He didn't expect to trouble Master brother again. Master, will Master Uncle really come? Facing the plot that seemed to head to the grandmother's house, Lin Ye had completely given up. Come on, the more the merrier. With me and Thunder King, even the flying zombies will have to kneel. Right? Your master uncle hates evil and despises zombies and ghosts the most. If he hears there's something he can't deal with here, he might just fly over. That's right. The key is that there are things I can't handle. I don't even know how Master Brother will mock me then. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu also looked helpless. Seeing Uncle Jiu's grim expression, Qiuxin kindly asked, "What's wrong? Is Master Uncle hard to get along with?" Wen Kai scratched his head and cluelessly said, "I feel like Master is already hard to get along with. Master Uncle shouldn't be like that, right?" Lin Ye painfully closed his eyes. It's over. It's over. Uncle Jiu is probably going to explode now, thanks to Wen Sai's mouth." Sure enough, Uncle Jiu's face instantly darkened. "You have nothing to do. Do you want me to find something for you to do?" "Qiuxin, can you draw talismans? If you can't, copy the Maoshan rules 10 times. And you, Wen Kai, stand still until noon for lunch. You've been here for so long and still have no sense of energy. You're really embarrassing me." And Yi, Master, I'll go to the town and notify a way to organize people to search the mountain. After saying this, he didn't wait for Uncle Jiu to respond and quickly ran out of the ancestral hall. What a joke. Uncle Jiu and Shi Jian don't get along at all. And Qiuxing and Wen Kai are simply asking for trouble. It's safer to keep a distance from Uncle Jiu at this time. After Lin Ye left, Uncle Jiu saw Qiuxing and Wen Kai still standing there in a daze, so he simply took up the ruler and gave each of them a whack on the backside. Aren't you going? Do you want me to carry you out on a sedan chair? Master, 10 times is too much, right? Qiuxing said with a face full of grievances, thinking he was purely suffering from an undeserved disaster. Yeah, it's just after breakfast. Standing until noon is too long. Wen Kai also said with a bitter face. Uncle Jiu glared at the two, and they hurriedly replied, Got it, master. After reprimanding the two, Uncle Jiu's mood improved a bit, thinking about Simu on the way and Shi Jian nearby in Rinjia town. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Uncle Jiu's expression no longer grim, Lin Fa blushed and said, Uncle Jiu, if there's nothing else, I think we won't disturb you in Tingting. Lin Fa suddenly felt that coming to the ancestral hall was a wrong decision, especially since Uncle Jiu, as a Daoist expert, was just about to leave a will, right? Compared to the ancestral hall, it seemed safer at home. At worst, they could gather the security team to guard the house. They say zombies are impervious to knives and guns, but surely they can't withstand gunfire, right? Uncle Jiu was stunned, clearly unable to understand Lin Fa's thought process, followed by annoyance. I saved your life, and now, because of you, I'm in trouble, and you want to run? Old Master Lin, although staying in the ancestral hall might encounter unexpected events, that doesn't mean you and your daughter will be safe returning to the town. Don't forget, Old Master Lin might be waiting for you to go out. Staying in the ancestral hall at least has the protection of my Maoshan ancestors. Having said this, you can take care of yourselves. Lin Fa wanted to say something more, but Lin Tingting quickly tugged at Lin Fa's sleeve. Daddy, they saved our lives yesterday. Hearing this, Lin Fa recalled Old Master Lin's ruthlessness. Everything from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he hurriedly said, Uncle Jiu, don't take offense. I didn't think it through. We father and daughter will stay in the ancestral hall. We'll face it together with all the Daoist priests. Uncle Jiu waved his hand and said, No worries. It's only human nature. I can understand. Uncle Jiu doesn't hold a grudge. That's good. Let me ask another question. I wonder how you plan to arrange things? Uncle Jiu sighed, alas. Let's wait for my master brother and junior brothers to come before we decide. In a tavern in Jiu town, a middle-aged Daoist in black robes slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? Lin Fengjiao burned the deadly incense in front of the ancestor's statue? Yes. Master brother, you're closest. Whether he can get through this tribulation depends on you. Daoist Simu said anxiously. Shi Jian snorted coldly. Why did you come to deliver the message? Why didn't Lin Fengjiao tell me herself? Daoist Simu was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Master brother, don't joke around. You were the one who said you'd never take Master Brother's communication talismans in this lifetime. Shi Jian's face turned a bit awkward, but he still said with a gloomy expression, Just because I said I wouldn't take them doesn't mean he can't send them. I see he still doesn't regard me as his Master Brother. Simu, a bit angry, said, Master Brother, don't forget, when Master Brother left the mountain in anger back then, he didn't bring anything with him. The materials for communication talismans are so precious. How could he afford them? He used a round light technique to communicate with me. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's expression softened considerably. As long as he wasn't quarreling with him, it was fine. What exactly happened with Lin? Junior brother over there? Do you know, Simu? Hearing Shi Jian's tone was no longer strong. Daoist Simu also breathed a sigh of relief. Master Brother didn't say, but it looks like the situation is urgent. I've already been using the purple talisman to hurry. I estimate I can arrive by this afternoon. Shi Jian nodded. In that case, I will set off now. I want to see what kind of scoundrels dare to act recklessly in my Maoshan disciples' domain. After cutting off communication with Daoist Simu, Shi Jian didn't bother to pack and hurriedly took a peachwood sword before rushing out the door. After finishing shopping, Shi Jian ran into Shi Jian, who was just stepping out. Seeing him in a hurry, he couldn't help but ask Dad, Where are you going, Master? Shi Jian paused, thought for a moment, and said, "You pack your things and go to Rinjia town to find me." Without waiting for his son to respond, he quickly walked toward the town's exit. As soon as he left the town, he stuck a divine movement talisman on himself and rushed towards Rinjia town. Chapter 22. Simu arrives Captain Away. Please believe me, that zombie is injured and definitely wouldn't dare to show itself during the day. This is the best time to find it. In the security team's base in Rinjia town, Lin Ye earnestly advised Away, but Away was terrified by old Master Ren and was unwilling to agree. Even if we find it, what can we do? It's a zombie. Are we ordinary people just going to deliver ourselves to death? Lin Ye helplessly said, "It's daytime, and that zombie is heavily injured. Once we find it, we can just burn it. Besides, I'm here. I guarantee everyone will be safe." Away scoffed. "If your master said that, it might be more convincing. Away, don't you want to do something great and make your aunt and the villagers look at you differently? As long as we find a zombie and burn it, you'll be the hero who saved your cousin's family." What's the saying about saving a life? Seeing that reasoning didn't work, Lin Ye attempted to entice him. Away's eyes lit up at the thought of his cousin being affectionate toward him in the future, and his uncle handing over all of the Ren family's assets to him. He felt like he was floating. Seeing Away's reaction, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle silently. The gratitude for saving a life also depends on how good-looking the person is. Someone like Away might just end up being a servant in the next life. Ahem, Away, don't worry. Even if something happens with my abilities, getting you out of trouble is a piece of cake. Just watch. Lin Ye gathered his energy and slapped the door panel. Bang! Away shivered at the sight of the splintered door panel. Is this even human? A 3-inch thick door panel was just broken like that? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. So, have you made your decision? Away swallowed hard and quickly replied, "Let us go, I'll gather the team right now, and we'll set off immediately." Watching Away leave, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. In this day and age, what good is reasoning? Coercion and temptation are the way to go. As the sun set in the west, Lin Ye and Away searched every corner of Rinjia town with the security team, but unfortunately, they found no trace of the zombie. In fact, Lin Ye knew the hiding place of Old Master Ren, but right now Old Master Ren was hiding behind a tough old coin. The plot had deviated from its original direction, and Lin Ye was really afraid to take any risks. No choice, life is precious. We've searched the entire town inside and out, and there's nothing. How about we check outside the town? After spending most of the day together, Away had become more familiar with Lin Ye and didn't speak so harshly anymore. Without thinking, Lin Ye directly rejected, "No, going outside the town is still too risky. Let us call it a day. Away, you take your people to notify everyone door to door that it's best not to go out in the next few days, especially at night. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Away nodded, immediately following Lin Ye's instructions, then rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Ye with anticipation. I heard you are the esteemed disciple of Jiu Shu. I wonder if you can make talismans?" Lin Ye glanced at Away, took out a stack of white talismans from his pocket, and handed them to Away. Each one costs $1, a total of 20 talismans, kindly priced at $20. Away was stunned for a moment, then said with delight, "Do you have more? I'll pay $2 for each." Now, it was Lin Ye's turn to be stunned. "Are you out of your mind?" But Away slyly pulled Lin Ye into a corner and said, "Isn't there's zombie trouble recently? Those wealthy families in town, and even the elders of the Ren family, all want to get a few talismans, right? They would be willing to pay $5 for a talisman from Jiu Shu. Since you were Jiu Shu's esteemed disciple, the talismans you make shouldn't be too bad." So, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and asked, "So how much do you plan to sell to them?" "Of course, $3 each." Away answered without thinking. "All right, don't make a profit off me. I have a total of 100 corpse restraining talismans here, and it's agreed that each one is $3. You can help me sell them." Away muttered reluctantly. "Can I earn a little too?" Lin Ye rolled his eyes, then pulled out a few yellow talismans from his pocket and handed them to Away. "Don't say I'm not taking care of you. Here are a few talismans for dispelling evil spirits and protecting the house made by my master. You can take them. They can save your life." Upon hearing this, Away hurriedly took them. Although the plan to get rich was ruined, at least with these talismans made by Jiu Shu, his life would be safe, right? Don't worry. I'll go door to door to collect the dollars for you. I'll deliver it before dark. Lin Ye quickly said no. In the next few nights, lock your doors and windows tightly and stick the talismans well. Don't go out. If you encounter something dangerous, run to the ancestral hall. Even if you can't make it to the ancestral hall, that local deity temple on the way can save your life. After all, Away is Jiu Shu's future disciple, and he can be considered a junior brother. Lin Ye didn't mind giving him some pointers. That's right. Although the original plot didn't mention it, in Mr. Ling Huan, Away had already become Jiu Shu's disciple. Away quickly memorized Lin Ye's words. Then I'll deliver it to the ancestral hall tomorrow. You go ahead. I should return to the ancestral hall too. Lin Ye turned around, waved his hand, and then strode toward the direction of the ancestral hall. In the cave outside Fengjiao town, an old man with the surname Yao was feeding old master in a bowl of fresh blood, and the bloody knife scars on his arm looked particularly horrifying. Drink up, drink more. After drinking this bowl of Daoist blood, that Daoist won't be able to do anything to you. Tomorrow we will have a killing spree. By then, after drinking the blood of the Ren family and that kid, even the celestial master won't be able to do anything to you. Ha ha. After feeding old master Run his own fresh blood, the old man turned to look at the dozen corpses behind him and revealed a cold smile. Tonight, let these cannon fodder play with you first. Outside the ancestral hall, the weary Si Mu looked at Xiu Sheng and Wen Kai playing in the yard and finally sighed in relief. Phew, I finally made it here. Luckily, nothing happened. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a voice behind him asking, "Do you need something?" Lin Ye had just rushed back from Fengjiao town and saw a ragged figure at the entrance. As he got closer, he realized it was Si Mu. "Master Uncle, what happened to you? Come in for a cup of tea." Master Uncle Si Mu is here." Jiu Shu, who was pacing the yard with his hands behind his back, hurried over after hearing Lin Ye shout. "Junior brother, what is going on?" Si Mu's mouth twitched. In order to save time, he chose to take a straight line, and along the way, his clothes and pants were all torn by branches. Chapter 23. Ren Fa's embarrassment four-eyed Daoist followed Uncle Jio's gaze to look at himself, and his mouth twitched. "Never mind me, senior brother, what's going on here?" Seeing his junior brother's question, Uncle Jio said with some embarrassment, "It's a long story. After you left, I took on a job to relocate a grave. After opening the coffin, I found the body had gotten plump. Originally, I thought I could just burn it, but the employer refused to agree no matter what. So I had to let I and the others use a chalk line to mark the coffin. I thought I could find another burial site the next day, and once it was buried, everything would be fine. Even that night, I and I were worried and added a few layers of insurance. I thought this would be foolproof, but who knew it still managed to escape?" Four-eyed Daoist, puzzled, said that doesn't make sense. Since the entire coffin was marked with a chalk line, how could the corpse rise? Could it be that someone is causing trouble? Uncle Jio furrowed his brow and recalled, "That's right. To be safe, I covered the entire corpse with corpse-restraining talismans and even filled the whole coffin with glutinous rice. In the end, he still put 2 stones on the coffin just to be sure. Normally, no one should be able to tell there's a problem. That night, we were having dinner at the employer's house when we heard a noise and rushed over, but unfortunately, we were too late. We only saw that person climbing over the wall, and there was black dog blood everywhere, but the corpse was gone. By the time we returned to the front yard, that corpse had already claimed several lives. It's all my fault for being incapable. Did that person have a grudge against the employer's family?" Four-eyed Daoist asked, sighing. Uncle Jio sighed, alas. "I suspect it was a feng shui master from 20 years ago. He was resentful because the employer's family took his dragonfly waterhole, so he turned old Master Ren into a zombie." Four-eyed Daoist clapped his hands in approval. "Serve them right. This is what you call good, and evil will eventually be repaid." Did the employer's family get wiped out? Ren Fa, who had come out to join the commotion, froze with a smile on his face. Uncle Jio caught a glimpse of Ren Fa and quickly signaled to Four-eyed Daoist. "Hey, junior brother, you shouldn't say that. After all, misfortune shouldn't affect family members. The descendants are innocent." Four-eyed Daoist didn't understand Uncle Jio's gaze at all and continued, "That's true, but this employer is quite harmful. If it were me, I would have just burned it all. Who cares what happens?" "Why, senior brother, did you get sand in your eyes?" Uncle Jio, feeling helpless, changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Junior brother, You've had a tough journey. Come in and have some water. Wen Kai, go get a piece of clothing for your four-eyed master. Wen Kai, who had been days in the yard, quickly responded, Okay, master, I'm on it. After Wen Kai left, Jiu peeked out from the side. Master, about the last time. Four-eyed Daoist raised his hand and gave him a rap on the head. You little rascal, don't play with my clients anymore. If you do, pay attention in your next life. Jiu covered his head and said, Got it, master. Rin Fa returned to the room, pulling Rin Ting along, saying, Ting, Uncle Jiu's junior brother has arrived. He seems to be a Taoist master too. We're saved. Come with me to meet him. Maybe we can ask for a few life-saving talismans. Rin Ting, feeling gloomy, said, Dad, we've already troubled them enough. Let's not cause more trouble at this time. Huh? How can this be causing trouble? We're just going to get familiar with him. In the main hall, after Four-Eyed Daoist changed his clothes, he eagerly asked, Senior brother, what happened to that corpse later? Did you burn it? Uncle Jiu sighed, alas. It couldn't be contained. It ran away. No way. What kind of corpse is so fierce that even you can't contain it? Four-Eyed Daoist exclaimed. The zombie just rose and was jumping around, and after absorbing human blood, its strength increased significantly. Our trio could have subdued it, but as Uncle Jiu spoke, he felt too ashamed to continue, as it was embarrassing to admit that his disciple was held at gunpoint. But what? Jiu saw his master struggling to speak and took over. But we couldn't resist the interference from others. At that time, Junior Brother was close to dispersing the zombie's energy. But the employer's good nephew held a gun to Junior Brother's head and forced us to let the zombie escape. What? This employer's family is too much. Are you okay? Four-Eyed Daoist looked at Lin Ye with concern. Lin Ye, the person involved, twitched his mouth. Actually, it's not too bad. I think Away was also confused by someone. Otherwise, why would he charge in here with a gun pointed at us? Jiu nodded repeatedly. Junior Brother, what you said isn't impossible. It's not surprising that Away, who is so foolish, was tricked. Four-Eyed Daoist shook his head. Senior Brother, you really have it tough. Speaking of this, Wen Kai couldn't help but chime in. If it were just like this, that would be fine. To protect that father and daughter. Master let them stay in the funeral home. And now look, even the ancestor can't stand it. The death incense has already been burned. Uncle Jiu's face darkened, and he glared at Wen Kai, scolding, Wen Kai, shut your mouth. What does this have to do with you? Oh. At this moment, Rin Fa was extremely embarrassed. 1 foot straddling the threshold, unable to enter or retreat. Rin Fa had a thick skin, but Rin Ting couldn't take it anymore. She had been worried and scared for a long time. Now, hearing others complain about them being a burden, she couldn't stand the life of living under someone else's roof any longer. Dad, let's go home. Don't trouble them anymore. Rin Ting had never suffered such grievances. She immediately threw herself into Rin Fa's arms, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Rin Fa looked at his daughter in his arms and felt anger rising. All right, let's go home. Even if we die at home, it's better than suffering under someone else's roof. Uncle Jiu was now feeling overwhelmed, glaring at Wen Kai in frustration. He then said to Rin Fa, Mr. Run, don't be angry. My disciple is just like that. Don't say it's you. I often get quite irritated by him myself. Rin Fa forced himself to suppress his anger and waved his hand, saying, No need to say more. My Ting has been pampered by me since she was little. When has she ever suffered such grievances? Uncle Jiu, you can rest assured. Whatever the situation is, the payment will not be less for you. I'll send someone to deliver it to you as soon as I return. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. When Wen Sai's thoughtless speaking changed, he had to clean up this mess. Mr. Run, please calm down. It's very dangerous for you to go back now. If you don't consider yourself, you should think of Ting. Ting, you too. If you stay here, I can protect you. What if something happens to you if you go back? Chapter 24. Sundara Shurjin Rin Fa was about to leave with Rin Ting, but hesitated after hearing Lin Ye's words. Uncle Jiu, seeing this, quickly took the opportunity to say, Master Run, I know both you and Ting are very angry. I apologize on behalf of Wen Kai. If you're still not satisfied, I'll have Wen Kai copy the Maoshan rules 1,000 times. He won't eat until it's done. Wen Kai was shocked and exclaimed, No way, Master. I know I was wrong. Please don't punish me. Seeing Uncle Jiu's humble apology, Rin Fa's anger subsided significantly. He then looked at Rin Ting and asked, Ting Ting, what do you think? Actually, Rin Ting Ting was just upset about being called a bad luck star by others. After crying, her anger had dissipated, and upon hearing Lin Ye's words, she felt rather pleased. He's worried about me. I'll listen to Dad. Rin Fa nodded and clasped his hands to Uncle Jiu, saying, in that case, my daughter and I will have to trouble you for a few more days. But I don't want to hear anyone slandering Ting Ting again. Uncle Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Master Ren, don't worry. I will strictly discipline my disciple, and such things won't happen again. After saying this, Uncle Jiu shot a fierce glare at Wen Kai. If he angered Rin Fa, how could he maintain his position in Rinjia town? Lin Ye clearly considered this as well, and said to Rin Fa, every action has its consequences. Whether you and your daughter are at the ancestral hall or not, we won't neglect you. As the saying goes, good and evil are opposites, and we fight for life. As disciples of Maoshan, how could we stand by and do nothing? Hearing this, Rin Fa's last bit of resentment melted away. In his eyes, Lin Ye was becoming more and more agreeable. Someone capable and good at dealing with people like him would be a perfect son-in-law. Well said. I didn't expect you, Lin Fengjiao, to teach such a good disciple. Outside, Shi Jian, dressed in a black and white yin-yang robe, strode in, his voice arriving before his presence. Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu quickly stood up to greet him. After Shi Jian entered, he walked straight to the main seat and then looked at Uncle Jiu, asking, so, what trouble have you caused? Uncle Jiu flashed a hint of helplessness in his eyes and recounted the events from the beginning. Shi Jian patiently listened to Uncle Jiu explain everything and snorted, humph. After so many years, you still haven't changed your indecisive ways. You still hold any illusions about dealing with zombies? Uncle Jiu frowned, wanting to argue, but thinking about the reunion after so many years with his brother, he decided not to argue, so he could only nod in agreement. Simu, fearing the two might start quarreling again, quickly mediated, Master Brother, the urgent matter now is to think of a countermeasure. Burning the life-threatening incense in front of the ancestor's portrait is no joke. Shi Jian shot a glance at Simu. Countermeasure? Since I'm already here, do I still need to think of a countermeasure? Moreover, we haven't even figured out the opponent's details. What can we research for a countermeasure? What do you expect from me? Wen Kai, who had already been scolded by Uncle Jiu, was even more infuriated by Shi Jian's words, and sarcastically said, oh, we can't count on you. Why don't you just handle it yourself? Shi Jian cast a cold glance at Uncle Jiu and sneered. Heh, Lin Fengjiao, I see you're getting more and more backward. A child dares to interrupt and contradict their elders? Is this how you teach your disciples? Uncle Jiu was left blushing and turned to Wen Kai, sternly saying, Wen Kai, this is your grandmaster. Didn't I teach you to respect your elders? Wen Kai shrank his neck and hurriedly defended himself. No, master, he spoke so harshly. Shut up. It seems I've been too indulgent with you. Don't you owe your grandmaster an apology? Having followed Uncle Jiu for so long, it was the first time Wen Kai had seen him so angry. So he quickly said to Shi Jian, Grandmaster, I'm sorry. Apology is unnecessary. I think you should manage him more strictly in the future, so he doesn't embarrass our Maoshan when he goes out. Master Brother is right. I will definitely discipline him strictly from now on. As he spoke, Uncle Jiu shot Wen Kai another fierce glare. Shi Jian waved his hand. All right, if you really can bear down and discipline your disciple, I'll look at you with new eyes. Since ancient times, indulgent mothers spoil their children, and teaching disciples is the same. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you to figure out. Lin Ye nodded vigorously in his heart. Uncle Jiu was indeed hard to talk about when it came to disciplining disciples, but Shi Jian wasn't much better. Speaking of which, where was Shi Jian? At that moment, Shi Jian was on his way with a backpack. Seeing Uncle Jiu silent, Shi Jian had no choice but to point at Lin Ye and Qiusheng, asking Uncle Jiu, are these two also your disciples? Their cultivation seems decent. Uncle Jiu perked up at this, as he was worried about how to regain his dignity, and this was just the opportunity he was looking for. These two, they're just average. Especially after 7 or 8 days of training, he's still stuck in the mid-stage of a mage. When will he catch up to Qiusheng in the late stage of a mage? That's right. Under the pressure from Lin Ye, Qiusheng had also become diligent. Originally talented, coupled with a few days of hard practice, His cultivation had successfully broken through to the late stage of a mage. Shi Jian looked on in disbelief. Mid-stage of a mage after only 7 or 8 days. How is that possible? Daoist Simu explained. I has exceptional talent and is favored by the ancestor. So the ancestor laid a foundation for him. I is also very hardworking and entered the path that same day. But to break through again in just a few days? Wow. No wonder he is the seedling favored by the ancestor. Hearing Simu's words, Shi Jian was completely unsettled. If this is true, then Maoshan's lineage is truly in good hands. Seeing Shi Jian's shocked expression, Uncle Jiu was secretly delighted, but still had to maintain a serious demeanor, not letting Shi Jian see through him. Qiuxing, why don't you greet your grandmaster? Grandmaster, hello. Good. Good kids. Later, I'll give each of you a peach with sword made of thunderstruck wood. Because of Lin Ye, Qiuxing, who was already not disliked by Shi Jian, now looked even more agreeable. Lin Ye was incredulous. Is this really the ruthless Thunder King from my memories? Upon hearing Shi Jian say he would give his disciples a thunderstruck wood peach with sword, Uncle Jiu couldn't care less about managing his facial expression, and with a beaming smile, said to Lin Ye and the others, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank your grandmaster." Coming back to his senses, Lin Ye quickly pulled Qiuxing and bowed to Shi Jian, saying, "Thank you, grandmaster." Shi Jian stroked his beard, smiling and nodding. "Junior brother, you have done well in accepting these 2 disciples. It seems you've made a lot of progress over the years." Uncle Jiu held his neck high, saying, "Master brother, that's not right. I've always made progress." Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One moment he was Lin Fengjiao, and the next he was junior brother. He finally understood that all those who come out of Maoshan are tsundere weirdos. Chapter 25, Entrapment Master. Now is not the time for this discussion. It's getting late, and I think we should prepare early, said Daoist Simu. Indeed, it's time to get ready. Shi Jian nodded, then turned to Uncle Jiu and asked, "How much yellow paper and vermilion do you have here? Are the ceremonial tools enough? If not, prepare some more. I came in a rush and didn't bring anything." Uncle Jiu pondered. "We don't lack yellow paper and ceremonial tools, but this vermilion." After hesitating for a long time, Lin Fa finally found an opportunity to speak up. Eager to volunteer, "All of you Daoists, leave the vermilion matter to me. Whatever you need, just say it. My Lin family is prosperous and has everything." Shi Jian then noticed Lin Fa and his daughter in the corner. "Who are these 2? Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is my employer for this business trip, Lord Ren from Rinjia Town. The whole town is his property, and the one beside him is his daughter," Uncle Jiu introduced, deliberately emphasizing the word property. Shi Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, cupping his hands. "I see. In that case, we trouble Lord Ren. We not only need vermilion and yellow paper, but also 5 Emperor's coins. If you have large 5 Emperor's coins, that would be best, and aged peach wood. If you don't have that, 50-year-old will do." Lin Ye was amazed and exclaimed, "Wow, where did you 2 get this chemistry? Are we robbing the rich or playing cards here?" Daoist Simu was not surprised. In the whole Maoshan, he was the only one who had a better life because of corpse transporting, who among the others was not struggling. The most important thing in cultivation is wealth, dharma, companions, and land. These brothers would convert any money they had into cultivation resources. Now that they encountered a wealthy man, how could they miss this opportunity? Lin Fa was taken aback. The yellow paper and vermilion are easy to deal with, and I can get aged peachwood with some money, but what is this 5 Emperor's coin? Uncle Jiu took over the explanation. The 5 Emperor's coins are divided into large and small. The large ones refer to the half-tail coins of the Qin dynasty, the 5 Zhu coins of the Han dynasty, the Kai Yuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty, the Song Yuan Tongbao, and the Yongle Tongbao of the Ming dynasty. The small ones are the Xunji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. Lin Fa nodded thoughtfully. "I remember we seem to have quite a few copper coins left by our ancestors at home. I wonder if any of those are what you need?" Shi Jian decisively said, "We should not delay. I think we should set off now to go get them." Uncle Jiu hesitated. "That might not be appropriate. It will soon be night, and the charity house is so far from the town. It would take a round trip." Everyone fell silent at his words. At this moment, Lin Ye thought for a moment and stepped forward, saying, Master, Uncle, Master, I think it would be better to let Lord Ren delegate the task to senior brother so that he can make a trip. Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Qiu Sheng, I think it's a good idea. Lord Ren, please tell Qiu Sheng everything you need and let him handle it. Then, while Qiu Sheng was not paying attention, a yellow talisman was on the inside of his clothes. Ren Fa had no objections and pulled Qiu Sheng over to give instructions. Qiu Sheng. So it's a world where only I get hurt. Huh. After Qiu Sheng left, Ren Fa also excused himself to Uncle Jiu and the others and went back to his room to rest. There was no other reason. The fellow disciples were exchanging feelings, and the outsiders felt it was not good to stay around. So Ren Fa wisely took his daughter Ren Ting Ting and left. Uncle Jiu looked at the time and said to Wen Kai, tidy up a couple of rooms, and after you finish, go kill a sheep to treat your master uncle and Daoist Simu. Understood, master. After making arrangements, Uncle Jiu said to Shi Jian and Daoist Simu, Master brother, Simu, you two drink tea first. I'm a bit worried about Qiu Sheng going alone. I want to follow him to take a look. Shi Jian nodded while drinking tea. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. Daoist Simu agreed. Yes, master brother, we'll take care of things here. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Yi, come with me. After Uncle Jiu finished speaking, he greeted Lin Ye and walked out. Lin Ye hurried to catch up. After the two left the charity house, they soon caught up with Qiu Sheng, but to avoid alarming him, the master and disciple kept a distance behind. Qiu Sheng was completely unaware of this, only feeling strange that it was still dark after he had set out when it was bright earlier. Logically, he should have arrived by now, yet he was still wandering in the forest. Frowning, Qiu Sheng looked around nervously and realized he had been riding for a long time, but had returned to the original place. So, he quickly took out 2 talismans from his bag and stuck one on his bicycle and one on himself. The next second, Qiu Sheng pedaled furiously, and the bicycle jolted and shot forward. Finally, he had exited the forest, but what lay ahead didn't look like Rinjia town. Ahead, smoke was rising, and lights were flickering. It was a village. In the village, a watchman was holding a lantern and banging a gong, calling out loudly. Suddenly, he felt a chill breeze blow past him, making the back of his neck feel cold. He turned to look, but there was nothing. When he turned back, a beautiful girl had appeared right in front of him. Oh my! The watchman exclaimed in fright, stumbling back a few steps, causing the cigarette in his mouth to fall to the ground. After seeing the girl's face clearly, he couldn't help but pat his chest. What a pretty girl. What's she doing out here at night? Miss, you nearly scare me to death. Are you okay? Uncle, could you please help me with a favor? Dong Xiaoyu said softly. What kind of help? I still have to keep watch. The watchman was somewhat reluctant. He wanted to finish his duty early and go home to rest. Very simple, just tease me. What? You want me to tease you? Yes, hurry, tease me. The watchman widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the eager girl in front of him. Are the girls nowadays really this crazy? Can't help themselves in the streets? Unfortunately, I'm not that kind of person. The watchman said sternly, glaring as he scolded. You shameless woman. Want me to tease you? No way. You want me to ruin my reputation? Hey. Why won't my hand listen to me? The watchman felt a strong force surge, taking control of him and pushing him forward. So slippery and soft. Wait, how could this be? Help! The girl cried out in despair. Don't shout. I don't want this either. Help! Hearing the voice, Qiu Sheng gritted his teeth and pedaled faster. The bike sped into the village, and, at the street corner, he saw a girl being forcefully assaulted by a man not far ahead. Chapter 26. Qiu Sheng saves the ghost. Help! Help! Dong Xiaoyu pretended to struggle and scream for help, but none of the neighbors around came out to assist her. Wow, this is outrageous. Qiu Sheng stopped his vehicle and rushed towards the girl. At that moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through the alley, blowing away the talismans on Qiu Sheng's body. Unfortunately, he didn't notice. After squinting to dodge the wind, he continued to charge forward, easily kicking the old bell ringer away with a few punches and kicks. Not far behind a wall, Jiu Shu gritted his teeth in anger. This Qiu Sheng, he never studies the Tao properly. Now look at him. He can't even recognize a female ghost. Can't he see the heavy energy? Lin Ye covered his mouth and chuckled. This is quite a scene. I feel sorry for the innocent bell ringer for a second. Master, should we remind Maoshan? Jiu Shu coldly snorted. No need, let's just watch. It's good for him to learn a lesson. Miss, are you okay? Maoshan asked with concern as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. But Dong Xiaoyu remained silent, only holding her head and weakly leaning towards Maoshan. Maoshan instinctively caught her in his arms. Miss, wake up, are you all right? Maoshan nervously patted Dong Xiaoyu's face. This girl must have been frightened. Her little face was so pale and cold. Maoshan felt a surge of anger and turned to scold the bell ringer who was getting up from the ground. You old man, you're quite bold to dare to harass a respectable woman in public. Today, you're lucky. If this girl had been frightened into a bad state, I would have dragged you to see the officials. The bell ringer felt extremely wronged, rubbing his waist as he stood up and wanted to explain. But seeing Maoshan's indignant expression, he immediately shut his mouth, picked up his belongings, and ran away. Damn, getting beaten for no reason. What kind of nonsense is this? Oof, you run fast. Maoshan raised his fist in triumph as he watched the bell ringer's retreating figure. Miss, how are you? Are you all right? Maoshan gently supported Dong Xiaoyu's shoulder, showing concern. Dong Xiaoyu looked up, her clear eyes sparkling under the moonlight, looking particularly charming, making Maoshan's heart race. He had never been this close to a girl before. Does she like me for looking at me like this? Young master, I'm so scared. Dong Xiaoyu pretended to be frightened, curling up in Maoshan's embrace, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Her hair brushed against Maoshan's cheek, making him feel a bit restless. So this is what it feels like to hold a girl. Don't be afraid. Where do you live? I'll take you home, Maoshan said softly, his voice incredibly gentle. Dong Xiaoyu seemed to appreciate it, smiling sweetly at Maoshan and pointing to a small courtyard nearby. I live right here. Wow, so close. You shouted so loudly just now. Why didn't anyone in your family come out? Maoshan asked in confusion as he looked at the house. My family is all in the provincial capital. I'm the only one at home now. Maoshan said somewhat indignantly. Wow, your family really isn't considerate. How can they leave a girl like you all alone here without even a servant? Let me help you inside. Then I must thank you, young master. At the end of the alley, Lin Ye cautiously said to Jiu Shu, who was looking increasingly displeased, Master, they've already gone in. Jiu Shu maintained a stern face and said, Follow them. I want to see what she's up to. Meanwhile, Maoshan parked the vehicle under the porch and helped Dong Xiaoyu step into the courtyard. The courtyard was arranged very elegantly, with a small bridge overflowing water and swaying bamboo, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. She is beautiful and comes from a rich family. If I marry her, wouldn't that be a great deal? Maoshan thought about Dong Xiaoyu's looks, his mind drifting away, and forgot about Ren Tingting. My name is Maoshan. What is your name? Miss? Just call me Xiaoyu. Oh, Xiaoyu. What a lovely name. Maoshan helped Dong Xiaoyu sit down inside the house. Miss, how are you? Are you okay? Maoshan's burning gaze made Dong Xiaoyu's little face blush as she shyly lowered her head. Thank goodness you arrived just in time to save me. I don't know how to thank you. Maoshan smiled lightly. It's nothing. The way men and women express gratitude is usually quite similar. What is that? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Maoshan with a shy expression. Maoshan, feeling a bit shy himself, hesitated to directly say something like, I will repay you with my body, as it would seem too opportunistic. Well, let us say, if I hadn't passed by here, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Such coincidences are called fate. Dong Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Maoshan's words. And if I weren't someone who acts bravely in the face of danger, I wouldn't have rushed to save you. Such actions are called righteousness. Furthermore, if I weren't someone who cherishes beautiful things, I wouldn't have taken the trouble to bring you back. Such actions are called affection. Dong Xiaoyu shyly said. Is that considered affection? Maoshan shrugged and smiled at Xiaoyu. With affection and righteousness plus fate, how do you plan to repay me? Hearing this, Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head, her voice becoming a bit softer. Should I offer my body in return, right? Maoshan's eyes brightened and his heartbeat quickened. Maoshan felt a bit embarrassed by his own shamelessness, awkwardly laughing. That's what most people would do. Dong Xiaoyu shyly said, Please wait here a moment, young master. Maoshan watched eagerly as Xiaoyu stood up and slowly walked toward the screen in the room. Once Xiao Yu's figure was out of sight, Qiuxing came back to his senses. Something feels off. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either I'm dreaming or I've encountered a ghost. Before Qiuxing could think further, Xiao Yu came out from behind the screen. At this moment, Xiao Yu was wearing a silver-gray silk nightgown, which was quite loose yet form-fitting, outlining her graceful figure. It had a surreal, hazy quality that added an unusual allure. Xiao Yu sat on the edge of the bed, crossing her legs, her delicate, fair feet exposed in the air, drawing attention for no reason. Qiuxing's eyes widened. So beautiful, so fair. I want to. Even encountering a ghost wouldn't be a loss. As the saying goes, dying under the peony flower is still a flamboyant ghost. Jiu Shu crouched outside the window, so furious at this scene that he was about to explode. How outrageous! That scoundrel Qiuxing, offering his body? He can see there's something wrong, and still doesn't he leave? Does he want to leave his life here? Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Isn't that right? Qiuxing is one of the four great heroes. He is on the same level as Su Xian and Ning Kaichen. Chapter 27. Qiuxing's true love. Although Lin Ye was secretly cursing in his heart, in order to help Qiuxing avoid a few more beatings after he returned, he said, "Master, don't be anxious. We have to believe in our senior brother." Uncle Jiu sighed. "Well, let's give him another chance." Sure enough, Qiuxing seemed to be somewhat clear-headed and not completely dazed. He stood up and apologetically said, "Miss, I was just joking earlier. I would never take advantage of someone in trouble. I really have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. If we have fate in the future, I'll come find you." After saying that, Qiuxing didn't wait for Xiao Yu to respond and walked out. "Unless it's fate, I want to stay." Uncle Jiu nodded upon seeing this. This little brat, at least he knows right from wrong when it comes to major issues. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with thunder and lightning. A fierce wind and torrential rain came swiftly, drenching Qiuxing, who had just stepped outside, into a wet chicken. Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye, who were huddled against the wall, were also caught in it. Watching Uncle Jiu's increasingly dark expression, Lin Ye sighed. It's over, Master's going to get angry." The rain poured down heavily, and Qiuxing awkwardly rushed back under the eaves, complaining about his soaked clothes. He looked at the heavy rain pouring down in the courtyard and secretly lamented his bad luck. Just when Qiuxing was feeling sorry for himself, Dong Xiaoyu's voice rang out. "Such heavy rain. Staying outside will make you catch a cold. Why don't you have a drink to warm yourself before you leave?" Qiuxing turned around and saw the wind blowing through Xiaoyu's hair and clothes, her fair skin appearing and disappearing, making him somewhat shy and unable to look directly at her. Despite the cold wind piercing through him and his wet clothes, he indeed felt cold. He frowned and nodded. "All right, it's just a glass of wine. It should be fine. I'll leave once the rain stops." Back in the room, the wine glass was already full, and the rich aroma of liquor filled the air. Smelling the wine, Qiuxing swallowed hard, picked up the glass, and drank it all in one go. "Oh, what a taste. It feels like I'm floating. What kind of wine is this?" Qiuxing felt as if he were about to fly, and the distance to Xiao Yu became increasingly close. Everything felt unreal, like a dream. In the haze, it was difficult to distinguish between the intertwining of dreams and reality. Uncle Jiu frowned and took out a leaf from his pocket, gritting his teeth. "Let me see your true form." Lin Ye couldn't help but silently mourn for Qiuxing. "Senior brother, you'll thank Master later." This time, it'll definitely make Qiuxing remember it deeply. An unforgettable lesson. Uncle Jiu formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Heaven clear, earth bright, yin and yang distinct. Open the eye of the law, swiftly as the command. Uncle Jiu gestured with his hands and pointed at Qiuxing in the room with a fierce gesture. The next second, Qiuxing felt a slight itch in his eyes, hurriedly stopping his speech and raising his hand to rub his eyes. Seeing Qiuxing suddenly stop, Dong Xiaoyu opened her eyes, puzzled, and asked what is wrong. Qiuxing squinted indifferent and said, "Oh, nothing, my eyes are just a bit itchy." Feeling the itch had subsided, he stopped rubbing his eyes and smiled at Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu." At this moment, in Qiuxing's eyes, he saw Dong Xiaoyu's once angelic face had become distorted. The brilliant smile on Qiuxing's face instantly froze. What the hell? What kind of face is this? One half is as beautiful as a celestial being, filled with rosy complexion, while the other half looks as if it has been smeared with corrosive acid, becoming unrecognizable. Amidst the bloody mess, a vivid eyeball was still hanging there. Oh no! Outside the window, Uncle Jiu suddenly closed his eyes, putting on a mask of pain, as the willow leaf in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Ye curiously picked up the leaf and held it up to his eyes to look inside. What the hell? Am I blind? Inside the room, Dong Xiaoyu stared at Qiuxing in confusion. Qiuxing, what's wrong? Dong Xiaoyu felt her heart ache, reaching out to pull Qiuxing into her embrace. Stay away from me, Qiuxing shouted in panic, swaying back as he could not accept that the once fairy-like Xiaoyu had turned so terrifying. Qiuxing, what on earth happened? Dong Xiaoyu stared at Qiuxing in confusion, feeling puzzled. They had just been sweet-talking. Qiuxing, what's wrong? Just a moment ago, they were exchanging sweet words and promises, preparing for deeper communication. But how did it suddenly turn into this? Dong Xiaoyu called out to Qiuxing with grievance, wanting to grab his hand. However, her originally beautiful face now appeared to Qiuxing as a terrifying ghost, hideous and frightening. Qiuxing was so scared that he felt his soul leaving his body, screaming loudly, "Get away from me! Qiuxing, you!" Dong Xiaoyu finally realized something was wrong. Qiuxing's eyes were filled with fear, disgust, and discomfort, almost as if he had seen something unbelievable. If she couldn't understand what was happening at this moment, all her previous efforts would turn to ashes. Despite Dong Xiaoyu still looking young and beautiful on the outside, that was only because she had already died young. Soon, Dong Xiaoyu realized that Qiuxing could see through her disguise. She couldn't help but frown and gently blew a breath towards Qiuxing. In the next moment, Qiuxing, who had been chattering away, suddenly became dazed, his entire being gradually calming down, his body swaying as if he would fall at any moment. Dong Xiaoyu raised her hand, and Qiuxing's body seemed to lift off the ground, floating beside Xiaoyu, and then gently placed on the bed. Strange. How could he suddenly see her true form after just being intimate with her? Qiuxing expressed, I don't know either. I'm just as devastated, okay? I had my pants off, and then I see this. Dong Xiaoyu suppressed her doubts, yanking open Qiuxing's clothes, revealing a talisman. The faint spiritual energy flowing from the talisman made Dong Xiaoyu certain that it belonged to a talisman from a Daoist master. Dong Xiaoyu was startled at first, instinctively stepping back, but then realized that this talisman had no effect on her, immediately understanding that it was this talisman that allowed Qiuxing to see her true form. Xiaoyu's heart burned with anger, gritting her teeth as she tore off the talisman, her pale little hand crumpling it into a ball. Damn it! Where did this stinky Daoist come from? How dare he ruin my good plans? At this moment, outside the window, Uncle Jiu squatted on the ground, taking out a short sword made of coins, his expression serious as he leaned it against a stone. He moved quickly. If he didn't hurry, his disciple would be violated by the female ghost. If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment for Lin Fengjiao's famous disciple to be violated by a female ghost. He would have no face to show himself anymore. This would definitely become a laughingstock among his fellow disciples and those in the same trade. Moreover, Master Brother and Simu were at the ancestral hall. If this got out, would Lin Fengjiao still have any face left? Chapter 28. Mixed doubles of Master and Apprentice. Uncle Jiu held the Bagua mirror, pointing it at the bright full moon in the sky. He slowly retracted the base, and the moonlight passed through the lens, gathering into a brilliant blue divine light that reflected on the money short sword. As the Bagua mirror moved, the divine light flickered on the sword, as if it concealed some wonderful power. The money short sword was not an ordinary magical tool, but rather woven from countless copper coins. These copper coins had circulated in human transactions, carrying the fate of countless people. Even more special was the fact that the copper coins themselves symbolized the prosperity of a nation. Such magical tools could not be forged by human hands. They could only be collected from the human world. The copper coins carefully selected by Uncle Jiu were all from the coins of prosperous past dynasties, and their power should not be underestimated. It could be said that Uncle Jiu had poured half of his life savings into this money short sword. At this moment, he was using the moonlight to draw upon the yang energy of the money sword and the national fortune. Where the moonlight shone, the money short sword glimmered, radiating a golden divine light. Lin Ye watched intently, This was a unique enhancement method of the Maoshan sect. He must have the system study it thoroughly when he returned. Tonight was a full moon night, and the lunar yin energy had reached its peak, making the enhancement effect extraordinarily powerful. However, as with all gains, there were losses. The night of the full moon was also when malevolent spirits were most active, making them stronger and more troublesome. Coincidentally, the Maoshan Daoist was most adept at dealing with these malevolent spirits. Uncle Jiu waved the money-short sword and decisively charged into the room. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the Sanqing bell gifted by Daoist Simu and followed closely behind. Just as Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye burst into the room, Dong Xiaoyu had already sensed their presence. Who? She glared at Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye, her expression extremely cold. Uncle Jiu, wearing a Daoist robe and holding the money sword, made Dong Xiaoyu's expression change slightly, but when she saw Lin Ye, her expression froze again. Isn't this the benefactor who offered incense for me before? Just as Dong Xiaoyu was lost in thought while looking at Lin Ye, Uncle Jiu held the money-short sword in his left hand, pressed his right hand's finger to his forehead, and then pointed to the position where Xiaoyu stood. Spirit sword punishing evil. In the next moment, the money-short sword in Uncle Jiu's hand flashed with golden light and flew out. Dong Xiaoyu's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared from her original spot, where a burst of white mist erupted. With a loud bang, the money sword struck the bed railing, embedding itself directly into it. Uncle Jiu drew out the peachwood sword he carried and charged into the mist. But he could not find the figure of the female ghost, Xiaoyu. Uncle Jiu casually plucked the money-short sword, as this was the most powerful magical tool against female ghosts. Suddenly, a strong wind swept in, and Uncle Jiu's senses dulled in the mist. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Dong Xiaoyu's hair whipped around like a whip, entangling Uncle Jiu's neck and dragging him fiercely. Uncle Jiu, experienced and agile, easily cut through Dong Xiaoyu's braid with an upward thrust of the money-short sword. The money sword restrained the yin and evil spirits. A female ghost's hair was usually hard to harm with ordinary swords, but the money sword had no fear. With a puff, as Dong's hair was severed, a burst of yin energy erupted. Dong Xiaoyu's scream echoed in the room as her hair suddenly flew up, forming a wild, curly explosion of hair, with each strand shimmering in the candlelight, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Damn Daoist! Dong Xiaoyu's tone was filled with coldness and hatred. In her heart, the villain who ruined her image was Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu did not hold back, coldly snorting as he charged toward the female ghost with the peachwood sword and the money sword together. The money sword swept out, aiming directly at the neck of the female ghost, Xiaoyu. However, to Uncle Jiu's surprise, the head of the female ghost suddenly detached from her body and fiercely flew toward him. Those sharp strands of hair would be disastrous if they struck him. Uncle Jiu quickly twisted his body to dodge this attack. The female ghost's head hovered in midair, turning around with an ugly face that sent chills down his spine. Her remaining eye glared at Uncle Jiu with hatred. Uncle Jiu vigilantly watched the floating head of the female ghost, waiting for her next move. At this critical moment, no one noticed that besides Qiu Sheng lying on the bed, Lin Ye was also present. At this moment, Lin Ye had already affixed talismans to the last window. With these talismans, even if Dong Xiaoyu grew wings, she could not escape. Wait, isn't the female ghost already able to fly? Lin Ye was well aware of his own abilities. As a mid-stage magician, he was far from capable of dealing with a vengeful spirit like Dong Xiaoyu that could influence the weather. He had originally thought Dong Xiaoyu was just an ordinary little ghost. The most important thing now was to accumulate simplified points and enhance his own strength. With Uncle Jiu around, all he needed to do was cling to his thigh. "Master, watch out behind you." Lin Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Jiu instinctively swung a sword backward. To his surprise, the headless female ghost could still move her body and was lunging toward him. If this female ghost gained control of the situation, if her head came charging at him, it would be troublesome. The peachwood sword slashed toward the female ghost's chest, and with a flash of golden light, the ghost's body was instantly sent flying. You damn it!" Dong Xiaoyu screamed in pain as her injured head crazily charged toward Lin Ye. "I treated you as a benefactor, and you actually helped that stinking Daoist against me?" Lin Ye wore a half-smile expression as he stood there, hands behind his back, calmly watching the flying head of the female ghost. Be careful," Uncle Jiu hurriedly reminded. "This kid, has he been scared silly? Why isn't he dodging?" Uncle Jiu was extremely anxious. He quickly rushed forward, ready to save Lin Ye, but saw Lin Ye unhurriedly pulling out the Sanqing bell gifted by Daoist Simu. Uncle Jiu was stunned, and his body froze in place. Dong Xiaoyu's expression also became dazed, but she could no longer stop. Ding-ling-a-ling. The sound of the Sanqing bell rang in Dong Xiaoyu's ears. The originally crisp and pleasant sound turned into an unbearable noise in her ears. Meanwhile, Lin Ye heard it as a heavenly melody. Simplified .555. Don't come near me. Ding-ling-a-ling. In this room, Lin Ye held the Sanqing bell, shaking it with such speed that it even created afterimages. Uncle Jiu watched this scene, covering his face and sighing. This apprentice has gone astray. The Sanqing bell is an important magical tool used by Daoists during rituals. Also known as the Emperor's Bell. The upper part is called the sword, shaped like a mountain, symbolizing the three pure ones: Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun, Shanqing Lingbao Tianzun, and Taiqing Dao de Tianzun. Taiqing Use. Volume 5. The Daoist says that holding the Emperor's Bell and throwing fire for thousands of miles causes the flowing bell to strike 8 times. It can summon all saints and also banish demons. The Taiqing Use records that holding the Emperor's Bell and throwing fire for thousands of miles causes the flowing bell to vibrate, and both gods and ghosts pay their respects. Furthermore, this Sanqing bell had been worshipped in front of the ancestral hall by Daoist Simu for over a decade, making it more than enough to handle a Dong Xiaoyu. Chapter 29. Subduing Dong Xiaoyu. Dong Xiaoyu's piercing scream echoed in the air, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Her head flew towards her body, desperately yearning to reunite, just to get away from this old six. However, just as her head was about to make contact with her body, the peachwood sword in Jiu Shu's hand swung fiercely. "You can't escape." After a flash of golden light, a deafening explosion followed, and a sinister cloud of smoke erupted from Dong Xiaoyu's head. She let out another shrill scream as her head flew outward. One opportunity. Lin Ye quickly rang the bell, and Dong Xiaoyu lunged at him like a whirlwind, clutching her head, and then forcefully pressed it back. As she adjusted her head, she charged towards the door. The room wasn't spacious, and with just a shift, she was at the door. However, as soon as her hand touched the door, the runes on it shone with golden light. Just at the moment Dong Xiaoyu's hand made contact with the door, a powerful force surged from the glowing runes, and she immediately let out a scream, then was knocked back by the impact of the runes. "Still trying to run? I was prepared for you." Lin Ye sneered, lightly waving the bell, sending the flying Dong Xiaoyu's foot kicking back. Jiu Shu wielded the peachwood sword, swirling it to send Dong Xiaoyu spinning in midair. The two of them, master and disciple, had seamless cooperation. A wave of sinister mist rose, and Dong Xiaoyu's figure began to blur, ultimately crashing heavily onto the bed. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu was disheveled, with her clothes in disarray, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She never expected that after so long of cultivating as a ghost, she would encounter such a deadly attack today. "Qiusing, save me, Qiusing." Dong Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and pleaded, rushing to the bed where the unconscious Qiusing lay. Upon hearing her call, he immediately opened his eyes. As Dong Xiaoyu's sleeve brushed past Qiusing's face, he groggily woke up like a child just waking from sleep. "Qiusing, please save me, Qiusing." Xiaoyu knelt in Qiusing's arms, crying uncontrollably. "Xiaoyu." Qiusing embraced Xiaoyu. Seeing her in pain from the humiliation, his anger surged. "Who dares bully my girlfriend?" Qiusing glared at Jiu Shu and Lin Ye. The people in the room were clearly that bastard away and his underlings. "You, how dare you have the audacity to come to my girlfriend's house to cause trouble?" Qiusing, filled with righteous indignation, stood up and charged directly at Away, Jiu Shu. "Damn Away, I let it slide last time when you bullied my junior brother. But today you come to bully my girlfriend. I have to beat you up today." "Qiusing, are you crazy?" Jiu Shu, furious, gritted his teeth at Qiusing. "This kid, once again, is bewitched by a ghost. I'll make you be bewitched." Jiu Shu slapped out, sending the charging Qiuxing spinning around. I'm going to fight you. Qiuxing endured the pain and lunged, tackling Jiu Shu to the ground. You little brat. How dare you hit your master? I will never let you bully Xiaoyu. Seeing Qiuxing risk it all for her, Dong Xiaoyu smiled slightly. With someone to help her block, she could relax a bit, and next would be to deal with this benefactor. Dong Xiaoyu's cold gaze turned towards Lin Ye. If it weren't for Lin Ye putting up talismans all around the room, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, when Xiaoyu saw Lin Ye, her expression froze. Lin Ye had his hands in his pockets, mumbling something like, "That year I had my hands in my pockets." I didn't know what an opponent was. Dong Xiaoyu, do you think you could do whatever you want just because you entangle my master with my senior brother? No matter, I will take action. Huh? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ye in confusion. Is this person crazy? In the next moment, Lin Ye's body shone with dazzling light. Thunder technique. Yang 5 thunder. In an instant, the lightning strike from Lin Ye's palm made Dong Xiaoyu feel her body become incredibly weak. Ah, no. Dong Xiaoyu let out a mournful cry, but could make no resistance. This was the power of the 5 thunder technique. A single palm thunder left Dong Xiaoyu with no ability to fight back. Although Dong Xiaoyu's cultivation was not low, having just suffered such a painful blow, she was currently too weak to move. So even though Lin Ye's magic power was not high, he could still firmly subdue her. Collect. Jiu Shu, not having time to wonder when Lin Ye learned the thunder technique, quickly stepped forward, took out a gourd, and then the golden light flashing from the gourd rapidly converged, pulling Dong Xiaoyu inside. The next moment, a loud rumble echoed in the room. A gust of wind surged, and a ghostly aura spread. Jiu Shu reacted swiftly, kicking Qiuxing away, then rushing to Lin Ye's side, using his wide Daoist robe to shield him, burying his own head deep into the robe. After a moment, the wind calmed. The room, which had once appeared luxurious and splendid, had now become dilapidated, the floor covered in dust, and the walls were thick with spider webs, resembling a long-abandoned place. Jiu Shu stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe, looking around. Are you okay? Jiu Shu asked with concern. Lin Ye, feeling warm from Jiu Shu's caring gaze, scratched his head and said, "Master, I'm fine." After confirming that Lin Ye was indeed fine, Jiu Shu turned to look at Qiuxing, who was lying on the ground. "Senior brother, wake up. Are you okay?" Qiuxing slowly regained consciousness, feeling clearer. The soft moonlight outside streamed into the room. Although dim, it was enough for Qiuxing to recognize Lin Ye in front of him. "Junior brother." Qiuxing suddenly sat up, looking around, realizing this place was familiar. Seeing Qiuxing awake, Lin Ye sighed in relief. "Phew, senior brother, you finally woke up. That was close. How could this happen? Am I dreaming?" Qiuxing asked in confusion. "Dreaming?" Jiu Shu glared, his voice slightly displeased. "You have been bewitched by that demon. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have already had your foundation ruined by that female ghost." Qiuxing exclaimed, looking around, his mind a mess, some memories blurred, even fragmented. The only clear memory was of that night, spent with Xiaoyu. Recalling that deep and lingering warmth, the heart-wrenching tenderness, Qiuxing couldn't help but show a silly smile. "Master, you don't understand this kind of passionate pleasure. Even if it really ruins my foundation, it's worth it." Lin Ye covered his face. "Oh no, senior brother. This time no one can save you. Just wait to eat bamboo shoots, stir-fried with meat when you go back." Chapter 30. A century of grievances, sure enough. Uncle Gio couldn't contain his anger any longer. "Worth it? You still think you're worth it?" Uncle Gio raised his hand and gave a sharp knock on Qiusheng's head. With a thud, Qiusheng felt his head buzzing. "Damn, did I just short-circuit? How could I say such a thing? My master won't be mad at me. Will he? Senior brother, how's that female ghost? Is she charming?" Lin Ye looked at Qiusheng with a teasing expression. "Charming? I don't know, but she is indeed quite beautiful." Lin Ye had a strange look on his face. Hadn't he seen what Dong Xiaoyu really looked like? Truly worthy of being a warrior who dares to flirt with ghosts. "Get back to where you came from." Uncle Gio's face darkened as he kicked Lin Ye and Qiusheng each on their behinds. "What a disgrace. Charming? Do you really think I, Lin Fengjiao, know nothing? Where did that brat I learned such things?" Lin Ye covered his behind and let out a cry, taking off running. He had to run. If he didn't, he would have to help Qiusheng bear the brunt of Uncle Gio's wrath. Indeed, when Uncle Jiu saw Qiu Sheng with his head down, rubbing his swollen forehead and looking innocent. His anger surged again, and he chased after Qiu Sheng with a barrage of punches. After leaving the dilapidated house, Lin Ye brought Qiu Sheng's bicycle over. Once he steadied the bike, he called for Uncle Jiu to get on. Uncle Jiu gracefully flipped onto the bike and shot a glare at Qiu Sheng, who was trying to follow. You still want to ride? Qiu Sheng immediately shrank his neck in fright, chuckling awkwardly. Why so fierce? Walking on two legs is just as good. On the way, Lin Ye couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, how do you plan to deal with that female ghost? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. When we get to the Lin family, after finishing the business and getting what we need, I'll find a time to release her and ask if she has harmed anyone. If she agrees, I'll help her transcend. At this moment, Qiu Sheng weakly interjected, what if she doesn't agree? Uncle Jiu shot a glance at Qiu Sheng and coldly replied, then I will still help her transcend. But by then, I won't know if she will have the chance to be reborn. Hearing this, Qiu Sheng lowered his head and fell silent, not knowing what to think. Lin Ye say mo taichit. So if she doesn't agree, it's a physical transcendence? Who said Uncle Jiu is merciful and indecisive when facing ghosts? At the Lin family, after Uncle Jiu relayed Lin Fei's instructions to the servants, he hurried to the back courtyard. Qiu Sheng, you go check an old Master Ren's study. I'll wait for you here with I. Make sure to look carefully. The 5 emperor coins are very precious. Don't let a single one slip by. Qiu Sheng patted his chest. Master, you can rest assured. I will find every last one. Uncle Jiu nodded in satisfaction, then reminded Qiu Sheng. Pay attention to the Qin Banliang and Han Wuzhu, those big 5 emperor coins. Qiu Sheng waved his hand behind him. Got it. After Qiu Sheng left, Lin Ye couldn't help but ask, Master, did you send senior brother away because you want to? That's right. I see that Qiu Sheng can't stop thinking about that female ghost. I don't know what kind of love potion she gave him. At this point, Uncle Jiu sighed heavily. Alas, long nights lead to many dreams. I think it's better to help her transcend now. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Jiu took out a gourd from his waist. As he formed a seal with his hands and chanted a spell, a wisp of smoke slowly emerged from the bottle. As soon as Dong Xiaoyu was released, she wanted to run away. Uncle Jiu didn't waste any time. With a flip of his right hand, a thunder talisman appeared, aimed straight at Dong Xiaoyu. If you try to run again, I'll destroy you. Although Dong Xiaoyu didn't recognize what kind of talisman it was, upon sensing the vast Taoist spiritual energy emanating from it, she was shocked to the core. Spare me, Daoist. I truly love Qiu Sheng. I haven't harmed him. To be honest, Uncle Jiu didn't care much about human-ghost relationships. After all, in this era, love is free. Besides, many ancestors of Maoshan had married ghosts. But the issue is, Qiu Sheng is still only at the late stage of a mage, refining essence in a qi. If he loses his virginity, he will have no hope of becoming a master, a mortal body entangled with a female ghost. Even if getting a fever and being weak is minor, over time, it leads to yang deficiency and sweating, and eventually he would be nothing but skin and bones. Losing his life. This is something Uncle Jiu absolutely cannot allow. It's harming his life. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu no longer hesitated. His gaze firmly fixed on Dong Xiaoyu as he shouted, Shut up. Do you know that being with Qiu Sheng is harming his life? I advise you to let go. I can still send you for rebirth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing that Uncle Jiu wanted to send her for rebirth, Dong Xiaoyu no longer feared the thunder talisman. She immediately fell to her knees at Uncle Jiu's feet, tears streaming down her face. Daoist, please, don't send me for rebirth. Okay, I just want to stay by his side. I won't harm him. We are both young masters and young ladies from wealthy families, childhood sweethearts. Back then, during the White Lotus incident, our families suffered from banditry, leading to our ruin. The last letter I received from him told me to wait for him. I waited through several seasons, but all I got was his belongings. As a woman, I was adrift in a chaotic world. When he left, I lost my last support, so I followed him. After becoming a lonely ghost, I searched for him every day, searching for 100 years, waiting for 100 years. That's a century. I waited for him for a whole 100 years. How could I bear to harm him? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu frowned. Although he felt pity, for the sake of his disciple, he had no choice. Just as Uncle Jiu was about to activate the Thunder Talisman, Lin Ye stepped in front of Dong Xiaoyu. Master, I remember you said this morning that senior brother has a calamity in his fate, right? Since it's senior brother's calamity, how can we decide for him? Lin Ye's heart softened. He knew that in the original plot, Qiu Sheng and Dong Xiaoyu were in love, but he didn't expect there to be twists, and it seemed Uncle Jiu had already foreseen it. Do you want to watch your senior brother be harmed by this female ghost? Uncle Jiu said helplessly. Lin Ye remained silent, merely standing in front of Dong Xiaoyu. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Ye's stubborn eyes moved Uncle Jiu, reminiscent of 20 years ago when he faced off against his senior brother in the Sanqing Hall of Maoshan, refusing to back down. Uncle Jiu turned away to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, sighing helplessly. All right. You're right. Since it's Qiu Sheng's calamity, let him cross it himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye quickly said, I knew Master is the most reasonable. Then he turned to Dong Xiaoyu and said, Dong Xiaoyu, you heard that. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Dong Xiaoyu was too preoccupied to think about why this benefactor, who had just helped her, wanted to assist her. She truly liked Qiu Sheng and wanted to be with him. So upon hearing him relent, Dong Xiaoyu felt hope stir in her heart. Benefactor, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Chapter 31 Ambush. Lin Ye stared at Dong Xiaoyu and said, one question, one condition. Agree to me, and I will allow you and your ghost to be together. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu immediately nodded vigorously. Have you ever harmed anyone? No, I haven't. I only having energy, not killing energy. Lin Ye nodded and said, that's good. With my master around, you wouldn't dare to deceive me. The second thing is before my senior brother's cultivation reaches the stage of refining qi in his spirit, you are not allowed to appear in front of him. Otherwise, don't say my master, I won't spare you either. Lin Ye was also doing this for Qiusheng's good. Refining qi into spirit means having a complete and abundant vital energy, true qi circulating throughout the body, endlessly replenishing energy. Naturally, it would not damage the foundation. In such a situation, even if Qiusheng and Dong Xiaoyu had some interaction, he wouldn't be harmed. At worst, if he indulged too much, he would just need a couple of days to rest. Moreover, with Dong Xiaoyu, it would be equivalent to Qiusheng having an additional protector. And perhaps in the future, it would become another tale of Maoshan. At this moment, Uncle Jiu also turned around to stare at Dong Xiaoyu. As soon as she said something inappropriate, he was ready to act. Although Dong Xiaoyu was reluctant to part with Qiusheng, she also knew Lin Ye was right. Continuing like this, Qiusheng would indeed suffer irreversible harm. Short pain is better than long pain. This separation was also for the sake of their future together. So she steeled her heart and said to Lin Ye and Uncle Jiu, I will obey your instructions, Daoist. Reluctantly, she left, her gaze lingering on the attic, hoping that Qiusheng could practice diligently and soon reach the stage of refining qi into spirit so that they could be together sooner. Watching Dong Xiaoyu's departing figure, Lin Ye fell into a trance. Flowers bloom for 1,000 years. Flowers fall for 1,000 years. Flowers and leaves never meet. I hope my senior brother can be more promising. Uncle Jiu chuckled silently, thinking how could a young lad have so many sentiments? However, there are indeed too many joys and sorrows in this world. After all, he was getting older, and with shallow-tiered ducts, he couldn't bear to see these things. You were born when I was not. I was born when you were old. Master, can these be used? Just as Uncle Jiu was lamenting the impermanence of life, Qiusheng ran down, holding a cloth bag of copper coins. Uncle Jiu took a look and was so angry his nose twisted. I told you to bring Tongbao. Why did you bring silver dollars instead? Qiusheng said mischievously. Didn't you say that the more coins there are, the better? I thought silver dollars would be fine too. Lin Ye covered his face. Qiusheng's thought process was truly hard to bear. Senior brother, is there any possibility that the 5 emperor's coins carry the luck of a prosperous dynasty? Huh, there's such a saying? I didn't know that, but I already took them, master. Look. Uncle Jiu's face darkened, suppressing the urge to beat Qiusheng. He said coldly, you took them? Do you still want to spend them? Taking without permission is stealing. Haven't I taught you this? Qiusheng shivered and quickly explained. No, I just thought since I took them out, I might as well bring them back to Lord Run. After all, they will reward us in the end. Uncle Jiu interrupted Qiusheng, scolding, Put back what you took. Do they need a reminder? What you're doing will only make them look down on you. Oh, then I'll put it back. By the way, ask the people at Ren's residence if the yellow paper and vermilion are ready. Master and Yi will wait for you in the front yard. Uncle Jiu instructed. Got it, Master. Xiaoxing scratched his head. Before long, Xiaoxing appeared in front of the two with a small cart. Lin Ye fell into deep thought upon seeing the small cart. Senior brother, what is this? Did you go robbing? Do we need this much yellow paper and vermilion? But there's also glutinous rice. Didn't the benevolent house run out of glutinous rice? I remember Master seemed to have ordered us to buy glutinous rice yesterday. Xiaoxing chuckled. Uncle Jiu nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoxing had indeed grown. He knew to check for shortcomings. Since everything is packed, let's go back. Uncle Jiu felt a pang of unease in his heart. If it weren't for the danger of a zombie attack at the benevolent house tonight, he would never risk bringing Lin Ye and Xiaoxing along the night road. On the road from Rinjiao town to the benevolent house, there was not a soul in sight in the desolate wilderness. He wasn't afraid of lonely souls and wild ghosts, but he was afraid of some geomancer stirring up trouble. As night fell and the bright moon shone, the group strolled along a forest path. As they walked, Uncle Jiu still uneasily handed a few exorcism talismans to his two disciples, while he himself tightly held a thunder talisman, ready to activate it at any moment. Just when he began to doubt if he was overthinking, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the forest. Be careful. Lin Ye reacted swiftly, executing a rabbit kick to kick the shadow away. Having practiced the Qing Jing physical training technique, Lin Ye's strength was considerable. With this kick, an ordinary person would have broken a bone, but the shadow stood up as if nothing had happened. When Lin Ye witnessed this scene, he immediately realized this person was definitely not ordinary. He grabbed some glutinous rice from the cart and threw it directly at the shadow. Sizzle. At the moment the glutinous rice made contact with the shadow, sparks flew from its body. Xiaoxing quickly grabbed a nearby torch and shone the light over. Uncle Jiu glanced at the zombie and hurriedly reminded, "You two be careful. This guy is a hair zombie." Following the light of the fire, Lin Ye saw it was indeed a zombie. Moreover, judging by its clothing, it was not a burial outfit. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it didn't crawl out of coffin. This indicated that the geomancer had not refined any other zombies. Uncle Jiu also noticed this, and his expression turned much graver. This corpse was clearly bitten by Old Master Run and had turned into a hair zombie. It's all my fault for being incompetent. If this continues, I don't know how many people will lose their lives to zombies. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu activated the thunder talisman, and the thunder light struck the zombie's body like a bolt of lightning. The hair zombie, which was previously lively, immediately produced wisps of black smoke from its head under the impact of the thunder talisman, and then collapsed to the ground. The corpse energy dissipated, turning into an ordinary corpse. Seeing the hair zombie fall, Uncle Jiu did not relax, but became even more tense. He could sense that there were still many things lurking in the forest. Seeing Uncle Jiu swiftly subdue a zombie, Xiaoxing and Lin Ye were both filled with admiration, especially Lin Ye, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. So this was how thunder magic restrained zombies. Uncle Jiu did not notice Lin Ye's gaze. He only worriedly instructed, "You two, stick the talismans I gave you onto your bodies. If it comes to it, use the glutinous rice from the cart to throw." "Okay, Master." Both Lin Ye and Xiaoxing felt something was off as a chilling wind howled past, making the forest echo with the sounds of ghostly wails. The surrounding woods, illuminated by the bright moonlight, became hazy and mysterious, as if countless hidden dangers lurked in the darkness. Chapter 32. The Might of Thunder Magic after a long while. Aside from the eerie sound of the wind rustling through the trees, there was no other movement. "Let's go." Uncle Jiu shouted decisively. He could sense that the lurking presence around them was increasing. Uncle Jiu signaled to Xiaoxing and Lin Ye to push the cart away, first while he scanned the surroundings, alert for potential danger. Lin Ye and Xiaoxing were almost out of the suffocating dense forest, and they were only about 2 miles away from the ancestral hall. Upon realizing they were about to escape the peril, Xiaoxing and Lin Ye couldn't help but quicken their pace. Uncle Jiu also let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could get out of the woods, they would be safe but he wondered whether the mastermind behind this would relent. Just as he collected his thoughts, two shadows lunged at him from the front and back. Uncle Jiu unleashed a thunder talisman, striking the zombie in front and sending it flying. However, the zombie stood up again almost immediately after landing. Uncle Jiu's pupils contracted. This was no ordinary hairy zombie. A half-step jumping zombie? How could that be possible? Before Uncle Jiu could think further, the zombie behind him had arrived. He dodged the zombie's attack and was preparing to deal with one when an even worse scene unfolded. From the trees emerged more than 20 hairy zombies. Uncle Jiu's expression darkened. How powerful had Old Masterin become to create so many hairy zombies that drained their essence? It had only been 2 days since he had been bitten, and turning into a hairy zombie was impossible. Even Uncle Jiu, let alone Jiu Shu, who had yet to learn any Daoist skills, knew that this was not feasible. The formation of hairy zombies required both favorable timing and conditions. The timing referred to the lunar and yin forces that must be infused into the coffin to provide the power of the moon and nourish the body. The conditions referred to the earth's cold and yin energy, which for some reason had transformed the body over time. Moreover, how many innocent people had turned into zombies? How many families had been torn apart? Master, what should we do? Lin Ye looked at the numerous hairy zombies and felt a chill all over. Run. Don't worry about anything else. You and Jiu Shu head towards the ancestral hall. Go get your master uncle and Jiu Shu Simu. Jiu Shu immediately refused without a second thought. Master, I won't leave. Lin Ye pulled on Jiu Shu, saying, Senior brother, the priority is to go back and get help. Master can't fight off so many by himself, and we can't be of much help here. Staying is pointless. Uncle Jiu said sternly, Yi is right. You two should work together to break through. Hurry up, or I won't be able to hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu no longer hesitated. Okay, master, wait for us to return. Junior brother, let's go. After the two left, Uncle Jiu felt much more at ease. He raised his hand and launched 3 thunder talismans at the zombie that had first attacked him. The 3 bolts of thunder struck the hairy zombie, with one hitting it directly in the throat. The hairy zombie immediately fell to the ground, trembling, and soon dissipated its corpse energy. Uncle Jiu was silent. They were all pitiful beings. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful Old Masterin had become. Before he could ponder further, the surrounding hairy zombies all lunged at him simultaneously, forcing Uncle Jiu to use the terrain to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, Lin Ye activated the golden light spell to clear a path ahead, charging straight into any zombies he encountered. Even the hairy zombies couldn't withstand the power of the golden light spell and were knocked down. Unfortunately, while the golden light spell was effective for clearing a path, eliminating hairy zombies was not so easy. Jiu Shu threw a bag of glutinous rice behind him, causing sparks to fly as it hit the zombies. The two fought their way through. As Lin Ye and Jiu Shu broke through the encirclement, they heard the system notifications ringing in their ears. However, the situation was urgent, and Lin Ye had no time to check. Lin Ye had lost track of how long they had been running, and many black zombies had emerged along the way, relentlessly pursuing them. We're almost at the ancestral hall. Junior brother, keep going. Jiu Shu found it easier than Lin Ye, although his Daoist skills were sparse. He had trained his body well. He relied solely on his physical techniques to fend off many zombie attacks. Lin Ye stopped, looking at the ever-increasing number of zombies surrounding them, and sighed helplessly. Senior brother, at this rate, we won't escape. You should go back and find Master Uncle and Jiu Shu. I'll hold them off here. What nonsense are you talking about, junior brother? How can I leave you alone? Jiu Shu looked at the growing number of zombies. His brow furrowed. Don't worry, senior brother. We're close to the ancestral hall, and these black zombies might not be able to break my golden light spell before my true energy runs out. I've been chased this whole way. I'm not made of dough, and even clay has some resilience. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu didn't waste any more words and said, You must hold on, junior brother. I'll find Master Uncle and Jiu Shu to save you. All right, let me clear the way for you. Lin Ye gathered his true energy, and arcs of electricity crackled around him. With the might of heaven, I summon it. Thunder God, assist me. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and countless bolts of thunder poured out from Lin Ye, sending the zombies flying in all directions. Jiu Shu was stunned by this sight, but he knew it wasn't the time to be amazed. He dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. After Jiu Shu left, Lin Ye turned to look around. At this moment, 7 or 8 black zombies had gathered around him, and even a hairy zombie was among them. Lin Ye didn't dare to be careless. Although he had severely injured most of the zombies with his full-strength 5 thunder technique, Uncle Jiu had said to be cautious when dealing with evil entities. Moreover, it was clear that these zombies were being manipulated by someone. With that thought, Lin Ye quickly activated the golden light spell. Heaven and earth, the mysterious lineage, the root of all energies. For countless eons, I prove my divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body has golden light, enveloping me. Come on, you pests. Lin Ye took a step forward, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, punching each black zombie directly in the throat. In no time, 3 incapacitated black zombies lay on the ground. Just as Lin Ye was in the thick of battle, the hairy zombie struck. It circled behind Lin Ye and suddenly leaped at him. I've been waiting for you. Thunder magic, the 5 thunders of Yang. Lin Ye suddenly punched a black zombie in front of him, using the momentum to turn around, gathering all his true energy in his right hand and unleashing a palm thunder strike that hit the hairy zombie in the throat. Boom! The hairy zombie was blown away, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, its corpse energy slowly dissipating. Good boy. Even a hairy zombie can be dealt with. The voice of Jiu Shu Simu came from behind Lin Ye. Jiu Shu. Lin Ye turned around in surprise. He was now out of true energy, and if Simu didn't arrive soon, he would be done for. Chapter 33. The delicacy in the eyes of zombies. Siu quickly stepped forward, knocking over several zombies with a few punches and kicks, then took out a corpse-suppressing talisman and stuck it on the foreheads of the remaining black zombies. A few zombies were pinned down by the yellow talismans and couldn't move at all. Shi Jian looked at Lin Ye with approval. He was increasingly satisfied with this disciple of Jiu Shu. In less than a few days since entering the sect, Lin Ye was able to escape death at the hands of so many zombies and even eliminate a few. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shi Jian wouldn't have believed it was true. Kid, your lightning technique is quite good. You're a promising talent. Lin Ye was just about to reply when he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Shi Jian was taken aback. He had just reached out to pat Lin Ye's shoulder, but before he could, the person had already collapsed. Was this a scam? Seeing this, Siu sighed. Youth is great. Just fall asleep. Shi Jian awkwardly withdrew his hand and pretended nothing happened, saying, Junior brother, take him back. I can handle Fengjiao alone. I haven't moved for a long time. It's time to stretch my muscles. Siu nodded. Brother, you go ahead. I'll stay at the ancestral hall to prevent anyone from taking advantage. Shi Jian nodded and dashed into the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiu Shu, carry those corpses back and burn them. After Shi Jian left, Siu instructed Jiu Shu and then carried Lin Ye toward the ancestral hall. Jiu Shu sighed. If it weren't for his concern for his junior brother, he wouldn't have come along. If he had known earlier, he would have called Wen Kai. Now, with so many corpses, how long would he have to carry them? Meanwhile, Shi Jian had set his sights on the direction of Jiu Shu and was rushing towards him. Before he had walked a mile, he ran into Jiu Shu pushing a small cart back to the ancestral hall. Junior brother, are you okay? Jiu Shu was focused on his cart when he heard the voice and quickly looked up. Seeing it was Shi Jian, he couldn't help but smile and quickly asked, Senior brother, have you seen I and Jiu Shu? Are they okay? Shi Jian recalled Lin Ye's impressive lightning technique against the zombies and couldn't help but nod in admiration. They're fine, especially I. His lightning technique is proficient. Facing 8 black zombies and 1 hairy zombie, he was completely calm and even counterattacked. Junior brother, you've taken in a good disciple. If it were any other time, hearing Shi Jian praise his disciple would have made Jiu Shu boast. But now he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Senior brother, these corpses are probably after I. Shi Jian frowned and asked in confusion, Junior brother, what makes you say that? After I and Jiu Shu left, that group of hairy zombies only tangled with me for a bit before fleeing. At that time, I was a bit puzzled, but now it seems those zombies were just trying to hold me back to target I. At this point, Jiu Shu sighed with a worried expression, Senior brother, you don't know. I has a pure child fate. If it were just a greater attraction to zombies, that would be fine, but now I'm afraid that Feng Shui master has already set his sights on I. Shi Jian was overjoyed. What did you say? Pure child fate? How old is I? Has he passed his 18th birthday? Although Jiu Shu didn't understand why Shi Jian looked so happy, he still nodded helplessly. He just passed his birthday not long ago. Good, good. A fate like jumping over the dragon's gate. Our Maoshan finally has someone to carry on. Shi Jian was extremely excited. In these times, cultivation was difficult, and the path was long. There were only a few cats and dogs left in Maoshan. Their generation was okay. With him, Jiu Shu, Siyu, and Qian, he's still able to hold the fort, but the next generation was lacking. Now that he heard Lin Ye had such a fate, he couldn't express how happy he was. You see, as the elder brother of this generation of Maoshan's main lineage, the position of the sect leader would eventually be passed to Shi Jian. So in his eyes, besides his son Shi Jian, nothing was more important than the prosperity of the Maoshan lineage. Junior brother, why didn't you say something good like this earlier? If you had told me sooner, I could have prepared some good gifts for I before coming. Our Maoshan has always valued disciples with outstanding talents. If you had told me earlier, how could I let the younger generation go without proper treatment? Jiu Shu's mouth twitched. Senior brother, the urgent matter now is that I may be in danger. Shi Jian raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. I see you're getting more backward as you age. Just a Feng Shui master, and you're afraid he harm I right under your nose? Let us head back to the ancestral hall now. Once I set up the formation, not to mention a Feng Shui master, even a flying zombie will come back without a return. Jiu Shu sighed helplessly. I hope so. Inside the ancestral hall, Lin Ye woke up groggily and saw Jiu Shu and the others looking at him with worried expressions. Lin Ye felt a tightness in his chest under the worried gazes and forced a laugh. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Jiu Shu shook his head and sighed, alas. Everything is fate. Nothing is up to us. Lin Ye's eyes widened at this, breathing heavily. Master, I feel like I can still be saved. It shouldn't be like this. Jiu Shu was about to say more when Siyu quickly covered Jiu Shu's mouth. Senior brother, don't say anything. You're scaring the child. Don't worry. There's nothing else. It's just that your fate has a bit of trouble. Hearing Siyu's words, Lin Ye's mood was like a roller coaster. Just when he felt relieved, it shot back up. What is wrong with my fate? What trouble? Uncle Master, don't you know that leaving things half said is very scary? Jiu Shu and Siyu both sighed and shook their heads repeatedly. Lin Ye was dumbfounded. Wait, what does that mean? Why are you both shaking your heads? Am I not going to be saved? Shi Jian raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. What are you two fussing about? What can't be said directly? Just trying to scare the younger generation. Senior brother, it's not that I and Siyu are being mysterious. It's just that I's situation. Sigh. Jiu Shu lowered his head and sighed. Lin Ye. Master, don't do this. You're making me feel like I won survive today. Don't worry, your fate, aside from attracting ghosts and zombies, has no other issues. Shi Jian tried to put on a kind demeanor, but the word kind really had nothing to do with him. Lin Ye blinked. Uncle Master, is that comparison with ordinary people? Before Shi Jian could respond, Siyu mischievously said, not at all. In terms of attracting ghosts and zombies, you're no less than any high monk or virtuous master who went to the West for scriptures. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's vision darkened, and he nearly passed out on the spot. Chapter 34. The fruit that was almost in my mouth is gone at this moment. Lin Ye was feeling utterly devastated. Goodness, I'm really a loss for words. So, in the eyes of zombies, I'm just a piece of tang sing meat, right? Eating me will grant them immortality, or what? Perhaps sensing Lin Ye's thoughts, Daoist Simu teased. Actually, you don't need to worry. In the eyes of zombies, you are just like the heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs we see. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye felt even more crushed. Goodness, your skill in rubbing salt into wounds is something that even the Jinyui would call professional. Uncle Jiu shot a glare at Daoist Simu. Dare to scare my disciple? Just wait. You'll see how I scare your disciple later. Jiu asked. What happened? You don't need to be afraid. It's really not as exaggerated as your master said. It's just that ordinary zombies can suck your blood and turn into flying zombies. and flying zombies that have sucked your blood can touch the threshold of the drought spirit. Lin Ye looked at Uncle Jiu in disbelief, as if he were meeting him for the first time. Master, how can you say such cold words with a mouth that feels like it's at 37 degrees? Uncle Jiu opened his mouth, realizing he might have misspoken. Comforting people is really hard. He might as well keep quiet and trust the Yi to figure it out himself. Seeing Uncle Jiu's silent demeanor, Lin Ye felt even worse. What does this mean? Have you given up on saving me? Shi Jian shot a sideways glance at Uncle Jiu. If you can talk, then say a bit more. Yi, you really don't need to worry. Here we have 3 Daoist masters from Maoshan stationed. What kind of monsters would dare to cause trouble? Lin Ye nodded upon hearing this. He wasn't particularly worried. Shi Jian was right. With Uncle Jiu and Shi Jian and Daoist Si Mu guarding the Yizhuang, even if the black and white impermanents came, they would probably get 2 slaps before leaving. As long as he stayed there wouldn't be any danger. So Lin Ye's heart was as steady as a rock. But wait, does that mean he will never leave the inn his whole life? Master Uncle, I can't just stay in the forever. Is there any way to cover up my bizarre fate? Shi Jian pondered for a moment and said, with your cultivation speed, Yi, you should be able to touch the threshold of qi refining and spirit transformation in less than half a year. By then, with thunder techniques by your side, ordinary ghosts and zombies won't be able to approach you. So all you can do is work hard and strive to graduate early. At that time, I will personally take you to the Maoshan headquarters to ask for a protective deity to guard you. Huh? A protective deity? What is that? Lin Ye asked, somewhat confused. Shi Jian was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Uncle Jiu and reprimanded, Lin Fengjiao, how can you be a master like this? Not only did you not inform the sect about such an important matter regarding a Purine child, but you also didn't tell your disciple the rules of the sect? Is this how you teach your disciple? Uncle Jiu twitched his lips in defense. How long has he been in the sect? I didn't expect his cultivation to improve so quickly. Besides, don't forget, when you forced me down the mountain back then, what did you say? Shi Jian was stunned, then sighed heavily. It was my fault back then. It's been so long. Junior brother you. Lin Ye immediately perked up his ears. There's gossip here. Uncle Jiu shook his head. I don't care about what happened in the past, but Ye's talent cannot be buried, so I want. Shi Jian waved his hand. Junior brother, you can rest assured. I will talk to the elders about Ye's matter. I just hope you can put aside your grievances. Our Maoshan can't take any more turmoil. Uncle Jiu sighed. I only hope that Xiuxing, Yi, and Wentai can be safe and happy for their whole lives. As for the rest, let it go. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Shi Jian's eyes. It seems that junior brother still has some grudges. Lin Ye looked at Uncle Jiu, then at Shi Jian, finally pouting. What the hell? I was waiting for a juicy story, but all I got was silence. Mysterious people. Get out of Gotham. Seeing the fruit of gossip fly away, Lin Ye had no choice but to suppress his restless gossip spirit. Ahem, so, what exactly does the protective deity mean? Uncle Jiu came back to his senses and explained the protective deity is actually the 4 saints of the North Pole, the 36 heavenly generals, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, among other divine generals. The 4 saints of the North Pole are the 4 divine generals under the command of the great emperor of the North Pole, namely Marshal Tianpeng, Marshal Tianyu, Marshal Yisheng, and the great Emperor Zhenwu, mainly responsible for suppressing demons and monsters in the world. The 36 heavenly generals, also known as the 36 heavenly stars, are responsible for protecting the heavenly palace and the safety of the immortals, as well as various affairs in the human world. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia are under the command of the 9 heavens mysterious woman, executing wind and thunder, subduing ghosts and gods. Lin Ye was greatly shocked. Does our Maoshan have such a big backing? We can actually arrange divine generals to protect disciples? Shi Jian's brows jumped at this, and Uncle Jiu quickly scolded, don't talk nonsense. We can only ask the divine general to grant a protective aura. If we are lucky, the divine general will send a strand of divine consciousness to pay attention to a Yi in real time. That would already be quite remarkable. This is a treatment only the Orthodox sect can have. Lin Ye pondered, it seems Maoshan is indeed a big and sturdy leg to lean on. Didn't Uncle Jiu say? Asking for divine generals to protect is a treatment only the Orthodox sect can have. Daoist Si Mu couldn't help but ask at this moment, Master Brother, Which divine general are you planning to ask for a Ye's protection? Shi Jian smiled slightly. Naturally, it will be the great Lingguan of the All-Heaven Inspector. At that time, we will use yellow paper to report to the 3 Maoshan True Lords and ask them to have Wang Lingguan grant a Yi a protective aura. Daoist Simu was shocked, disturbing him. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Shi Jian shot a glance at Daoist Simu. Well, you know, I see a Yi has the potential to become a celestial master. He might even ascend in the future. Lin Ye twitched his lips. Master Uncle, you really think too highly of me. Shi Jian looked at Lin Ye, his eyes full of warmth. You have much better talent than your master. He dared to point his finger at my nose back then, claiming he would become a celestial master sooner or later. Why don't you have this bit of ambition? Lin Ye looked at Uncle Jiu in surprise. It turns out Uncle Jiu has such a dark history. Uncle Jiu's face instantly turned bright red, angrily saying, That's all in the past. Why bring it up? Daoist Simu, picking his nose, boldly said, Master brother, don't be shy. Back then, how full of vigor were you? If you hadn't stubbornly gone down the mountain and refused the sex cultivation resources, you would have probably broken through to the Earth Master level by now. Uncle Jiu's eyes dimmed upon hearing this. Yes, without the support of the sect all these years, he had to rely on himself. He thought he could make a name for himself, but he wasted years due to the lack of cultivation resources. Seeing this, Shi Jian also lowered his attitude a bit, patting Uncle Jiu's shoulder. Junior brother, you've worked hard all these years. You've managed to step into the Earth Master threshold without sex support. I'm not as good as you. If you hadn't gone down the mountain back then, your cultivation would probably not be weaker than mine now. Lin Ye thought, oh boy, here he comes, he's bringing a big gossip. Chapter 35, Simplified Points Bumper Harvest. Uncle Jiu chuckled and shook his head, saying, the choice made back then is now set in stone. Now, I just want to break through to the Earth Master as soon as possible and then take I and the others back to the sect to regain some face. Let the past be the past. Uncle Jiu's gaze was resolute, and deep inside, he had made up his mind not to let past events hinder his progress. Shi Jian sighed upon hearing this, secretly lamenting that this time, Lin Ye must not follow in Uncle Jiu's footsteps. Lin Ye, seeing the fruits of his labor slip away, couldn't help but pout and asked, where are my senior brothers? Daoist Simu lazily replied, you mean Xiu Sheng and Wen Kai? They are gathering lychee wood to burn zombies. What? I'm going to help. Lin Ye exclaimed in shock, forgetting about the fruit, and hurriedly ran towards the courtyard. No kidding. Are they burning zombies? That is a big deal. Senior brothers, wait for me. I'm coming to help. Xiu Sheng turned back upon hearing Lin Ye's voice. Junior brother, you're awake? Then go help Wen Kai gather lychee wood. Okay. After Lin Ye left, Uncle Jiu and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Daoist Simu laughed. This kid, I don't know why he is so interested in zombies. The moment he heard they were burning zombies, he ran faster than anyone else. Does he have a deep-seated grudge against zombies? Uncle Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth. A deep-seated grudge? If almost being crushed to death by old master counts. But with Ai's cautious nature, he was probably more worried that Xiu Sheng and Wen Kai wouldn't burn them cleanly. Shi Jian looked at Lin Ye's busy figure outside the window, filled with admiration. I think this is good. This is the kind of righteous indignation that a disciple of Maoshan should have. By the way, junior brother, did you teach I the Thunder technique? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu became spirited, saying with excitement, I only pointed out a few things, but I didn't expect I to have such good comprehension. Sigh. Having a talented disciple can sometimes be really troublesome. You don't have to teach him much, and he just gets it, making me feel like an incompetent master. Fortunately, there are Xiu Sheng and Wen Kai to teach him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting to teach a disciple to this extent. Daoist Simu stared wide-eyed at the self-congratulatory Uncle Jiu, finding him increasingly unfamiliar. Hey, senior brother. Are you bullying me just because I only have Jia Lo as a disciple? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. I never said that. If you think so, there's nothing I can do about it. Shi Jian looked at this scene, feeling as if it were just yesterday. Back in Maoshan, they often bickered like this among the brothers. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had taken a torch from Xiu Sheng, burned a zombie with a single flame, and finally had time to check the system notification. It was shocking when he saw it. Ding! The host has eliminated a black zombie. gaining 300 simplified points. Ding. The host has eliminated a black zombie, gaining 300 simplified points. Ding. The host has eliminated a black zombie, gaining 50 simplified points. Ding. The host has eliminated a black zombie, gaining 50 simplified points. Wow, a bumper harvest. Among all these notifications, one was particularly eye-catching. Ding. The host has eliminated a hairy zombie, gaining 1,000 simplified points. 1,000 simplified points. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised, and he remembered that he had eliminated so many black zombies, but the simplified points gained were not the same. Clearly all black zombies. Why were the simplified points different? Lin Ye thought carefully and noticed the difference. The black zombies in front of him were subdued by Daoist Simu and then burned by him, but the previous black zombies were eliminated by him alone. Could it be that the system encourages him to fight demons and eliminate evil alone? Ding. Is your mouth just for decoration? Is it really that hard to ask questions? Lin Ye was taken aback, his handsome face turning green with anger. System, are you itching for a fight? Why are you talking to me like this? Guessing here and there without letting me speak. Huh? I'm a system, all-knowing and all-powerful. You have the answers, but insist on figuring it out yourself, right? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Oh, all-powerful? Really? More real than gold. Then, all-powerful system. Could you give your handsome host a bucket of Pangu's essence blood to replenish his strength? What are you talking about? Although this system is all-powerful, you can't be daydreaming. Lin Ye rolled his eyes inwardly. Is that it? Didn't they say Panga died after being drained of his essence blood by your kind of systems? How come you didn't get any? Don't believe rumors or spread them. At this moment, in the system space, Lin Ye's system was curled up in a corner, trembling. Dude, don't say that. They'll come looking for you. Fortunately, Lin Ye was just joking and didn't dig deeper. System, then tell me, why do the simplified points vary for the same black zombies? Ding, the amount of simplified points depends on how much damage the host causes to the zombies and monsters. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. So it's still encouraging me to fight demons and eliminate evil alone? Open the system panel. Host, Lin Ye, realm, late refinement of essence and transformation of Qi 123-99999. Late mage, technique. Shanqing Great Cave True Scripture, first layer. Shanqing Body Refinement Technique, minor success. Body Technique Chapter, entry. Movement Technique Chapter, entry. Magic, Golden Light Spell 7, major success. 5 Thunder Righteous Method 96, minor success. Root Bone, pure in body. Simplified points, 3,724. Looking at the simplified points, Lin Ye fell into deep thought, wondering whether to simplify the Divine Strike technique or save up for the second layer of the Shanqing Great Cave True Scripture. Now with the major success of the Golden Light spell and the 5 Thunder Righteous method nearing major success, and his cultivation having broken through to the late mage stage, adding another Divine Strike technique wouldn't significantly enhance his strength. But the simplified points are still too few. If only I had 80, 000, or 100, 000 simplified points. However, there's no rush. The sub-boss Old Master Rin hasn't been cleared yet. Thinking of this, Lin Ye decided to wait until he dealt with Old Master Rin and the hidden Feng Shui Master before making a decision. To deal with zombies, the Thunder technique is essential. If the 5 Thunder Righteous method could be cultivated to major success, he wouldn't have had such a hard time dealing with those zombies today. He also wondered if that Feng Shui Master would come to cause trouble tonight. Damn it, why am I being targeted? Just thinking of becoming the delicacy in the eyes of the zombies made Lin Ye feel uncomfortable, and the thought that the Feng Shui Master might be secretly watching him made Lin Ye feel even more on edge. No, tonight I need to work harder and strive to elevate the 5 Thunder Righteous method to major success. The more strength I have, the more security I have. After making up his mind, Lin Ye said to Qiu Sheng, "Senior brother, please tell Master and Grandmaster for me that I'm going to cultivate." Without waiting for Qiu Sheng to respond, he turned and walked into the room, pulling out the hand crank generator and eagerly starting today's cultivation. Chapter 36. Night attacked by the evil spirit at this moment, outside Rinjie town, in a cave. Old Master Rin stood quietly to the side, with a purple talisman on his forehead. This special talisman suppressed Old Master Rin's corpse energy tightly, not allowing even a trace to escape. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the cave, landing on the tattered Daoist robe. Behind him, rows of zombies stood in shadowy silhouettes. An elderly man with the surname Yao muttered to himself, "Strange, why have so many Maoshan Taoists suddenly appeared? It's truly perplexing." A row of silver needles appeared on the table. A pair of hands picked up these silver needles and effortlessly stabbed them into the acupuncture points of the zombie's body. Originally, Old Master Ren's skin was incredibly tough, impervious to knives and guns, and resistant to water and fire. However, these silver needles pierced the zombie's body without any effort, and some talismans were on him. What a pity, the plan has been exposed. Otherwise, if we had caught that kid and let Lin Fengjiao drain his blood, he would surely transform into a flying dragon. At that time, we could also drain the blood of the Lin family father and daughter and those stinking Taoists. Just a few more months, and everything would settle. Even if all the Maoshan experts came out then, it would be too late to turn back. Sigh. The elderly man with the surname Yao sighed. No, I still need to think of a way to capture that kid. As long as Lin Fengjiao drains his blood, dealing with a few Maoshan Taoists would be much simpler. As for forcibly storming the ancestral hall, don't joke. This old bone of mine still wants to live a few more days. Thinking of this, the elderly man with the surname Yao took a gourd from his waist and released a fierce ghost from inside. Go, bring him back. After doing all this, he continued to fiddle with the zombie. This place was extremely hidden. Even if Uncle Gio and the others tried their best, it would be difficult to find Old Master Ren's trace. Inside the ancestral hall, Lin Ye was still immersed in the tingling sensation brought by the alternating current. Suddenly, a loud noise filled the entire room, and the exorcism talisman against the window was instantly burned to ashes. Lin Ye opened his eyes, only to feel a powerful force tightly gripping his throat. Clearly, this fierce ghost wanted to strangle him to death. Lin Ye immediately woke up, and without hesitation, he activated his true energy and kicked out. After all, it was a small achievement in the realm of upper, clear body refinement. The fierce ghost was directly kicked away, crashing hard against the wall. Just then, the fierce ghost collided with the talisman on the wall, letting out a wretched scream, with black smoke rising from its body, clearly suffering serious injuries. Seeing this, Lin Ye immediately activated the golden light spell and flew up. The fierce ghost caught sight of Lin Ye's charge, and without fear, it slammed a palm towards him, colliding head-on with his fist. Lin Ye felt as if his arm was about to dislocate. How could this fierce ghost be so strong? The corpse formed from energy actually had such great strength? In fact, Lin Ye had no idea that the fierce ghost before him was being controlled and did not know to retreat. The fierce ghost had also been injured by Lin Ye, but after all, it was refined by evil methods, and its minor injuries healed in an instant. Lin Ye was not lacking in insight. Seeing the scene, he realized he was no match for the fierce ghost. Even the fully developed golden light spell couldn't harm it. How was he supposed to fight now? With this thought, he called for help loudly. He couldn't do it. There were still Uncle Gio, Shi Jian, and Daoist Simu in the ancestral hall. They were all Maoshan experts. How could they not handle the ghost in front of him? Master, Uncle Master, help! There's a ghost. At this moment, Daoist Simu rushed in aggressively. Holding a copper coin sword, he questioned fiercely, "Where is the ghost?" Lin Ye silently pointed to the fierce ghost that was charging at him again. "Damn beast, die!" Daoist Simu's expression changed slightly. Biting his fingertip, he inscribed a talisman on the copper coin sword, then leaped lightly to Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye witnessed the red runes on Daoist Simu's copper coin sword shine, striking the fierce ghost, making it scream in distress. What was even more surprising was that the area where the fierce ghost was hit actually turned black, and ghostly energy emitted from that area. Seeing that it was no match for Daoist Simu, the fierce ghost became furious, picking up a pillar that supported the house and smashing it towards Daoist Simu. Quite a force. Daoist Simu was unafraid, dodging to the side, and decisively charged towards the fierce ghost again. Lin Ye watched intently, ready to seize the opportunity. The battle between one person and one ghost was exceptionally fierce. Daoist Simu appeared to be at a slight disadvantage, but in reality, he was deliberately putting on a show for the behind-the-scenes mastermind, pretending to be weak, thus temporarily being beaten back. The fierce ghost was also somewhat at a loss, as Daoist Simu's every move unknowingly pushed it to the brink. Now's the time. Without delay, Daoist Simu saw the fierce ghost reveal a flaw. His eyes suddenly brightened, and without hesitation, he had talisman on the fierce ghost's forehead. Then the copper coin sword suddenly stabbed into the fierce ghost's body. The fierce ghost let out a wailing scream, like a drop of water hitting a hot stove, making a sizzling sound. Its entire figure appeared much dimmer, resembling an illusory shadow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye leaped up and struck the fierce ghost with a palm thunder. Ding! The host has eliminated a fierce ghost, gaining 500 simplified points. With the system prompt sounding, the fierce ghost finally vanished, without even the chance for reincarnation. Lin Ye turned to look at Daoist Simu. Uncle Master, why haven't I seen Master and Uncle Master? Daoist Simu raised his hand to interrupt Lin Ye's words. No need to say much. It's getting late. You should rest early. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow after you wake up. However, Lin Ye clearly saw that after Daoist Simu finished this sentence, his mouth moved as if he was still saying something. Upon closer inspection, his lips seemed to be saying, everything is as usual, showing weakness to the enemy. Lin Ye suddenly understood, so he quickly said, then I'll go rest first, Uncle Master. You should also sleep early. Daoist Simu nodded, then stuffed a handful of talismans into Lin Ye's hand. Leaning close to Lin Ye's ear and said, keep these talismans close, don't sleep too deeply. That guy has set his sights on you now. This time it was a fierce ghost, but next time who knows? Lin Ye swallowed hard, seriously storing the talismans handed to him by Daoist Simu, then lay down on the bed, resolutely facing death. Daoist Simu's mouth twitched, looking at Lin Ye's appearance. He couldn't help but feel angry. What is this? I look as if I don't go to hell, who will? Doesn't he know I'm not asking him to be the ghost food? Thinking of this, Daoist Simu shook his head and smiled. After all, Lin Ye was still a half-grown child. How could he not be afraid of ghosts? Coming out of Lin Ye's room and looking at the bright moon in the sky, Daoist Simu couldn't help but think of his obedient disciple. I wonder how Jiala is doing. Is he eating well? Chapter 37, The Hiding Place of a Zombie. Lin Ye slept fitfully in a state of anxiety and unease until the late hours of the night. Just as he was already on edge, he was suddenly awakened by a bone-chilling cold. What is going on? Lin Ye felt a surge of true qi circulating within him, sweeping away the surrounding chill. Taking a deep breath, he realized that the room was exceptionally cold, so much so that it could freeze water. Who? Lin Ye alertly grabbed a stack of talismans hidden under his pillow, specifically left for him by Daoist Simu for protection. He never expected that these exorcism talismans would come in handy so soon. Just as Lin Ye was in a state of suspicion, wanting to know what was lurking in the ancestral hall, the door was pushed open. A familiar figure walked in. No, it should be said a familiar ghost. Dong Xiaoyu bowed to Lin Ye. Benefactor, you? Lin Ye, holding the stack of exorcism talismans, spoke coldly. Didn't I already let you go? What is your intention appearing here again today? Hearing Lin Ye's somewhat dissatisfied tone, Dong Xiaoyu quickly explained, Benefactor, it's not what you think. I came today to inform you of something important. Something important? Lin Ye asked in confusion. Then tell me. Dong Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ye and said, Benefactor, I found a cave on the mountain behind the town, and inside there are a large number of zombies. A cave? Lin Ye recalled the cave from a movie, where old Master Rin lay. Perhaps it was indeed the lair of that geomancer. In fact, Lin Ye had thought about it during the day yesterday, but he didn't go to check it out of caution. Now it seemed that the cave truly held secrets. Lin Ye asked, you said there are zombies inside? How many zombies? Dong Xiaoyu replied, I didn't dare to count. I just took a distant glance at the cave entrance, and there seemed to be about 20 zombies. 20. Lin Ye was startled. There had been a dozen furry zombies attacking them on the road today. On his way back to the ancestral hall to get help, he encountered more zombies blocking the way. He had eliminated a few black zombies, including a furry one. He thought that was already a terrible situation, but it turned out things were even worse. I understand now, thank you. You can go back. But remember to be careful when you leave. Don't disturb my master and my uncles. They aren't as easy to talk to as my master and I. Dong Xiaoyu was indeed scared. Lin Ye's master was already very powerful, and there were uncles and aunts as well. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No, it was frightening. So, Dong Xiaoyu readily agreed and was about to leave. However, Lin Ye always felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. Just as Dong Xiaoyu was about to reach the door, Lin Ye suddenly realized. How did Dong Xiaoyu get in here? With the ancestral hall S statue of the founder in place. And after the lesson learned from last night, surely Uncle Jiu and Shi Jian had set up many formations specifically to exorcise and eliminate ghosts. How could Dong Xiaoyu enter here so safely? Not good. Lin Ye leaped up and performed a somersault in midair, landing beside Dong Xiaoyu. Dong Xiaoyu was startled. She thought Lin Ye was going to attack her. Who knew Lin Ye would suddenly push her away and shout loudly outside the door. "Uncle Master, please spare her." Outside, a peachwood sword flew in. But Lin Ye kicked it away, and then a Daoist in an yin-yang robe jumped in through the window. Upon a closer look, it was indeed Shi Jian. At this moment, Daoist Simu also casually stood at the doorway with a bagua mirror. With such a luxurious lineup, let alone Dong Xiaoyu. Even if the Ghost King came in person, they would probably meet a bitter end here. Daoist Simu bit his finger, drew blood across the bagua mirror, and pointed it at Dong Xiaoyu. At the same time, Shi Jian raised the peachwood sword, aiming its tip directly at Dong Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lin Ye hurriedly intervened. "Uncle Master, things are not as you think. Let me explain." Shi Jian remained unmoved, insisting, "Junior brother, a Yi has been enchanted by an evil spirit. I will stop him. You go eliminate this ghost." Lin Ye was helpless. The truth was not like that. And Dong Xiaoyu was not plotting anything sinister. But Shi Jian would not believe him, and the situation became precarious. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoyu was illuminated by the bagua mirror. White smoke rising from her body, and she let out a mournful cry. Lin Ye had no choice but to shout, "Uncle Master, she is here to deliver a message. She has found the lair of the zombies. Moreover, she is not a malicious ghost. My master knows about her situation too." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Shi Jian and Daoist Simu finally stopped. Dong Xiaoyu was now trembling. She was truly terrified. Both Shi Jian and Daoist Simu were merciless when it came to dealing with ghosts. Shi Jian turned to Lin Ye and asked, "She said she found the hiding place of the zombies? Do you think we can trust what a ghost says?" It seemed he was ready to eliminate Dong Xiaoyu at any moment. "Master brother, please spare her. This female ghost has indeed never harmed anyone." Just then, Uncle Jiu finally arrived. Seeing Uncle Jiu, Dong Xiaoyu inexplicably felt a lot safer. Shi Jian also realized that things might not be as he thought. So he carefully examined Dong Xiaoyu and confirmed that there was no aura of harm on her, then said, "Since Junior brother has spoken, then you may leave." Dong Xiaoyu, hearing this, was terrified and left in a hurry, looking back every few steps, fearing that Shi Jian would change his mind and stab her in the back. Late arriving Uncle Jiu watched Dong Xiaoyu leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was all because of his disciple Qiusheng creating trouble. Uncle Jiu sighed and clasped his hands to Shi Jian, saying, "Master brother, thank you for sparing her. This female ghost has indeed never harmed anyone, and she has a deep connection with Qiusheng, so..." After hearing Uncle Jiu's explanation, Shi Jian suddenly laughed heartily. "So that's it. This is a good thing. With such a ghost protecting the path, the future will be smooth sailing. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate. You've taken in two deeply blessed disciples all at once. I'm really envious of you." Uncle Jiu was taken aback. "Master brother, you don't blame me?" Shi Jian glanced at Uncle Jiu and then said, "I hate your indecisiveness and your frequent pity for evil spirits. But that is only for the harmful ones. Since this female ghost has a deep connection with your disciple, it means they will eventually be one family. Who knows, maybe in the future, our Maoshan will have another ghost king to oversee things. I couldn't be happier. What do you take me for?" Uncle Jiu twitched his mouth, thinking to himself, "Who knows what you're thinking? If you accidentally eliminate the female ghost, wouldn't Qiusheng be left without a wife?" He completely forgot that he initially wanted to exorcise Dong Xiaoyu. Chapter 38. Removing the corpse from the cave at this moment, Daoist Simu reacted and pulled Lin Ye, asking, Did you just say that the female ghost discovered the hiding place of those zombies?" Lin Ye nodded and promptly recounted the information that Dong Xiaoyu had told him. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. Shi Jian glanced at Jiu Shu and said, "What are you hesitating for? We should go up the mountain at dawn tomorrow." Jiu Shu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "That works too." As dawn broke, Lin Ye stepped out of the room and saw Jiu Shu dressed in his Daoist robe. It seemed that Jiu Shu was truly determined this time. Lin Ye was carrying a small bag of glutinous rice, along with many talismans, and held Jiu Shu's peachwood sword, while Qiu Sheng pushed a small cart loaded with firewood, oil, and other materials for casting spells. Daoist Simu remained at the ancestral hall, while Shi Jian quietly followed closely behind. In the afternoon, the four of them arrived at the mountain where old Master Ren was buried. After a few days, the mountain had completely changed its appearance. It used to be vibrant with life, but now, looking up at the mountain, everywhere was filled with dead trees. And crows gathered at the summit, densely packed like a mass of dark clouds. The sight was exceptionally ominous, causing a sense of dread. Jiu Shu shook his head and sighed as he looked at the mountain. "I never expected this place to become a dead zone." Alas, he let out a long sigh, realizing that the feng shui of this mountain had completely turned into a place for nurturing corpses. If no spells were cast to save it, the bodies buried here, which had not yet decayed, would turn into zombies and crawl out from the ground. The zombies would wreak havoc in the area, and the feng shui master behind the scenes was manipulating things in the dark. If it were in the past, Jiu Shu would have been unable to handle it alone. But now, with Shi Jian and Daoist Simu assisting, the outcome was uncertain. However, the feng shui master behind the scenes had not yet revealed himself. He seemed like a patient and cunning hunter, setting traps and waiting for Lin Ye and Jiu Shu to fall into difficulty step by step. Perhaps only at that moment would the mastermind reveal their true face before the eyes of the master and disciple. Lin Ye was determined as he stepped onto the mountaintop. The master and disciple hardly needed a search. They found the hiding place of the zombies almost immediately. It was simply too conspicuous. The cave was filled with a dense zombie aura that seemed to break through the sky, and the stench was detectable from afar. Jiu Shu and Lin Ye exchanged glances, and Jiu Shu rushed ahead, not trusting Lin Ye to venture into the cave first. Unexpectedly, just before Jiu Shu reached the entrance of the cave, a massive shadow rushed out from the side. Lin Ye saw this scene, and before his brain could react, he had already dashed out, using his momentum to kick the shadow. Jiu Shu's reaction was just as quick as Lin Ye's. With a wave of his hand, the peachwood sword flew out, striking the shadow directly. The master and disciple worked together, and with this one strike, the massive shadow could not withstand their combined force and fell backward. Jiu Shu seized the opportunity, activated a thunder talisman, and threw it. With a loud bang, the shadow was blown apart. It turned out to be a black zombie. How bold to come out and cause trouble in broad daylight. It seemed the Yin energy here was so strong that it allowed zombies to fearlessly confront the sun. Realizing this, Jiu Shu loudly said to Lin Ye, "Follow me into the cave and remember to be cautious. Do not let your guard down." Lin Ye nodded in response and followed Jiu Shu to the cave entrance. He didn't rush in, but instead threw a talisman inside. As soon as the talisman was thrown into the cave, it immediately ignited. What a heavy corpse aura! Lin Ye and Jiu Shu did not dare be careless. They held their breath and walked into the cave. After taking a few steps, they discovered a corpse lying on the ground. Jiu Shu, fearing Lin Ye would be scared, reminded him, "Don't be nervous. It's just a white zombie." Lin Ye nodded to indicate he was fine and took the lead into the cave. Since it was daytime, with strong yang energy, these white zombies lay on the ground like ordinary corpses. However, Lin Ye did not dare underestimate these zombies. He had already seen more than one white zombie on the ground, and among them, there were also black zombies and hairy zombies present. If they were to rise in a narrow cave with the dense Yin energy, it would be difficult for both Jiu Shu and Lin Ye to handle, and they would have to flee in panic. Jiu Shu held a corpse-restraining talisman and first sealed the hairy and black zombies, leaving the white zombies for Lin Ye to deal with. Lin Ye used Jiu Shu's peachwood sword to pierce each white zombie one by one, causing them to disperse their corpse aura and turn into ordinary corpses. Looking at these white zombies, Lin Ye shook his head in disappointment. Was this all they gave? Ding, host eliminated one white zombie, earning 50 simplified points. Ding, host eliminated one white zombie, earning 50 simplified points. Ding, host eliminated one white zombie, earning 50 simplified points. These white zombies really provided too few simplified points, only 50 each. How great it would be if they were all black zombies. However, Lin Ye only thought about it. If they all started as black zombies, how terrifying would that be? Lin Ye followed Jiu Shu deeper into the cave, when suddenly, a chilling scene appeared before them. In the very center of the cave lay a hairy zombie, with the underground energy continuously rising from beneath its body, seeping into its nose. Such dense energy? Lin Ye was shocked. But what surprised him even more was that he saw the hair on this hairy zombie gradually shedding. It was transforming into a jumping zombie. Jiu Shu frowned and approached to examine it closely before his expression turned grave, saying, "This corpse was just bitten not long ago. It's already transforming into a hairy zombie, and it's even changing into a black zombie. This is too fast. Even a heavenly master wouldn't be able to subdue these zombies at this transformation speed." Lin Ye continued deeper and, after taking just a couple of steps, encountered a rather bizarre sight. "Master, come look at this." Jiu Shu quickly placed a corpse-restraining talisman on the hairy zombie's forehead and turned to Lin Ye's direction. What Lin Ye was pointing at was, indeed, a formation. Jiu Shu exclaimed, "My Maoshan gathering in great formation. How could this be?" This not only indicated that someone was indeed nurturing corpses here, but also suggested that the person behind the scenes was likely connected to Maoshan. Such a method could not be arranged by an ordinary feng shui master. The gathering in great formation was a secret technique of the Maoshan lineage for refining corpses. Who could it be that was causing trouble here? Seeing Jiu Shu lost in thought, Lin Ye didn't want to disturb him, so he stepped outside. Looking at the zombies suppressed by the corpse-restraining talismans on the ground, he tightened his grip on the peachwood sword and activated his true energy, piercing one after another. Ding, host eliminated one black zombie, earning 300 simplified points. Ding, host eliminated one black zombie, earning 300 simplified points. Chapter 39. A battle from afar. Lin Ye wielded a peachwood sword, poking at each of the black corpses. Under the infusion of true qi from the peachwood sword, their bodies were as soft as tofu, easily drained of their corpse energy. After eliminating all the black corpses, Lin Ye felt somewhat exhausted. After all, his cultivation was still at the refining essence stage, and his true qi could not sustain itself indefinitely. Lin Ye also tried to eliminate the hairy corpses, but although they were not as invulnerable as the jumping corpses, they cannot be easily penetrated by the peachwood sword. To get rid of the hairy corpses, he would probably have to use thunder techniques or the golden light spell to disperse the corpse energy around their throats. However, Lin Ye had already consumed a large amount of true qi earlier, and if he used more now, it would be risky if he encountered danger later. If it really came to that, could he drag them out for Qiu Sheng to burn with oil? But with so many zombies here, dragging them all out would be exhausting. Thinking of this, Lin Ye had a sudden inspiration. He took some glutinous rice from his waist and stuffed a handful into the mouth of a hairy corpse. Suddenly, the mouth of the hairy corpse made a series of popping sounds, and waves of corpse energy floated out from its mouth. Ding! Host eliminated one hairy corpse, gaining 500 simplified points. Seeing it was effective, Lin Ye followed suit and stuffed all the remaining glutinous rice into the mouths of the other hairy corpses. Listening to the continuous system notification sounds in his ears, Lin Ye couldn't help but grin widely. On the other hand, Uncle Jiu was not in a good mood. He angrily shouted, "To actually raise corpses to cause harm. This is simply a disgrace to Maoshan. I called Qiu Sheng over to open the altar. Today, I must eliminate this disgrace to our sect. Junior brother, go all out. I will protect you." Stone Jian stormed in with Qiu Sheng from outside the cave, and they saw Qiu Sheng's clothes were in tatters and he looked disheveled. Lin Ye asked in confusion, "Master Uncle, what happened to my senior brother?" Mentioning this made Stone Jian seethe with anger. He suppressed his rage and said, "Right now, there are countless mountain spirits and wild monsters outside, crazily biting anyone they see. Not to mention this kid, even I almost fell victim." Yes, If it weren't for Master Uncle saving my life, I would probably have been left with nothing but bones. Qiuxing echoed repeatedly. Uncle Jiu was furious upon hearing this. All right. It seems our fellow practitioner is truly beyond saving. In that case, don't blame me for taking action. I, Qiusheng, set up the altar. Lin Ye and Qiusheng exchanged glances, then took out glutinous rice, incense candles, 3 pure bells, yellow paper, and red cinnabar from the bag Qiusheng brought, placing them on the offering table inside the cave. The feng shui master would never have thought someone would use his altar to deal with him on his own territory. Uncle Jiu stood solemnly before the altar, holding yellow talisman paper and dotted blood on the red cinnabar. The cinnabar instantly became rich, its color more vibrant and eye-catching. Command! In an instant, Uncle Jiu skillfully wrote the runes and placed the talisman paper on the 7-star lantern, shouting loudly. The candlelight that was about to extinguish suddenly became incredibly bright. At the same time, from a nearby grass nest in the cave, a low muffled grunt was heard. Unexpectedly, these Maoshan Daoists also knew witchcraft. Damn it! The feng shui master took out a straw man covered with talismans and stuck a substitute talisman on himself, then prepared to carry the old master away. At that moment, he suddenly felt intense pain, causing his actions to involuntarily stop. This is impossible. How could it be so fast? Even the substitute talisman didn't work? He was astonished, muttering to himself, and then sat cross-legged, trying to suppress the surging power within him. Little did he know, in the realm of fighting from afar, when Uncle Jiu said second, no one dared to say first. Uncle Jiu was best at setting up altars and casting spells, but most of the time he encountered situations where he didn't have time to set up an altar, which was why he was rarely seen doing so. Lin Ye saw that the 7-star lanterns became brighter and brighter while Uncle Jiu was casting the spell. The light even became somewhat dazzling. When using witchcraft, Uncle Jiu didn't even need the other party's personal belongings or birth chart. He only needed to utilize a trace of the feng shui master's aura left in the cave. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 incense sticks and 7 lanterns correspond to the feng shui master's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Uncle Jiu flicked his fingers to extinguish one of the 7-star lanterns. Although Lin Ye did not understand the underlying principles, he could tell from Uncle Jiu's pale face that this curse had a tremendous burden on the caster. The extinguished lamp revived. This was the feng shui master's substitute straw man taking effect. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu was not discouraged and flicked his fingers again, extinguishing that lamp once more. Now the feng shui master could not withstand it. One of his spirits was teetering on the brink of collapse, about to disperse. The feng shui master felt a splitting headache. He knew he could not just sit and wait any longer, and he also knew he was not Uncle Jiu's opponent. So he hesitated no more. Looking at old Master Ren in front of him, he felt utterly helpless. This was just a peak jumping corpse. Just one step away from what he imagined to be a flying corpse, but that step was like a chasm. However, he could not afford to think too much now. If he did not seize old Master Ren, his near-expired body would not last long. Yes, that's right, it was about seizing the body. Uncle Jiu originally suspected that the feng shui master wanted to refine old Master Ren into a flying corpse to protect himself. Who would have thought this feng shui master was so bold? He actually planned to use secret methods to seize old Master Ren at the brink of his life, turning himself into a zombie. One could only say he was indeed an evil cultivator. To extend his life, he was even willing to give up being human. Daoisting, since you're ruining my good deeds, let me give you a grand gift. The feng shui master endured the excruciating pain, positioning himself and old Master Ren according to the yin-yang directions of the Chiman, then took out black dog blood and a Bagua mirror from his bundle. Reciting incantations, he began his secret method. Inside the cave, Uncle Jiu was still continuously casting spells when suddenly, the 7-star lanterns shattered one after another. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu furrowed his brows, looking at the collapsed altar with uncertainty. Lin Ye, even more confused, looked at Uncle Jiu. Master? Uncle Jiu waved his hand, not speaking, only frowning and staring blankly at the exploded altar. Seeing Uncle Jiu lost in thought, Stone Jian asked, Junior brother, What exactly happened? Uncle Jiu came back to his senses, his expression serious as he said, "Just now, I intended to curse the opponent to death. It started off normally. But just as I was about to strike him down, the person's 3 souls and 7 spirits suddenly vanished. Strange. How could the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a living person suddenly disappear?" Stone Jian frowned upon hearing this. Uncle Jiu looked at the gray sky outside the cave and asked, Qiusheng, what time is it now?" Lin Ye took out a pocket watch and looked at it, saying, "It's almost the hour of Shun." "Not yet the hour of Shun? Why does it look like the hour of you?" Uncle Jiu pondered for a moment and said, "This place is too strange. I think it's not suitable for us to stay here for long. We should hurry back to the ancestral hall." Chapter 40. Overwhelming evil spirits. This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's hurry. As soon as Uncle Jiu finished speaking, the dark energy in the sky suddenly thickened. The mountain spirits and wild creatures around, along with snakes, insects, rats, and ants, seemed to have been summoned and rushed over in swarms. Perhaps influenced by the dark energy, those animals began to become frantic. Lin Ye dashed to the cave entrance and caught a rat in his hand. Not good. The rat viciously bit Lin Ye's hand, its crimson eyes sending a wave of fear through him. These animals, affected by the dark energy, had lost their reason. They even had the impulse to harm. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly ran to Uncle Jiu's side. Uncle Jiu focused his gaze and turned to Qiusheng, saying, "Qiusheng, quickly get some oil." This was a desperate measure. The overwhelming mountain spirits and wild creatures couldn't be stopped with ordinary means. They could only resort to using fire. Fortunately, they had brought plenty of oil, anticipating the trouble with the zombies, and now it was just in time. When Qiusheng brought the oil, Uncle Jiu instructed, "While these creatures haven't completely gone mad, quickly gather more branches. Also collect some dry twigs." Qiusheng didn't fully understand the situation, but he knew listening to his master was always right, so he took an axe and went to chop trees. Soon, through the unrelenting efforts of the 2 brothers, a fire barrier made of branches, twigs, and oil was formed. The mountain spirits and wild creatures outside the cave could only risk their lives to enter. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, those snakes, insects, rats, and ants charged into the sea of flames recklessly. Lin Ye watched as the endless stream of snakes, insects, rats, and ants approached, feeling his scalp tingle. He waved the torch in his hand, attempting to drive them away. Those snakes, insects, rats, and ants, usually afraid of fire, now appeared even more ferocious under the flames. Moreover, the gathering of these creatures seemed to exude dark energy that threatened to extinguish the flames. Seeing this, Lin Ye splashed oil among the swarm of snakes, insects, rats, and ants, then threw the torch in. Ding! Host has exterminated a demon, gaining 20 simplification points. Ding! Host has exterminated a demon, gaining 15 simplification points. These things were simply experience points for simplification. However, it must be said that these little creatures bite really hard. It doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Strange. Lin Ye looked down and suddenly discovered that the area bitten by the rat had undergone a transformation. The flesh there had turned black, and black blood was oozing from the wound. Yet Lin Ye felt no pain at all. Not good. Lin Ye quickly grabbed a handful of glutinous rice to apply to the wound. Hiss! It's corpse poison. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants carry corpse poison. Uncle Jiu's brows furrowed. This dark energy had somehow transformed into corpse gas. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants must have gone mad due to inhaling a large amount of corpse gas. Shi Jian looked at the densely packed mountain spirits and wild creatures outside the cave. His expression grave. Right now, the snakes, insects, rats, and ants were merely being used as cannon fodder to feed the fire. Once the fire extinguished, the mountain spirits and wild creatures outside would swarm in and tear everyone to pieces. Realizing this, Shi Jian said to Uncle Jiu, "This won't do. If the fire goes out, we might be in serious trouble. I remember you can use Sunbathe True Fire, which is perfect for dealing with these evil spirits. I'll protect you while you use the Sunbathe True Fire to clear a path. Let's fight our way out together." Uncle Jiu nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll prepare now." As the oil ran out, Lin Ye found himself unable to stop them. There were just too many. In his entire life, he had never seen so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. As the flames gradually extinguished, the mountain spirits and wild creatures outside began to stir restlessly. Oh no, so many. Just when Lin Ye thought he was about to meet his end, Uncle Jiu pulled out a talisman and touched it to the copper coin sword. A flame ignited on the copper coin sword. Uncle Jiu stepped forward, fingers forming seals, and recited a spell. Jade liquid and nectar nurture longevity. Samadhi true, fire refines my form. If one recognizes the golden elixir principle, one's life may extend for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Command. As the incantation was recited, Uncle Jiu stroked the sword, and a tongue of fire instantly attached itself to the copper coin sword. The flame grew larger in the wind, quickly expanding to a size of 3 zhong, approximately 10 meters. This 3 zhong flame surged towards the mountain spirits and wild creatures outside the cave. Wherever the flame went, all evil retreated. Both dark energy and corpse gas became fuel that fed the flames. The fire grew larger and larger. Uncle Jiu threw the burning copper coin sword into the sky, and the flame immediately shot towards the dark energy above. For a moment, the entire sky was ablaze. Soon, the dark energy that filled the sky was completely dissipated. Lin Ye stared at this scene, realizing that at this moment, what kind of divine techniques or body-refining techniques could compare to this? Just as Lin Ye fantasized about showcasing extraordinary power after mastering this, the system spoke up. Ding, Samadhi true fire, also known as Samadhi divine fire. The heart is the Lord's fire, also called divine fire, known as upper Samadhi. The kidneys are the minister's fire, also called essence fire, known as middle Samadhi. The bladder, that is, the chi si below the navel, is the people's fire, known as lower Samadhi. This is Samadhi true fire. What does this mean? It means that Samadhi true fire does not belong to any technique. I hope the host does not harbor delusions. Lin Ye felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't get discouraged. If the system couldn't help him, he would do it himself. Was it true that he couldn't do anything without the system? Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, he heard Uncle Jiu's voice. Are you okay? Get ready, you, and Xiaoxing stick close to me. I will clear the path for you. We will fight our way out together. Lin Ye came back to his senses, looking at Uncle Jiu's worried expression, feeling warmth in his heart. Master, I'm fine. I have a golden light spell to protect me. You don't need to worry. Good. Then keep an eye on Xiaoxing. We're setting off now. Uncle Jiu nodded. As the 4 of them stepped out of the cave, they were stunned by the scene before them. It was a mass of creatures, snakes, insects, rats, wolves, tigers, leopards, and countless birds and beasts densely packed together. Seemingly all living beings within 100 miles were drawn here. Uncle Jiu spoke solemnly. Eldest senior brother, buy me some time. Shi Jian immediately understood and summoned his true energy, electric arcs flashing between his hands. Then, with a loud shout, he leaped into the crowd of mountain spirits and wild creatures. Watch as I unleash the thunder fist. Sizzle, sizzle. The air was soon filled with the smell of charred flesh. Chapter 41. Divine fire punishes evil. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. As if the earth itself trembled, Shi Jian moved his fists, darting like lightning among the mountain spirits and wild monsters. Each punch carrying destructive power that forced the enemies to retreat one after another. Jiu Shu's expression was grave, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a torch. A strand of true chi flickering at his fingertips, ready to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. At that moment, a chilling howl echoed through the valley, and the mountain spirits and wild monsters abandoned their assault on Shi Jian, turning in unison to pounce towards Jiu Shu. Unfazed, Jiu Shu raised the copper coin short sword in his hand, channeling true chi, biting his middle finger to smear blood on the sword, using his own blood as fuel to ignite the Samadhi fire. Instantly, a blazing flame erupted from the sword, extending for hundreds of meters without end. Seeing this, Shi Jian retreated to Jiu Shu's side, activating the wooden stake technique to help intensify the fire. The flames surged with the wind, and wherever the Samadhi fire went, a fierce wind howled, swirling into a fire tornado that shot up into the sky. The blazing flames roared as Shi Jian stood firm, gathering true qi within him to activate the wooden stake technique once more. In an instant, a peculiar wood grain blossomed, standing tall like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, continuously blocking the fierce flames and forming a scorching protective barrier around everyone. The mountain spirits and wild monsters wailed in the flames, gradually turning to ashes, slowly drifting down as the fire weakened. Moments later, everything returned to calm. Lin Ye looked at the dust still falling from the sky, reflecting on Jiu Shu's display of power earlier, feeling somewhat mesmerized. Seeing the danger averted, Shi Jian breathed a sigh of relief, then puzzledly said, I wonder where that rogue from the Daoist sect learned the corpse-rearing and beast-controlling techniques. If I catch him, I will definitely make him wish he was never born. Jiu Shu pondered for a moment before saying, This is not the time to discuss this. That feng shui master might still be lurking in the shadows. We just went through a fierce battle. I think we should return to the righteous manor to recuperate before making further plans. Shi Jian nodded. It has to be that way. On the way back to the righteous manor, everyone was cautious, on guard for any potential dangers. But fortunately, the journey was relatively calm, and they managed to return to the manor before dark. As soon as they returned to the righteous manor, Simu Daoist eagerly began to ask questions. What happened? Jiu Shu sighed deeply. We did eliminate quite a few zombies, but we still haven't found any trace of that feng shui master or old master Rin. Not only that, but we nearly lost our lives. Simu Daoist was taken aback. What? It was that dangerous? Sighing, Jiu Shu continued. Do you know if any practitioners from the corpse-rearing sect have come down from Maoshan? Simu Daoist shook his head and asked, I don't know. Why do you ask this? Shi Jian took over. That evil sect set up a gathering formation, turning the whole mountain into a corpse-rearing ground. Moreover, that evil sect somehow evaded Fengjiao's curse technique and summoned countless snakes, insects, mice, ants, and mountain spirits. If you and I weren't here, relying solely on Fengjiao's strength, she would have indeed faced mortal danger. Simu Daoist nodded in agreement. It seems that the ancestors' warning was not unfounded. Not long after you left, many wandering souls attempted to break into the righteous manor. Fortunately, the formation set up earlier worked, and with me here, the manor remained safe. Hearing this, Shi Jian snorted. Humph. I will send a message to all sects of Maoshan and strictly investigate the disciples, dancing with zombies and demons, endangering lives, causing disasters. If it truly is a disciple from Maoshan, I will personally hunt them down and cleanse the sect. The more Shi Jian spoke, the angrier he became. He had always been intolerant of evil. Now that it might involve a rogue from his sect, how could he remain calm? He immediately sat cross-legged, using his hands to form a seal to send a message to the Maoshan headquarters. Seeing this, Jiu Shu and Simu did not disturb him, waving their hands to send Lin Ye and Qiuxing out. It was better not to let the younger generation eavesdrop on such matters. If it turned out to be a rogue from Maoshan, it was enough for the brothers to know the details. After all, if any grudges were involved, it would inadvertently mislead the younger generation, and this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. After leaving the main hall, Lin Ye looked at the darkening sky and let out a long breath. He then felt a sense of urgency. His current strength was still far from enough. Facing the kind of big scene from the afternoon, he didn't even have a chance to step in. Thinking of this, Lin Ye turned to Qiuxing and said, Senior brother, I'm going back to my room to rest for a bit. If there's anything, just call me outside my window. After experiencing such a big scene, Qiuxing was also physically and mentally exhausted. Hearing Lin Ye's words, he yawned and said, Junior brother, you go ahead. I'll go see what Wenkai is doing. Back in his room, Lin Ye couldn't wait to call upon the system. System, open the system panel and let me see how many simplification points I've accumulated this time. Host, Lin Ye, realm, late stage of refining essence into Qi 321-99999. Late stage mage, cultivation method, Shanqing Dao Dong Jinjing, first layer, Shanqing body refinement technique, small success. Body movement technique, entry, body technique, entry, magic, golden light spell 9, great success. 5 Thunder True Method 99, small success. Bones, pure in body. Simplification points, 76-79, seeing that the 5 Thunder True method was just one away from great success. Lin Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have slept last night. I would have gritted my teeth and practiced all night to get the 5 Thunder True method to great success. Just 1 more %. As his gaze shifted down, seeing the number of simplification points, Lin Ye couldn't help but gasp. Wow, I'm rich. System, hurry. Simplify the second layer of Shangqing Dao Dong Jinjing for me. Ding. System detects that simplifying Shangqing Dao Dong Jinjing requires 5,000 simplification points. Please confirm whether to simplify. Yes. Hurry up and arrange it for me. Ding. Simplification successful. Shangqing Dao Dong Jinjing. People in middle age have no choice but to soak goji berries in their thermos. Lin Ye blinked in disbelief and questioned the system. Wait, I just said that casually last time, and you really went ahead and arranged it? Come on, this is the Republic of China. Where am I supposed to get goji berries? If I'm not mistaken, this thing's place of origin is in the Northwest, right? Do you know how expensive it is in the pharmacy? Ding. Host, don't panic. Goji berries are provided by the system for free. Wait, it's free? Well, that's better. Then give me 10 or 8 pounds a try. Ding. Goji berries will automatically replenish in the host's thermos. Please refrain from any thoughts of exploiting the system. Healthy diet, avoid waste. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. How is this reasonable eating? Chapter 42. The Chaos in Rinjia. Town. Lin Ye leaned against the bed, picked up his thermos, and took a sip. Cultivation level 88. So powerful? Truly worthy of the great Daoist Sutra of the second layer. It's known that as one progresses in realms, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve cultivation. Since breaking through to the late stage of mage, his cultivation has only increased by single digits. With this thought, Lin Ye gulped down another big mouthful to calm his nerves. 233. This goji berry tastes sweet with a hint of aftertaste. No wonder it's a system product. Creak. Suddenly, a light sound came from outside the window. Is it my senior brother looking for me? Lin Ye curiously pushed open the window, just in time to meet the gaze of Ren Tingting outside. Looking at Ren Tingting, who suddenly appeared, Lin Ye asked, Tingting, what's wrong? Is something the matter? These past few days, if he wasn't encountering zombies, he was meeting ghosts. He was just slacking off. Even if something major happened, there were still Uncle Gio and the others around. So Lin Ye wasn't worried at all. Ren Tingting shook her head. She was just a bit worried about Lin Ye, and she hadn't seen him all day, so she wanted to come and check. It's nothing really, just that I haven't seen you all day, and then I heard you went out with Uncle Gio. It's just, Lin Ye teased, staring at Ren Tingting and asked, just what? Ren Tingting rolled her eyes at Lin Ye. Just worried about you, all right? Lin Ye's face turned red. He didn't expect Ren Tingting to be so direct, which left him at a loss for words. Ahem, well, the moon is so round tonight. Ren Tingting looked up at the sky, puzzled. The sun just set. Where's the moon from? Lin Ye felt embarrassed. Ren Tingting chuckled. You're really something, all right. I won't tease you anymore. It's my cousin looking for you. He came right after you left this morning, and he brought a lot of silver dollars. I just came by to let you know. Lin Ye glanced at the wall of the neighboring yard, then looked back at Ren Tingting, and finally couldn't help but ask, is it really just on the way? Are you planning to climb over the wall? Ren Tingting pouted, stomped her feet in frustration, and turned to leave. Lin Ye covered his mouth and laughed secretly. What a little brat, just on the way. The only thing strong about her is her mouth. Seeing Ren Tingting walk away, Lin Ye quickly climbed out of the window and followed her to find our way. Along the way, no matter how Lin Ye tried to strike up a conversation, Ren Tingting kept her lips pursed and said nothing. Seeing that Ren Tingting was ignoring him, Lin Ye didn't know what to say and had to keep silent. When Ren Tingting noticed Lin Ye wasn't talking either, she became even angrier. At this moment, Lin Ye was confused. Family members, what did I do wrong? In Ren Fa's room, Awei was still talking incessantly to Ren Fa about what was happening in the town. Uncle, you don't know. The town is in chaos. Last night, there were screams everywhere. When I got up this morning, I found that many people had gone missing. Those who put up IES talismans are perfectly fine. Now, talismans are in high demand in the town. They've shot up to 5 silver dollars each. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness. It seems it was right not to bring Ting Ting home yesterday. By the way, Wei, did you just say Ye's talismans are effective? Wei slapped his thigh and said, effective. They're incredibly effective. Do you remember Uncle Chi? Last night, 2 zombies were just wandering around his house. They couldn't get in no matter what. I have an idea. Let Ye draw talismans, and you can vouch for him while I run around. We can sell them to those poor folks, and then we'll be rich. Ren Fa frowned and scolded. You think you can earn money like this? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Master Ren is right. Lin Ye disdain to earn such money. Captain Wei, you should give up this idea. Lin Ye's voice came in before he even entered the room. Wei turned to look at Lin Ye, a bit anxious. You weren't saying that yesterday afternoon. I brought you silver dollars. A whole 300 of them. Count them. Saying this, he picked up a box from the table and shoved it into Lin Ye's arms. Holding the heavy box, Lin Ye thought to himself that he was about to get rich. Ahem, that's different. Before you said you wanted to sell to wealthy merchants and those rich clansmen. That's why I agreed. Now if you want to profit off the poor, that's not acceptable. Now that people in the town heard that glutinous rice could fend off zombies, they all rushed to buy it. And the rice shops were mixing glutinous rice with brown rice to sell. The price has skyrocketed tenfold. Even so, people are still fighting to buy it. With zombies causing chaos, it's impossible to defend oneself without glutinous rice. Instead of letting those grain merchants earn this black-hearted money, we might as well profit from it ourselves. At least Ye's talismans are genuinely useful, Wei said stubbornly. Lin Ye fell silent upon hearing this. He didn't expect those grain merchants to be so ruthless, raising prices on glutinous rice and mixing in brown rice. This was simply harming people. Thinking of this, Lin Ye questioned Wei. Doesn't your security team care? To his surprise, Wei replied with a grievance. Of course we care, but we can't control it. Those poor folks not only don't listen to advice, but they also help those rice shop owners. Empowerles. Ren Fa couldn't help but ask. Does our Ren family's rice shop also do this? Not at all. In our town, your family's reputation is the best. So as soon as the rice shop opened early in the morning, all the glutinous rice was snatched up. Wei scratched his head and said. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, he realized that one must not engage in immoral acts. After all, his own father had turned into a zombie and was waiting outside for him to deliver himself. Lin Ye furrowed his brows tightly. As long as the Feng Shui master wasn't eliminated, the zombies wouldn't cease, and in the end, it would be the common people who suffered. All right, I'm going to make talismans now, and later, you take them back and have the security team deliver them house to house. Don't leave a single one out. Lin Ye sighed deeply. This was all he could do. It's all because he was too weak. If only he had strength like Uncle Jiu. He wouldn't be hiding in the ancestral hall, afraid to go out alone. Otherwise, he would just guard the town directly. Zombies? Come on, kill one. Without waiting for Wei to respond, Lin Ye turned and walked toward his room. System. Simplify the zombie suppression talismans and the exorcism talismans to yellow talismans. Ding. The system detects that simplifying the zombie suppression talismans to yellow talismans requires 500 simplification points. Exorcism talismans simplified to yellow talismans require 350 simplification points. Please confirm whether to simplify. Yes. Simplify immediately. Simplification successful. Zombie suppression talismans, yellow talismans, are written with zombie suppression in cinnabar on yellow paper. Exorcism talismans, yellow talismans, are written with exorcism in cinnabar on yellow paper. As convenient as ever. Just need to get the yellow paper and cinnabar from Uncle Jiu. Still, let us first raise the thunder technique to full mastery. I'm just one away. It's so frustrating to watch. Thus, today's hand-cranked power generation began. Chapter 43. Stunned Sima shocked Uncle Jiu Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 5 Thunder Rites has been upgraded to great success. Finally achieved great success. Let me see which zombie dares to mess with me now. Lin Ye raised his head to check the sky. It was already getting late, so he hurried towards the main hall. Outside the main hall, Lin Ye saw Uncle Jiu discussing strategies with Daoist Sima before he even entered, but Shi Jian was nowhere to be seen. Master Uncle. Why is a Master Uncle here? Lin Ye asked. Uncle Jiu looked up upon hearing the voice. Oh, it's I. Your master uncle said that he won't have a good night's sleep until he finds that evil path. So he plans to return to that cave for a surprise attack, to see if the evil path is there and destroy that formation completely. That's why your master uncle left without having his meal. Do you have something to discuss? Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this, as expected of the righteous Thunder King. If it weren't for Shi Jian's death in the movie plot, Shi Jian probably wouldn't have gone down the evil path. Thinking of this, Lin Ye secretly made up his mind to keep a close watch on Wang Kai and Qiusheng. He couldn't let them get into trouble. Although Shi Jian was indeed not a good person, the way Qiusheng and Wang Kai handled things was truly hard to describe. Why are you in a daze? Did you come to find me for something? Uncle Jiu asked. Lin Ye snapped back to reality and quickly said, Master, just now Wei told me that there was a zombie disturbance in Rinjia town last night, and many people were harmed. So I want to ask you for some yellow paper and cinnabar to make some corpse-restraining talismans and exorcism talismans to give to the villagers in the town for self-defense. Uncle Jiu was taken aback. Last night, there was a zombie disturbance in the town? There must be some zombies that ambushed us doing misdeeds. I didn't expect they would run to the town. It's all my fault. If I had known, I would have eradicated them completely. Daoist Sima, seeing Uncle Jiu feeling guilty, quickly spoke up to comfort him. Brother, how can this be blamed on you? Last night, we were also stretched thin. However, I has a good heart, knowing to make some talismans for the villagers. What do you need? Yellow paper and cinnabar? Uncle Jiu and Daoist Sima exchanged glances, realizing that this was about to make yellow talismans. Uncle Jiu stood up, his eyes shining as he circled around Lin Ye twice, then patted Lin Ye's shoulder and said, Good boy, you can make yellow talismans already? Come, draw one for me to see. Daoist Sima also cooperatively took out a stack of yellow paper and a bottle of cinnabar from a nearby drawer. Lin Ye felt helpless. Now he had to step up to the plate and just hoped that Uncle Jiu and Daoist Sima wouldn't be too shocked by his talisman-making process. He picked up the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and under the astonished gazes of Uncle Jiu and Daoist Sima, directly wrote the words restraining corpse on the yellow paper. A faint blue light flashed, and the talisman was completed. Daoist Sima couldn't wait to pick up the restraining corpse talisman Lin Ye just made, looking at it from all angles, unable to believe what had just happened. A talisman was made so easily? It was no wonder Daoist Sima was astonished. After all, making a talisman was not as simple as Lin Ye had done. Just the process of preparing the ink was extremely tedious. First, one had to slowly grind realgar wine and cinnabar together until the cinnabar became a bit pasty and there were no fine sand grains. Then white peony and chicken blood had to be added and mixed evenly. Only after full integration could it be used to make talismans. During the talisman-making process, one had to concentrate fully, focusing one's spirit on the tip of the brush, and then write in a specific manner in one go, allowing for no mistakes at all. In contrast, Lin Ye simply dipped the brush in a bit of cinnabar and wrote 2 characters. This kind of thing would be considered explosive in the entire spirit realm. Uncle Jiu was watching Lin Ye with a thoughtful expression. At the moment Lin Ye wrote, a faint blue light flashed. Uncle Jiu recalled reading in a Maoshan text that hundreds of years ago, there was a prodigious talent in Maoshan who could create talismans with a mere thought. This secret method has since been passed down in Maoshan. Unfortunately, hundreds of years have passed, and no one has been able to cultivate to such a level again. The best they could do was to draw talismans in the void. Currently, in all of Maoshan, only a junior brother named Zheng was practicing this secret method. No one knew how far he had progressed over all these years. Lin Ye's talisman-making technique bore a striking resemblance to the essence of that secret method. The divine talisman has a spirit. What the heart desires, the spirit senses, thus exerting divine power, and the talisman comes into being. That faint blue light might have been the spirit of the talisman responding. Realizing this, Uncle Jiu looked at Lin Ye with even greater satisfaction. Perhaps Maoshan would soon produce a once-in-100-years prodigy again. All right, junior brother, I's talent is so good. Making a talisman is nothing to be surprised about. Uncle Jiu paused for a moment, ignoring Daoist Sima's astonished gaze, turned around, and stuffed the yellow paper and cinnabar into Lin Ye's arms, saying with relief, I I know you can't bear to see the villagers suffer, but making talismans is extremely exhausting. I hope you can balance your efforts and not overwork yourself. You still need to rest when it's time to rest. Lin Ye looked at the yellow paper and cinnabar in his arms, falling into deep thought. He knows making talismans is exhausting, yet still gives me so much. Although making talismans for him only required continuous writing and drawing, he still felt a slight sense of melancholy. You can go now. When your master uncle comes back, we'll have dinner. I'll have one Kai come and call you. Lin Ye nodded upon hearing this, clutching a stack of yellow paper and turning back to walk out. With so many talismans, how long would it take him to draw them all? His wrist would break. Master, please say something. As long as you open your mouth, I'll definitely stay. It would be great for the three of us to draw talismans together. Help me share some of the burden. Uncle Jiu turned his head to the side, ignoring Lin Ye's pleading gaze. What a joke. There are so many people in Fengjiao town that need so many talismans. Since I can make talismans so easily, let him do it all by himself. The capable do more work. Seeing that Uncle Jiu was ignoring him, Lin Ye could only helplessly carry the yellow paper and cinnabar back to his room. As Lin Ye walked away, Uncle Jiu smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. You think this little trick can make me do hard labor? You're still too young. Daoist Sima watched everything unfold and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly about the cleverness. Wow, the disciple wants to trick the master, and the master turns around to trick the disciple. What a family of schemers. Today I've learned something new. Isn't it said that these two can be master and disciple? A family doesn't enter the same door. Junior brother, what kind of look is that? Why don't you chase after I to help him? Hearing Uncle Jiu's words, Daoist Sima couldn't help but shiver. So many talismans. Forget it. Let I worry about it alone. Thinking of this, Daoist Sima quickly tried to change the subject. Brother, don't you think Ice talisman making technique is too incredible? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow at Daoist Sima's words and replied, what a big deal. Don't you know that this method was already developed in Maoshan hundreds of years ago? Brother, are you saying? Chapter 44. Critical hit from Rin Fa. After Lin Ye returned to his room, he looked at the yellow paper that could wrap around the Earth 0.0000001 times and was longer than life itself, falling into deep contemplation. So much. It's like the DJVU of rushing homework during evening self-study. I still remember that year. Under the dim yellow light, a frail figure was scribbling away, just to finish the winter vacation homework before school started the next day. Family, who understands? Whose DNA has been activated? Thinking back to the running under the setting sun, that was my lost youth. Feeling nostalgic, but things still have to get done. There's no way around it. The hard work I sought for myself must be completed even if I cry. And once I think about how so many people in the town are waiting for my talismans, Lin Ye suddenly felt full of motivation. Alas, I hope I can finish in time. With a long sigh, Lin Ye threw himself into the great endeavor of making talismans. After making more than a dozen corpse-restraining talismans, Lin Ye stopped his movements. TSK, I'm so stupid. As long as I write these two characters, why do I need to make it so neat? It's not like I'm practicing calligraphy. Without hesitation, Lin Ye grabbed a piece of yellow paper, and with a flourish of his pen, in less than 2 seconds, a corpse-restraining talisman was completed. Looking at this talisman that captured the essence of wild cursive, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. It's indeed feasible. I'm truly an unremarkable little genius in drawing talismans. Thus, Lin Ye began to fully exert his initiative, using his understanding of stream of consciousness to prove the feasibility of his chaotic symbols with practical action. Before long, an hour had passed. Lin Ye looked at the table full of talismans and smiled with relief. There are a total of 3,200 households in the town. 1 corpse-restraining talisman and 1 exorcism talisman for each household. This should be enough. Rubbing his sore wrists, Lin Ye sorted the talismans into 2 boxes and got up to open the door. It's getting late. Why isn't dinner ready yet? Has Master Uncle not returned? Lin Ye stood at the door, stretching his stiff back, noticing that there was still no smoke rising from the kitchen. So he decided not to eat. He turned back into the room, picked up 2 boxes of talismans, and headed straight to Rin Fa's room. Knock, 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 old Master Run. Is Away still there? Creak run, Ting Ting opened the door and poked her head out. Are you looking for cousin? P.S. Still having tea with my dad. I really don't know what my dad is thinking. Want to go back to the town with cousin. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. What is he going back to the town for at this time? To deliver experience to old Master Rin? At this moment, Lin Ye still didn't know that old Master Rin was no longer the old Master Rin he used to be. Is it I? Why are you just standing outside? Come in quickly. Ting Ting, why are you blocking the door? Rin Ting Ting playfully stuck out her tongue, hiding behind the door and letting half her body out. Lin Ye struggled to squeeze through the door while holding the boxes. After putting the boxes down, Lin Ye politely said, Old Master Rin, I'm really sorry for not having dinner ready so late tonight. It's quite neglectful. Dinner? You really know how to joke? How could you forget that we just ate? As he spoke, Rin Fa froze. Noticing Lin Ye's increasingly dark expression, Rin Fa cautiously asked, You haven't tea eaten yet, have you? You haven't tea eaten yet. Haven't tea eaten. Dinner. At this moment, Lin Ye felt a critical hit to his heart. Uncle Jiu kept saying he would let Wen Kai call him when it was time for dinner. The food for Rin Fa and Rin Ting Ting was delivered to their room by Wen Kai, so it was normal for them not to know. But what about Uncle Jiu? What about Master Simu? Didn't anyone notice that such a big person like me was missing from the dinner table? In the main hall, Shi Jian, who had just returned empty-handed, was enjoying the meal left for him by Uncle Jiu and the others. Fengjiao, you're so considerate, knowing that your senior brother, made an extra trip, and I was really hungry at the moment. You even specifically left me an extra portion of food. How thoughtful. Uncle Jiu and Master Simu exchanged glances. Master Simu, is that extra portion for I? Uncle Jiu, yes, but I asked Wen Kai to deliver it. At that moment, Wen Kai was holding his stomach as he passed by the door. Wen Kai, did you deliver the food to I as I asked? Wen Kai, with a distressed expression, said, Not yet. I have a stomachache. Master, can it wait a bit longer? Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. I'll go deliver it later. Looking at Wen Kai as retreating back, Uncle Jiu fell silent. I wouldn't blame me, right? It should be fine. It's just a matter of being hungry. Suddenly, Shi Jian, who was devouring his food, paused, feeling that the food in front of him had lost its taste. Lin Ye came back to his senses and awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, how could that be? I was just too focused on making talismans that I forgot I already ate. By the way, old Master Rin, I just heard Ting Ting say you want to return to town. Rin Fa, being quite perceptive, immediately noticed Lin Ye was changing the subject, but he wouldn't dig deeper. So he followed Lin Ye's lead and said, Yes, I just talked with Away and found out that the town is in chaos right now. Without me, Away can't control those clan elders at all. I must go back. I can't let them ruin the entire town. Away quickly said, Uncle, I think you should not go back. I believe Uncle Jiu and the other Daoists will quickly resolve the zombies. It's only a few days. Just endure it a bit longer. Lin Ye also persuaded, Old Master Rin, don't worry. The town won't get out of hand. I've prepared to go back to the town with Away. And I've made the talismans. Every household has one. If it really doesn't work, the security team has guns, right? Whoever causes trouble gets a shot. I don't believe it can still be chaotic like this. Moreover, it's really dangerous outside. Today, when we went up the mountain to eliminate the corpses, even with my master and master uncle there, we almost lost our lives. Let alone you, an ordinary person. Don't forget, zombies crave your blood the most. Upon hearing this, Rin Fa could only give up, turning his concern back to Lin Ye. Is it safe to go out at night? I think you should wait until tomorrow morning to go back. Lin Ye shook his head. If we wait until morning, who knows how many more people will die. I can wait. They can't. Besides, I plan to invite my master or master uncle to accompany us. If the other side dares not show up, that's one thing. If they dare to appear, haha. Rin Fa nodded repeatedly. As long as it's not reckless, that's good. He was just afraid that the young man, in a moment of passion, would lose his life. After all, this is the son-in-law that he, Rin Fa, has his eyes on. If he were to perish on the way, there would be nowhere to cry. In this chaotic world, to live safely, one must have the capital to stand firm. Rin Fa lacked neither money nor guns, but what he lacked was someone like Lin Ye who knew the Dao. Chapter 45. Zombies appear in Runjia town. Meanwhile, Lin Ye took a deep breath, a determined look flashing in his eyes. He had made up his mind to take Away to the town before dawn to seek some peace for the villagers who were powerless against the zombies. Captain Away, please hold these 2 boxes of talismans and wait for me outside. I'll go fetch Master to return to the town with us. No need. Master has already arrived. The voice of Uncle Jiu came from outside the door. Lin Ye turned to look and saw Uncle Jiu holding 2 sesame cakes. Master, I'm not hungry. Take them. Without waiting for Lin Ye's response, Uncle Jiu directly stuffed the 2 cakes into Lin Ye's hands. Lin Ye scratched his head and then tucked them into his coat. Master, shall we set off now? Uncle Jiu nodded and led the way outside the ancestral hall. However, just as they were about to leave, they saw several people rolling and scrambling up the hill towards them. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu, they seemed to have found a lifeline. One elderly man grabbed Lin Ye and gasped, Daoist, save us. There are many more zombies in the town. What? Uncle Jiu, with Lin Ye and Away, followed these people to Rinjia town. Before they even stepped into the town, they could see a crowd gathering at the entrance. As they got closer, they discovered that there were a dozen young men lying on the open ground, but they had already reached the end of their lives and had become zombies. These corpses were pale and emaciated. Each had 2 bloody bite marks on their necks, and the pores on their faces had expanded abnormally, with corpse hair growing like white threads among them. They looked as if they had just been bitten and could not rise, yet upon closer inspection, it was clear that with the passage of time, they would inevitably turn into zombies. How could they turn directly into white zombies after being bitten? What is going on? Normally, being bitten by a zombie should first turn someone into a walking corpse. Lin Ye didn't have time to think further and quickly took out the corpse restraining talisman, pressing it above their heads. The power contained in this yellow talisman was extraordinary, easily suppressing the white zombies. Once the talisman was placed on their foreheads, it not only quelled their transformation, but also halted the corpse hair growing on their faces. After everything was done, Lin Ye clapped his hands and said to several elders of the clan, quickly take them all to the ancestral hall. Otherwise, once these zombies undergo transformation, everyone in Rinjia town will be in danger. Upon hearing the words transformation, the prominent clan elders' faces turned pale with fear, and they quickly instructed people to prepare vehicles. Soon, a cart pulled by a mule was brought out. One elder stuffed several silver dollars into Lin Ye's hands, sincerely saying, please, young Daoist, remove these zombies. Once they are all dealt with, we will reward you handsomely. Lin Ye nodded with a smile, comforting everyone. He selected a few brave individuals to go gather lychee wood and kerosene. Then he turned to the elders of the Run family and said, I don't know how many people in the town have been bitten by zombies. We need to find them all. Otherwise, they will all undergo transformation. Seeing Lin Ye's decisive actions, Uncle Jiu couldn't help but nod in approval. When these people heard they had to search for zombies, a look of fear appeared on their faces. After all, they were zombies. Who would be afraid? Lin Ye remained silent. If they were unwilling to go, forcing them would be useless. The clan elders, upon hearing about the zombies, were different from the younger generation. They had seen zombies with their own eyes and knew how terrifying they were. Seeing that no one wanted to go, one of the elders with a stern face said, you all listen to the Daoist and go find the zombies. Otherwise, this year's business tax. He didn't finish his sentence, but as soon as business tax was mentioned, everyone's face changed. These clan elders were ruthless. If they really made an issue out of the business tax, then the upcoming new year would not be good for anyone. Weighing their options, everyone reluctantly agreed to search for the zombies. Captain Away, please gather the security team to search as well. Also, distribute the talismans to every household. Uncle Jiu said to Away, having seen that Lin Ye had arranged everything here. However, Away had a face full of refusal and weakly said, Uncle Jiu, if the zombies bite, will ordinary people be in danger? Captain Away, you can rest assured. With me and Yi here, just raise the alarm if anything happens. Besides, with so many talismans, dealing with a few newly transformed zombies is something even ordinary people can handle, Uncle Jiu replied, hand behind his back. Upon hearing this, Away immediately smiled at Uncle Jiu. Since you say so, then I'm relieved. After saying that, Away gathered his subordinates and led them forward. At this moment, Captain Away was a bit anxious. Captain, what if we get bitten by zombies and die? One subordinate asked worriedly. How can you be so useless? Away slapped the hat off his subordinate's head. Aren't we a big group here? Plus, we have Uncle Jiu and Daoist Ai here to deal with the zombies. What are you afraid of? Right, Daoist Ai? Away turned to Lin Ye with a smile. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered with him. His master had said not to play with fools, so he chose to ignore him. Some of Away's subordinates were still useful, and soon someone discovered a suspicious courtyard. It was pitch black inside, and no one knew what was in there. You two, come with me. Away waved his hand, casually selecting two subordinates. Captain, why us? If there are zombies, we're done for. The subordinate complained unwillingly. Less nonsense. If I tell you to go, you go. Am I the captain, or are you? Away said aggressively, pulling out his gun and tapping it against the subordinate's head. The two subordinates exchanged glances, grabbed their weapons, steeled their courage, and lit their torches before slowly entering the courtyard. Away, with his followers, leaned forward to check, keeping his gun at the ready. Lin Ye and Uncle Jiu stood by, not daring to approach because if Away and his subordinates got nervous, they might accidentally shoot their own people. However, after quite a while, there was still no sound from those who entered the courtyard, nor did they come out. Captain, are the people you arranged okay? Lin Ye noticed Away was eager to try, completely unaware that those in the courtyard had not made any sound, and reminded him. Upon hearing this, Away became even more anxious, scratching his head and swallowing hard. Just as he was about to lead people in to check, the two subordinates from the courtyard suddenly came out. Captain, Captain! Away was startled. Did you find zombies? Not a single one. Away slapped his hand. Not a single one. And you're making such a fuss? Chapter 46. The eerie corpse. I haven't finished speaking yet. Although we didn't find any zombies, we discovered a blood-stained piece of cloth. Two subordinates pinched their noses and pulled out a tattered, blood-soaked garment. A strong stench immediately spread around, and everyone took a few steps back. Uncle Jiu was startled and rushed over. Surely, the evildoers and old Master Run have been here. Give me a torch. Lin Ye didn't wait for anyone to respond and grabbed one from the hand of a nearby person. The courtyard, though not large, was relatively open. Lin Ye held the torch in front, with Away and a few familiar subordinates following behind. It was empty inside, and in the corner, there were some scraps of cloth. It seemed the owner of the courtyard was in grave danger. Around the scraps, there was a pool of blood. Lin Ye cursed inwardly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened. Surely tonight, old Master Run, that old zombie, couldn't resist the urge to start a massacre. Ugh! What is that smell? It's too foul. I've never smelled anything this disgusting in my life. Away couldn't help but gag. Uncle Jiu, who was a few steps behind, frowned and approached, analyzing the blood on the ground. This is blood after being infected with corpse poison. Strange. Since the other party has already been poisoned, why would they need to kill? This pool of blood must have come from a disemboweled victim, right? Lin Ye scratched his head and said, could it be that the victim couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide? Where's the victim's body? Flew away. Uncle Jiu rolled his eyes and replied impatiently. Lin Ye shrugged. Whatever. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. He just needed to hold on tight to the big leg and leave the rest for Uncle Jiu to worry about. The night grew deep. After checking the last household, Lin Ye and Uncle Jiu fell silent. Although it's good that there are no zombies, I can't shake off this uneasy feeling. At this moment, Lin Ye's small head was filled with big doubts. Uncle Jiu also frowned and said, let us be more careful. There are still 2 hours until dawn. I'm afraid the evildoers might take advantage of this time to cause trouble. Sure enough, as if fearing something, trouble arose the moment Uncle Jiu finished speaking. Help! Hearing the cry, Lin Ye sprang into action. His small-level body refinement technique gave him high agility. He dashed forward like an arrow, reaching the alley where the incident occurred in an instant. Roar! In the narrow alley, a low, guttural roar echoed. Lin Ye looked in the direction of the sound. In the alley, a person with their back to Lin Ye was gnawing at another person's abdomen, occasionally emitting low, buzzing sounds. The person being gnawed had turned pale, their eyes wide with terror as if staring death in the face. Lin Ye's footsteps startled the people in the alley. He saw the person suddenly turn around, and a hideous corpse appeared before him. It was truly grotesque. Lin Ye couldn't help but think this. The next second, the corpse lunged at Lin Ye. Gore! The corpse let out a low growl. Lin Ye frowned and flicked his sleeve. A palm thunder struck the corpse in midair. Boom! The corpse was sent flying by the palm thunder. After landing, it seemed to have suffered little damage and quickly got back up, emitting meaningless low roars. Rapidly lunging toward Lin Ye again. Lin Ye looked at the corpse before him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What exactly is this? It seems to be far from an ordinary corpse. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye threw out 2 talismans. The lunging corpse collided with the 2 talismans thrown by Lin Ye. But to his surprise, the yellow talisman meant to subdue jumping zombies didn't even restrain the corpse. Indeed, the corpse struggled in place, and it was only after Lin Ye launched a few more palm thunders that he finally eliminated it. But even so, Lin Ye's eyes were filled with astonishment. What is this? This is definitely not an ordinary corpse. With such immense power and speed, even a hairy zombie wouldn't have this. But the corpse before him was so strong. It was definitely not bitten by an ordinary zombie. Could it be? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's mind. That geomancer? If it was him, Lin Ye wouldn't be surprised. That freak could produce such a monster, which isn't hard to understand, but what are his reasons for doing this? A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. While Lin Ye was pondering, the body that had been bitten by the corpse suddenly let out a howl. It seemed to come back to life in an instant, struggling to stand up, even though its body had almost been completely devoured. Even so, it was still trying to struggle to stand. Lin Ye frowned. The scene before him made his scalp tingle. This moment reminded Lin Ye of some bad memories. The scene couldn't be said to be similar. It was exactly the same. A corpse that had been eaten hollow could also turn into a corpse-like entity. This was almost impossible in the spiritual realm. What kind of game is this? Lin Ye's expression turned grave. He surveyed the corpse before him, paused for a moment, and then waved his hand, sending a palm thunder toward it. Bang! Perhaps due to the corpse's belly being hollowed out, Lin Ye's strike split it in 2. Even so, the upper half of the corpse continued to writhe and crawl in the dark and twisted manner. Lin Ye was greatly shocked. It couldn't be killed like this? Just like zombies, it needed to be destroyed at the physical level to damage the brain's nerve center. No time to lament. Lin Ye hurriedly found some oil from the side, doused both corpses in it, and set them ablaze. Flame sword. Watching the bodies crawling in the flames, Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. He initially thought that as long as he dealt with old Master Run, everything would be fine, but unexpectedly, another geomancer appeared, and now this. Ordinary zombies take hours to rise. This thing just turned into a corpse after being bitten. The most crucial point is that this kind of corpse has physical qualities no worse than a hairy zombie, and it doesn't fear talismans. If this isn't controlled, what will happen? Lin Ye's mind involuntarily conjured up scenes of zombie siege, waves of corpses surging toward him. Thinking of this made Lin Ye's scalp tingle. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Who researched this thing? Can corpse refining techniques also create zombies? Sigh, where's this plot heading? I just want to cling to the big leg. Why do I have to be tortured like this? Chapter 47. The Feng Shui master assimilated by zombies. If I had known you foreign zombies were this kind of trouble, I shouldn't have mentioned the self-strengthening movement to the emperor back then. For some reason, this thought automatically surfaced in Lin Ye's mind. Sigh, I just hope to catch that old Feng Shui master soon. Let's take it one step at a time. Just as Lin Ye lamented the unpredictability of fate, Jiu Shu suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, how's it going over there? Lin Ye looked up at Jiu Shu and said, Master, I've encountered 2 ghouls here, more ridiculous than the hairless zombies. Not even the yellow talismans can subdue them. Do you think this is the work of that Feng Shui master? Jiu Shu frowned upon hearing this. The corpse-subduing talismans can't hold them? That's strange. Not only that, I personally saw someone bitten to death by a ghoul, and within moments they rose as a zombie. Master, with your vast experience, have you ever heard of such zombies? After pondering for a moment, Jiu Shu shook his head. I've never heard of anything like it. For someone to turn into a zombie so quickly, it must be due to the presence of a drought demon. Lin Ye didn't expect Jiu Shu to provide any analysis, especially since he had already burned the 2 ghouls to ashes. If only Jiu Shu could see them with his own eyes, maybe he could discern something. Master, Should we wait in the town until daybreak before returning to the ancestral hall? These ghouls can't even be subdued by yellow talismans, and I'm afraid that after we leave, the people in the town might be in danger. This wasn't just Lin Ye being alarmist. A ghoul that doesn't fear talismans means there could be more. Late at night, with every household tightly shut, facing such eerie ghouls was like waiting to be opened like a can. Unexpectedly, Jiu Shu shook his head and said, "Aside from here, there's no fresh blood and evil energy in the rest of the town. After you left, I noticed a zombie secretly watching you. I initially planned to set a trap to catch it, but it noticed my presence and ran away. That ghoul must be its handiwork, but hadn't had the chance to continue its rampage before being scared off by me." Lin Ye asked excitedly, "Was it old man Rin? Should we chase after it?" Jiu Shu wore a strange and astonished expression, as if his worldview had been greatly impacted. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, he said, "No need to waste your energy. That zombie is incredibly fast." Its figure looked almost identical to Old Man Run, but how could a zombie run? Lin Ye leaned back in surprise, his double chin showing as he frowned in confusion. "Run? Is it the kind of run I'm thinking of?" Jiu Shu, looking exhausted, waved his hand, signaling Lin Ye not to ask further. Who knew how devastated he felt seeing an old corpse hobbling away at speeds of several meters per second. His heart shattered. After spending most of his life dealing with zombies, suddenly seeing one that could run, who could hold it together. The two of them were still immersed in the shock of a running zombie. Meanwhile, just recently escaped from Rin family town, Old Man Run. Oh no. At this point, he should be referred to as Old Man Yao. The Feng Shui master Yao had to resort to a secret method to possess Old Man Rin's body to avoid Jiu Shu's curse technique. He thought that even if he couldn't achieve immortality, at least he could extend his lifespan. However, for some unknown reason, after possessing Old Man Rin's body, he became a very special kind of zombie that needed to drink blood to survive. Upon realizing this issue, his hatred for Jiu Shu and his disciples intensified. Of course, hatred aside, he still needed to survive. So he decided to sneak into the town under the cover of darkness to find a few blood bags. To be safe, he even summoned the zombies he had hidden before, despite the risk of being backfired by his own techniques. He commanded them to create chaos in the town, so that even if the Daoists discovered him, he could make a timely escape. After all, having just merged with this body, he couldn't exert any of his powers yet. Unfortunately, he only thought about how zombies were impervious to weapons, fire, and water, and immortal, but he overlooked the trivial intelligence of zombies. His actions were like taking off his pants to fart, completely unnecessary. If the zombies he summoned hadn't alerted Jiu Shu, he might have actually drained a lot of people's blood. Just then, after he had drained one person's blood, feeling warm inside and ready to savor the moment, Jiu Shu arrived with people. Scared, he ended up vomiting half of the blood he had just consumed. He was still haunted by Jiu Shu's curse technique. He found a house to hide on the roof for a while, thinking that Jiu Shu and the others wouldn't find him. But then, the little brother he had drained blood from came out. The commotion was enormous. He leaned out to take a look, and lo and behold, right in the alley where he was hiding, before 2 seconds had passed, that enticing little Taoist also arrived, which meant the old Taoist couldn't be far behind. What to do? Run quickly. To his surprise, just as he stood up, he noticed an old man watching him from 2 courtyards away. He turned and ran without looking back. His legs were so uncoordinated, it was like they were running in different directions. After running far out of the town, he looked back. Thankfully, that detestable Taoist didn't follow. He was scared to death. Looking around, he found himself back at the hiding place he had used earlier. It was not far from the Taoist's ancestral hall. In the dark, he was an old hand at this. Those Taoists would never think he would hide here, right? After calming down, he sensed carefully and found that after drinking blood, his body seemed to have evolved a bit. Indeed, to gain something, you must lose something. Even though he had become a zombie, that had been his goal all along. Though he had to rely on blood to survive every day, which zombie didn't drink blood. Moreover, drinking blood could enhance his strength. He sensed that not only could he drink human blood, but also animal blood, and even zombie blood. How amazing was that? More importantly, he was close to becoming a flying zombie, and this made him ecstatic. Wait for me to take my revenge. When the Taoist and his disciple appeared in the town, Didn't that mean the ancestral hall was empty at that moment? He would attack the ancestral hall soon. First, drain the blood of his kin, then the Taoist's blood. Finally, suck dry that enticing little Taoist. Who am I again? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I am invincible. Chapter 48. The emergence of the flying zombie. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to use a secret method to summon a batch of zombies and mountain spirits, controlling them to line up for him to suck their blood. The poor geomancer was completely unaware that his intelligence was gradually being assimilated by the zombie's body. He not only forgot that there were two Taoist masters, Shi Jian and Simu Daozhong, in the ancestral hall, but he even forgot who he was. Gradually, his intelligence would completely disappear until he ultimately transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. Zombies are inherently unworthy of existence in this world, and the aberrant types among them are even less tolerated by heaven and earth. Indeed, the night sky that once could see starlight was slowly covered by dark clouds without him noticing. Looking up, he could faintly see lightning rolling within the clouds. After sucking a lot of blood from the mountain spirits and zombies, the corpse energy on this zombie became even denser. As its momentum reached the peak of zombie evolution, the lightning rolling in the dark clouds also began to stir. Finally, at the moment, he completely transformed into a flying zombie. The accumulated lightning in the sky suddenly poured down, directly striking the zombie. That bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, carried the wrath of the heavens and struck the aberrant zombie, causing its flesh to burst and bones to show. With a tragic scream, he realized that his power was achieved by seizing the zombie's body, and that to evolve into a flying zombie, he had to endure the punishment of heavenly thunder. Yet he practiced such evil methods and incurred heavenly wrath. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder. Countless bolts of lightning struck him, dispersing a significant amount of his corpse energy. He was unwilling. The obsession for revenge drove him to keep dodging. But how could the heavenly thunder be something he could evade? Finally, after enduring countless strikes of heavenly thunder, this aberrant zombie had 90% of its corpse energy dispersed, and the remaining bit was about to dissipate as well. The geomancer named Yao used the little intelligence he had left to slowly move this tattered body. Surviving to take revenge was his only obsession now, and his instinct for survival told him that the only way to save himself was to find his former body, to suck a mouthful of Taoist blood. In a short distance of just over 10 meters, he took an entire tea's worth of time. Fortunately, victory was in sight. He used all his strength to bite into his former body. As a few mouthfuls of Taoist blood went down, the corpse energy on him became more stable, and his intelligence gradually disappeared until, with his injuries fully healed, he was left with only the instinct to crave blood. Under the moonlight, beside the body of the elder Yao, a book of secrets slipped from him, the words on it looking particularly ridiculous at this moment. Soul moving and corpse nurturing longevity method. Perhaps the elder Yao never thought that the secret method he was proud of would ultimately push him into an endless abyss. After all the scheming, he ended up with the fate of losing his soul and spirit. Even his true spirit turned into nourishment for the zombie. There was no chance for reincarnation. A surge of malevolent energy suddenly shot up into the sky. It turned out that this zombie had completely transformed into a flying zombie capable of ascending to heaven and entering the earth. Unlike other flying zombies, it had no intelligence whatsoever. All it had was a thirst for blood. As long as it consumed blood, it could continuously evolve. This reverse, heaven-defying ability was achieved at the cost of a soul being used as nourishment, losing intelligence as a price. Ridiculous. In its perception, there was currently a small snack moving rapidly towards it, but compared to the few delectable morsels not far away, this small snack was not worth waiting for. It locked onto its target, pushed off the ground, and shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The direction was precisely towards the ancestral hall. A moment ago, in Rinjia town, seeing the sudden heavenly punishment, Uncle Jiu knew that something was wrong. Not good. Something has happened. I keep up. After saying that, without giving Lin Ye time to react, he stuffed 2 movement talismans into Lin Ye's hands and set off towards the place where the lightning struck. Lin Ye also did not dare to delay. applying the talismans given by Uncle Jiu and chasing after him. Uncle Jiu arrived first, and just in time to see the flying zombie rise from the ground. It's a flying zombie. How could this be? Is it true that heaven wants to destroy me? Lin Ye arrived too late and did not see the flying zombie, but happened to witness Uncle Jiu's sorrowful cry to the sky. Maybe if the flying zombie knew it missed out on a feast like Lin Ye, it would cry tears of regret. Master, what happened? Uncle Jiu, seeing Lin Ye arrive, quickly gathered his spirits and instructed Lin Ye. You must listen to your master this time. If I and your master uncle can't defeat the zombie, you must take Qiuxing and Wentai and run northeast. Along the way, you must inform any Taoist temples you come across about the emergence of this flying zombie. The closest place is probably Longhu Mountain. If you encounter danger and cannot reach Maoshan, go to Longhu Mountain. They are all of the Jingyi sect. They will not let you die without help. Lin Ye was startled upon hearing this. That's a flying zombie. Usually, several geomancers working together just barely manage to set up a formation to counter it. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. No wonder they could burn the life-saving incense in front of the ancestor's portrait. A flying zombie. It seems that Rinjia town will have a hard time having any survivors. Master, it's still too early to say these things. Perhaps we can still eliminate this disaster. Uncle Jiu remained silent and lowered his head. It was not easy to eliminate a flying zombie. After all, it was a flying zombie that could survive under heavenly thunder. You must know that zombies are already not tolerated by heaven and earth. So, the moment a zombie transforms into a flying zombie, it must endure the baptism of heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder is aimed directly at exterminating flying zombies. So even 10,000 jumping zombies may not produce a single flying zombie. Only those who have withstood the heavenly might can transform into flying zombies. Therefore, Taoist methods have minimal effect on flying zombies. This is why it is said that to deal with flying zombies, one can only invite geomancers from various sects to eliminate the threat together. Seeing Uncle Jiu remain silent, Lin Ye could only point to the nearby body-clad in tattered Taoist robes to comfort him. Master, actually, this is not the worst outcome. Look, if I'm not mistaken, this body should be that geomancer. Uncle Jiu followed the sound and immediately saw the Book of Secrets beside the body. The soul-moving and corpse-nurturing longevity method? Hit. Indeed, an evil path. Let me see what kind of wicked method this is. Uncle Jiu brushed aside the surrounding weeds, picked up the Book of Secrets, and began to flip through it. After only flipping a few pages, Uncle Jiu's expression grew increasingly unsightly. So this evil path wanted to seize the zombie's body, relying on the characteristic of zombies not entering reincarnation to achieve his goal of immortality. Ridiculous. Didn't he know that the reason zombies do not enter reincarnation is because the soul within the zombie cannot persist? Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine. How could someone turn themselves into a zombie? Lin Ye swallowed hard to suppress the fear in his heart and then asked, Master, do you think he succeeded? Chapter 49. The cemetery faces the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Jiu put down the secret manual and said with a serious expression, From the state of this corpse, it seems that the 3 souls and 7 spirits have been forcibly extracted. It appears he has succeeded. If this evil technique spreads, the spirit realm will likely be engulfed in a bloody storm. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Jiu furrowed his brows and continued, However, in my humble opinion, this kind of evil technique must have its problems. The reason zombies are detested by heaven and earth is that they are born from the resentment and misfortune in the world. The living soul is already ignorant, and if it is placed in a zombie body born from resentment and misfortune, the consequences will likely be the loss of soul and spirit, leading to complete dissipation. Hearing this, Lin Ye shuddered, recalling what Uncle Jiu once said to him. Those who cultivate must adhere to the righteous path. If they practice evil techniques, they will inevitably fall into an irreversible path. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ye suddenly had a bright idea and excitedly said to Uncle Jiu, Master, do you know which direction the flying zombie went? If there's still time, I think we can send a message to Maoshan for help. Uncle Jiu sighed. It's too late. By the time the Maoshan disciples arrive, this place will likely be in ruins. He continued, for now. The only plan is for me to work with your master uncle and granduncle to divert it, so that you can escape and send a message. As for the flying zombie, a loud rumble echoed from the direction of the cemetery. Not good. This cemetery, Uncle Jiu exclaimed. Aye. Something might have happened at the cemetery. I'll go back and take a look. You stay here and wait for the right moment. If you sense something is wrong, don't hesitate. Run immediately. Without waiting for Lin Ye to respond, he turned and ran towards the nearby cemetery. Meanwhile, inside the cemetery a moment before, during the flying zombies' tribulation, Shi Jian and Daoist Simu had already sensed something unusual. The two of them pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Daoist Simu looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky and wondered what is going on. Why is there thunder in clear skies? Shi Jian sighed and said, Alas, this thunder and lightning are strange. I don't know if you've noticed, but that area is filled with ominous energy, as if a great evil is about to emerge. Moreover, it seems to be not far from us, so we should prepare. Hearing this, Daoist Simu frowned. I only hope that my senior brother and Yi are safe. The two exchanged glances and walked towards the main hall together. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu, who was on night watch, had already sensed something was off when the dark clouds gathered. He first woke the sleeping Wen Kai and then ran to wake Ren Fa and his daughter in the west courtyard. By now, he had gathered everyone in the hall. As soon as Daoist Simu entered, he ordered Jiu Shu, Wen Kai, you two quickly prepare paper, pen, ink, knives, and swords, as well as fruits and talismans. Shi Jian had already approached the statue of the ancestor and respectfully lit incense. Ancestor, disciple Shi Jian prays for the ancestor to manifest. To no one's surprise, there was no response. Shi Jian was not disappointed. He had known that when he heard Lin Ye burn the fatal incense before the ancestor's portrait, the ancestor would likely not intervene. The ancestor worshipped by Uncle Jiu was a ghost, immortal, serving in the underworld. The underworld has always been indifferent to zombies. This kind of detested creature will be dealt with by heaven itself. Moreover, human calamities have their own destiny, and the underworld is responsible for reincarnation. If someone from the underworld intervenes, it would disrupt the order. If reincarnation is thrown into chaos, that would be a big problem. Once one enters the underworld, they must follow the rules, especially on such principled matters. Therefore, the ancestor, giving an early warning this time, was already under great pressure. Well then, let us prepare to set up the array. Jiu Shu, knowing the situation was dire and having just been lectured by Uncle Jiu, quickly prepared the paper, pen, ink, knives, and swords. Without waiting for Daoist Simu to instruct him, he turned and fetched the glutinous rice incense candles. On the other side, Wen Kai brought a pile of fruits and pastries and then asked, Master Uncle, where do we get the talismans? Daoist Simu was speechless. His senior brother's foolish disciple was still acting silly at such a time. Fortunately, Jiu Shu had the foresight to run into Uncle Jiu's room and bring back the 5 emperor coins and some talismans like the 3 pure ones bells and the 8 trigrams mirror. Seeing that everything was ready, Shi Jian didn't waste any more words and directly began to set up the array with Daoist Simu. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu and Wen Kai were also busy, each carrying a bag of glutinous rice and scattering it all over the cemetery courtyard. After finishing these tasks, it wasn't enough. Jiu Shu took up the exorcism talismans and pasted them all over the doors and windows of the cemetery. Shi Jian watched all this and couldn't help but nod secretly. Fengjiao's disciple is also showing some promise. In the future, he wouldn't disgrace the name of Maoshan. Once everything was arranged, Daoist Simu instructed Wen Kai, you take Ren Fa and his daughter to the room and hide well, sealing the doors and windows. The zombie will definitely look for them first. He then turned to Jiu Shu, you stay outside and assist me and your master uncle. Remember to do your best, and if there's danger, prioritize your safety. As soon as Daoist Simu finished speaking, strange sounds came from outside the cemetery. It's here. Shi Jian raised his eyebrows, carefully observing the changes around him. Daoist Simu stood beside Shi Jian, gripping his peach with sword tighter. Roar! The eerie roar was deafening, and a strong wind whipped up a storm of sand, making the scene even more terrifying with the approaching flying zombie. This momentum is not simple. This guy is a flying zombie. Bang! Shi Jian's face changed drastically. Before he could finish speaking, the cemetery's door was kicked open, shattering into pieces, and with chips and dust flew everywhere. What appeared was a vicious-looking flying zombie, spewing a stream of green-black corpse energy, standing at the door with its face torn and tattered, its clothes in tatters, exuding a strong stench of decay. And it stepped into the cemetery one step at a time. Hiss! The flying zombie stepped on the scattered, glutinous rice, producing a burning sound, and everywhere it stepped, the originally scattered glutinous rice turned black. At this moment, the glutinous rice no longer posed a significant threat to it. The flying zombie acted on its bloodthirsty instincts, and in its eyes, Lin Ye and his daughter in the room were like bright lights in the dark night. Thus, it completely ignored Shi Jian and Daoist Simu, charging directly towards the room where Lin Ye and his daughter were. Seeking death. Junior brother, activate the array. Shi Jian ordered Daoist Simu, then brandished his peachwood sword and charged forward. Clang! Shi Jian put all his strength into this strike. But he didn't expect the peachwood sword to make a metallic clanging sound when it struck the flying zombie. Shi Jian had anticipated this. He didn't expect to injure the flying zombie with this blow. He only aimed to delay the zombie for a moment to give Daoist Simu time to activate the array. 6 Ding and 6 Jia array activate. Chapter 50. Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye's return suddenly. Master Simu shouted angrily, holding the Bagua mirror in his right hand and raising the law formation with his left. Pointing at the flying corpse below, he quickly chanted the incantation. Ding Cho extends my life. Ding Hai restrains my soul. Ding Yu controls my spirit. Ding Wei averts my disaster. 6 Ding 6 Jia formation activate. This 6 Ding 6 Jia formation is a secret not passed down from Maoshan. It is said that this formation is mainly for confusion, with layers upon layers. The life gate connects to the death gate, and the death gate connects to the life gate, each gate interlocked. If one does not understand the way of the formation, even gods and ghosts entering the formation would not be able to escape after 3 days and 3 nights. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the flying corpse was not bound by the formation for long. It merely swayed its body and continued to pounce towards the room. Master Simu spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was terrified to find that the formation he was presiding over had not worked. A sense of despair rising in his heart. If only my senior brother were here. It's all my fault for not mastering the formation skills. Shi Jian was also helpless, so he activated his true chi to unleash the Thunderbolt Fist again to meet the attack. The speed of the flying corpse was so fast that Shi Jian had no time to think. He could only rely on his experience to defend himself. After several exchanges, Shi Jian could no longer distinguish up from down, feeling his heart pounding like a drum. Faced with the fierce assault of the flying corpse, even his master-level cultivation could not withstand it. Just when Shi Jian thought he was about to lose his life here, a celestial-like voice rang in his ear. Yi, catch the ink line. It turned out that Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye had arrived one after the other. Upon seeing the situation, Uncle Jiu turned to Lin Ye and instructed him, then pulled out the ink line. Lin Ye nodded, quickly stepped forward, and caught the ink line thrown by Uncle Jiu. The two of them instantly switched positions, with Uncle Jiu skillfully pulling the ink line, using a bit of technique to form a simple net in his hands. Together, they threw the ink net at the flying corpse. Seeing this, Shi Jian instinctively gathered all his true chi, and a bolt of lightning struck the flying corpse, momentarily stiffening it. In that instant, Uncle Jiu and Lin Ye tightly wrapped the ink net around the zombie. Roar! The flying corpse struggled as it was ensnared by the ink line, which crackled against its body. However, the flying corpse was different from ordinary zombies. The ink line merely restricted its movement without causing it any pain. For it, breaking free from the ink net was just a matter of time. As the flying corpse was about to break free, Master Simu, disregarding his injuries, grabbed the copper coin sword from the altar and threw it to Shi Jian. Shi Jian caught the copper coin sword, channeling his true chi, causing the sword to shine brightly. The two jumped into the air, rapidly stabbing towards the flying corpse from both sides. Clang! Clang! Unexpectedly, the flying corpse lunged forward, catching both copper coin swords with its bare hands. Its palms were immediately pierced by the swords, as if rolling in a pot of oil, sizzling with sound. It let out a furious roar, tightly grasping the sword handles, and yanked them towards itself. With tremendous force, the ink net instantly exploded, and Lin Ye and Uncle Jiu were thrown back 5 or 6 meters. Master Simu was also flung to the ground, unconscious, leaving only Shi Jian still trying to attack its throat. "Master, are you okay?" Lin Ye got up from the ground, feeling half of his body numb from the impact. Truly, the flying corpse was formidable. It could withstand the copper coin swords with its flesh. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Uncle Jiu, just recovering his senses, saw the flying corpse lunging at Lin Ye and shouted urgently, "Yi, get out of the way." Hearing this, Lin Ye looked up to see his master's eyes filled with rage, and the flying corpse was already very close to him. It seemed Master Jiu was trying to pull the flying corpse's leg back, but it was futile. After all, it was a flying corpse. Why? Why would the flying corpse ignore Master Jiu's attack and rush towards me? Oh, I see. With my tang sing meat. I'm sure that in the eyes of this flying corpse, nothing is more important than draining my blood. At that moment, Lin Ye's mind was flooded with memories of his life, like a slideshow. 10 years of hard study, 10 years of working overtime as a corporate slave, finally having a little nest of his own. Then suddenly, he inexplicably crossed into this rough world, being chased by a female ghost and activating a nonsensical system. If it weren't for Uncle Jiu's appearance. Damn it, the heavens haven't abandoned me. System, activate the max-level golden light spell experience card. Clang! A flash of golden light appeared, followed by a deafening sound. As the golden light retracted, everyone could finally see what was happening in the scene. A golden-armored deity stood before Lin Ye, firmly restraining the flying corpse. The golden light spell, cultivated to perfection, could summon the spirits of the gods for protection. Although this was an exaggerated claim, the manifestation of the golden light and summoning the deity's true spirit for protection was indeed possible. "You little brat, you scare me to death." Uncle Jiu, seeing this, first breathed a sigh of relief, followed by boundless anger. "Dare to touch my disciple? I don't care if you're a flying corpse or whatever, just fight." Then he rushed back to the altar. He had noticed that Shi Jian and Simu had set up several formations when he had just returned. Although Simu was not skilled in formations, he still had a good grasp of the basic knowledge of setting them up. However, Shi Jian and Simu, one being the king of thunder and the other summoning spirits, could only hope to exert 1/10 or 1/12 of the formation's power. On this side, Shi Jian saw that Lin Ye was not only safe, but had also unleashed the perfected golden light spell. He couldn't help but secretly marvel. Finally, Maoshan is coming into its own. He then picked up the copper coin, sword from the ground, and attacked the flying corpse. Lin Ye, however, was secretly distressed. Although it was an experience card, the true chi consumed was still his own. Seeing Shi Jian attacking the flying corpse, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and channel true chi to the golden-armored deity to maintain it. However, heaven did not fulfill their wishes. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and a moonlight fell on the flying corpse, causing its momentum to surge as it charged into the golden-armored deity. Crack! Crack! The golden-armored deity dissipated in response. The golden light on Lin Ye also dimmed significantly. "Master Uncle Yi, I'm coming to help you." Xiao Sheng, watching anxiously from the main room, dashed out and threw the spirit-binding rope from the altar. Shi Yilin, Lin Ye, and Xiao Sheng stood at 3 positions around the flying corpse, leaping and swinging the spirit-binding rope, their movements agile and coordinated. In the blink of an eye, they had ensnared the flying corpse with the rope. Working together, the spirit-binding rope tightened like lightning, instantly binding the flying corpse's limbs. The flying corpse roared angrily, straining against the binding rope. As the rope started to stretch bit by bit under the flying corpse's power, Shi Jian immediately turned, soaring like a swallow around the tree trunk, securing the ropes to the treetop. But that wasn't enough. Shi Jian bit his middle finger and pressed it on the spirit-binding rope, and the rope instantly tightened. Chapter 51, The Power of the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. After doing all this, it wasn't enough. Shi Jian leaned against the big tree, using its strength to free one hand. Without daring to pause for a moment, he pressed his hand against his forehead, chanted a spell, bit his middle finger to draw blood, and quickly pointed it at the binding immortal rope. Bang! The binding immortal rope flashed with a strange golden light, tightening rapidly, and the gap that the flying corpse had struggled to open completely vanished. It is said that the binding immortal rope is a treasure of the golden immortal Jiu Shu from the Chan sect, and reciting the incantation can trap enemies. The one in the hands of the three is a magical tool imitated by the predecessors of Maoshan based on legends, very effective against zombies and evil spirits. Give me the rope, you, and the senior brother attack its throat with thunder magic. Xiaoxing, remember to dodge later. It turned out that Daoist Simyimu had woken up at some point and instructed Lin Ye. At this moment, Daoist Simyimu had already mobilized the true energy in his body. With a thick blood energy rolling like a furnace, surging endlessly. In fact, Daoist Simyimu felt helpless. This was not his Daoist venue, and he couldn't unleash his big moves. Using divine magic here might not even summon the ancestor. Who knows which one of the underworld's deities that Jiu Shu worships? Fortunately, most of his skills are in body refining. The better his physical quality, the more power the ancestor can use. Summoning deities has side effects. Mortals cannot bear the power of the gods, and they often suffer damage afterward. Moreover, summoning a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. What if he couldn't send them away after summoning? Although such situations are rare, they do exist. This is also the reason why Daoist Simyimu did not dare to summon gods in Jiu Shu's venue. If it wasn't he his own ancestor, who would care about you? However, upon hearing Daoist Simyimu's words, Lin Ye unhesitatingly handed the rope in his hand to Simyimu. Roar! Roar! The flying corpse seemed to sense everyone's intentions. It had been struck by heavenly thunder before, and now its gaze showed some fear, making it struggle even harder. Shirbwa! Shitty! Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer. Xiaoxing braced himself against the big tree, veins bulging on his forehead. Daoist Simyimu was also sweating profusely. Pulling two people's ropes alone was extremely difficult. Lin Ye didn't waste words, quickly circulating the true energy in his body. This time, he wanted to go big. He stood on the Tian Gang, Bei Do position, then bit the tip of his tongue hard, raised his hands in a thunder seal, and sprayed blood from his tongue on his hands. Then urgently recited, Jade purity begins with green, true talismans make an alliance, pushing the two energies, merging into one to become true. Boom! 5 thunders, 5 thunders. Urgently meeting Huang Ning, vaporous transformations, roaring thunder. Urgent as the law commands. In an instant, the sky above the ancestral hall was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, the power of thunder converging over the ancestral hall. Thunder come, with Lin Ye's command. The thunder that had been gathering in the sky instantly poured down towards the flying corpse. At that moment, the flying corpse struggled to the extreme, and in a moment of desperation, it unleashed an unprecedented force, directly breaking the binding immortal rope and throwing Daoist Simyimu and Xiaoxing away. Seeing the situation was bad, Shi Jian quickly activated the lightning thunder fist and charged forward, entangling with the flying corpse. He was determined to pull the flying corpse into the thunderstorm with him. Shi Jian thought to himself, he had been struck by lightning before. The first step in practicing thunder magic was to draw the thunder into the body. Besides, what level of heavenly thunder could I, a late-stage mage, attract? This movement, not right. At the critical moment, Shi Jian deliberately created a flaw, using the method of injury for injury, activating the lightning thunder fist, striking the flying corpses by weak point with all his strength. He took a hard slap from the flying corpse and flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The power of thunder poured down on the flying corpse's head. Electric light engulfing it from above, its body filled with electric light, and even smoke began to rise from the top of its head. Shi Jian was heavily thrown against the wall, and when he looked up, he saw this unbelievable scene, momentarily forgetting the pain in his body. The 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Great success. It is known that even in the Tianshu mansion of Longhu Mountain, which leads the Daoist teachings, few have mastered the 5 Thunder Righteous Method to great success. To his knowledge, besides a few hundred-year-old Tianshu, Only two from his generation had mastered the five thunder righteous method. It's a pity I's own realm was too low. Otherwise, this strike would have been enough to take half of its life. However, the heavenly thunder summoned by I with his essence blood would at least heavily injure this flying corpse. Right? Roar. A piercing roar came, and the flying corpse was struck by the thunder, its skin torn and flesh charred, looking extremely miserable. However, Lin Ye did not let his guard down. This was a flying corpse that could soar through the skies. Sure enough, the flying corpse somehow managed to do it. Just by opening its mouth to suck, Lin Ye immediately felt the blood energy in his body being drained away. Heaven and Earth Xianzong. Lin Ye quickly activated the golden light divine spell, suppressing the restless blood energy in his body. Shi Jian, being a ground master, had reached the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void, naturally was unafraid. Daoist Simyamu, with his extraordinarily strong physique, resisted the blood energy leaving his body. But Xiaoxing was in trouble, about to be drained of all his blood energy by the flying corpse. Xixiao. Lin Ye's eyes widened in anger, watching Xiaoxing about to collapse in front of him while he felt powerless. Just then, a golden beam shot out, wrapping around the flying corpse's body, then flinging it away, landing in the middle of the courtyard. Before it could land, the flying corpse broke free from the golden light's restraint. These spells couldn't harm it, but they were quite annoying. Bang! A beam of golden light exploded out from inside the house, hitting the courtyard, and Jiu Shu slowly stood up, his body surrounded by golden light, exuding extraordinary divine might. You little demon, you bullied my disciple once and want to bully him again. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, several red lights instantly expanded from beneath Jiu Shu's feet. The flying corpse was just about to move when it found the ground beneath it had turned into a quagmire, trapping it inside. Master, that was close. Xiaoxing clutched his chest, his face still showing panic. What are you standing there for? Run, Jiu Shu shouted angrily. What a joke, what time is it now? A flying corpse in front of them, and they still dare to stand there in a daze? Isn't that just asking to go to the Yama's hall faster? Whoosh! In an instant, the flying corpse leaped out of the quagmire, darting like lightning towards Xiaoxing and Jiu Shu. In the flying corpse's view, the other three were all troublesome, and it was difficult to find an opportunity to absorb blood from them, while these two seemed easier to deal with. The flying corpse reached these two in the blink of an eye, its claws already reaching for them. However, the next moment a red light flashed, and the two seemed to vanish into thin air. The flying corpse was slightly surprised, grabbing only air, unable to understand how two adults could suddenly disappear. However, its sensitivity to blood energy made it immediately turn around, and then it saw Jiu Shu and Xiaoxing appearing right behind it. Chapter 52. The array against the enemy. The flying corpse turned around and saw that Uncle Jiu and the other two had somehow arrived behind it. It had no intelligence to ponder the reasons behind this. It simply let out a long howl, its murderous aura soaring to the sky, and charged straight at the two. Uncle Jiu bent down and lightly slapped the ground. Suddenly, the surface bulged, and a giant hand made of earth and stone, over 10 meters wide, emerged and instantly grabbed the flying corpse, pressing it deep into the ground. Ding Cho, the town's demon. The earth and stone surged and ultimately coalesced into a stone statue about 5 or 6 meters tall, heavy and dignified, carrying a hint of divine aura, giving a solid and weighty feeling like a towering mountain. The flying corpse was suppressed underground, struggling and crashing against the seal, but remained helpless. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Uncle Jiu seal the zombie, thinking to himself that he had made the right choice in relying on such a strong ally. Uncle Jiu truly was the chosen one of this world. His array skills were extraordinary, capable of subduing even such a fierce flying corpse. However, Uncle Jiu was now covered in sweat, feeling a deep sense of struggle. He had merely borrowed the power of the array to temporarily trap the flying corpse, and now it was on the verge of breaking free. Sure enough, low growls echoed from underground, and the violent sound waves made the earth tremble. Crack! A fissure appeared on the statue, and Uncle Jiu's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, He leaped into the air, but the next moment, a hand pierced through his chest. The flying corpse burst forth from the ground, looking exceptionally excited as it opened its mouth to bite at Uncle Jiu's neck. However, at the moment it bit down, Uncle Jiu's figure transformed into a clay statue. The flying corpse bit into the clay, releasing its mouth, only to find flames sizzling up from the clay figure. Looking down, it discovered that the clay figure was covered in divine fire talismans. Boom! In an instant, without giving the flying corpse any chance to react, all the divine fire talismans exploded, engulfing the flying corpse in flames. Uncle Jiu suddenly descended from the air about 7 or 8 meters away from the flying corpse. He immediately cast a spell and shouted, "Ding Hai Sun Feng." A violent wind arose, swirling the true fire into a small fire tornado that howled away, as if it aimed to destroy and consume everything. The true fire sun wind surged upward, its power continuously growing. The fierce wind howled like a dragon's roar, and Uncle Jiu's long robe flapped in the wind, but he did not dare to relax for a moment, his gaze fixed tightly on the pillar of fire. After several seconds, a roar from the flying corpse emerged from within the fire column, and a powerful aura burst forth, directly scattering the fire tornado. Red corpse poison spread like smoke, corroding everything in its path, whether it be grass or stone. The flying corpse lying on the ground was a pitiful sight, its burnt clothing reduced to ash, and its exposed skin showed charred scars. Clearly, the flying corpse was not unscathed. It had already been injured by Lin Ye's thunder technique. And now, it was even more miserable after being burned by Uncle Jiu's true fire. However, the flying corpse was still a flying corpse, its vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. A gentle breeze blew, and the flying corpse suddenly flashed in front of Uncle Jiu, its claws wrapped in red corpse poison reaching for him. Uncle Jiu had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth to endure the blow. Lu Jiao protection. A golden armor appeared, protecting him with divine power. Uncle Jiu was knocked back, rolling on the ground twice before quickly getting back up to guard himself, not daring to let his guard down. He clasped his palms together, then pointed, and a flash of fire streaked through the air like a spark, instantly hitting the forehead of the flying corpse. It was indeed the Samadhi true fire. The flying corpse's body instantly froze, and a fire talisman appeared at the center of its forehead. Soon, streams of fire burst forth from its body, forming a massive fire shield with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters around the flying corpse in the blink of an eye. Boom! The flying corpse let out a deafening roar, thick corpse energy rolling out like smoke. Seeing this, Shi Jian quickly cast the wooden stake technique, his expression solemn as he formed hand signs and chanted incantations. Suddenly, with a low shout, blue light shot out from beneath him like arrows. Towering trees instantly shot up from the ground, and countless branches immediately surrounded the flying corpse, sealing it in. The flying corpse struggled constantly, but with the Samadhi true fire burning it in front and the wood spirits entangling it from behind, it couldn't break free for the moment. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to catch their breath. Uncle Jiu looked around at the people present. Apart from Shi Jian, who was a geographer, both Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu were in the later stages of human mastery, while Lin Ye and Maoshan weren't even human masters. Given everyone's current cultivation, it was already impressive that they could tangle with the flying corpse to this extent. Now everyone was at the end of their rope, their true chi almost exhausted, yet the flying corpse had only sustained some injuries and still appeared vigorous. If they continued to fight like this, it was likely that they would all be trapped here. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu turned to Lin Ye and Maoshan and said, "Yi, Maoshan, you two leave. Take Wen Kai and Ren's father and daughter with you. Go to Maoshan for help. I could buy time here for as long as possible." Upon hearing Uncle Jiu urging them to leave, Lin Ye quickly spoke up, "Master, things haven't reached that point yet, right? And if anyone should leave, it should be senior brother leading them. I have the Golden Light Divine spell. I can hold on. Do you think Maoshan alone can protect the 3 of them in the face of other dangers on the way?" Uncle Jiu countered. Lin Ye was immediately left speechless. Maoshan, on the other hand, was confused not understanding why Master wanted them to escape when the situation was clearly favorable. Master, Lin Ye opened his mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by Uncle Jiu. No need for more words. Hurry and go. The zombie is about to break free. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian instantly understood Uncle Jiu's meaning and said to Lin Ye, head north toward Jiu Shu town. If you encounter a young man with a middle-part hairstyle on the road, that will be my disciple, Shi Jian. You should call him senior brother and let him take you to the Maoshan main altar. You must survive. In the future, Maoshan will depend on you to uphold its glory. Daoist Simu also said to Lin Ye, Yi, when you arrive at the Master Uncle's dojo, please give a message to Jia Lu for me. Just say that I have a book of secrets hidden under the bed and a box of gold bars. And let him follow that stinky monk from now on. Absolutely do not descend a mountain. Lin Ye felt a sharp pain in his chest upon hearing this. Although they had only spent a few short days together, Uncle Jiu and the others' care for him was genuine. How could things have turned out this way? In the original plot, Uncle Jiu and Daoist Simu could have eliminated Old Man Rin together. Could it be that because of the variable of having him, the situation had turned into this? Is this the correction power from the mysterious force that is rumored to be the will of heaven? But isn't this too absurd? The flying corpse. This is a flying corpse. Is there really no other way? Chapter 53. The anxious ancestor Lin Ye stared blankly ahead, a wave of helplessness swelling in his heart. Was there really no other way besides fleeing for his life? What Lin Ye didn't know was that at this moment, someone was even more anxious than him. In the underworld, the ancestor was already hopping mad. A wisp of incense floated from the human realm, swirling around his fingers. Through the round light technique, he could see that the most outstanding few from the Maoshan lineage were already confronting the flying corpses. Among them was a little guy he particularly liked. This little four-eyed kid. He couldn't even manage the formation properly. It was infuriating. This kid is not bad. Where did he learn that golden light spell? The thunder technique is decent. TSK. Little Jiu, this won't do either. You're about to turn the 6 Jia formation into a killing array. Sigh. So stupid. Seeing that a few of them had already started to prepare for their last rites, the ancestor fell silent. That was a flying corpse. Although these Maoshan disciples had decent talent, the spiritual energy in the human realm was thin, making cultivation difficult. How could they possibly fight against flying corpses with their current cultivation? If all of them were to fall here, would Maoshan have a future? Moreover, those few were all his direct disciples. Thinking of this, the ancestor was burning with anxiety. This won't do. If something happens to these few, Maoshan will be cut off. Damn it, where did these flying corpses come from? Watching his disciples being beaten like this, the ancestor wished he could personally intervene and finish off the flying corpses. However, there were rules in the underworld that forbade ghost immortals from intervening in the human realm. He clearly understood how severe the consequences of violating underworld regulations could be, so he could only fret. I'm so anxious. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this damn position as the director of wealth and goodness. Watching the kids get beaten, I feel so bad. The more the ancestor thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. As one of the few ancestors of Maoshan, he simply couldn't stand by and watch his disciples fall into a life and death crisis. Today seemed to be old Chui's shift. It didn't matter anymore. Today, I'll risk my old face and make old Chui think of a way. With that thought, the ancestor wasted no time and rushed to the residence of the judge. Chui Ju, old Kui, are you home? He asked while forcefully pushing open the door and walking in. Chui Ju looked at the old Daoist sitting in front of him with a helpless expression. You didn't need to ask. Speak, what do you want from me? The ancestor didn't waste time and went straight to the point. There are flying corpses causing trouble in the human realm. My Maoshan disciples are in danger, and I want to. Before the ancestor could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chui Ju. You want to arrange positions for them after they come down? This matter shouldn't be brought to me. Go find the administrative division. I'm not dealing with this crap. Hearing this, the ancestor quickly said, that is not what I meant. You know how difficult it is to cultivate in the human realm right now. My few juniors have excellent talents and noble characters. Moreover, they are the future pillars of Maoshan. If they all fall, then Maoshan will be doomed. So I want to go to the human realm. I hope old Chui can help. Do you know that people from the underworld are not allowed to intervene in the human realm? Chui Ju glared at the ancestor. How could I not know? At worst, I'll resign. What can be done? Isi, old kui. What would it hurt to be lenient? If it comes to it, I'll kowtow to you. As he spoke, he pretended to kneel down, looking as if he was really going about it. Chui Ju. Stop, don't do this. Let me think. Judge Chui Ju had always strictly adhered to the rules of the underworld. He understood the ancestor's feelings, but also knew his responsibilities and position. Faced with this request, Chui Ju found himself in a dilemma, feeling deeply conflicted. He knew that if he agreed to the request, he would face severe punishment from the underworld. But he could not ignore the ancestor's heartfelt concern for his disciples. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this really goes against the rules. Seeing Chui Ju's hesitant expression, the ancestor decided to seize the moment. He moved emotionally, recounting the difficulties of Maoshan, detailing the contributions it had made to the righteous path over thousands of years. You know, I value feelings the most. These few are my direct disciples. Even if you don't help me, I'll risk my true spirit and charge through the 800 miles of the Yellow Springs. Moreover, Maoshan has diligently eliminated demons and monsters for thousands of years. Who knows how many calamities we VE solved for your underworld? Would the underworld really be so heartless as to watch Maoshan become extinct? At this point, the ancestor was already in tears. Chui Ju was touched by the ancestor's words, feeling deeply conflicted. On one hand were the rules of the underworld. On the other was the plea of an old friend. In the end, under the pleading gaze of the ancestor, Chui Ju made a difficult decision. All right, today the emperor is hosting a banquet, and I'm the only one on duty in the entire underworld. You can do whatever you want. I'll pretend you were never here. But you must remember, be extremely cautious and do not violate the principles of the underworld. Upon hearing Judge Chui Ju's response, the ancestor finally felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. He knew this was the greatest concession Chui Ju could make. Old buddy, thank you. I will definitely act cautiously and not cause trouble for the underworld. After leaving Chui Ju's residence, the ancestor still wore a worried expression. Although Chui Ju had agreed to turn a blind eye, he couldn't overstep the bounds too much. After thinking it over, it seemed that being summoned by the formation would be more persuasive. With that in mind, the ancestor decided to send a message to that likable little guy to prepare. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and recited incantations. Suddenly, divine light flickered, and his voice thundered through the realms of yin and yang. Meanwhile, in the mortuary, Uncle Jiu was already anxious. I can't hold him back. Ye, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and take them away. Qiuxing, aren't you going to listen to your master? However, upon hearing this, Qiuxing didn't move an inch. The obedient one was now rebelling for once. Lin Ye felt gloomy in his heart, but he knew it wasn't the time to be downcast. He gathered his spirits and said, Master, although I've only been initiated for 7 or 8 days, I dare to risk my life for demon slaying and safeguarding the path. After all, in the eyes of these zombies and ghosts, I'm a delicious treat. And wherever I go, I'm bound to attract them. If I can leave this time, what about next time? Rather than living in fear for the rest of my life, I'd rather fight the zombies with Master and my uncles today. If it's my fate, then I accept it. Although Qiuxing said nothing, his actions already spoke volumes. Chapter 54. The 3 clear heavenly master formation. Uncle Jiu shook his head helplessly, just about to persuade again when he suddenly saw Lin Ye crouching down on the ground, holding his head in pain. At that moment, Lin Ye felt a vast and mysterious force piercing through his heart, as if it were a call from the divine. Little one, you need not fear. I will teach you the 3 clear heavenly master formation. You just need to follow my guidance to set up the formation, and you can resolve the disaster of the flying corpse. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu hurriedly went forward to help Lin Ye up and asked, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Lin Ye shook his head, his eyes sparkling with a strange light, as he softly said, Master, I think we need not worry about this flying corpse. Just now, I received a message from our ancestor. The ancestor said that as long as we set up the 3 clear heavenly master formation, we can resolve the disaster of the flying corpse. Uncle Jiu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The 3 clear heavenly master formation. That's right. With this formation, combined with the strength of the three of us, we might have a chance to contend with a flying corpse. Shi Jian, being impatient, quickly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set up the formation quickly. The flying corpse is not an ordinary zombie and can't be trapped for long." Uncle Jiu nodded and instructed Xiaoxing to bring out 2 tables from the main room and set up 2 altars. He then said to Lin Ye, "Do you remember the 3 portraits of the 3 clears in my study? Go fetch them." Lin Ye acknowledged and rushed to the study without delay. When Lin Ye returned with the scrolls, the other 2 altars were already set up. Uncle Jiu took the 3 portraits from Lin Ye and hung them on the wall behind the altars. Once everything was ready, Uncle Jiu said to Lin Ye and Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing, you 2 go hide in the main hall." Lin Ye and Xiaoxing exchanged glances and obediently entered the main hall. Seeing this, Uncle Jiu said to Shi Jian and Simu, "Senior brother, junior brother, let's enter the formation." The 3 exchanged smiles and resolutely stepped into the formation. Shi Jian donned a magnificent Daoist robe, holding the 3 clear bell, and solemnly walked into the jade clear formation. He closed his eyes and focused, using his true energy to combine with the runes in the formation, chanting spells. As his prayers gradually resonated, a mysterious spiritual power emanated from the sword, slowly coalescing into a stream of light that intertwined with the runes in the formation. Shi Jian's brow twitched slightly, a strange power filling his body, making him feel as if he had merged with the entire formation, breathing in harmony with the heavens and coexisting with all living things. At the same time, Uncle Jiu's face was serious as he held the peachwood sword, silently reciting incantations, stepping into the upper clear formation's eye. The runes gradually shone with dazzling light, as if a mysterious power was gathering there. Uncle Jiu suddenly felt an invisible force surge in like a tide, and he felt himself becoming one with the entire formation, becoming even more pure. Simu, the Taoist priest, sat cross-legged at the great clear formation's eye, holding the Bagua mirror and chanting. Under Simu's mental perception, the invisible power began to coalesce, the spiritual light flowing into the formation like a spring. As the spiritual power gradually integrated, the entire formation was enveloped in a layer of mysterious aura. Simu felt as if he resonated with the entire universe, seemingly grasping some supreme secret. At this moment, the 3 clear heavenly master formation revealed some of its power, ready to unleash. It was precisely at this moment that the flying corpse broke free. After all, it was one of the 3 great divine abilities of Maoshan, the Samadhi divine fire and the wooden stake method. Being able to trap the flying corpse for so long was indeed worthy of its divine name. Once the flying corpse broke free, it immediately lunged towards the main hall. There was no way around it. Lin Ye was too conspicuous in the eyes of the corpse. Uncle Jiu had long anticipated this, so he positioned the formation's eyes right in front of the main hall. At the moment the flying corpse pounced towards the main hall, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the formation's eye, instantly binding it. Uncle Jiu faced the fierce assault of the flying corpse without fear. He grabbed the talisman paper and waved it, sending forth a divine fire that shot straight at the flying corpse. The flying corpse was blocked by Uncle Jiu's divine fire, unable to advance even an inch, but did not give up easily. It swung its arms, and the corpse chi emanating from it glowed green, rushing towards everyone like sharp blades. Shi Jian frowned upon seeing this. He knew well the threat posed by the corpse chi. If they allowed this corpse chi to spread, it wouldn't be a problem for them as cultivators, but for Lin Ye and his father, it would be disastrous. Lightly, they could suffocate to death. Heavily, the corpse poison could enter their bodies and turn them into zombies. With this thought, Shi Jian grabbed a bowl of clear water, sprinkled some incense ash into it, and then splashed it in the direction of the approaching corpse chi. Sizzle. The clear water met the wind and instantly transformed into a sudden downpour, falling from the air. As soon as the corpse poison came into contact with the rainwater, it reacted like boiling water meeting hot oil, sizzling loudly and disappearing in no time. Simu, not to be outdone, raised the Bagua mirror in his hand and shone it towards the flying corpse. Just then, The three portraits on the wall suddenly erupted with unparalleled divine light, and a giant dragon appeared, swirling and pouncing towards the flying corpse. The flying corpse braced itself against the strike and then leaped up, attempting to launch a counterattack. At this moment, the dragon's divine light was resplendent, illuminating the entire main hall like daytime. The dragon spiraled down, exhaling a scorching dragon breath straight at the flying corpse. The flying corpse paused slightly and let out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this formation indeed restrained the flying corpse, and perhaps today they could eliminate it using the formation. However, just as everyone relaxed their guard, an unexpected change occurred. The flying corpse suddenly leaped high and, in an instant, appeared in front of Simu, opening its mouth to bite. Fortunately, Simu had long dealt with corpses and instinctively had some wariness, dodging to the side to avoid the attack. The flying corpse missed its target and did not linger, charging straight towards Lin Ye in the main hall. But before it could enter the main hall, it was bounced back by the three clear portraits on the wall. After this small crisis, everyone did not dare to be careless. The three exchanged glances, and then Shi Jian took the lead, gently shaking the three clear bell, and then shouted, "First call upon the jade, clear, primordial heaven's sovereign." Uncle Gio quickly followed, positioning the Peachwood sword in front of him, pointing the sword forward. Next, call upon the upper clear spirit treasure, heaven sovereign. Simu raised the Bagua mirror high, chanting, thirdly, call upon the great clear Daoist virtue, heaven sovereign. As soon as the three finished speaking, three beams of spiritual light suddenly shot up from the three clear portraits, piercing the clouds. In that instant, the powers of the yin and yang realms began to converge. The howling winds of the underworld and the blazing flames of the yang realm merging into an indescribably magnificent scene. A faintly golden tornado descended from the sky, landing directly in the courtyard. If only this flying corpse had intelligence, it would have run away long ago. As the golden light dissipated, a figure came into view. Ancestor? Chapter 55. The master displays his power. Flying corpse. As the glow dissipated, a figure emerged. The figure was tall and straight, dressed in a flowing white robe, with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an aura of immortality. The master? Everyone stared in disbelief at this figure. Who would have thought that the three clear heavenly master array could summon the master? The master turned around and smiled kindly, then faced the flying corpse. "Is it you? This wicked creature, who harmed my Maoshan disciples? Very well. Let me demonstrate today how the old Daoist punishes evil in the name of heaven. With clarity in both heaven and earth, the precious sword. Heed my command. Uniting the three into one, the divine sword slays the demons." Swiftly, as per the order, the master reached out, summoning the three ritual swords placed on the three altars, which flew out and merged into a giant sword in midair, landing in the master's hand. Holding the giant sword, the master twirled it, the sword tip pointing directly at the flying corpse. Then, stepping forward, he thrust it forward, causing the flying corpse to take a step back from the impact. Seizing the moment, the master pursued relentlessly, swinging the giant sword in a series of powerful strikes, forcing the flying corpse to retreat repeatedly, momentarily losing its balance. Seeing this, the master discarded the giant sword, formed a hand seal, and charged forward. His fists and palms struck at the vital points. Each hit on the flying corpse produced a resounding clang of metal. The master's fast punches landed on the midsection, moving so swiftly that only afterimages could be seen. Then, with a powerful straight punch, he sent it back several steps. The master extended his hand, using a binding technique to pull the flying corpse's right hand back, then bent down and turned behind it, delivering a kick to its knee. The flying corpse stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and the master took advantage of the situation, stepping in and executing a series of quick punches, stepping in a bagua formation around the flying corpse. In a flurry of movements, the master struck the vital points of the flying corpse with a special Daoist seal. Under this relentless and powerful assault, the flying corpse was beaten back repeatedly, unable to resist. Like a marionette on strings, it was toyed with by the master. Seeing the opportunity ripe, the master quickly formed a hand seal and struck the outer cavity of the flying corpse's meridians, the temple. In an instant, the flying corpse stood frozen, trembling all over, a bright golden command character appearing on its forehead. The master raised his sword finger palm inward and pointed at the flying corpse's third eye, causing a command character to manifest on its forehead. Then the master brought his palms together, fingers interlocked, thrusting out his sword finger again to strike the flying corpse's third eye with force. After completing all this, the master flipped backward and landed gracefully. The battle was over. Seeing this, everyone was still somewhat confused, but soon, numerous runes began to appear on the flying corpse. The words decree shone with bright golden light on its arms, chest, and forehead. The flying corpse trembled in place, continuously exhaling corpse energy, looking extremely pained. As the glow of the runes grew brighter, the corpse energy dissipated faster and faster. Lin Ye, hiding in the main hall, witnessed all of this and exclaimed in astonishment. The flying corpse was being beaten up. This was the flying corpse, being toyed with by the master, and it seemed like it was about to kick the bucket. However, Lin Ye had no time to be surprised. As he decided to seize the kill, why not take a free, simplified point? Suddenly, Lin Ye leaped out from the main hall, shouting, "I come to assist the master. Electrocuted. Witness my 5 thunder righteous method." To secure the kill, Lin Ye even used thunder magic. As a thunderbolt struck down, Lin Ye landed steadily. But the expected system notification sound did not come. Unable to hold back, he turned around, only to see the flying corpse trembling even more violently than before. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be severely injured? Just as Lin Ye was puzzled, the master's voice rang in his ear. You little brat, quite interesting. I haven't seen such an amusing little fellow in a long time." Lin Ye turned around to see the master looking at him with great interest. Behind the master, Uncle Jiu Shu Jian and others were frantically signaling him, seemingly afraid he would say something wrong and anger the master. Lin Ye quickly raised his hands above his head, forming a sword finger, and bowed to the master, then foolishly grinned. Master, you look much more handsome in person than in the portraits." "Oh, I love to hear you speak. Little brat." The master laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Seeing the master so pleased, Lin Ye hurriedly asked, Master, about this flying corpse." The master smiled mysteriously and said, "No rush. Wait a moment. Are you afraid the master can't handle this flying corpse? Do you need to stab it yourself to feel at ease?" Lin Ye was flustered by the master's teasing and could only awkwardly scratch his head and grin. Uncle Jiu, seeing Lin Ye's helplessness, shook his head and chuckled, then pulled Xiu Sheng forward to greet the master. Disciple Lin Jiu greets the master. Disciple Xiu Sheng greets the master. Shi Jian and Daoist Simu also came back to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward. Disciple Shi Jian, Disciple Simu, greets the master. Bang, bang, bang. The master sternly smacked the heads of the three. "Look at your lack of progress. You can't even handle a small flying corpse. You're embarrassing us in Maoshan." Shi Jian and Uncle Jiu exchanged glances, both bitterly smiling. Small flying corpse? Only the master would say that. But after all, he is the master. Whatever the master says is right. Daoist Simu, however, was not so understanding, boldly saying, "Master, you can't say that. This thing is a flying corpse. The three of us have just reached the Earth Master realm. Being able to fight a flying corpse like this is already quite impressive." Woo. Noticing the master's face darkening, Uncle Jiu quickly covered Daoist Simu's mouth. "Please forgive me, master. My junior brother is usually like this." Seeing this, the master didn't want to argue with the juniors. After all, dealing with a flying corpse was indeed a bit beyond their capabilities. "You, the one who speaks nicely. Come here, let me take a good look at you." Lin Ye's mouth twitched. The one who speaks nicely was quite the label. Suppressing his inner complaints, he respectfully approached the master and stood obediently, hugging the thigh. Shameful. Seeing Lin Ye so well behaved, the master's fondness for him increased. He circled around Lin Ye several times, becoming more and more satisfied. Not bad, good root and disposition. But this golden light spell might be hard to explain to the Longhu Mountain folks. Where did you learn it? Lin Ye blinked, not saying a word. Was this something he could disclose? If he exposed the system, wouldn't he the master treat it as something unclean and dispose of it? Seeing Lin Ye unwilling to speak, the master waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I'll have a word with those old geezers at the Heavenly Master's office later. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound echoed, and the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for participating in the kill of the flying corpse, gaining simplified points. Chapter 56. The dust settles. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Ye was startled. Just as he feared, the system notification popped up at the worst possible moment. Fortunately, the master did not notice Lin Ye's system. He just pointed to the flying corpse that had been blown into pieces not far away and laughed. Look, it's done. Isn't it? In fact, everyone had noticed this long before the flying corpse exploded. As time passed, the runes on the flying corpse became increasingly bright. And just as the light was about to illuminate the entire sky, the flying corpse was instantly blown to bits. There were fragments of all sizes scattered all over the courtyard, with only two small legs remaining relatively intact at the original spot. As the flying corpse completely disappeared, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The rising sun was brilliant and beautiful, and everyone bathed in the warm rays of the sun, feeling as if they were reborn. Everyone watched as the sun gradually rose from the east, speechless for a long time. Just as everyone was still immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster, the master suddenly let out a sharp explosion of sound. Ah, this is bad. This is bad. It's already this late. I have to go back. After saying this, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and dispersed before everyone's astonished eyes. Lin Ye was left dumbfounded. Is the master in a hurry to go home for dinner? Bang! Uncle Joe gave Lin Ye a light slap on the back of the head. Don't talk nonsense. The master must have sneaked out from the underworld to help us clean up the mess. The master broke the rules of the underworld and acted on his own. He probably won't have it easy when he returns to the underworld. Shi Jian patted Uncle Jio's shoulder and said, Don't worry. The master is high-ranking in the underworld. Nothing will happen to him. Besides, our Maoshan is not without its influence up there. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow at Shi Jian's words, then nodded repeatedly, seeming to agree with him. Hearing Shi Jian's words, Lin Ye felt even more reassured. Maoshan truly is a strong backing. Just as Lin Ye was contemplating whether to offer an extra incense stick to the master every day, Uncle Jiu turned to him in Qiusheng and said, Qiusheng, go tidy up the courtyard. Go call Lord Run and the others, and ask Wen Kai to make breakfast. Your master and your uncle master will rest for a while. When the food is ready, call me. Lin Ye and Qiusheng exchanged glances, both with bitter faces, and replied, Got it. Lin Ye arrived at the door of Run Fa's room and gently knocked, saying, Lord Run, Ting, brother Wen Kai, it's all right now. You can come out. After waiting for a long time, there was no response from inside the room. Lin Ye immediately realized something might have happened, so he kicked the door open without hesitation. Boom! The entire door frame shattered into pieces. Lin Ye had no time to care about that. He hurried inside and saw Ren Fa and the others lying on the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly picked up Ren Ting and ran towards the courtyard. Wen Kai, love will disappear, right? Master, Uncle Master, something's wrong. Uncle Joe appeared in front of Lin Ye in a flash and asked, What happened? As soon as Lin Ye kicked the door, Uncle Joe and the others had already rushed over. There was no choice. Having just experienced a life-and-death crisis, everyone was like startled birds, reacting to even the slightest disturbance. Lin Ye said anxiously, Master, please take a look. What happened to Ting? Why is she unconscious? Uncle Joe saw this and grabbed one of Ren Ting's hands to feel her pulse. He frowned and said, Strange, logically speaking, the doors and windows were sealed with talismans. So the corpse poisoned Shu and Ti have gotten in. How could she be poisoned? Lin Ye's heart sank at the mention of corpse poison. What should we do? Uncle Joe raised an eyebrow, glanced at Ren Ting, and then at Lin Ye's panicked expression, and immediately understood. You carry her to your room. Use your true energy to drive away the poison. Lin Ye took Uncle Joe's words without doubt, thanked him, and hurriedly carried Run Tingting toward his room. Watching Lin Ye's retreating figure, Uncle Jiu shook his head with a smile. At Ice Age, he should be getting married. Just as Uncle Jiu was feeling sentimental, Shi Jian's voice came from inside the house. Junior brother, let us put Ice marriage on hold for now. You need to come in and wake up your father-in-law. Hearing this, Uncle Jiu slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering there were still 2 people lying inside. And without paying attention to Shi Jian's teasing, he hurriedly walked inside. In the room, after Shi Jian and Daoist Simu treated the 2, they just happened to wake up slowly. Wen Kai opened his eyes, and upon seeing Uncle Jiu, instinctively complained, Master, I feel so much pain. When Uncle Jiu entered, he noticed that all the doors and windows were covered with talismans, except for the window next to the bed. Knowing his disciple well, Uncle Jiu immediately realized that this window must have been left open by Wen Kai for an easy escape. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu shot Wen Kai a glare and said, We'll settle this later. He then helped Ren Fa up and said, Lord Run, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect my disciple to be so useless and nearly cause you harm. Wen Kai felt deeply aggrieved and opened his mouth to speak. Master. Shut up. Uncle Jiu scolded Wen Kai, then turned back to Ren Fa and said, Lord Run, don't worry. The zombie has been dealt with. It's very safe outside now. Once you and Tingting recover, you can go home. Ren Fa was still a bit dazed, but upon hearing Uncle Jiu say the zombie had been eliminated, he immediately became alert. Good. Great. Finally, I don't have to worry anymore. Huh? Where is Tingting? Uncle Jiu smiled and said, Tingting? I is worried. So he's taking care of her himself. Ren Fa was taken aback for a moment, then his face broke into a joyful grin. So, Uncle Jiu nodded with a smile. After all, they are young. After spending time together, they will naturally develop feelings. Ren Fa beamed with joy and began to conspire with Uncle Jiu about the marriage of the 2 young people. Wen Kai, I feel like I heard something extraordinary. In Lin Ye's room, after infusing true energy into Run Tingting 3 times, Lin Ye leaned exhausted against the bed. It was strange. The corpse poison had already been dispelled, so why was she waking up? Lin Ye shook his head helplessly, assuming that Ren Tingting's constitution was weak, which was why she was taking so long to regain consciousness. Looking at Ren Tingting's beautiful sleeping face, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation isn't up to par, I want to marry you and take you home as my wife. Shaking his head, he forced himself not to think about these things. After covering Run Tingting with a thick quilt, he muttered to himself, You rest. I'm going to practice and try to break through to the Qi transformation stage as soon as possible. After stretching, Lin Ye opened the door and walked out, finding a corner in the courtyard to start his standing meditation for the day. After Lin Ye left, Ren Tingting quietly opened her eyes. Chapter 57. Massive Simplification Points, Overnight Wealth. Ren Tingting quietly opened her eyes and looked around, confirming that Lin Ye had left. She lifted the blanket and quietly sat up. So embarrassing. What nonsense is that? Who wants to marry you? The more Ren Tingting thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, her entire face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Ren Tingting muttered in her heart, How could Lin Ye be so bold as to say such things? Her face was as red as the evening glow, feeling shy and utterly embarrassed. Her tense nerves seemed to be touched by some inexplicable feelings, and for a moment, she couldn't extricate herself. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was unaware that Ren Tingting was pretending to be asleep, and he didn't know that she had overheard his words. At this moment, he was deeply immersed in his cultivation. Golden Light, Spell 111, Body Refinement Technique 111, standing in the sun, humming a song. He practiced his skills. System, show me how many simplification points that flying zombie contributed. Ding! Host eliminated a mutated zombie. Gained 700 simplification points. Ding! Host eliminated a mutated zombie. Gained 200 simplification points. Ding! Host injured a flying zombie. Gained 1,200 simplification points. Ding! Host injured a flying zombie. Gained 4,300 simplification points. Ding! Host participated in killing a flying zombie. Gained 18,888 simplification points. The dense stream of prompt sounds exploded in Lin Ye's ears, and the soaring simplification points made him feel both pained and joyful. Wow, I struck it rich. Is this flying zombie really that valuable? I've raked in over 20,000. What a windfall. If I had to deal with it alone, wouldn't I just take off? But Lin Ye just thought about it. After all, it was a flying zombie. With his little arms and legs, dealing with a jumping zombie was already tough, let alone a flying zombie. However, these two zombies were a bit interesting. I didn't look closely at the time. Why are the simplification points one high and one low? System, are you taking kickbacks? Ding, please do not pry. Can a second generation bitten by a first generation be compared to a first generation bitten by the mother body? Have you played Resident Evil? Lin Ye se mo taichit. Goodness, first and second generation. Is this a game of returning the dead? All right, you're right. Hurry up and open the system panel for me. Let me see how many simplification points I have stored so I can be happy too. Host, Lin Ye. Realm, late stage of refining essence into Qi 2,867 99,999. Late stage mage. Cultivation method, supreme clarity, great cave, true scripture, second layer. Supreme clarity body refinement technique body refinement chapter, minor achievement. Body technique chapter, minor achievement. Magic, golden light spell 12, major achievement. 5 thunder righteous law 2, major achievement. Root bone, pure in body, simplification points, 27163. Wow. I won't have to worry about simplification points for a while. Lin Ye looked at the panel and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The body technique chapter and body refinement chapter had unknowingly reached minor achievements. System, how many simplification points does it take to reach the third layer of the supreme clarity great cave true scripture? Ding. System detects that the third layer requires 50,000 simplification points. What did you say? 50,000. Why don't you go rob it then? Ding. System product, fair to young and old. All right then. I thought I'd get rich overnight, but in the end, I'm still a poor loser. Forget it. System, simplify the supreme clarity divine strike technique for me. Ding. System detects that simplifying the supreme clarity divine strike technique requires 3,000 simplification points. Please confirm whether to simplify. Confirm. Ding. Simplification successful. Supreme clarity divine strike technique recites true name. Deities descend. Lin Ye fell into deep thought. Is it really that powerful? Just reciting the true name can summon a deity? Then when I encounter a flying zombie next time, can I just summon a big shot to crush it? Ding. Please do not daydream. The power exerted by the deity depends on the host's cultivation and physical quality, and it will cause irreversible damage to the host. System suggestion. Try to summon acquaintances. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. I thought it was a big move, but it turns out to be this. And I should try to summon acquaintances? Where do I find acquaintances? I know them, but they don't know me. Wait. I can summon the ancestors of my own family from Maoshan, right? They should take pity on my frail body, right? Suddenly, the thought opened up for him. A mortal body cannot withstand the power of a deity, and afterwards, the foundation will mostly be damaged. The main reason is that they are not familiar. They don't know you, and just coming down to help you is already giving you face. Expecting them to be careful and take care of your body? It's different from my ancestors. After all, they're my own family. They can't come down and support their child, only to ruin the child, right? So people from Maoshan rarely summon deities. If they do, they summon their own ancestors. From this point of view, the Supreme Clarity Divine Strike technique roughly equals, if you can't win, call your parents. Protecting their own, an old tradition of Maoshan. Just like this time, the ancestor didn't hesitate to violate the rules of the underworld to come up and support. Thinking of this, Lin Ye once again sighed at the strong backing of Maoshan and decided to offer an extra stick of incense to the ancestors every day. What a pity. 50,000 simplification points. I don't know when I'll save that much. This world is still too dangerous. My current strength is simply not enough. Not to mention the far-off places. There isn't a single simple town nearby. For example, the well-known zombie den, Tung Town, and the neighboring Jiu Shu town has a western zombie and a vampire. Then there's that headache-inducing music zombie, the royal zombie that made Daoist Qianhe suffer in the northwest. Damn. System, upgrade the zombie suppression talisman to a purple talisman. Thinking of that outrageous royal zombie, Lin Ye couldn't care less about saving simplification points. After all, that was his master-s uncle. He couldn't just know the outcome and not change it. Right? Just right? Since the matter with old Master Ren was resolved, it would be good to follow Daoist Simu out to train a bit, and along the way, he could also earn some simplification points. The main thing is, he didn't know when Daoist Qianhe would bring the royal zombie out. He could only follow Daoist Simu for a few days. Ding! System detects that upgrading the zombie suppression talisman to a purple talisman requires 3,000 simplification points. Please confirm whether to simplify. Confirm. Simplification successful. Zombie suppression talisman, purple talisman, yellow paper and red sand, inscribed with true qi to write the talisman. The divine talisman is formed. Using true qi to make talismans? In that case, the efficiency of making talismans will drop. It can't be a blanket coverage. But the purple talisman should be much stronger than the yellow talisman, right? If the efficiency is lower, then so be it. At worst, it'll just accumulate over time. If Uncle Jiu knew about Lin Ye's thoughts, he might be so jealous that he would turn into a different person. That's a purple talisman. It requires various spiritual materials, is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and even making 2 out of 10 would make Uncle Jiu laugh awake. And Lin Ye only needs ordinary yellow paper and red sand, plus the constantly replenishable true qi to continuously produce purple talismans. If this gets out, I don't know how many people would be so angry they'd vomit blood. Chapter 58. Turmoil in the underworld. Lin Ye was unaware that the appearance of each purple talisman would trigger a frenzied competition in the spirit realm. Aside from disciples from major sects like Maoshan, smaller sects would usually treat a purple talisman as their prized possession if they could obtain one. Ordinary rogue cultivators would regard it as their life-saving trump card. Even a large sect like Maoshan would cherish the purple talisman immensely. The behavior of someone like Daoist Simu using it for travel was purely a last resort. Just like Master Yao, who exhausted half his life savings to exchange for a purple talisman in order to successfully implement a secret method. He thought it would lead him to the pinnacle of life, but unexpectedly, it led directly to the end of his life. If a purple talisman were to be sold, it could easily fetch hundreds of dollars. Unfortunately, Lin Ye still didn't know that he had grasped the key to wealth. At this moment, he was bickering with the system. I said, hey system, look at other systems. Sign-ins, lotteries, shops, everything. Now look at yourself. Can you even show your face out here? How about updating your version and bringing out some good stuff? The system was speechless, but it didn't respond and sulked, leaving the host to guess. I'm talking to you. Stop pretending to be dead. System updating, please do not disturb. Huh? Don't mess around, talk properly. Update progress 0, 1, 0, 2, what the hell? Is it actually updating? Do you have to be this obedient? Seeing that the system had no response, Lin Ye fell into contemplation. Although he had felt that this system was quite intelligent before, this was too intelligent, right? Could it be a scout sent by the Centaur constellation to invade this little ball? Thinking deeper sent chills down his spine. I fear you. Lin Ye instantly donned a mask of pain. It seemed the system had some foul language. Stop. Didn't you go update? How can you still talk to me? Hardware updates, what does that have to do with software? Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. Then why did you say, please do not disturb? Why don't you think you talk too much? Lin Ye rolled his eyes and then narrowed them, saying, hey system, you wouldn't harm me, right? System, someone save me. What kind of good host worries that the system will harm people? Host, are you sick? Paranoia. Late stage. Lin Ye dug at his ears. Wasn't he just questioning reasonably? This system was too irritable. You have issues too. Severe mania. Thus the dispute began. While Lin Ye was having a friendly verbal exchange with the system, the underworld was quiet on the other side. Ahem. So, Lao Chui, could you say something? Stop staring at me like that. It's giving me the creeps. The ancestor coughed lightly. What is there to say? What can I say? How dare I say anything? How powerful are you? With just a few punches and kicks, you knocked down the flying corpse. Very impressive. Kui Zhu replied sarcastically. The ancestor, upon hearing this, became displeased and slammed the table, standing up. What do you mean by that? I haven't done anything against the order of the human realm. I've certainly not violated the principles and bottom lines of the underworld. Cui Ju shouted angrily. How can you say you haven't? You actually went out in your true form to fight. And you tell me you didn't? Who? I'm so angry that even a scholar like me is cursing. Upon hearing this, the ancestor chuckled and slowly sat back down, even in the mood to sip some tea brewed from the other shore flower. Lao Chui, you don't know this. That Sanqing Tianshi formation sends a decree straight to the 36 heavens. All disciples of a Xianmen sect are obliged to help out when they see this decree. I'm a closest. Who else would go? Cui Ju's face turned green upon hearing this. You're amazing. You're really amazing. I could have covered for you. Now it's good. Probably even the 10 Yama Kings know about it. Sure enough, as soon as Cui Ju finished speaking, Lu Zhidao arrived. How dare you? Cui Ju, your secret is out. As soon as the ancestor saw Lu Zhidao enter, he instantly knew this matter couldn't end well. Even Cui Ju wouldn't be able to escape. There are 4 great judges in the underworld. They are Wei Zheng, who rewards good deeds, Zheng Kuei, who punishes evil deeds, Lu Zhidao, who investigates, and Cui Ju, who manages the book of life and death. Cui Ju oversees the laws of the underworld. Turning a blind eye to the ancestors' private interference in human affairs alone would be hard to let go. Knowing the law, yet breaking it is even more punishable. Moreover, now it had fallen into the hands of Lu Zhidao, who patrols the underworld. Cui Ju, you know the law, yet break it, which adds to the punishment. Come with me to see the Yama King. Will you walk there yourself, or shall I assist you? Cui Ju's vision darkened. It was over. Last time, he had secretly let go of Emperor Taizong, and the Yama King had already noted that. Now he was caught again, thinking of this. Cui Ju glared fiercely at the ancestor. It's all your fault. What is the point of setting up the Sanqing Tianshi formation? Now it's good. The heavenly court and the underworld both know the good deed you did. Are you satisfied now? The ancestor's mouth twitched, speechless. He had only thought about how to act reasonably, but forgot this aspect. Ha ha! Just as the ancestor and Cui Ju were on edge, unexpectedly, Lu Zhidao suddenly burst into laughter. In the puzzled gazes of the two, Lu Zhidao finally stopped laughing, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, Lao Chui, hurry up and brew some good tea for me. Lao Sun, don't just stand there. Last time I told you to help me get a raise for the investigating official. You might as well take care of it now. As he spoke, he handed over the note in his hand. Seeing this, the ancestor's mouth twitched. He brought the note with him, clearly prepared. He didn't know that this was not a question of punishment at all, but a shakedown. Forget it, just approve it. After all, it was originally meant to be approved. It should be noted that the ancestor's original name was Sun Yue, the 8th generation ancestor of Maoshan. After realizing that he could not achieve immortality, he chose to dissolve himself and enter the underworld to take up a post, attaining the title of Ghost Immortal. After Sun the ancestor approved it, he tossed the note to Lu Zhidao and said angrily, Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Lu Zhidao took the note, tucked it away, and then smiled at Sun the ancestor. Yesterday was the emperor's birthday. When the banquet was about to end, the emperor felt displeased upon sensing the emergence of evil creatures in the human realm. He was about to send the underworld soldiers to attack, but happened to see you hurriedly heading to the human realm. Upon hearing this, the ancestor suddenly realized. Turns out he had stumbled upon a lucky coincidence. This way, at least he wouldn't be punished. With this thought, the ancestor put on a facade again. Old Lu, don't make such jokes next time. Look at how scared Lao Chui is. Cui Ju, with a dark face, snorted coldly, giving the two of them a glare from the back of his head. Lu Zhidao grinned and said, Old son, whatever you say goes. Who told you to be our god of wealth? Chapter 59. Unsolvable calamity. The master's compliments towards Lu Zhidao cannot be denied. After all, he is the big boss in charge of the good fortune department and theoretically stands on equal footing with the 4 major judges. However, since he holds the financial power of the underworld, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is a level above the officials. As Lu Zhidao said, who made us the god of wealth in the underworld? Seeing that he wouldn't be punished, the master immediately put on a grand air. I said, Old Lu, since there's nothing going on, I'll head back to my place. Who would have thought that Liu Dao would sigh and say, alas. Old son, it seems your juniors are in trouble. The master raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What did you say? I've already dealt with the flying corpses. What trouble can they possibly have? Liu Dao shook his head, remaining silent. Cui Ju, who had been silent for a long time, flipped through the book of life and death, shaking his head and sighing. The calamities of the world come with their own timing. You may intervene to avert disaster, but the calamity still exists. It will just manifest in a different way. The master frowned, questioning. Manifest in a different way? What do you mean? Liu Dao continued. The book of life and death records life and death. Someone must fill it in, and that is fate. The master could not contain his anger, shouting, nonsense. Who doesn't he know that those killed by zombies die unjustly? When did the book of life and death record unjust deaths? Unjust deaths do not appear in the book of life and death. But what about man-made disasters? Cui Ju closed the book, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This calamity will fall upon those innocent villagers. In a charity hall, Lin Ye and the system had a dispute that lasted for half an hour, ultimately ending with Lin Ye parched and defeated. I'm not arguing with you anymore. I'll drink some water, and then we can continue. Maoshan looked at Lin Ye, shaking his head repeatedly. From his perspective, Lin Ye was standing in the corner, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Is he really not dazed by the zombies? Hiss, don't tell me he has been bewitched by a ghost like I was. After muttering to himself, Maoshan pulled out a talisman and quietly approached, slapping it on Lin Ye's shoulder. Ai, are you all right? Lin Ye turned his head, confused, looking at Maoshan. What would be wrong with me? Are you looking for me for something? Seeing Lin Ye's clear gaze, Maoshan realized he had misunderstood and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Oh, I came to invite you to eat. It's time for dinner. Lin Ye looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. It's almost noon. I've been fighting zombies all night. I'm really a bit hungry. Today I want to eat 2 chicken legs. Maoshan raised an eyebrow. Forget 2. You could eat 4, and no one would fight you for them. The chickens we brought for the ritual could feed us for half a month. Then I want to eat a chicken wing too. That is not allowed. Don't say I'm not taking care of you. I'll give you the chicken legs. But you can't fight me for the wings. You are the senior brother, so you should give way to the junior. Then I'll say the junior should be filial to the senior. The two of them playfully bickered all the way to the dining table. Uncle Joe instinctively stood up to scold them upon seeing this scene, but unexpectedly, he was held back by Shi Jian. Uncle Joe looked back at Shi Jian in confusion, only to see him smiling and shaking his head. Fengjiao, this is how brothers should interact. See how lively it is? Do you think that between brothers, they should strictly adhere to propriety and hierarchy, ending up as strangers? Listening to Shi Jian, Uncle Joe watched Maoshan and Lin Ye joking with each other, and unknowingly, his vision began to blur. The youthful bickering was always so absurd and illogical. One wanted to grab the chicken leg, the other wanted the wing. After getting what they wanted, they would find the other's food appealing and want to grab that too. A ray of sunlight suddenly fell on the two who were frolicking. Youthful vigor and exuberance. Uncle Joe smiled lightly, and, for a moment, he seemed to see himself from years ago, playing and joking with his brothers. Shi Jian clenched his hands in his sleeves, finally unable to resist saying softly, to buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine, it's not the same as the carefree youth. Junior brother, how many decades do we have in this life? Uncle Joe was taken aback by the words and quickly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, then trembled as he said, Senior brother, now that this matter is settled, why don't you stay a few more days at my place? Junior brother has some cultivation issues to discuss with you. It should have been like this long ago. Shi Jian smiled, tears in his eyes, nodding repeatedly. The nearby Daoist Simu also smiled slightly. These two, one too proud to bow down, the other sulking and cutting ties with the sect. Now they have finally reconciled. Rin Fa, although unaware of the previous grievances between Uncle Gio and Shi Jian, felt genuinely happy for them upon witnessing this scene. He raised his teacup and said, Ahem, now that the zombies have been eliminated, I run toast to all the Daoists here with tea in place of wine. When I return home, I will definitely hold a grand banquet to thank all the Daoists for saving my life. Uncle Joe hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. The opposition between good and evil is my ancestral teaching. As a cultivator, it is our duty to exterminate demons and maintain order. There is no need for you to be polite, Mr. Run. As for the banquet, how about throwing a wedding banquet for Ye and Ting Ting? As soon as Uncle Jiu finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Shi Jian and Daoist Simu looked at Uncle Jiu in disbelief. No, is it really appropriate to say such things in this situation? Isn't this too hasty? Lin Ye's mouth twitched. He wanted to recruit Lin Ye as his son-in-law, but as the saying goes, proper matchmaking must be followed. What do you mean? Lin Jiu Daoist, by bringing this up so hastily? Are you trying to save on the betrothal gifts? Thinking of this, Lin Ye's gaze towards Uncle Jiu changed. I've heard long ago that you, Lin Jiu, are stingy. Today I've really gained some insight. In fact, Uncle Jiu had his reasons for saying this. After this life-and-death crisis, he had come to understand that what legacy and prominence meant. Nothing is better than letting his disciples live a safe and happy life. What do you think? I've saved quite a bit of money over the years. I can help you with your proposal. At this moment, Lin Ye was completely bewildered. He didn't understand why his master suddenly said this. But she really is so beautiful. Lin Ye stared blankly at Ren Ting's flushed cheeks, constantly asking himself whether he liked her more or was just tempted by her body. Recalling the shock he felt when he first met Ren Ting and all the little moments they shared later, he couldn't say how close they were. But they always had fun together. Is this feeling liking? Chapter 60. Difficult emotions. Lin Ye pondered deeply about his feelings for Ren Ting. Perhaps it was a kind of ambiguous affection, like a delicate connection that danced around them. Yet neither dared to confront the fluttering feelings directly. He always felt that the joy and comfort he experienced while being with her was not merely simple fondness, but more akin to a burgeoning emotion. Perhaps this was a sensation of love's seed quietly taking root in his heart. At this moment, Ren Ting gathered her courage and blushed as she cast an expectant glance at Lin Ye. When Lin Ye looked up, he coincidentally met her gaze. Those sparkling eyes were always so captivating that he couldn't tear his gaze away from her. 1,000 hesitations swirled in his heart, like tangled branches twisting and turning, leaving him in confusion. It felt as if his inner self was tumultuously stirred in a silent struggle. Should he respond passionately or choose to avoid it? His heart was like a surging lake, tumultuous and restless. Yet before him, Ren Ting was like a bright moon hanging over the lake, illuminating the water to such clarity that it seemed to wash away all hesitation and confusion. In that moment, Lin Ye understood that perhaps true feelings had already quietly sprouted deep within his heart. However, Lin Ye was well aware that he was not someone who easily fell into emotions. He had too many doubts and concerns in his heart. In this world filled with demons, his allure to them was akin to a lighthouse in the deep sea. Under the protection of Uncle Jiu, he was still living on the edge. How could he protect others? Yet, Ren Ting's gaze was like a gentle breeze, gradually melting the ice in his heart. Perhaps he should give this feeling a chance? Master this. Lin Ye struggled to speak, his eyes flickering with confusion and hesitation. But he changed his mind before the words left his mouth. I need to think about it some more. He didn't know how to respond to his master's suggestion, the turmoil within him difficult to calm. Ren Ting lowered her head in disappointment, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Just then, Four Eyes Daoist suddenly interjected, "Let the kids decide this matter for themselves. We can discuss the wedding banquet later." Lin Fei, seeing his daughter in tears, lost his appetite and stood up to apologize, then helped Ren Ting up and walked out. He knew that this was not Lin Ye's fault, but as he passed by Lin Ye, he shot him a fierce glare. After Ren Fei and his daughter left, Uncle Jiu pointed at Lin Ye with disappointment, saying, "You kid are practically drooling over her, and you say you need to think about it?" Lin Ye sighed, "Master, zombies and ghosts like me the most. I guess I can only accompany them for the rest of my life." Uncle Jiu gasped, "You little brat, are you afraid that I can't protect you?" "Master, you can't protect me forever." Lin Ye picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, which tasted like chewing wax. Four Eyes Daoist and Shi Jian exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. At this moment, Qiusheng suddenly slammed his hand on the table and said, Hey, Wenkai, did you see that? From now on, if anyone says you're useless, Just bring Ai out and let them take a look. Wen Kai exaggeratedly replied, Hey, Qiusheng, that's not right. Aside from being a bit slow-witted and having a slow reaction, how am I useless? Do you think I'm like him? Too afraid to pursue the girl I like? Qiusheng raised an eyebrow and deliberately walked behind Lin Ye, saying, Wen Kai, you mentioned that zombies appear and disappear at will. This time, the Ren family managed to avoid it. Who knows if they can dodge it next time? Wen Kai understood and replied in sync, Oh, do you think the birthday star lives at their house? Maybe next time, because someone rejected them, they won't have the courage to ask for help. And, in the end, they'll be bitten to death by a zombie. The two continue to circle around Lin Ye, bantering back and forth, listening to their incessant chatter. Images painted by their words involuntarily surfaced in Lin Ye's mind. He shook his head and took a deep breath. It was just a bunch of zombies and ghosts. With a system by his side, how could he not protect the people around him? Besides, if he was worried about dragging Ren Tingting down, why wasn't he worried about dragging Uncle Jiu down? Wasn't Uncle Jiu important too? Thinking of this, Lin Ye slapped himself twice. I truly deserve it. When he raised his head again, his gaze was resolute. He was determined to confront his inner fears and learn to protect his loved ones. With that thought, Lin Ye resolutely stood up and rushed towards the door. Four Eyes Daoist and Shi Jian looked at Lin Ye's determined expression and nodded internally. This kid has finally woken up. Qiusheng and Wen Kai also quietly stopped their teasing, silently making way and expressing their support for Lin Ye with their eyes. In the East Wing, Ren Fa looked at his daughter who was sobbing at the table, feeling somewhat at a loss. Tingting, please don't cry. I just said he needs time to think. He didn't say he wouldn't agree. Who wants him to agree? I don't want to marry him. Thinking? What's there to think about? It's just that he doesn't like me. The more Ren Tingting thought, the angrier she became, and her tears flowed even more uncontrollably. He is a liar. A big liar. He even said he wanted to marry me. All lies. Hearing this, Ren Fa's face darkened. Are they secretly binding themselves for life? Tingting, tell Dad. What do you think of that Lin Ye kid? Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting, while sobbing, said, I don't know. He said he needs to think, and that makes me feel bad. Ren Fas Mold Wisha. Great, I didn't keep an eye on the cabbage, and it was still eaten by the pig. Then what do you think is good about that kid? Mentioning this, Ren Tingting stopped crying and said with a blush, He is good-looking, speaks nicely, does things with discretion. Unlike others who are just bumpkins without any experience. And he even saved my life. Ren Fa smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now it's over. Not only can't we get a son-in-law, but if things go wrong, our family wealth might have to be given away as a dowry. In fact, it wasn't surprising that Ren Tingting was infatuated. In this era, let alone a small town like Rinjia Town, even the young ladies of Shanghai Bund would be smitten by someone like him. After all, Lin Ye could be considered a high-quality man in this world. Knock, knock, knock. Tingting, are you there? Can I come in? Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Ren Tingting's eyes brightened at first. Then she turned away stubbornly towards the wall. Seeing this, Ren Fa helplessly approached and opened the door. What do you want? When Lin Ye looked up and saw Ren Fa's unfriendly expression, he felt a bit guilty. So he cautiously said, Uncle, I've thought it over. I want to. Chapter 61. One wave after another Uncle Run. I made up my mind. I want to marry Tingting, but I need to wait until I break through to the human master level. Ren Fa looked at Lin Ye. His brow furrowed. Break through to the human master level? How long will that take? Do you think my Tingting can't get married? Seeing Ren Fa frown, Lin Ye quickly explained, No, Uncle, please listen to my explanation. I know that my cultivation needs time, but I am determined to become strong. Only by becoming stronger can I better protect Tingting. I will definitely not let her down. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the anger on Ren Fa's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a thoughtful expression. After experiencing the matter with old Master Ren Fa understood just how complicated this world was. Ordinary people like them could do nothing when faced with zombies and ghosts. To live safely in this world, it was indeed essential to have a skilled person at home. Thinking of this, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Since you've thought it through, then focus on your cultivation. I won't interfere with your young people's matters. You can discuss it among yourselves. Lin Ye nodded solemnly. I will definitely work hard. I will prove that I am worthy of Tingting. Fei sighed, his dissatisfaction gradually fading. If you really have that determination, I will support you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's face broke into a smile, determined to work even harder in his cultivation. You young people should have a good talk. I'm going out for a walk, Ren Fa said, shaking his head as he walked out. After Ren Fa left, Lin Ye stood at the doorway, feeling a bit at a loss. Just then, he heard Tingting's voice from inside the room. You either come in or go out. Don't just stand at the door. Are you trying to give me a cold? Hearing Tingting's voice, Lin Ye hurried into the room, grinning as he said, Tingting, I've really decided to marry you. Just wait for me to come and propose. Tingting glared at him, playfully scolding. Who wants to marry you? Not me. Looking at Tingting, Lin Ye teased. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Don't worry, it won't be long. Tingting snorted, but secretly felt delighted in her heart. She hadn't expected Lin Ye to have such a realization. All right, what is the use of saying this now? Hurry up and go cultivate. Don't just stand here making idle talk. Tingting turned around, pretending to be reserved, but a hint of anticipation was evident in her eyes. Upon hearing Tingting's words, Lin Ye smiled and said, Okay, I will work hard on my cultivation. Once I become a human master, you will be mine. When Tingting heard this, a blush crossed her face, but she couldn't hide her excitement. However, she still muttered, Dream on, daydreaming in broad daylight. Hurry up and go. I need to catch up on my sleep. Lin Ye looked at Tingting's retreating figure, scratching his head and smiling. All right, I'll disturb your rest. Tingting pursed her lips, her eyes filled with mirth, lightly throwing him a comment. You hurry up and go. Lin Ye chuckled mischievously, replying, Sure thing, my lady. I'm off to cultivate. Remember, once I become a human master, I'll bring you home. Hearing this, Tingting blushed and shot him a playful glare. Stop boasting and go already. Lin Ye waved goodbye with a smile as he walked out, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Watching Lin Ye's figure gradually disappear, Tingting covered her blushing face and dove into her blankets. So embarrassing. How could he be so direct? Oh, I'm so shy. Meanwhile, after Lin Ye left Tingting's room, he was about to return to his room to draw some purple talismans. However, before he could reach his room, he heard Away's loud shouts outside the ancestral hall. Help! Help! There are zombies causing trouble in the town again. Lin Ye posed, then blankly stepped forward to open the door of the ancestral hall. Away? What are you shouting about so early in the morning? What zombies? That old zombie was taken care of before the sun even came up. To his surprise, when Away saw Lin Ye, he rushed over as if he had found a lifeline. Daoist, save me. The town is full of zombies. Those bitten turn into corpses in no time. The yellow talismans and glutinous rice you gave are useless. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, then instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Away, don't panic. What is going on in the town now? How many zombies are there? How many people have been bitten? Captain Away calmed down a bit and quickly said, Before I came here, more than 10 people had already been bitten. I told the security team to gather everyone in the government office. At least it has high stone walls. It should hold off the zombies for a while, right? Lin Ye patted Away on the shoulder, saying, Away, you've done well enough. There's no time to waste. Go tell my master and the others. Just say I've gone to the town first. With that, he leaped out and rushed towards the town. After Lin Ye left, Jiu Shu and the others learned about the situation in Fengjiao town from Away and couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. After some discussion, only Fengjiao father and daughter remained in the ancestral hall, and they all rushed out. Jiu Shu said anxiously, There's no time to lose. Let us set off. Arriving even a moment earlier might save a life. Everyone nodded in agreement, quickly gathering the talismans they might need, then set off towards the town with Away. Meanwhile, Lin Ye hurriedly made his way to the town, feeling anxious and unsettled. From Away, he learned that these zombies were not afraid of glutinous rice yellow talismans, and that those bitten turned into corpses very quickly. This made him recall the two strange corpses he had encountered before. Their hairy, zombie-like bodies and zombie-like characteristics sent chills down Lin Ye's spine just thinking about it. If the terrifying spread of this infection wasn't stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon arriving at Fengjiao town, Lin Ye was shocked by the scene before him. The once bustling streets were now deserted, with destroyed houses and abandoned businesses everywhere. People trembled in fear, afraid they would become the next victims of the corpses. These corpses might have once been their relatives and friends, but now they had transformed into nightmares that coveted their lives. The streets were in chaos, people fleeing in terror as the corpses clawed at humans. Some unfortunate souls who were bitten gradually lost consciousness, becoming new corpses. Although Away had instructed the security team on what to do, it had been too hasty, and many people hadn't managed to evacuate in time. A wave of unspeakable sorrow surged in Lin Ye's heart. This once prosperous little town had now turned into a ghost town, and the fear brought by the corpses would likely never be erased. He understood that if these corpses spread out, it would be more terrifying than the emergence of a drought demon. Chapter 62. The unfortunate Shi Jian, looking at the tragic scene before him. Lin Ye felt a heavy responsibility. He understood that effective measures must be taken quickly to stop these zombies from spreading further. Seeing the devastation in the town, he resolved that he could not allow more people to become victims of the undead. With that thought, Lin Ye charged toward the nearest zombie. A palm strike sent the zombie crashing to the ground. Ding! Host has killed a mutated zombie. Simplified points 86, to Lin Ye's astonishment. This zombie was not as outrageous as the last one he encountered and was easily dispatched. Without time to ponder the reason, Lin Ye immediately rushed towards the next zombie. Ding! Host has killed a mutated zombie. Simplified points 73, ding. Thus, Lin Ye tirelessly battled zombies for a long time, saving countless people, but he had no idea how to arrange for them, so he could only call for them to run out of the town in groups. This won't do. The zombies will only increase. I need to think of a solution. It would be best if it could be resolved once and for all. Just when Lin Ye was at a loss, a voice filled with complaints and curses came from not far away. What kind of ghost place did my master send me to? There's zombies everywhere, and they aren't afraid of Daoist methods. What bad luck. Master, where are you? Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this person was also a fellow practitioner who had been entangled by zombies. More people mean more strength. So why not ask this fellow if he would be willing to help? With that in mind, Lin Ye hurried towards the source of the voice. As he turned a corner, he saw a young man with a middle-part hairstyle, carrying a large bag of luggage, wielding 2 watermelon knives, cursing while entangled with 2 zombies. A middle part? What a coincidence. Could he be a disciple of my master's senior brother? Although he thought this, Lin Ye's movements were not slow. He leaped into the air, kicked one zombie away, and while still in the air, delivered a palm strike to the other zombie. With Lin Ye's help, the pressure on the young man with the middle part immediately decreased. After a few exchanges, he finally found an opportunity, raised his watermelon knife, and struck down. With a swift motion, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. Seeing that the young man had also finished, Lin Ye clasped his fists and said, "Fellow practitioner, do you know what is happening here? Where did all these zombies come from?" The young man with the middle part stared at Lin Ye for a moment, ignored his question, and instead frowned, asking, "You can also use lightning methods? I didn't expect to find someone like you in such a small place." Lin Ye's lips twitched. Great, he took me for a rogue cultivator. And why does he sound so unpleasant? Although somewhat displeased, Lin Ye still politely replied, "I am a disciple of the 19th generation of Maoshan, taught by Daoist Lin Fengjiao. May I ask who your master is?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the young man with the middle part's eyes lit up with surprise as he approached and said, "You're also a disciple of Maoshan? Do you know where my master Shi Jian is?" Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Indeed, the world is small. Who would have thought it so coincidental to encounter Shi Jian at this moment? My master is currently visiting my teacher's place, but with such a situation arising, I believe they should be on their way here soon. Upon hearing that Shi Jian was nearby, Shi Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how he had managed these past 2 days. For the last 2 days, he had been drinking dew when thirsty and gnawing on dry rations when hungry, carrying 2 large bags of luggage and walking all the way here. When had Shi Jian ever suffered such grievances? Ahem, my name is Shi Jian. I have been cultivating with my master since childhood. Since you are also a disciple of the 19th generation of Maoshan, you should call me senior brother. Lin Ye's mouth twitched, although he was very reluctant. He couldn't argue against it. After all, the other party did enter the sect before him. Born into it, what could he do about someone having a good father? However, this guy had always bullied Qiusheng and Wen Kai in the original plot, and even made it difficult for Uncle Jiu many times. Thinking of this, Lin Ye decided to give Shi Jian a little lesson. Hello, senior brother. My name is Lin Ye. I'm just a late-stage mage, and my lightning method is just so, barely reaching great accomplishment. Shi Jian's eyelid twitched. Late-stage mage? Great accomplishment in lightning method? Is he just boasting? Lin Shidi is quite humorous. How can one reach great accomplishment in lightning methods simply with a mage realm? Lin Ye smiled slightly and said, Senior brother, you might not know, I practice the Five Thunder True method. As you know, the Five Thunder True method is quite unpredictable. Who knows? It might just reach perfection one day. Five Thunder True method. Shi Jian was stunned. His master Shi Jian couldn't even cultivate the Five Thunder True method. Yet this kid had managed to do so? Senior brother hasn't answered the question I asked earlier. What happened here? Why are there suddenly so many zombies? Lin Ye asked unhurriedly. Shi Jian seemed to have arrived a step earlier than himself. Perhaps he knew something. As expected, Shi Jian coldly snorted with a grim expression. Oomph. I rushed here overnight, and after finally arriving in this godforsaken place, I wanted to find an inn to rest before looking for my master. But I found several that were closed, so I thought I'd find a breakfast shop to fill my stomach. But not even the breakfast shop was open. Produce. I saw that every household had talismans posted, so I felt something was off. I initially wanted to ask someone, but there wasn't a soul on the street. Then I saw a Taoist priest in a corner fighting with a beggar over something. It turned out to be a zombie in a Taoist robe biting someone. My master said that cultivators cannot stand by and watch the dying, nor can they ignore evil beings. So I acted. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and asked, and then? Sure, Jian's mouth twitched, and then I couldn't defeat it, nor could I stop it. That zombie was very evil, even more troublesome than a hairy zombie. And worst of all, it wasn't afraid of Taoist methods. Those bitten would rise as zombies after a few breaths, and after rising, they also wouldn't fear Taoist methods. The most deadly part was that after dawn, these villagers came out to watch the commotion. No matter how I tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. What is even more infuriating was that a group of armed men showed up, and the fat guy leading them said they weren't afraid of zombies because they had talismans. In the end, more and more people gathered, and I couldn't stop that zombie, so I could only watch it commit murder, and then the zombies kept increasing in number. And then it became like this. Lin Ye's breath caught. A zombie in a Taoist robe. Could it be the corpse of a feng shui master? At that time, he and Uncle Jiu were so focused on dealing with the flying zombies that they hadn't carefully checked whether the feng shui master's corpse had been bitten by a zombie. However, at this point, it was too late to say anything. The urgent matter was to figure out how to stop these zombies from continuing their rampage. Just as Lin Ye was frowning in worry, Uncle Jiu and the others arrived. Chapter 63. The life and death moment of Qiusheng. The rushed arrival of Uncle Jiu and the others led them to Lin Ye, following the severed limbs of the walking corpses along the way. How's the situation? Uncle Jiu asked anxiously. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. Master, it seems like the corpses of the feng shui masters have risen. Uncle Jiu sighed in regret. It's all my fault for not noticing in time. If I had been more vigilant back then, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. However, Shi Jian gently patted Uncle Jiu's shoulder and said, Junior brother, don't blame yourself too much. You were thinking of the safety of the ancestral hall at that time. Besides, what's the use of saying these things now? I think we should find a way to resolve the current predicament. So I can only be this way. Uncle Jiu lightly sighed. Master, I finally found you. It was so hard along the way I couldn't sleep or eat well. I've lost weight. Shi Jian came forward to complain. Shi Jian turned to look at the source of the voice and noticed Shi Jian's presence, then frowned and reprimanded. As a cultivator, enduring hardships is part of the routine. If you can't handle the hardship, what are you cultivating for? After the reprimand, Shi Jian softly asked, You brought the talismans, right? Shi Jian patted his bag. They're all here. Shi Jian nodded. Good, now's not the time to talk. Once we solve the current problem, I'll take you to meet the two masters. Hearing this, Shi Jian could only obediently stand aside, and it was clear that he feared Shi Jian more than he respected him. Lin Ye watched this scene unfold, realizing that among the Maoshan Uncle Jiu's generation, apart from Daoist Qianhe, there wasn't anyone who would teach their disciples. At this moment, Daoist Simu, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak up. I believe the urgent task is to gather these walking corpses together and take them all out in one go. Uncle Jiu sighed helplessly. It's easy to say, but how do we implement it? Shi Jian stroked his beard, paced for a moment, and, after some thought, said, "Didn't that security captain say that there are quite a few people gathered in the yamen? I think we might as well use the crowd there, and with some black dog blood, lure all the walking corpses over." Lin Ye hesitated after hearing this, and, after a moment of indecision, couldn't help but speak up. "Master Uncle, these walking corpses are quite strange. They actually do not fear the power of yellow talismans and glutinous rice. Moreover, if bitten, there's no time to use the glutinous rice to drive away the poison. In just a few breaths, they will turn into corpses. If we lure all the walking corpses over, and there are so many people in the yamen, I'm afraid if we can't control the situation." Upon hearing this, Shi Jian frowned. The fact that the walking corpses did not fear yellow talismans and glutinous rice was something he hadn't considered. Strange. How can there be walking corpses that fear not the yellow talismans and glutinous rice? At that moment, while everyone was frowning in distress, Uncle Jiu suddenly made a decisive statement. "We can't delay any longer. If this continues, the walking corpses will only increase. While we can still control it, we must act decisively and take them all out at once." Moreover, when we just entered the town, I had already sent Xiuxing and Wen Kai with a way to the yamen. Regardless of whether we can take this opportunity to eliminate the walking corpses, at least those defenseless villagers need our protection. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately decided to head to the yamen. On the other side, Xiuxing, along with Wen Kai and Away, struggled to evade one attack after another from the walking corpses and finally arrived at the yamen's entrance. Xiuxing breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the yamen before him. "We finally made it. Away. Are you sure everyone is here?" After waiting for a while without a response, Xiuxing turned his head to see Away in a suspicious posture and slapped him on the back in annoyance. Away, bent over and cautiously holding his gun, was startled by Xiuxing's slap. "What are you doing? Do you know people can scare each other to death?" After catching his breath, Away adjusted his hat and said, "It should be fine. I specifically instructed them before I left." Wen Kai, hiding behind Xiuxing, peeked out to look at Away and asked, "But why is it so quiet here? Surely everyone hasn't been bitten by zombies?" Away patted his chest confidently and said, "In my territory, a few zombies can't make much of a splash. Maybe all the zombies here have already been eliminated by my men." Xiuxing shook his head disdainfully. If they could rely on the security team against zombies, what do they need these Daoists for? Suddenly, a roar echoed, and Xiuxing thought it was bad. He looked up to see dozens of walking corpses rushing towards them from around the corner. "Away, quickly call for the door. I'll hold them off." Saying this, he picked up a nearby wooden stick and charged towards the horde of corpses. Away turned around and was immediately scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he understood the gravity of the situation and didn't dare delay, rushing to the door to call out, "Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open the door. Hurry up. It's life or death." The voice of a security team member came from inside. "I won't open the door for anyone." Away was furious but couldn't say much. Continuing to shout, "I'm your captain, Away. Open the door. Hurry up." However, the security team member inside replied, "Captain, you instructed that we must not open the door under any circumstances." Bang! Away was so angry that he fired a shot into the air. "Anyone who wants to live, open the door for me. I brought the Maoshan Taoist." Creak! After hearing that the Maoshan Taoist had arrived, the people inside finally opened the door after some commotion. Wen Kai and Away rushed in and quickly turned back to shout at Xiuxing, "Xiuxing, the door is open, come in." However, Xiuxing was in a difficult position. In just a short time, the number of walking corpses surrounding him had increased. And that wasn't all. The most critical issue was that more walking corpses were continuously coming from around the corner. "Don't worry about me. Just close the door." Away had also seen the situation clearly by now, so he shouted to Xiuxing, "Xiuxing, hold on a bit longer. I'll come to save you right away." After saying that, He pulled Wen Kai into the yamen and closed the door. Seeing the two enter, Qiusheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now he could focus on the enemy, but it was difficult to fight against many. Facing the blockade of over a dozen walking corpses, despite Qiusheng's agility, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. Gradually, the space left for Qiusheng to dodge was becoming less and less. Just when Qiusheng was in despair, he suddenly heard Wen Cai's voice in his ear. Qiusheng, duck. Trusting in their years of tacit understanding, Qiusheng immediately crouched down without hesitation upon hearing Wen Cai's words. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Qiusheng turned his head to see Away leading more than 20 security team members, taking turns shooting. Chapter 64. If you do not obey the Daoist laws, I also know a bit of martial arts. Qiusheng curiously turned his head back and saw Away standing in a row with a group of security guards, firing at the zombies in turns. Away pushed his glasses up, holding a handgun while shooting, and said to Qiusheng, "Qiusheng, hurry, crawl over here." Upon hearing this, Qiusheng didn't hesitate, using both hands and feet to quickly run to Away's side. The group of zombies couldn't advance under the suppression of gunfire, and some of them were hit in their joints and heads, collapsing to the ground instantly. Seeing this, Qiusheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, so these aren't just sticks you're holding." Away shrugged helplessly. "Do you think bullets are free? I had to hold a gun to the elder's head to get these few dozen rounds." Wen Kai was taken aback. "How long can that last?" Away spread his hands. "Probably running out soon?" Indeed, as soon as Away finished speaking, the gunfire gradually thinned out. A team member ran up and reported, "Captain, we're out of bullets." Qiusheng, who was originally watching the security team firing with interest, was stunned upon hearing this. He then looked at Away and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Saying this, he pulled Wen Kai and Away and ran towards the door, shouting as he ran, "Run." In an instant, the security team scattered like birds and beasts. "They're coming, quickly close the door." "No, I'm not inside yet." In a moment, the front of the town's yamen was in chaos. Hearing the gunfire, Jiu Shu and his group rushed over and happened to witness this scene. Without catching their breath, they quickly moved to engage in combat with the zombies in front of the yamen. Seeing this, the security team took the opportunity to escape into the yamen and close the door. "Spirit sword, exterminate evil," Jiu Shu shouted angrily, and the copper coin sword responded, instantly piercing through several zombies. However, to Jiu Shu's astonishment, the few zombies did not fall down but continued to claw at him. Lin Ye struck the neck of a zombie in front of him with a palm strike and said to Jiu Shu, "Master, these zombies are very strange. Unless we smash them to bits, we can only blow their heads off. Otherwise, they can still commit murder." Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu pondered for a moment, then simply abandoned the copper coin sword and directly picked up a butcher's knife from the nearby pork stall to charge forward. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of a knife, Jiu Shu swiftly cut down several zombies, causing their heads to roll. Lin Ye watched with wide eyes. He seriously suspected that Jiu Shu had some other side job before going to Maoshan. "If you do not obey the Daoist laws, I also know a bit of martial arts." On the other side, the father and son Shi Jian had it much easier because Shi Jian had brought some magical artifacts, including 2 imitation Longquan 7-star swords. With such sharp weapons in hand, the Shi Jian father and son dealt with the zombies as if they were chopping vegetables. As for the 4-eyed Daoist, it was more straightforward and brutal. When the zombies pounced, he could send them flying with a single punch, although he might not necessarily crush them to death. Those zombies that were hammered away couldn't get back up after hitting the ground. It seemed they were probably smashed to pieces. Soon, under the sharp offensive of Jiu Shu and the others, these zombies were quickly exterminated. Lin Ye stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Qiusheng, Wen Kai, Captain Away, come out and clean up." Creak. The door opened a crack, and Wen Kai peeked out, and upon seeing that it was indeed Jiu Shu and his group, he opened the door wide. "See, I told you it was Master and the others. I never said it wasn't. I just said we should be a bit cautious in case the zombies start fighting among themselves." Shi Jian and the 4-eyed Daoist looked at Jiu Shu with strange expressions, their eyes clearly saying, "Where did you find these 2 treasures?" Jiu Shu's mouth twitched. It seemed he wanted to press them both down and give them a good beating. Lin Ye covered his mouth and chuckled. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai truly never forgot to bicker wherever they went. Fortunately, several elders from Rinjia town came out to greet Jiu Shu upon hearing of his arrival, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Make way, make way. Is that Jiu Shu? How can we not come out to welcome him? However, as soon as the elders squeezed out from inside, they saw Jiu Shu holding a bloody butcher's knife. Silence fell over the scene. Jiu Shu's mouth twitched, and he quickly threw the butcher's knife to the ground, then clasped his fists and said, "Please excuse me, esteemed elders. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any suitable artifacts." The elders were also perceptive, repeatedly acknowledging this, and then they surrounded Jiu Shu and entered the yamen. Seeing this, Shi Jian coldly snorted. "Humph. If I didn't know better, I'd think he is the next head of Maoshan." Lin Ye paused his steps behind Jiu Shu, frowned, and looked back at Shi Jian. "Master uncle, haven't you educated your senior brother to respect his elders?" Shi Jian turned back and shot Shi Jian a glare, then turned to Lin Ye and said, "It's not the time to dwell on this. I'll have Xiaojin apologize to your master later. But for now, let's go in first." Lin Ye didn't want to embarrass Shi Jian, so he could only bow to him. "Master uncle and master, please." Shi Jian and the four-eyed Daoist nodded, then walked side by side into the door. Shi Jian closely followed, but as they entered, he cast a smug glance at Lin Ye. How could he endure this? Lin Ye immediately pulled Qiu Sheng over, and Qiu Sheng instantly understood, so he also dragged Wen Kai over. Thus, the three of them walked side by side into the door, pushing Shi Jian out. Shi Jian had never suffered such grievances and was about to explode, but he caught a glimpse of a Wei cleaning his handgun, looking at him with a sinister smile. Shi Jian shivered and obediently entered the door. Inside, Lin Ye watched all of this unfold and gave Wei an appreciative look. Didn't he expect Wei to have such good insight? In the main hall of the yamen, several elders in Jiu Shu's group were seated on opposite sides. The main seat was empty. Logically, the main seat was where Wei usually worked, but now he didn't dare to sit there. The elders pushed each other, unwilling to take the lead, while Jiu Shu and the others were guests and didn't want to overshadow the hosts, so the main seat remained empty. However, after everyone sat down, no one spoke. Seeing that no one was willing to speak, an elderly man with graying hair trembled to his feet, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, since no one is willing to speak, I will say a few words. Currently, the town is troubled by zombies, and we still need to trouble several Daoists to take care of this matter. We will definitely reward you greatly afterward." The other elders echoed, "Yes, yes, we will definitely reward you." The elderly man waved his hand to silence the chatter and continued, "I wonder what we should do now, and I hope Jiu Shu can come up with a plan." Chapter 65, Deployment and Arrangement. The old man waved his hand to silence the crowd, then asked, "What do we old bones do to help?" "Uncle Jiu, feel free to speak up. It would be best if you could come up with some kind of plan." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu turned to Shi Jian. "Senior brother, what do you think we should do next?" The clan elders realized that there was also a Daoist priest from Maoshan present, and since Uncle Jiu referred to him as senior brother, he must have greater abilities than Uncle Jiu, right? With this thought, the clan elders looked at Shi Jian with anticipation. Shi Jian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Junior brother, this is your territory nearby, so it would be better for you to make the decision." Uncle Jiu clasped his hands together and said, "Then I will embarrass myself." He then stood up, paced a few steps with his hands behind his back, furrowed his brows, and, after a moment of contemplation, said slowly, "Senior brother mentioned before that we could use the local popularity and black dog blood to lure all the walking corpses in the town and catch them all at once. I think this method is quite good. What do you all think?" Hearing this, the clan elders turned pale, and the leading elder, trembling and leaning on his cane, questioned, "Isn't this dangerous? After all, most of the villagers are gathered here. What if?" Before the elder could finish, Uncle Jiu raised his hand to interrupt him. "Everyone, rest assured, as long as we are well prepared, a few walking corpses won't cause any major trouble. Moreover, I observed earlier that firearms seem to be quite effective against walking corpses. You elders might as well give authority to a Wei, with the security team assisting. I believe dealing with these walking corpses will be much simpler." A Wei looked at the clan elders with anticipation. This isn't good, right? After all, our resources are limited. What if we run out and the bandits come? Yes, in these times, firearms are more important than anything else. Can we just use them freely? Lin Ye, unable to listen any longer, interjected, "Everyone, listen to me. Now is a crucial moment for survival. We must first eliminate the walking corpses. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. What use are these firearms then? Besides, aren't firearms meant for self-defense? Can it still lay eggs?" A less familiar clan elder suddenly became enraged. "Where did this young brat come from? What qualifications do you have to speak here?" Lin Yi sneered, then unleashed his true energy, striking the ground in front of the clan elder with a palm thunder that created a large pit in the floor. "Do I have a right to speak?" The clan elder promptly realized the situation and fell silent, trembling as he got up and called for a servant to help him change his pants. Lin Yi looked around, and the clan elders dared not meet his gaze, all bowing their heads. Seeing this, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. In these times, reasoning still relies on strength. "Did you all hear what my master said? Hurry up and bring everything to away. Now that I've spoken, who is in favor and who is against?" Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lin Yi became even more satisfied and then excitedly said to Uncle Jiu, "Master, what do you think we should do next?" Uncle Jiu's mouth twitched. Although it was good that his disciple was standing up for him, Uncle Jiu felt something was off. "Ahem, in that case, away. You take the security team and go with the clan elder to gather supplies. The more powerful the firearms used against the walking corpses, the better. You should know better than I do what specific firearms we need." Away nodded excitedly, rubbing his hands together, and then pointed to a few subordinates to follow a clan elder to the storeroom. Uncle Jiu methodically commanded, "Xiuxing, Wenkai, you two go prepare some black dog blood and chicken blood. The more the better." Xiuxing and Wenkai exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Where could they find so much black dog blood at this time? However, they still agreed. "Understood, Master." After giving all these instructions, Uncle Jiu did not relax. Instead, he became even more anxious. "Senior brother, once we lure them here, there will be no turning back. We can only fight with all our might. To be honest, I'm not confident." Shi Jian frowned and said, "Junior brother, don't say such pessimistic things. Until the last moment, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps we will respond in time, and not many people will have turned into walking corpses yet." Uncle Jiu sighed upon hearing this. "I hope so." Meanwhile, Daoist Mu was pulling a clan elder aside to inquire about the situation. "Old sir, how many households are there in the town? How many people?" The clan elder, still shaken by Lin Ye's intimidation, answered readily, 3,200 households. About 12,000 people. Hearing this, Daoist Mu's heart sank. "And how many villagers came with you to the yamen?" The clan elder counted on his fingers for a long time and, after confirming he was not mistaken, said faintly, "About 8,000 or 9,000 people. Don't be fooled by how uncrowded it seems here. That's because all the villagers are crowded behind the security team's training ground." At this moment, Daoist Mu's heart had already grown cold. There are about 8,000 or 9,000 people gathered here, which means at least 3,000 people are still in the town. The attraction of living people to walking corpses is like a cat seeing fish. The reason no walking corpses have come here is that the yamen's walls are high, making it difficult for them to enter. But the villagers in other parts of the town have nowhere to hide. Even if they manage to find a hiding place, how long can they stay hidden? Daoist Mu painfully closed his eyes. It seems they must prepare for the worst. As time ticked by, Xiuxing and Wenkai finally prepared the black dog blood. "Why is there so little?" Uncle Jiu asked, dissatisfied, pointing at the barely filled basin. "Getting this much is already quite good. Where can we find black dogs nearby?" "This is from the yamen's big yellow dog, just born not long ago," Xiuxing said, feeling wronged. Wenkai, with a bitter face, added, "Yes, yes. If it weren't for the fact that it was too small, we would have prepared to drain all its blood." Uncle Jiu's mouth twitched. He had forgotten about this. I guess you two still have some compassion for small animals." At this moment, Away also arrived with the armed security team. "Uncle Jiu, everyone is here. A total of 46 people, over 40 long guns, and plenty of ammunition." Uncle Jiu nodded. "Since everyone is ready, let's begin. We must lure the walking corpses and catch them all at once." Upon hearing this, Xiuxing opened the door and evenly spread the black dog blood on the steps. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Xiuxing couldn't help but ask, "Master, it seems to be of no use." Uncle Jiu wondered, Could it be that the black dog blood is too little? At this moment, Lin Ye drew a small knife and, without warning, sliced open his palm. Chapter 66. The Thunder Prison Invocation. Lin Ye pulled out a small knife and decisively cut his palm in front of the astonished crowd. Roar! In just a few breaths, the angry roars of the ghouls echoed nearby. It seemed effective. Quick, stack those wooden blocks together. We need to block these ghouls here, Uncle Jiu urged, while directing everyone to move quickly. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai hurriedly moved the clutter, while Ah Wei and the security team tightened their grip on their rifles, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The roars of the ghouls grew closer, and a tense and expectant atmosphere began to fill the previously silent space. As time passed, more and more ghouls gathered at the intersections around them. Fortunately, the town's entrance was a spacious square with a clear view, and with Uncle Jiu, Shi Jian, and other Taoist masters present. Otherwise, the security team would have long since scattered. Looking at the seemingly endless ghouls, Shi Jian and Daoist Si Mu exchanged worried glances. Uncle Jiu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This is bad. The number of ghouls seems to far exceed my expectations. It looks like this time it won't end well." As the roars of the ghouls continued to draw near, everyone's tension escalated. "Everyone get ready." Uncle Jiu's eyes sparkled with determination. Ah Wei ordered the security team to quickly set up a defensive line, standing in 2 rows, ready for action. "No one is allowed to retreat. Wait for my command to fire in sequence. We can't let any ghouls get close." Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to face the impending life and death test. Soon, the first batch of ghouls approached. "Fire! Aim for the head if you can. If not, just shoot." With Ah Wei's command, over 40 security team members raised their guns and fired. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. The ghouls in the front row fell like wheat being cut down. Fortunately, these ghouls moved relatively slowly, otherwise relying solely on the security team's few guns. Along with their poor hit rate, these ghouls might have already breached their defenses. Lin Ye watched anxiously. These were all simplified points. Uncle Jiu, Shi Jian, and Daoist Si Mu sighed in relief as they saw the ghouls continuously falling, while also feeling a sense of nostalgia. Times have changed. In the past, facing so many ghouls, they might have only been able to leave behind a will and fight to the death. Even with Shi Jian's mastery of earthly qi, he couldn't guarantee he could eliminate these ghouls before his true energy ran out. Once the true energy was exhausted, they would just have to wait for death. As disciples of Maoshan, they could not stand by and watch. Thus, facing such a tide of corpses, they could not retreat and were even less willing to do so. As time passed, the security team's accuracy gradually improved, and the rate at which ghouls fell increased. With only a few ghouls left from this batch, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone thought they were about to safely pass this crisis, an unexpected event occurred. Click, click. "Captain, the gun is broken." "Captain, mine is broken too." After dozens of rounds of shooting, an outrageous thing happened. Most of the security team's guns had exploded. Ah Wei grabbed a gun and examined it closely. "Damn, didn't that group of clan elders say these were imported? How can they be so unreliable?" Lin Ye leaned over to take a look and was instantly speechless. "Mauser, 1888. Good grief, it is indeed imported, but it must have been imported over a decade ago. This gun is almost as old as I am." Uncle Jiu frowned. These clan elders were truly unreliable. Fortunately, the ghouls had been mostly eliminated, and the remaining few were not a big problem. Just as Uncle Jiu was about to take action, a large number of ghouls suddenly appeared around the corner, seemingly more than the last batch. Everyone looked in shock. Lin Ye frowned and said, "Master, there are too many ghouls. I fear the security team can't hold out." Ah Wei weakly replied, "It seems they really can't hold out. Everyone has run away." Everyone looked at the security team, and apart from a pile of bullet casings on the ground, there was nothing left. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Sure enough, if the security team could be relied upon, even a sow could climb a tree. At this moment, Wen Kai, hiding behind Qiu Sheng, peeked out and said to Uncle Jiu, "Master, why don't we retreat first? Better to keep the Green Mountains than to worry about firewood." Uncle Jiu frowned, first giving Wen Kai a look of disappointment. Then remembering Wen Kai hadn't even touched the threshold of the Tao, he sighed. Alas, when Kai and Awe hide. Just then, Shi Jian, who had been invisible for a long time, came out to make his presence known, sarcastically saying, "Oh," wanting to hide at the sign of danger. "How can you call yourself a disciple of Maoshan?" Uncle Jiu felt even more embarrassed, and when Kai was utterly humiliated. "You talk about worthiness? Just now, everyone was trying to contribute. I didn't see you helping." Qiusheng defended the aggrieved Wen Kai. Before Shi Jian could respond, Shi Jian stepped forward and slapped him across the face. "You beast! Who taught you to insult your fellow disciples? Go kill ghouls." With that, he kicked Shi Jian out. Shi Jian flew through the air, landing right in the center of the ghoul pile. Daoist Si Mu's eyelids twitched. If it were him, he wouldn't dare kick Jia Lu into a pile of ghouls. Uncle Jiu's heart raced. That was close. Just a bit more, and he would have been bitten by a ghoul. The elder brother was truly ruthless towards his disciples. Thinking of this, Uncle Jiu's gaze towards Qiusheng and Lin Ye changed. Lin Ye felt Uncle Jiu's eager gaze and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Without waiting for Uncle Jiu to act, he activated his true energy, activated the golden light spell, and charged into the ghoul crowd. Uncle Jiu nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Qiusheng. Qiusheng, feeling the sinister intent in Uncle Jiu's gaze, grabbed a big machete and charged out. But before he could take 2 steps, the sky suddenly darkened and thunder and lightning began to rumble. Then they heard a loud shout from within the ghoul horde. "The heavens are dead. The yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, all under heaven will be auspicious. Thunder God assist me." As soon as the words fell, dark clouds filled the sky. Then a voice echoed again. 9 heavens mystical abyss, transform into divine thunder. With great celestial might, I summon it myself. Crack! As his voice fell, the sky darkened with dense clouds, and a myriad of lightning slowly descended towards the crowd. "Shi Jian, watch closely. This move will be very cool." Thunder Prison Invocation. Chapter 67. Battling the zombie horde, lightning twisted in the sky, as if the wrath of the gods was gazing down upon the world. Lin Ye turned to the astonished Shi Jian and grinned. "Brother Jian, watch closely. This move will be very cool." Thunder Prison Invocation. With Lin Ye's command, the long-accumulated thunderstorm in the sky suddenly poured down, striking the zombie horde like a pillar of lightning. Boom! With a deafening thunderclap that echoed through the heavens. A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the sky like a giant blade, cleaving it apart. Amidst the sound of thunder ripping through the air, blood splattered, and countless zombies scattered as if lashed by a whip. Following that, waves of thunder followed one after another, intertwining flashes of lightning filling the heavens and earth. As if the fury of the gods was being unleashed, illuminating the ground. The power of thunder surged like a stampede of wild horses, transforming into a terrifying net of heaven and earth, pinning the zombies to the ground one by one. In the space filled with electric light, the roars of the zombies rose and fell like the wails of countless ghosts, instilling fear in people's hearts. Under the thunder, many zombies were obliterated, and the remaining ones were paralyzed and unable to move. Lin Ye seized the opportunity, weaving through the horde to deliver finishing blows as the thunder retreated wherever he passed. "Hey, Brother Jian, don't just watch. Come help with the finishing blows." Lin Ye teased while delivering the kills. Shi Jian watched Lin Ye moving leisurely amidst the sea of thunder, astonished. I didn't expect this kid to not be bragging. He really has mastered the thunder technique to perfection. Luckily, I didn't offend him too much. With this thought, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. So, Shi Jian shook his head and smiled wryly. "Junior brother, your thunder technique is impressive. I'll come help." After a pause, he added, "I was rude earlier. I will pay a visit later to apologize to Uncle Shi." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye lost interest, retracting his teasing expression and focusing intently on the remaining zombies. On the other side, Jiu Shu was already itching to join in. "You little brat, what have you done to the thunder technique? What a ridiculous name. What kind of decorum is this?" "But master, I think Junior Brother's name sounds quite nice." Before Qiusheng could finish his words, he was kicked out by Jiu Shu. "What are you still doing here? Can't you see there are so many zombies?" Qiusheng's inner self was sulking arms crossed, stomping his feet. I feel wronged and angry, but I want to say it. Let master guess. Shi Jian and Daoist Simu exchanged glances, still shocked. Daoist Simu, looking confused, asked, Senior brother, can the thunder technique be used like this? Shi Jian's face was also filled with question marks. I wonder, is the thunder god really allowing him to act recklessly? At this moment, above the slowly dispersing clouds, an unknown passerby was savoring the scene. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. What a thrilling observation. Jiu Shu and the others didn't dare to delay. After a brief shock, they quickly threw themselves into the task of delivering finishing blows. Jiu Shu wielded a large cleaver, leading Qiuxing into the horde, while Shi Jian and Daoist Simu used the 7-star sword brought by Shi Shaojian to kill zombies left and right. The group cut their way from the southern Heavenly Gate to the east of Penglai, from east to west, and then back from west to east. Watching the continuously falling zombies, Lin Ye was getting anxious. Simplify it already. But soon, Lin Ye had no time to be distressed, as the earlier thunderstorm attracted a large batch of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Damn it, how can there be so many? Jiu Shu gritted his teeth and shouted, swinging the cleaver while keeping a close eye on the zombies pouring in from all directions. Did these zombies summon the entire town to come and bite us? Qiuxing yelled, tightly following Jiu Shu with his twin daggers, constantly slashing at the incoming zombies. Lin Ye swung his fist desperately, saying, just hold on a bit longer. Maybe it will be over soon. Shi Jian and Daoist Simu were also nervously looking around. Just when everyone was about to be exhausted, a heavenly voice rang in their ears. Jiu Shu, fellow Daoists, I'm back. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Wei holding a strangely shaped iron tube propped up in front of the town office. Beside him, Wen Kai was carrying 2 large boxes and a bucket of water. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, a Wei shouted, fellow Daoists, please make way. Today I'm going to show my might. Lin Ye focused his eyes and exclaimed, good heavens! What is that, a nomadic singing and dancing device? Where did you get it? A Wei clearly froze for a moment, not understanding what Lin Ye was rambling about, but still explained, this is a good thing. My cousin spent a lot of money to get it from the provincial city. Originally, I wanted to keep it from the elders, but this is an emergency. I think my cousin won't blame me, right? As he said this, Away became increasingly guilty. How could that be? Lord Ren would praise you instead. As they were speaking, Lin Ye couldn't wait any longer and ran towards Away, calling for Jiu Shu and the others as he ran. Master, uncle, you guys come over quickly. No need to work hard anymore. With this thing, we're not afraid of 1,000 zombies. Jiu Shu and the others were skeptical, but retreated as they fought. Finally, Shi Jian circulated his true energy, rubbing his hands together, and shot a bolt of lightning backward. The group of zombies in front was hit and trembled violently. Everyone took the chance to create some distance and ran behind Away. Away, Wen Kai, what are you guys up to? Is this black iron tube reliable? Jiu Shu asked worriedly. Wen Kai scratched his head. I don't know. Away said this is very powerful. Away grinned and pulled the trigger. Jiu Shu, just watch. At that moment, Lin Ye rubbed his hands and approached Away. Away, can I get a try? Unexpectedly, Away generously replied, no problem. Let me have my fun first, and then you can use it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Ye's reaction, he pulled the trigger. In the astonished gazes of Jiu Shu and the others, the iron tube spat out tongues of fire and countless bullets poured out. The zombies that had crept closer while everyone was talking now fell down like grass being mowed. In just over 20 seconds, Away emptied a magazine. A brief gap appeared in front of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Away hurriedly changed the magazine. Lin Ye, with good insight, took a scoop of water from the nearby bucket and poured it over the iron tube. Away turned around and gave Lin Ye a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to know this. Chapter 68. The equality of all beings under the Maxim gun. I didn't expect you to understand this. I praised Lin Ye, giving him a thumbs up. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and said, of course. By the way, do we have enough bullets? I nodded. We have enough, but I'm not sure if the barrel can take it. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and said, no problem. I'll call my senior brother to fetch more buckets of water. You fire your gun, and I'll pour water on the barrel. Everyone listening to the conversation between Lin Ye and Off felt confused. especially Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, who wondered if they had to work harder. Uncle Jiu saw the impressive power of the iron tube and nodded at Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, signaling them to hurry. Just as they left, Ah finished reloading his bullets. This thing is great, but changing bullets is too troublesome. You have to line them up properly to da-da. Soon, flames erupted from the gun's muzzle again. With the sound of gunfire, the number of standing corpses decreased at a visibly rapid pace. The corpses only craved flesh and blood, unaware of dodging, and with their large numbers and slow movements, they were all crowded in the open square. You could say they were completely buffed up. A certain poor soul who often got ambushed had proven more than once with their actions that even highly mobile cavalry would still fall to the Maxim gun in open areas, let alone a group of slow-moving corpses. After all, this was a pinnacle weapon representing an era, a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. Is this a joke? The equality of all beings under the Maxim gun is no exaggeration. Watching the corpses continuously fall before them, Uncle Jiu and the others couldn't help but sigh. The pace of the times is just too fast. Desperately held down the trigger while Lin Ye poured water on the barrel with all his might. It was hard on Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, who were running back and forth with buckets of water, not having a moment to spare. Looking at the gradually thinning crowd of corpses, Lin Ye became anxious. Stop for a moment. You promised to let me enjoy myself. What? What did you say? I can't hear you. Asked, tilting his neck. In just a few short minutes, he had already become dizzy from the vibrations. His head felt like it was buzzing. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth and directly took the Maxim gun from Ah's hands. Ah understood and hurriedly let go. Are you kidding? Just this little while could make him feel dizzy. If it continued, wouldn't he vomit up last night's meal? Just as he was worried about how to reasonably switch out, Lin Ye came right to him. Ah held his shoulder, grinning. Well, can someone please pour water on the barrel for me? I need a break. I feel like I'm falling apart. Lin Ye glanced at Ah and steadied the Maxim gun against his shoulder. All right, you take a break. I'll try out this guy's power. Awaken, hunting time. Stop showing off. Be careful of the corpses getting close. Uncle Jiu reminded, worried that the two would create an opportunity for the corpses if they were careless. Lin Ye smiled sheepishly, adjusted his aim, and pointed at the corpses. He gently squeezed the trigger, and bullets rained down on the horde of corpses, each one hitting its target accurately. And a series of bullets transformed into a wall of fire. Hearing the howls of the corpses, he smiled in satisfaction, shooting while shouting. Wow, this feels like flying. Uncle Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling exhausted. Why does I seem like a child who never grows up? Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the bullets fell like rain, stirring the air. Lin Ye furrowed his brows, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed his surroundings, looking utterly exhilarated. He knew that whether he would become rich depended on this wave. System. You should first check if the simplified version increases before talking. Not knowing how long it had passed, the gunfire gradually weakened. It turned out the barrel was red hot and could no longer bear the load. Fortunately, there were only a few corpses left. The square was filled with the severed limbs of the corpses. Seeing this, Lin Ye also released his grip on the trigger. Phew. Finally done. The four-eyed Daoist looked at the still struggling corpses on the ground and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How do we deal with this? If one suddenly bites, who can stand it? Uncle Jiu smiled faintly and shook his head. What is so difficult about this? Just watch me use the 3 mystical fires. Uncle Jiu slowly chanted a spell, and a raging fire erupted, burning all the severed limbs to ashes. Uncle Jiu, your spell is truly remarkable. I sincerely praised. Haha, this is just a simple fire spell of mine, a piece of cake. Uncle Jiu humbly replied. Well, it burnt them all. But what should we do next? The four-eyed Daoist frowned, inquiring. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Jiu said, with such a commotion, the corpses have probably gathered around. But to avoid any surprises, I think we should take AS security team and search house by house. 1. We can see if there are any surviving villagers that need rescue. And 2. I didn't TC that Feng Shui master's corpse earlier. Lin Ye curled his lip and complained. That Feng Shui master, dead yet still causing trouble, really disgusting. All right, let us keep the complaints to a minimum. Uncle Jiu interrupted Lin Ye's grumbling, pausing before continuing. If you have nothing to do, go back to the ancestral hall and see if there is anything. and bring back old Master Run and the others to the town. Lin Ye was taken aback. Huh? Just me alone? Uncle Jiu glared. What? Do you want your master to go with you? Lin Ye shrugged. Fine, I'll go. But isn't there too much luggage brought by Ting's family? How do I carry it? Thinking of this, Lin Ye felt a headache. Xiaosheng patted Lin Ye's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Just ask the servants of the Ren family to prepare a carriage to accompany you back. This way, you can load all the luggage. Lin Ye's brows relaxed. Nodding. Good idea, this will work. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Ye gratefully looked at Xiaosheng and then quickly turned to leave. After Lin Ye left, Uncle Jiu turned to Xiaosheng and said, You and ought each lead a team to search the entire town. Remember, not a single corner can be missed. If you encounter living people, bring them back. If you encounter corpses, shoot. Got it, master, Xiaosheng replied, then took off to coordinate the security team. After arranging everything, Uncle Jiu turned back to look at Shi Jian and the four-eyed Daoist, smiling. I think even if there's still a few scattered corpses, they won't cause much trouble. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, senior brother and junior brother, for your hard work these past few days. Shi Jian also nodded with a smile, although there were ups and downs this time. They had finally made it through. The four-eyed Daoist felt indifferent. He was much more exhausted running around to collect corpses than this. Chapter 69. The little golden man beats up the old zombie on the other side. Lin Ye gathered the servants of the Ren family, and a group of them rode a cart towards the cemetery. They saw a man holding a flower, wearing a blue robe that shone brightly, illuminating the muddy ground and the green silk ribbons as he sang aloud. The servants exchanged glances, thinking that this gentleman was really in good spirits. Singing this tune all the way, it was quite eerie even though the sun was shining brightly overhead. What if something unclean came along? Just as they thought this, a zombie in tattered robes suddenly sprang out from the roadside and lunged at them. A few of the servants were already reluctant to make this trip, and hearing Lin Ye's calling song along the way had them on edge. Now, seeing the situation, they wished their parents had given them 2 fewer legs of birth. Run. Fortunately, a few of the servants still had a conscience and hadn't run too far. After about 20 meters, they turned back and crouched in the grass by the roadside, waiting to see how Lin Ye would show off his might. If running a few steps was a sign of respect for the zombie and life, then turning back was a sign of trust in the Taoist priest from Maoshan. Crouching to watch was purely human nature wanting to join in the fun. Speaking of which, there wasn't much difference between humans and silly deer, right? Upon seeing this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes. He then turned to look at the zombie, transformed from the feng shui master, and grinned. Was simplified target. Just when I was worried I couldn't find you. Before the zombie could pounce, Lin Ye activated the golden light spell to protect himself, taking the initiative to leap forward and delivering a knee strike to the zombie's chin. Crack! Although this zombie had a body comparable to a tough corpse, it still couldn't withstand Lin Ye's hard-hitting approach. How could anything be tougher than the great achievement golden light spell? Moreover, Lin Ye had also cultivated the Maoshan body refinement technique. His physical abilities were much stronger than before. Not to mention, he could exert nearly 1,000 pounds of force with a single punch. Thud! The zombie fell to the ground in response, and Lin Ye relentlessly followed up, pressing down on it before it could rise, and then delivering a flurry of punches. The Ren family servants nearby were stunned. Have you ever seen a little golden man beat up an old zombie? Hey, today we saw it. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the sounds of fists and heads colliding, the zombie transformed from the feng shui master gradually lost itself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the first-generation mutated zombie. Simplified .883. The notification sound in his ear brought Lin Ye back to his senses. The zombie's head in front of him had been pounded into a meat pie. There was no helping it. It was just too infuriating. Not that he was mad at others. Lin Ye was angry with himself. He hated that he hadn't been more careful. If he had been prudent and burned the feng shui master's body back then, none of this would have happened, and there wouldn't have been so many innocent deaths in the town. Clearly, his master had taught him that when facing an enemy, one must crush them to ashes. Why hadn't he taken it seriously? Uncle. I didn't say that. Don't make things up. It must be because he had been following Nine Uncle, and whenever danger arose, someone always had his back, so he gradually lost his caution. For someone determined to be the sixth one, this mentality was undoubtedly fatal. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's desire to go out and train hardened. Going out alone was too dangerous. Following Daoist Simu was safer. Most importantly, he wanted to broaden his horizons. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone, come over, it's all right now. Little Daoist Lin is indeed a top disciple of Nine Uncle. Yes, he killed the zombie in just a few moves. Little Daoist Lin is invincible in the world. Ahem, enough. Lin Ye didn't take their praise seriously. He knew very well that his strength was still far from Nine Uncle's. All right, let's hurry on. We haven't even left the town yet. After this incident, we didn't even have time for lunch. Let's get your old master back quickly so we can eat. Soon, the group was back on the road, and less than half a stick of incense later, they arrived at the cemetery. Uncle Run, Ting, I'm back. Inside the house, Rin Ting was secretly worried when suddenly she heard Lin Ye's voice. She excitedly rushed out the door and immediately saw Lin Ye in the yard. Yi. The moment she saw Lin Ye, Ren Ting's nose turned sour and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Without caring that there were others in the yard, she dove into Lin Ye's arms. Heaven knows how helpless she felt when she heard that the town was full of zombies. And Lin Ye had gone ahead alone. Lin Ye looked at Run Ting, who was crying like a flower in the rain, unsure whether to embrace her or push her away, so he just stood there stiffly. It wasn't that Lin Ye didn't want to hug her, but at that moment, Rin Fa was glaring at them, hugging someone's daughter in front of the person. And there were outsiders too. How awkward. Soon, Rin Ting also sensed something was off and quickly wiped her tears, wriggling out of Lin Ye's embrace. Dad! Rin Ting's face turned completely red. Being caught by her father on the spot was quite something. Rin Fa's mouth twitched, suppressing the resentment of being treated like a cabbage being pushed aside. He comforted himself. Don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? She's my daughter. Sooner or later, she'll get married. A son-in-law is half a son, and besides, Yi has no parents. Maybe he'll treat me like a real father. Thinking of this, Rin Fa finally felt a bit better. It was at this moment that Rin Fa noticed the servants from the Rin family who had come with Lin Ye. Yi, who are these? Lin Ye slapped his forehead upon hearing this. He had been so focused on the awkwardness that he almost forgot the important matter. All right, the town is safe now, and Master asked me to bring you back to the town. Rin Fa nodded, then waved his hand to the servants, pointing towards the guest room. You all go in and pack your things. The servants, receiving the order, hurried into the room that old Master Rin pointed to and began to busy themselves. Yi, let them be busy first. Come and have a drink of water. After saying that, he beckoned Lin Ye to walk towards the main hall. To be honest, even though he had only stayed in the cemetery for a few days, old Master Rin felt completely at ease here, like a host. There was no helping it. The sense of security was just too strong. Moreover, this was his in-laws' territory, which roughly equated to his own turf. Lin Ye took the opportunity to secretly hold Run Ting's hand as he followed Rin Fa into the main hall. After a brief moment of awkwardness, with Lin Ye's wall-like thick skin, he was gradually getting used to it. Moreover, this feeling of young love being caught by parents was particularly embarrassing. But this only made things tougher for Run Ting, as her entire face turned beet red. Her heart raced. Oh no, this is intentionally making people uncomfortable. Fortunately, Rin Fa was walking in front and didn't see this scene, or else he would definitely get angry. Chapter 70 Aftermath. Upon entering the main hall, Rin Ting seized the opportunity to break free from Lin Ye's grip before Run Fa turned around. How embarrassing. How could he do this? Lin Ye simplified. So slippery. So soft. Rin Fa turned around, noticing nothing unusual, and handed Lin Ye a cup of tea. Tell me how the town is doing now. Has there been any trouble? Lin Ye took the tea, placed it on the table, and after a moment of consideration, replied, The town can't be described as having 1,000 wounds. It can only be said to be in utter disarray. Rin Fa nearly choked on Lin Ye's words. What do you mean by that? Luckily, Lin Ye continued, there was a stray creature that got into the town and bit people everywhere. By the time I arrived, Corpses were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Away made proper arrangements before reaching the funeral home, so most of the townspeople went to the town office, preserving many lives. Hearing this, Ren Fa finally breathed a sigh of relief. That kid Away usually does nothing. I didn't expect him to be so capable at a critical moment. But you mentioned that most lives were saved. How come many still perished? Lin Ye grimaced and sighed helplessly, hoping Ren Lei could handle the news. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000 people. At this point, Lin Ye looked up and saw Ren Fa's face turn pale. What? 2,000 to 3,000 people? Ren Fa's vision darkened, nearly fainting. In this era, most villages and towns are family gatherings, so the majority of people in Rinjia town are from the Ren family. Losing so many family members at once was a devastating blow for the Ren family. As the patriarch, Ren Fa was naturally heartbroken. Please don't get angry and hurt your health. Right now, Rinjia town needs you to handle the big matters. I think Master called me to bring you back for this reason. Ren Fa closed his eyes to calm down, and after easing his chest, he finally spoke. I'm fine. What's done is done. It's too late to say anything. Besides, with your master and the others here, saving so many lives is already a stroke of luck. Lin Ye nodded. Uncle Ren, it's good that you can think this way. You must stay strong, otherwise, those troublesome clan elders in your family might take this opportunity to stir trouble. Ren Fa furrowed his brows and asked, what trouble are those old geezers causing? Lin Ye spread his hands and recounted the various offenses of the clan elders. Those elders, not only did they refuse to provide Away with enough bullets, but they even tampered with the security team's weapons. If it weren't for Away hiding the Maxim machine gun he bought from the provincial city from the elders, this incident might not end well. Ren Fa showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated it. I'll deal with them later. I see we don't need to wait for the servants to pack up. Tell them to start packing. You get a horse-drawn carriage. We'll head back to the town right now. Lin Ye knew that Ren Fa was eager to return after hearing about the tragedy in Rinjia town, so he didn't delay. Went to the courtyard, called a servant to give a few instructions, and then harnessed the carriage, taking Rinjia's father and daughter back to the town. Meanwhile, Qiuxing and Away, along with the security team, searched the entire town, finding quite a few scattered corpses, with sporadic gunfire echoing in various corners of town. Occasionally, they managed to find a few lucky villagers, and Qiuxing and Away personally escorted them to the town office. Qiuxing, I think it's about time. We've searched everywhere. Let us go back and report. Away said, rubbing his waist. Qiuxing surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Let's go back. We've searched twice, and the more we look, the more heartbroken we become. Sigh. Away felt downhearted upon hearing this, and the two returned to the square in front of the government office in silence. Jiu Shu and Simu Daojian were gathering the corpses brought back by Qiuxing and the others. Shi Jian and his son were also busy, bringing a lot of firewood. It seemed they were going to burn this batch of corpses. Qiuxing, feeling compassionate, said, Master, these corpses are already dead. There's no need to burn them, right? After all, they are relatives and neighbors. It would be better to let them rest in peace. Jiu Shu firmly refused. No. So many corpses will cause an epidemic. Moreover, if buried, the remaining corpse poison will seep into the soil with rainwater, affecting the water source. Who knows when another disaster will strike? Therefore, these corpses must be burned. Qiuxing sighed, no longer speaking. He was just feeling compassionate. He wasn't foolish. Since Master had said this, it should be done. Master would never harm anyone. Soon, with everyone working together, a large pile of firewood was ready. They tossed corpse after corpse onto it, and then Jiu Shu took a torch and threw it in. Igniting the fire, the roaring flames shot up into the sky, scattering the dark clouds above, but could not dissipate the gloom in people's hearts. After the disaster, people could only silently lick their wounds. Lin Ye drove the carriage and saw the flames rising from afar, so he cracked the whip and quickened the pace. Creak, creak. Everyone turned to look. It was Lin Ye returning with the carriage. Lin Ye stopped the carriage, lifted the curtain, and helped Ren Lei and Run Tingting down. Ren Fa did not dare to look at the devastation along the way, but at this moment, seeing the survivors with their numb expressions made his heart ache involuntarily. It's all my fault. If I had listened to I back then and burned my father, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened later. Hearing Ren Fa's words, Lin Ye didn't know how to respond. Jiu Shu stepped forward when he saw Ren Ye arriving, reminding him, Ren Ye, you're back? I know it's not appropriate for me to say this now, but I still need to remind you to prepare yourself. Such a big incident happened in the town. We must give the villagers an explanation. Sai, it's troubling for you, Ren Ye, to handle the aftermath for the deceased. Ren Fa nodded numbly, murmuring, it's the least I can do. Clearly, Ren Fa had understood Jiu Shu's reminder, but he had no energy to deal with these matters right now. Looking at the watchful clan elders surrounding him, Lin Ye smiled wryly and shook his head. Then he and Ren Tingting supported Ren Fa and approached the crowd. Shi Jian spotted Ren Tingting from afar. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life. If he could somehow win her affection. Chapter 71. Supporting the future father-in-law. Thinking of this, Shi Jian couldn't help but break into a wicked smile. Lin Ye noticed the scene and shot Shi Jian a warning glance. Shi Jian was startled by Lin Ye's deadpan stare, but quickly reacted, thinking, I'm just doing my thing. What does it have to do with him? Before Shi Jian could ponder further, he saw the white-haired old man from the town office step forward. The elders of the Ren family originally planned to take this opportunity to incite everyone against Ren Fa, but seeing Lin Ye and Ren Tingting supporting Ren Fa, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. After exchanging glances, they ultimately decided to let the old man speak first. He trembled as he took a few steps forward and asked Ren Fa, who is this young Daoist to you? Seeing that the elders were aggressive, Lin Ye didn't wait for Ren Fa to speak and stepped up, saying, I am the son-in-law of the Ren family, Tingting's fiancé. Elder, do you need something? Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's eyelids twitched. Damn, so it's his girl. I can't mess with her. No wonder he looked at me like I was dead. I can't touch this girl. It wasn't that Shi Jian was cowardly. He was genuinely frightened by Lin Ye. Which good person could master thunder techniques at such a young age? Similarly, the white-haired elder frowned, realizing that things had become complicated. They had planned to take this opportunity to incite everyone against Ren Fa, forcing him to relinquish power in the family. But unexpectedly, Ren Fa had the support of a Daoist from Maoshan. It seemed they would have to find another opportunity. He couldn't forget how Lin Ye casually summoned a thunderbolt that created a huge pit in the floor. Moreover, they had all witnessed the scene of Lin Ye calling down heavenly thunder amidst a horde of corpses from behind the door crack. This was no ordinary person. Only an immortal could achieve such feats. Had they known that the Daoist from Maoshan was so formidable, they would have thought twice. Today was truly an eye-opener. In fact, Jiu Shu was quite amiable and polite to everyone, but his disciple was different. He was quite terrifying when he fought. Who knew if they would really face his wrath if they angered him? One couldn't provoke someone who didn't play by the rules. With this thought, the white-haired elder began to contemplate. He cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, young nephew, on acquiring such a fine son-in-law. Ren Fa ignored him and simply turned to Jiu Shu, saying, Jiu Shu, if there's anything else we need to pay attention to, please let me know, and I will have him do it. After a moment's contemplation, Jiu Shu said, in my humble opinion, the urgent matter is to redo the streets in the town. We should also prepare more quicklime to spread in every corner of the town to prevent the spread of the plague. Ren Fa nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and called for Away, saying, Quickly do as Jiu Shu said. I promise to arrange a better job for you later. Away was initially reluctant, but upon hearing he would get a better job, he perked up. Uncle, I promise to complete the task. After Away left, the white-haired elder wanted to say a few more words to Ren Fa, but unexpectedly, Ren Fa didn't even glance at him and arranged a few words for the villagers. Everyone, please go home for now and tally up who has perished. Report it to the township office tomorrow. My condolences. After saying this, Ren Fa turned away, unable to look any longer. Ren Fa called for his servants to buy some food and wine, then led Jiu Shu and the others back to the residence. As Lin Ye passed by the grim-faced elder, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In the original storyline, the elders of the Ren family quickly fell into despair after Ren Fa's death. It didn't matter much. but since he had decided to marry Ren Tingting, those elders who opposed Ren Fa would undoubtedly stand against him. At that time, he would look into whether these elders were involved in drug trafficking or forcing the innocent into prostitution. If there was any evidence, he would take care of them to save trouble. With this determination, Lin Ye felt much more at ease. The group arrived at the Ren residence. Although the Ren family had not returned home for several days, the house was still spotless. It was clear that the servants of the Ren family frequently cleaned. Not long after everyone returned to the residence, the servants brought back the food and wine. With the corpses rampant, it was noon, and the ingredients in the tavern were readily available. The servants quickly found the tavern's chef, and soon a table of food was prepared. Ren Fa invited everyone to take their seats. Jiu Shu and the others were also starving, having missed both breakfast and lunch, and now faced with a table of food. They could hardly wait to grow another pair of hands. The meal was quite eerie. Everyone tacitly refrained from speaking. During the meal, Ren Fa tried to speak several times but swallowed his words back down. Ultimately, the dinner ended in silence. After the meal, Jiu Shu stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Ren Ye, if there is nothing else, we will return to the righteous hall." Ren Fa smiled bitterly at this. "I apologize for troubling you, everyone." Seeing Ren Fa hesitating to speak, Jiu Shu asked, "Ren Ye, if you have anything to say, please feel free." Ren Fa sighed and said, "Actually, I wanted to ask if you could hold a ritual for the people who died today in Fengjiao town." Jiu Shu, Shi Jian, and the others exchanged glances. To think of holding a ritual for the deceased villagers. It seemed Ren Fa wasn't entirely heartless. Shi Jian nodded with a smile. "In fact, even if Ren Ye didn't mention it, we were already planning to hold this ritual." Ren Fa shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sirs, please conduct this ritual with the highest standards. Whatever items are needed, I will handle it. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Upon hearing Ren Fa's request, everyone nodded in agreement to cooperate fully. "Ren Ye, we will certainly do our utmost to arrange a perfect ritual." Jiu Shu and the others took this matter very seriously and immediately began discussing some details before preparing to take their leave. "It's getting late, so we will head back to the righteous hall now." Ren Fa saw Jiu Shu about to leave and quickly spoke up, "Sirs, why not stay here tonight? If there are any questions regarding the ritual, I can consult you in time." Jiu Shu hesitated and glanced at Shi Jian and the others. "I think Ren Ye has a point," Jiu Shu replied. Shi Jian nodded in agreement. Four-eyed Daoist waved his hand. "I'm fine with anything." Jiu Shu nodded and suddenly noticed Lin Ye and Ren Tingting chatting and laughing. An understanding dawned on him as a smile appeared on his face. "Then we will trouble Ren Ye." Ren Fa repeatedly waved his hands. "Jiu Shu, you flatter me. I am the one troubling you all." Thus, everyone agreed to stay over, discussing the plans for the next day while being arranged by Ren Fa to settle into guest rooms. After everyone returned to their rooms, the courtyard gradually quieted down, with only the gentle breeze rustling the bamboo leaves outside. Chapter 72. The Ritual of Transcendence. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jiu Shu finished setting up the bed, there was a knock on the door. "Creak. What are you doing here instead of being in your room?" Lin Ye hesitated before speaking. "Master, I want to go out and experience the world." "What did you say? You want to go out and experience?" Jiu Shu frowned and paced back and forth in the room. Why the sudden desire? Seeing Jiu Shu's expression was not right, Lin Ye quickly put on a playful smile and said, "Disciple wants to follow Uncle Simu to see the world. Moreover, I always feel that being by Master's side makes me habitually dependent on you." Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu's expression softened a lot. But then he looked at Lin Ye with concern. This disciple was his most worry-free and favorite one. The issue of his fate had not been resolved yet. What if he encountered danger outside? No, absolutely not. I will not agree to this, no matter what. Lin Ye se mo taichit. He had known it would be like this. "I know you're worried about me, Master, but it's unlikely that I would encounter danger following Uncle Simu. And what? I want to hear what reason you have." Jiu Shu said with a dark face. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye looked serious and said firmly, "Moreover, I just want to learn more skills and broaden my horizons to be worthy of Master's training. It's time for me to be independent." Jiu Shu was silent for a moment and finally sighed. Right, since you insist so much, then go ahead. But remember, no matter what happens outside, you must protect yourself. Hearing Jiu Shu's permission, Lin Ye was instantly overjoyed and quickly bowed. Thank you, master, for allowing me to go. I will be careful and will not disgrace your trust. If you encounter any trouble, remember to send me a message. Jiu Shu smiled and patted Lin Ye's shoulder. Looking at Lin Ye's excited expression, Jiu Shu smiled again and said, You little rascal, the outside world is not as simple as you think. You must be more observant when you go out, understand? Lin Ye stood tall, his eyes filled with determination. Master, don't worry. I will be careful and one tea let you down. You've grown up and your wings have hardened. All right, you Haven Tea slept in 2 days. Go back and rest. Jiu Shu nodded with a smile. Lin Ye nodded repeatedly and turned to walk out of the room, his heart filled with excitement. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain's seams into the room, the warm rays slowly waking Lin Ye. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched comfortably, and then sat up. Today's ritual of transcendence was of great importance to everyone in the town. Not only Lin Ye, but everyone also got up early and started to get busy. Lin Ye, still groggy, opened the door and happened to bump into Jiu Shu. The master and disciple exchanged smiles and headed straight to the main hall. Inside the hall, Shi Jian and Daoist Simu were discussing the procedures and arrangements for the ritual of transcendence. The two discussed the ceremony, as well as preparations for materials and venue arrangements, covering many details. With Jiu Shu's involvement, a detailed plan was quickly formed. Ren Fa was very satisfied after hearing it and immediately decided to start preparations. As part of the division of labor, everyone performed their respective duties and began preparing for the ritual. Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai were responsible for preparing the transcendent supplies, going out to purchase incense, candles, rice, flour, fruits, paper money, and other materials, ensuring they were sufficient and of high quality. The venue for the transcendence was set in the square outside the town office. Lin Ye and Ren Tingting led the villagers to clean the venue, arranging flowers and incense, making the entire square look brand new. Ren Fa and Away were busy in the main hall, coordinating the transport of materials and venue arrangements, ensuring that every detail was properly arranged. Soon, all preparations for the ritual of transcendence were in full swing. In the center of the square stood a spirit hall, surrounded by white wreaths and paper lanterns, giving a solemn and sacred feeling. Inside the hall was a large offering table adorned with flowers, fruits, and delicious food. On both sides of the offering table, high incense burners were lit. The incense and candles were neatly arranged. The 3 offerings were set up properly, and the flowers emitted a faint fragrance. The smoke curled up, enveloping the entire courtyard in a solemn yet peaceful atmosphere. With everyone working together, the entire venue was clean and tidy, and every detail had been carefully designed and considered. Villagers continuously entered the venue, holding flowers and lighting incense, sincerely transcending the souls of their loved ones. Jiu Shu, Shi Jian, and Daoist Simu had already donned their Taoist robes early and sat cross-legged in front of the spirit hall, reciting scriptures. The supreme order: transcend your lonely soul, all ghosts and spirits, all beings receive grace. Those with heads are transcended, those without heads ascend, whether killed by spear or sword, or drowned by water, or hanging by rope. Kneel before my platform. The 8 trigrams shine, stand firm and transcend to another place. Whether male or female, bear your own burden. Wealth and poverty are summoned by you. Command rescue all those in urgent need of transcendence. Lin Ye knew this was the Taoist mantra for transcending souls, and only high-level Taoists like Jiu Shu and Shi Jian could chant it to effectively transcend the souls of the deceased. These villagers died tragically at the hands of zombies and were wrongfully killed. Without high-level transcendence, they could only wander in the city of wrongful deaths, with no hope of reincarnation, and might even become lonely ghosts. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel compassion. He then followed Jiu Shu and sat cross-legged on the ground. Although he didn't know whether his chanting would be effective, it was still a gesture of goodwill. The square echoed with the melodious sounds of the scriptures, and the crisp ringing of bells resonated in the hearts of every listener. People participated in the ritual of transcendence with the most sincere feelings, praying that the deceased would find happiness and peace in the next life. The entire scene was solemn and touching, with every participant's face radiating longing and blessings for their loved ones. As Jiu Shu and the others continued to chant the mantra, a blinding light shot up from the center of the square, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, praying that the souls who died wrongfully could feel their sincere prayers and be transcended. This light lasted for a long time, like a beam of divine power, spreading across the entire forest, guiding the souls of the underworld to the place of transcendence. At the same time, the wrongfully deceased souls that lingered in this square began to stir. The resentment and sorrow binding them gradually dissipated, and pale figures began to appear. Their deep-set eyes fixated on the center of the transcendence ritual, as if searching for a touch of solace and belonging. Their figures gradually became clear, shifting from a haze to clarity. Unfortunately, all of this could only be seen by Lin Ye, a person who had entered the Tao. Go! Life and death have their order. Yin and Yang are distinct. Reincarnate decades later. That is the true paradise. Chapter 73. We're rich. The ritual is over. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes. The sorrow of losing loved ones is not easily dissipated, but it won't crush them either. With their spirits gathered, they must continue to bear the burdens of life. The souls return to the underworld, leaving the living to lick their wounds. The matter of the Ren family has come to an end, and they should return to the funeral home now. Ren Fa did not insist on keeping them, and he escorted Uncle Jiu and his disciples to the edge of the town. Uncle Jiu clasped his hands and said, "There's no need to see me off, Mr. Feng. With such a big incident happening this time, you must have your own matters to attend to." Hearing this, Ren Fa shook his head with a wry smile. It's good to be busy. When busy, there's no time to worry. At this point, Ren Fa sighed deeply, then waved to the back, and two servants brought up a large box. "What is this, Mr. Ren?" Uncle Jiu asked in confusion. Ren Fa clasped his hands and said, "In this incident, the several Daoists worked hard and even risked their lives several times. I, Ren Fa, have kept this in mind. Therefore, after discussing with several clan elders, I prepared a small gift to express my gratitude." Saying this, he personally stepped forward to open the box. Everyone focused their gaze, unable to help but gasp in surprise. The box was filled with silver dollars, and on top of it was a small box, which surprisingly contained bright gold bars. Hiss! Everyone was stunned by Ren Fa's generosity. "This, Mr. Ren, this is too much. I cannot accept it." Uncle Jiu hesitated. However, Ren Fa waved his hands repeatedly. "Uncle Jiu, please don't decline. This is what you all deserve. Besides, it's already here. Am I supposed to take it back? What would that say about my face?" Uncle Jiu turned to look at Shi Jian. "You make the decision." Shi Jian, though tempted, chose to respect Uncle Jiu's opinion. Seeing Uncle Jiu hesitate, Ren Fa continued. "Uncle Jiu, please don't decline. I've heard that those who practice Dao expend a lot of money. Besides, we will eventually be one family, so just accept it." Hearing this, Uncle Jiu finally nodded. "Then I shall not be rude. However, Mr. Ren, this is too much for us." Uncle Jiu wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Ren Fa. "This token of appreciation is nothing. Just accept it," Ren Fa said firmly. Uncle Jiu and Shi Jian exchanged glances and ultimately accepted Ren Fa's generous gift. Uncle Jiu smiled as he took the box. "We appreciate this sincerity. If there are any difficulties next time, feel free to come to us. The door of the funeral home is always open for you." After saying this, he cupped his fist to Ren Fa, then let Xiuxing and Wen Kai lift the box, and the group headed towards the funeral home. Upon returning to the funeral home, Uncle Jiu could not wait to open the box, and under the eager gaze of everyone, he carefully counted. Before Uncle Jiu could speak, Xiuxing exclaimed, 6,000 silver dollars, 20 big yellow fish. Wen Kai also shouted excitedly, "We're rich." But Shi Jian, standing nearby, scoffed. "What are you excited about? Don't forget that my master has a share too." "Brat, shut up. This is none of your business." Shi Jian immediately scolded. Uncle Jiu waved his hand. "Hey, big brother, Shi Jian is right. These silver dollars should be shared with you, and Simu as well. So, we'll divide these silver dollars equally among the three families. Shi Jian and Simu looked at each other, both slightly tempted. Although they said this, Shi Jian and Simu didn't contribute much, so they decided not to divide the gold bars. They would each take 1,000 silver dollars, and the rest would be left for Qiusheng, and the others to manage their family affairs and weddings. In this era, one gold bar could be exchanged for about 50 silver dollars, so 20 gold bars would be 1,000 silver dollars. Shi Jian and Simu only requested 1,000 silver dollars each, which made Uncle Jiu feel embarrassed. Sure enough, Uncle Jiu was stunned and shook his head repeatedly. How can that be? Simu raised his hand to interrupt Uncle Jiu, advising, Big brother, don't stand on ceremony with us. You know that my corpse delivery rewards are not small. Big brother travels around without a fixed place, carrying so many yellow and white items isn't appropriate. So it's settled like this. I and Big brother will each take 1,000 silver dollars, and the rest you can keep for IS wedding. Shi Jian also agreed. What Simu said is right. Junior brother, don't decline. Hearing this, Uncle Jiu nodded. Since both my big brother and junior brother say so, then I will accept this. Shi Jian and Simu smiled and nodded. That is how it should be. Then Uncle Jiu, Shi Jian, and Simu began the distribution of the loot. Before long, the box of silver dollars was divided. Everyone was joyful. Who would love silver dollars? While the three brothers were still immersed in the joy of becoming rich, Qiusheng and Wenkai began to fawn over Uncle Jiu. Hey, master, please have some tea. Master, let me massage your shoulders. The two became like little sycophants, starting to serve Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu shot them a glance, annoyed, and said, No need, sit down. The two obediently sat down, looking like good babies. This time, the matter of the Ren family was very troublesome, so Mr. Ren was quite generous. Uncle Jiu said as he gathered the silver dollars together, The gold bars will be kept for you to manage your family affairs in the future. There's a total of 4,000 silver dollars left. The public takes half. Uncle Jiu pushed aside 2,000. The rest, I'll take the majority. Uncle Jiu pushed aside 1,500. In principle, you three should split it equally. Qiusheng and Wenkai's eyes brightened. 500 silver dollars divided among three people isn't bad. They could live it up in Ren Family Town for quite a while. However, you both know what you did. Hey, I am a very fair person. Wenkai, you didn't help at all and almost messed things up. And Qiusheng, you even got entangled with a female ghost. Thanks to I stepping up in a crisis and shouldering the burden alone. So you both will only get 100 silver dollars each, while the remaining silver dollars belong to I. Uncle Jiu allocated the money. Qiusheng and Wenkai nodded repeatedly. 100 silver dollars is still quite good, but they didn't expect Uncle Jiu's lips to curve slightly. However, considering that you are still young, having so many silver dollars is of no use. To prevent you from going astray, I will help you keep these silver dollars for now. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Although he had asked a way to sell charms and made a good sum of money, seeing Uncle Jiu's actions made him feel a bit of toothache. Master, you can't do this. Leave us a little. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow and then slowly pushed out 3 pieces from a pile of silver dollars, distributing them to the 3. Qiusheng and Wenkai looked at the pile of silver dollars on the table, then at the 1 silver dollar in front of them, falling into deep thought. What? Don't want it? Chapter 74, Farewell How? Don't want it? Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow, and Qiusheng went quickly, slipping the money into his pocket in a flash. Want it? How could I not want it? Thank you, master. Just kidding. If I dare to say I don't want it, I wouldn't even keep that big dollar. I don't even want it? Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth and pushed the dollar back. Master, I don't need it. Last time, Away helped me sell that batch of talismans to the Ren family and made quite a bit. I'm not short on money. Uncle Jiu raised an eyebrow. In that case, I want to force you. Shi Jian and Daoist Simu watched this scene and chuckled. The interactions among this group of 4 was quite entertaining. Just as Shi Jian was still sighing, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve, turning to see Shi Shaojian's innocent gaze. Master, everyone else has a share. Don't you think I should? Shi Jian immediately refused. Don't even think about it. What do you want the dollar for? Have I treated you poorly? Hearing this, Shi Shaojian's eyes widened. looking very unhappy. Xiao Jian felt wronged, but didn't say anything. Qiuxing and Wen Kai exchanged glances, casting sympathetic looks at Xiao Jian. Master is still the best. At least he occasionally gives us a little something. With Xiao Jian as a comparison, Qiuxing and Wen Kai felt much more comfortable. Xiao Jian paid no mind to his disciple's thoughts and turned to Uncle Jiu. Junior brother, since things are done here, I should take Xiao Jian and continue our travels. Uncle Jiu was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then hurriedly said, didn't we agree that you'd stay here a few more days? I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and need to go north to collect some rare treasures, so I can't stay here longer. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Uncle Jiu sighed helplessly, then looked at Daoist Simu. Junior brother, you're not leaving too, are you? Daoist Simu nodded. That's right, I've been out for so long. I should go back and check on Jiala. Uncle Jiu hesitated to speak. Xiao Jian noticed Uncle Jiu's reluctance, so he spoke to comfort him. I promise you, after traveling for a while, I'll come back here to rest. How about that? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu could only say, in that case, I won't keep you. But Simu, I says he wants to go out and train with you. What do you think? Daoist Simu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. I wants to train with me? Sure, I support this, but I still need to go bring back the clients I left halfway. Pausing for a moment, Daoist Simu continued jokingly. Actually, you don't need to worry about I. This kid is cultivating so fast. Maybe by the time he comes back, he'll surpass you. Hearing Daoist Simu say this, Uncle Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Although a bit reluctant, he could accept it. A fledgling has to go out and explore. Letting Lin Ye go out to gain experience and accumulate some knowledge will only be beneficial. Besides, he'll be back in a while. What is there to be reluctant about? Just then, Xiao Jian said to Uncle Jiu, Junior brother, it's settled. While it's still early, I'll take Xiao Jian and leave first. Big brother, take care. Junior brother, take care. Watching Xiao Jian's departing figure, Uncle Jiu felt his eyes moisten. People from Maoshan, once they leave the mountain gate, it's always about parting. Senior brother, I'll go find the clients now. Daoist Simu said with a cupped fist. Go quickly. Don't lose the clients. Not long after Daoist Simu left, Lin Ye told Uncle Jiu and then went to find Ren Tingting at the Ren residence. Upon entering the room, he saw Ren Fa sitting facing the door with a cup of tea in hand, an account book and an abacus in front of him, seemingly busy calculating. Ren Tingting noticed a shadow at the door, turned her head, and when she saw Lin Ye, her face lit up. Lin Ye, you're here. Ren Fa heard the noise, turned his head, and smiled as he stood up. Aye, you've come. Where's your master? Isn't here, Mr. Ren Tingting. I came this time to say goodbye. Goodbye? Why say goodbye? Where are you going? Ren Tingting was taken aback, reacting strongly, grabbing Lin Ye's hand. Ren Fa raised an eyebrow. Guessing, is it to go out with your master? Uncle Jiu is a well-known Taoist in the area, with reasonable prices, often invited by out-of-town guests to come down the mountain. Ren Fa understood Uncle Jiu's situation, so when he heard Lin Ye saying he was saying goodbye, he guessed this. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, explaining, not with my master, but my uncle wants to take me out to see the world. Travel for a while, maybe for a month or two. Oh, I see. Ren Fa smiled and nodded. This is a good thing. Our town is small. Staying too long can narrow one's perspective. It's good to go out and explore. A young man's ambition lies in the four corners. If he stays in a small place all the time, how can he achieve anything in the future? Ren Fa was very supportive of this. Hey, Ting Ting Poodle, hugged Lin Ye's arm and whispered, you're going to be gone for so long, what will I do alone? Ren Fa looked at Ren Tingting's actions with a dark expression. Tingting, isn't leaving and not coming back. What kind of behavior is this? Only then did Ren Tingting realize, quickly letting go of Lin Ye's arm, standing awkwardly in place. Sigh, since you're about to leave, spend some time today to accompany Tingting around. Ren Fa waved his hand. Lin Ye scratched his head upon hearing this, and responded, pulling Ren Tingting to go out. This made Ren Fa's forehead twitch. Dingling the sound of the Sanqing bell was crisp and pleasant, echoing far in the quiet wilderness. Accompanied by the swaying of the Sanqing bell, a group of shadows jumped forward in unison. As dusk approached, Daoist Simu finally hurried back to the charitable hall with the clients he had abandoned. Uncle Jiu quickly went to greet him, helping Daoist Simu carry the clients one by one into the house. "Junior brother, stay a couple more days. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Uncle Jiu said, while watching Daoist Simu's busy movements. Daoist Simu, focused on organizing, replied, "Jala is waiting for me at home. I can't rest easy leaving him alone there." Uncle Jiu nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the house. Soon dinner was ready, and everyone at the table was silent. Eventually, Daoist Simu could no longer bear it and spoke up. "I say, senior brother, what is going on with you? I'm just in a hurry to finish sending off this batch of clients and then go back to see Jala. At worst, I'll bring Jala here to stay for a few days, okay?" Uncle Jiu proudly arched his body, his eyebrows twitching as he said, "You said it yourself. No one is forcing you." All right, I said it. Hurry up and eat." Lin Ye couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle at this scene. Chapter 75. Departure. As night fell after dinner, Daoist Simu donned his Daoist robe and headed to the mortuary. Uncle Jiu found a brand new outfit from the house and handed it to Lin Ye. On this journey, you must listen to your master, uncle. Observe more and speak less. This outfit was prepared for you by the master. It's the Daoist robe worn by my disciples of Maoshan." Lin Ye took the clothes and put them on. The fabric was similar to Uncle Jiu's robe, but it had no sleeves, styled as a bright yellow short Daoist coat. After putting it on, it fit him perfectly. "Thank you, master." Lin Ye smiled and expressed his gratitude while adjusting his clothes, feeling quite good about himself. "Don't mention it. Take care on your journey. Don't indulge. You must practice diligently and read more Daoist scriptures." Uncle Jiu kept reminding Lin Ye. Lin Ye chuckled and nodded frequently. Ding-ling-a-ling. The sound of the Sanqing bell rang out in the courtyard. Daoist Simu was already prepared. It's time to set off." "I'm coming." Lin Ye ran out of the room. His luggage was already ready, just a small bundle. Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai also walked into the courtyard, watching Daoist Simu and the clients leave the mortuary. "Junior brother, take care on the road and bring I back early." Uncle Jiu reminded Daoist Simu once more. Although reluctant, he was already looking forward to his junior brother returning with his apprentice soon. "Senior brother, don't worry, everything will be fine. You should go back and rest." Daoist Simu waved his hand at Uncle Jiu. Lin Ye also raised his hand to say goodbye. "Master, take care of yourself. I'll be back soon." Uncle Jiu turned his head away, unable to look any longer, as the feeling of reluctance surged in his heart. "Kid, take good care of yourself. Junior brother, come back early." Wen Kai looked at Lin Ye, who was fading into the distance, feeling a different kind of sadness. Once, there was a companion to chat and laugh with. Now that Lin Ye was gone, he could only be alone. "Senior brother, take good care of the master." Lin Ye's voice grew fainter. "I know, junior brother." Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai stood at the entrance of the mortuary, watching Simu and Lin Ye gradually disappear into the darkness before turning back into the mortuary. Ding-ling-a-ling. Bean people set out, while the young people avoid. Daoist Simu shook the Sanqing bell in his hand, slowly scattering paper money like blossoms in the wind. He chanted loudly, his voice stirring the surrounding air. "Master uncle, are you tired?" Lin Ye mimicked Uncle Jiu's demeanor, walking proudly behind Daoist Simu. He watched Daoist Simu lead a group of clients on the road, feeling a bit bored. "Not at all." Daoist Simu answered lightly while leaping forward. Lin Ye could never understand why Daoist Simu enjoyed this corpse guiding. He stood at the front, and the clients neatly followed behind him, leaning on his shoulders. Whenever Daoist Simu jumped, the clients jumped too. Shouldn't they be shaking the Sanqing bell and jumping to the rhythm of the bell? "Master uncle, do you want me to help you?" Seeing Daoist Simu straining to guide the corpses, Lin Ye couldn't help but suggest. Daoist Simu was somewhat tempted, but recalled how Wen Kai had previously troubled his clients, and the thought was dismissed. Most importantly, he didn't feel tired yet. "You? Forget it. My clients can't handle your antics." Lin Ye pouted. If he didn't need help, that was fine, but it was really boring. Daoist Simu seemed to see through Lin Ye's thoughts and spoke slowly. "Bored? You were the one who asked to come out for training. You have to hold it in even if you're bored." Lin Ye blinked, not saying anything. Daoist Simu chuckled. "You must think the outside world is very exciting, right? Do you think you can casually encounter rare treasures by coming out for training? Do you think you'll run into little ghosts and old corpses Every few days? Lin Ye scratched his head and weakly asked, Master Uncle, how do you know? Daoist Simu rolled his eyes, you brat. I used to think that way too. Later, I slowly realized that whether it's training or wandering, there are few monsters and even fewer treasures. Actually, cultivating is about cultivating the heart. Just like now, the surroundings are silent. It's a great time for heart cultivation. A howl of a wolf echoed from the distant mountains. Daoist Simu twitched his mouth. Lin Ye yawned lightly, then took out a bamboo tube filled with water and handed it to Daoist Simu. Master Uncle, when you guide corpses at night, do you ever encounter any troublemakers? Daoist Simu took the bamboo tube, took a sip of water with a hint of a smile, of course. But I've easily resolved those troubles. No wonder you're my master uncle. Your Daoist skills are profound, unmatched in the world. Lin Ye said without a hint of embarrassment. Daoist Simu raised an eyebrow. Lin Ye's shamelessness was the complete opposite of his senior brother. Lin Ye looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, then turned to Daoist Simu and asked, Master Uncle, are you going to jump like this all night? Why don't you shake the bell instead? At this rate, you'll tire yourself out. It's fine. I'm not tired at all. Daoist Simu insisted stubbornly. Lin Ye followed along, quietly watching Daoist Simu energetically leap forward. He thought to himself, if this continued, Daoist Simu would soon exhaust his energy, and he wouldn't be able to lead the clients. Sure enough, not long after, Daoist Simu became exhausted and could no longer jump. Sigh, if I had known, I would have brought Jiala along. It wouldn't be so hard. Daoist Simu stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and awkwardly said. He turned around to see Lin Ye carrying his small bundle, showing no signs of fatigue. Youth really was a blessing. Daoist Simu suddenly had an idea and smiled at Lin Ye. Hey, I come here, let me teach you how to guide corpses, okay? Lin Ye awkwardly smiled. Forget it, Master Uncle, I'm not interested in guiding corpses. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Skills are never in excess. Come on, come on, Daoist Simu said as he pulled Lin Ye over. Quickly, he shoved the Sanqing bell into Lin Ye's hands, and then successfully placed the hand of the zombie behind him onto Lin Ye's shoulders. Lin Ye. Come on. Master Uncle will recite the key points of the heart chant for you. Listen carefully. Daoist Simu began to recite the incantation to himself. Ding. The system has detected the corpse guiding technique. Would the host like to simplify it? No, no, no. Lin Ye firmly refused the system. Ding. The corpse guiding technique has been recorded. The host can simplify it at any time. All right. Did you remember everything? Come on, 1, 2, 3, jump. Daoist Simu commanded. Lin Ye jumped symbolically once. The clients behind him. Oh, how could it be like this? Do it again. Daoist Simu was not discouraged. Chapter 76. Traveling with the frog impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid has the secret techniques and can master them just by reading a few times without guidance. How could he explain the corpse-driving incantation so clearly, yet still fail to learn it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? The four-eyed Daoist finally realized what was going on. Lin Ye accorded similite. Hehe. Uncle Master, I think we don't need to make it so complicated. Why don't we just use the Sanqing bell to control them to jump forward? It will be much easier. The four-eyed Daoist waved his hand. What do you know? Using the Sanqing bell to drive corpses is too slow. Sigh. I just want to go back and see Jiala as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Ye smiled knowingly. Uncle Master really cares about Jiala. Jiala. Ah, yes. You're right. Ribbit. Ribbit. Just then, a handsome frog passed by. Got it. The four-eyed Daoist's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the frog. Got you. Buddy, I'll be relying on you tonight. Lin Ye covered his face. It's over. The thing he feared most had happened. The four-eyed Daoist found a small stick, tied a bug to it, and dangled it in front of the frog. Then he took out a talisman and stuck it on the frog. After doing all this, the four-eyed Daoist felt it wasn't enough. So, in Lin Ye's astonished gaze, he stuck another speed talisman on the frog. Watching all this, Lin Ye silently mourned for the frog. Poor frog. Don't reincarnate as a frog in your next life. Frog. Ribbit. Today I'm probably going to be a mouse. The four-eyed Daoist looked at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. He jumped onto the client's shoulder and then turned to Lin Ye, saying, All right, come up and carry the sedan. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. Although he looked unwilling, his body honestly sat on the client's shoulder. Buddy, put in some effort tonight. I'll treat you to extra food in the morning. The four-eyed Daoist chuckled, then threw the frog to the ground. Ribbit. As soon as the frog hit the ground, it eagerly jumped forward, trying to catch that fat bug. Swish. Ribbit. Ribbit. In the frightened gaze of the frog, the tall flowers and trees beside it quickly retreated. It wanted to stop, but its legs wouldn't obey. Startled, the frog jumped even higher and farther than before. The frog might never have imagined it would experience such a swift speed in its lifetime. As the frog jumped, the client's speed increased significantly. Lin Ye and the four-eyed Daoist, sitting on the client's shoulder, felt like they were flying. Lin Ye turned back to see the brilliant smile of the four-eyed Daoist. It was clear that the four-eyed Daoist was extremely satisfied with his ingenious idea. A night rushed by. Dawn approached, and the sky began to brighten. With the help of the frog, they moved quickly, allowing them to cover a lot of ground that night. The four-eyed Daoist said that if he had walked this route alone before, it would have taken 5 days. As dawn neared, the four-eyed Daoist led Lin Ye to the front of a charity mortuary. Hey, we're here. Right here. The four-eyed Daoist pointed to the mortuary and said to Lin Ye, every time I pass this road, I rest here. Lin Ye hadn't slept much during the night, thinking there would be unexpected incidents, but it turned out nothing happened. Bathed in moonlight and starlight, his eyes sparkled with energy. Thanks to the help of the frog brother, our speed has increased quite a bit. At this pace, if we walk for another night, we'll be home. Frog, so is someone willing to speak up for me? Thinking of this, the four-eyed Daoist felt happy, patted Lin Ye on the shoulder, and continued, get a good sleep. When you wake up, Uncle Master will treat you to a big meal. Hee hee. Thank you, Uncle Master. The four-eyed Daoist smiled and walked over to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound seemed a bit low. Who is it? A deep voice came from inside. As expected from the mortuary keeper, that voice sounded eerie. It's me, Four-Eyed. I'm here. Upon hearing it was Four-Eyed, the inside responded and quickly walked over to open the large door of the mortuary. An old man leaned out and asked, why are you so late this time? The four-eyed Daoist waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Ran into a bit of trouble, but fortunately, it's all resolved. Come in and rest. The old man stepped aside to let the four-eyed Daoist bring the clients inside. The mortuary door slowly closed, and the four-eyed Daoist led the clients skillfully into the body storage room. This mortuary was much smaller than the one in Rinjia town, with only one body storage room and no divisions. Even the owner of the mortuary had to sleep next to the coffin, looking very simple. However, Lin Ye didn't mind. At least this place had a roof and 4 walls to shield them from the wind and rain. For a corpse driver, having a place to take shelter from the wind was already quite good. If you're sleepy, you could take a nap first. After settling the clients, the four-eyed Daoist turned to Lin Ye and said, I got it, Uncle Master. Lin Ye responded, then found a spot on the ground and lay down. After traveling all night, he was indeed tired. Before long, snoring sounds came from him. The four-eyed Daoist chatted with the mortuary owner for a while, and after hearing Lin Ye's snoring, he also found a place to sleep. After a night without sleep, he also needed to catch up on rest. Lin Ye slept until noon, and the sun was already high in the sky. When Lin Ye got up, the four-eyed Daoist was still sleeping, snoring loudly, and the mortuary owner was nowhere to be seen, probably out for some business. Lin Ye didn't disturb him. Instead, he went outside the mortuary and stood in a clearing to practice his stance. Golden Light Incantation 111. Body Training Technique 111. Lin Ye stood in the sun, practicing his stance, listening to the continuous system notifications in his ears, feeling extremely refreshed. I don't even know how long he stood there. Just as Lin Ye was about to stand for a bit longer before going back to wake the four-eyed Daoist, the four-eyed Daoist came out. Uncle Master. The four-eyed Daoist walked over to Lin Ye, seeing him standing in the hot sun, sweating from the effort, and felt even better about this disciple. With good talent and a willingness to work hard, it's truly rare to find such a disciple in these times. The four-eyed Daoist asked with a smile, so, are you hungry? Lin Ye rubbed his belly. He was indeed a bit hungry, and nodded. I'm really a bit hungry. The four-eyed Daoist smiled and patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. Let us go. Uncle Master will take you to have a big meal. There's a dumpling shop in this town. The taste is excellent, and Uncle Master will take you to try it. Although the four-eyed Daoist was a bit stingy, after delivering the clients, he wouldn't make less money. He was willing to treat his nephew to a meal. Chapter 77. Encounter with the fox spirit. The two of them, uncle and nephew, chatted and laughed all the way to a bun shop in the town. Once they entered the shop, someone came to inquire, "What can I get for you, gentlemen?" "2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of wontons," said Si Mu proficiently. "All right, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Before long, the buns and wontons were served. The people around were passers-by and laborers working in the town. While eating, Daoist Si Mu began to explain the situation in the area to Lin Ye. "This is Shirley Town, the Daoist temple of your master Qianhe. However, he took a job and went far away recently, and we don't know when he will return. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to stay at the charity house last night." Lin Ye was taken aback upon hearing this. Shirley Town, Zhang Dabin, and Master Qianhe took a job and went far away? Could it be the job involving wild boar skins? Does that mean the peak competition is about to start? Before Lin Ye could think more, Daoist Si Mu had already started sharing his experiences with Lin Ye. For example, there are Daoist temples of Maoshan disciples nearby where one can seek refuge when in trouble. And he also mentioned the temples of the other 2 families of Sand Mountain talismans. Lin Ye remembered everything. After eating and drinking to their fill, Daoist Si Mu settled the bill and took Lin Ye for a stroll around Shirley Town. Compared to the prosperity of Renjia Town, Shirley Town, not relying on a dock, was clearly not as wealthy. The townspeople seemed less spirited than those from Renjia Town. Seeing nothing interesting after a while, Lin Ye called Daoist Si Mu to return to the charity house to continue resting. As dusk fell, Lin Ye and Daoist Si Mu bid farewell to the charity house owner and set off again. They originally thought they would have a smooth journey home, but unexpectedly, something went wrong. Daoist Si Mu and Lin Ye were sitting on the shoulders of their client, racing along with the frog boy. Suddenly, the clients all leaned to the side and fell to the ground. Luckily, Daoist Si Mu and Lin Ye were agile, and they performed a somersault in midair, landing steadily. What happened? Lin Ye took a few steps forward and scooped up the barely breathing frog boy. "Master, I'm afraid this guy won't make it. Shouldn't we try to revive him?" "Frog boy, living Yama." Daoist Si Mu shook his head upon hearing this. "Forget it. Instead of wasting time, we might as well find another one." In this quiet night, apart from the breathing of Lin Ye and Daoist Si Mu, there were only some faint sounds of insects and birds. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods, as if something was quickly passing through. Daoist Si Mu immediately sensed something unusual and nervously looked in that direction. Be careful, something's not right," he warned sternly. Lin Ye, originally weary, suddenly radiated a glimmer of excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This sudden change was somewhat unexpected. He thought to himself, could there be some fun coming? It wouldn't be a fox spirit, would it? In the movie, Daoist Si Mu had encountered a fox spirit stealing a corpse on the way back home. But now encountering it still felt unbelievable. Countless speculations intertwined in Lin Ye's mind, making him curious. Just as he was recalling the plot, a blinding white light suddenly burst out from the forest, moving at an incredible speed. Whoosh! A streak of white light swept over Daoist Si Mu's head, and one of the unfortunate clients was swept up into the air. Daoist Si Mu's expression changed from shock to confusion and then to anger, fluctuating wildly. He couldn't believe that such an unbelievable thing was happening right beside him, in broad daylight, stealing my clients. Daoist Si Mu shouted angrily, suddenly pressing his palm down on the client's head. In an instant, his figure shot out like an arrow, swift as lightning. Then he delivered a powerful kick to the client's head and quickly chased after, as fast as the wind. Although the fox spirit was skilled in demonic arts, it ultimately couldn't fly, at most gliding a short distance in the air using its demonic energy. At this moment, carrying a corpse, its gliding distance was even shorter. The fox spirit glided helplessly and ultimately landed on a huge tree. Daoist Si Mu's eyes burned with fury. "How dare you brazenly steal my client? What do you think I, Daoist Si Mu, am? And to humiliate me in front of my disciple." Throughout this journey, Daoist Si Mu had been boasting about his extraordinary strength, claiming that no ghost or spirit would dare to provoke him. Now it was a slap in the face, making him unable to contain his anger. Daoist Simu was swift and nimble, moving with a style as quick as Yu's steps, as resolute as stepping on a thorn, and as fast as stepping on, limping but relentless in pursuit. Arriving at the tree, he leaped up and forcibly pulled down the client hanging from the tree. "You bastard! How dare you steal my client? I'll turn you into a corpse." The fox spirit glared angrily, letting out a strange cry. Although the cry was odd, it sent shivers down the spine, sounding like a woman's charming whisper, mixed with a hint of sorrow. "Stinky Daoist, can't you be a bit magnanimous? Can't you part with this little benefit? Since you want to fight, then come on." Daoist Simu drew the sword from his back and lunged at the fox spirit. The fox spirit waved its arms, its sleeves fluttering gracefully, and the soft fabric easily deflected the sword's direction. The two figures crossed. Daoist Simu's swordplay was clever and agile, his movements flexible and swift, the sword covered with spiritual power, radiating righteousness, specifically countering evil beings, easily forcing the fox spirit into a corner, unable to counterattack. Daoist Simu's sword swiftly thrust out, a flash of cold light in his eyes, his figure spinning, the long sword in his hand swinging like lightning. The blade cut through the air, flashing with cold light, producing a series of sword sounds, startling the fox spirit, making her panic and lose her composure, wanting to retreat but unable to escape. "Want to run?" Daoist Simu shouted angrily, his figure like lightning, kicking out fiercely. With a powerful kick, he sent the fox spirit flying. "Ah, wonderful. Master S skills are extraordinary." Lin Ye applauded, full of admiration. Being able to watch such a great show up close at night was truly exciting. Following Daoist Simu all night had not been in vain. The fox spirit let out a miserable scream as she fell to the ground, panicking and looking towards the onlooking Lin Ye. Little Daoist. You can't deal with the old Daoist. Do you think I can't handle you?" Whoosh. The fox spirit's eyebrows twitched, her figure transforming into a streak of white light, instantly appearing beside Lin Ye. Daoist Simu was startled by the fox spirit's movement. "You little demon, how dare you set your sights on my disciple? No way. If you have the guts, come after me. What kind of skill is it to go against my disciple? Be careful, Chapter 78, Arrival. Under the astonished gaze of Daoist Simi, Lin Ye fearlessly reached out to catch the fox spirit rushing towards him. Immediately, a brilliant golden light suddenly shone around Lin Ye, dazzling to the eyes. The fox spirit instantly felt the little Taoist beside her become unbearably hot. So hot that it almost drove her to pain. She couldn't help but let out a miserable scream and quickly broke away from Lin Ye's touch, retreating frantically. Ding! Simplify .80. A flicker of surprise flashed in Daoist Simi's eyes, and then his mouth twitched. Damn, this young man really knows how to play. He thought he would be unable to resist temptation, but unexpectedly cast the golden light spell. Lin Ye shook his head as he watched the fox spirit moaning in pain. You had your chance, and still couldn't handle it. Simi quickly walked to Lin Ye's side, squinting his eyes and patting his shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Master Uncle, I'm fine. Lin Ye Simidet. That's good. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face your senior brother. Daoist Simi breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his sharp gaze towards the fox spirit. The fox spirit finally managed to control the intense pain in her body, gritting her teeth and glaring at Lin Ye and Daoist Simi. She never expected this old Taoist to be so difficult, and that little Taoist to be so terrifying. The suddenly erupting, scorching golden light was like a raging fire, piercing her heart and making it unforgettable, something she never wanted to experience again. At this moment, the fox spirit was already considering retreating. It was not worth losing her life for a corpse. The fox spirit seemed to be calculating with her cunning fox eyes, staring at Lin Ye and Daoist Simi, determined in her heart that she must escape. Seeing the fox spirit still staring at them in a daze, Daoist Simi pinched a talisman with 2 fingers and recited a chant. Suddenly looking up, command! The yellow talisman spontaneously ignited and shot towards the fox spirit aggressively. The fox spirit was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, flipping over to narrowly dodge the yellow talisman's attack. Daoist Simi didn't hesitate, flipping his hand for another exorcism, yellow talisman. Command. This time, the fox spirit couldn't dodge in time and was blasted back 4 or 5 meters by the yellow talisman. Seeing the situation was not good, the fox spirit turned to flee. Lin Ye saw the fox spirit trying to run and, without hesitation, quickly circulated his internal energy. Jade, clear begins green. True talismans form an alliance, pushing the two chi, blending into reality. 5 thunders urgently gathered. Lightning strikes. Thunder commanded. Quick release of yang sound. Urgent as a law command. Command. As Lin Ye chanted the spell, dark clouds gathered above, and lightning flickered, striking down towards the fox spirit who was preparing to escape. On the other side, the fox spirit looked up in shock at the thunderbolts coming towards her and immediately tried to turn a dodge. But it was too late. The power of the thunder struck the top of the fox spirit's head, the electric light instantly spreading to her limbs, giving her no chance to react. The fox spirit's pupils widened as she looked at Su Yang, freezing for a moment, then transformed in her true fox form and died. In her final moments, a strange light flashed in her eyes before it extinguished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the century-old fox spirit. Gaining 1,900 simplification points, Daoist Simi twitched his mouth at the sight of the fox spirit's death. That's a fine fox skin. It could sell for money. Lin Ye turned and chuckled. Master Uncle, I was just afraid that if we delayed any longer, it would be daylight. By the way, Master Uncle, why did this fox spirit want to steal your corpse? It is rumored that fox spirits absorb the essence of living people to cultivate, and some even seek love. And the act of stealing corpses can only be seen here with Daoist Simi. Daoist Simi snorted coldly. I guess it's to survive a calamity. Lin Ye blinked and looked at Simi. Master Uncle, please elaborate. Daoist Simi frowned and said, these demons can transform into human form after cultivating for 500 years. But that is just the beginning. Once a spirit transforms, the 3 disasters and 5 tribulations that humans face in cultivation will follow closely. To successfully pass through, there are 2 methods. One is to resist with death. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in heaven. If they succeed, they become immortals. Otherwise, they are reborn. The second is to find a substitute. Use a substitute to block the calamity. And a recently deceased corpse is the best substitute for demons to avoid heavenly tribulations. I see. Lin Ye understood at once. A fox spirit not seducing men for yin and yang, but stealing corpses, makes sense when Daoist Simi explains it. Just then, Daoist Simi patted his thigh, suddenly remembering his business. Oh no! He hurriedly left to find clients. Lin Ye shook his head, lifted the client from the ground, and followed Daoist Simi. After this incident, Daoist Simi dared not delay further, and caught a lucky little frog, making it work hard to lead the clients to the Taoist temple. Ding-ling-a-ling, the pleasant ringing echoed in the mountains. The crisp sound of the 3 pure bells seemed to resonate in the morning air, making the entire silent forest vibrate. Even from a distance, the beautiful melody could be distinctly recognized. The little frog tirelessly led the way, hopping with each step like flowing clouds and flowing water. The clients behind also seemed eager to follow closely. Daoist Simi silently sat on the shoulders of the clients, yawning unconsciously. He took a sip of clear water from the bamboo cup in his hand, as if instantly waking up, and turned to look at Lin Ye. Adye, we're almost at our destination. We can rest soon. Having stayed up 2 nights in a row, Lin Ye was already drowsy, and upon hearing Daoist Simi's words, he could only nod sleepily. After a night of travel, they finally saw 2 lonely wooden houses in the distance before dawn. The 2 finally arrived at their destination. In the sky, the bright moon still hung high, the sky gradually darkening, and the starry sky shone brightly among the mountains. Such a scene was truly captivating. However, even such beautiful scenery could lead to aesthetic fatigue over time. At this moment, Daoist Simi had no mood to admire the starry sky. He commanded, and the little frog immediately stopped. Daoist Simi pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. The spacious courtyard not only had flowers and plants, but also raised chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, with green mountains and clear waters on both sides, making it look like a paradise at first glance. Disciple, we have arrived at our destination. How do you find Master Uncle's Taoist temple? Isn't it full of life? Come, take a look, see which chicken you like, and I can have your brother Jala catch it for you to eat. Jala's cooking is excellent, Daoist Simi said enthusiastically as he waved his hand. Lin Ye looked at the big rooster pecking at insects in the yard and smiled awkwardly. Master Uncle, there's really no need. Thank you for your hospitality. Daoist Simi patted Lin Ye's shoulder. You little brat, why are you being polite when you come to Master Uncle's place? Treat this place as your own home. Chapter 79. Oh no. Hurry up and see what that guy Jala is doing. What can Jala be doing? Lin Ye didn't even have to think about it. He was definitely sleeping. But he didn't say anything and continued to shake the Sanqing bell as he walked toward the door. Moments later, they reached the entrance. Simu jumped down from the zombie. I'll go make that guy Jala open the door. Simu walked to the door and shouted loudly, Jala. After shouting for a while, there was still no response. Simu frowned and reached out to poke through the oiled paper on the door, sticking his hand in to open it. Upon looking inside, he found that Jala was actually sleeping. Simu immediately got angry. You little brat, taking advantage of my absence to dream about the King of Dreams? Saying that, he strode forward, ready to hit Jala. Jiu Shu. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward, trying to stop Simu. Simu turned to look at Lin Ye, frowning. What is it? Jiu Shu, can you just let senior brother go? Lin Ye simplifies. Simu, however, pouted. No way. This kid is slacking off while I'm not around. I can't let him off the hook. After saying that, he ignored everything else and turned to those zombies in front of him, holding the awakening bell and chanting a spell. Living corpses have spirits. Living corpses have personalities. Hearing this, Lin Ye knew it was bad. Jiu Shu was going to beat Jala, but he couldn't openly remind Jala. He could only secretly throw a small pebble at Jala. Jala, startled by the hit, turned his head suddenly, ready to curse. But upon seeing Simu casting a spell, he understood what was happening. Now he couldn't care less about who was warning him and turned back to lie on the chair, continuing to pretend to sleep. If you hear a hit, if you see a punch. After finishing the spell, Simu chuckled to himself, saying, let's test it out first. After saying that, he picked up an enamel basin and put it on his head, chanting, oh no. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the zombies all simultaneously waved their hands, and with their sticks, the basin was smashed to pieces. Simu smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Jala in the room, chanting another spell, and the zombies followed him into the room. Jiu Shu. Lin Ye felt a bit reluctant. Although Jala was somewhat playful, Simu was also a bit excessive. If this continued, wouldn't Jala be half dead? However, Simu didn't care about Lin Ye's persuasion and approached Jala with a grin, raising the stick to hit him. Bang! Want it down. Jala didn't make a sound because he knew his master was trying to set him up. Oh no! Your master hits you, and you don't even say oh no? Simu frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't notice that as soon as he finished speaking, the zombies behind him had all turned to look at him, their sticks raised high. Bang, bang, bang. These zombies had no humanity. Upon hearing oh no, they struck at Simu's head. Oh no! Oh no! After being hit like that, Simu hurriedly covered his head and ran around. Jiu Shu. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward, covering Simu's mouth and whispering, Jiu Shu, if you keep calling out, these corpses will kill you. The corpses were all controlled by Simu's spell. So he naturally knew this and nodded repeatedly. Rest assured. After saying that, he turned to Jala and couldn't help but get angry. You brat. While your master is being hit, you're still here dreaming about the King of Dreams. Master. Jala peeked a glance and saw Simu was a bit angry. So he quickly jumped up from the chair, smiling. Master, I didn't know earlier. I just woke up. You just woke up, you little brat. Simu frowned and reached out to hit Jala. Jala quickly dodged, running in front of Simu and smiling. Master, how did you come back so quickly? I came back early, so you wouldn't slack off at home. So, have you been slacking? Seeing his disciple Jala, Simu was quite happy and asked with a smile. Not at all. Master, I practice every day. Jala quickly shook his head in denial. If he said anything wrong or delayed, he would definitely be scolded by his master again. However, he still couldn't escape. He was rubbed by Simu. Miss your master, right? So obedient. Your master loves you to death. Rubbing Jala's head was one of Simu's favorite hobbies. Go bring my clients inside. This time I brought your junior brother along. Junior brother? Let me see. Jiala then noticed there was another person in the room and didn't expect his master to bring back his uncle's disciple. From now on, he would have someone to fish with. However, his master usually didn't like the disciples his uncle took in, so this junior brother must have some extraordinary qualities. This is my disciple Jiala, your senior brother. Jiala, this is your uncle's new little disciple Lin Ye, your junior brother. Upon hearing this, Jiala's eyes instantly lit up. Senior brother, hello. Lin Ye stepped forward and greeted him proactively. Junior brother, hello, junior brother. Jiala looked at Lin Ye with great interest. Don't be fooled by him calling you senior brother. I has entered the door for less than half a month and is already at the late stage of a mage. Look at him and then look at you. Simu looked at Jiala, and a surge of impulse rose in his heart. Wanted to slap the back of this young and arrogant disciple's head. This kid, although not very capable, thinks highly of himself. Perhaps after he suffers some setbacks, he will realize his own limitations and truly make progress. Why did Simu agree to bring Lin Ye back? On one hand, it was because Lin Ye had made the request, and he had no reason to refuse. On the other hand, Uncle Jiu was really busy, and, as his close master, it was reasonable to take Lin Ye out to see the world. Another reason was that by bringing Lin Ye back, he could give his somewhat slow disciple some pressure, to make him understand how vast the world is and how small he is. Only by doing so could he be motivated. Perhaps, after receiving some encouragement, it would ignite the fighting spirit deep within him, and thus he would strive to improve and make continuous progress. Simu handed the Sanqing bell and oil lamp directly to Jiala. Go, take them back into the house. Oh. Jiala nodded eagerly, shaking the Qingling bell as he led the group into the mortuary. Simu turned and sat down in a chair, saying to Lin Ye, this kid Jiala is just lazy. He can't be let off without discipline. Lin Ye smiled, but said nothing. He had seen in the movies that Jiala was actually not bad. He wasn't particularly lazy, just playful, but that's the nature of youth. If he weren't playful, would he still be called a young person? Once all the clients entered the room, Jiala stopped shaking the bell and slowly walked to the table. He signaled for the living corpses to listen to his commands, needing to act according to the ritual. Similarly, he ordered them to forget all previous instructions. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, living corpses have commands. Forget the sound of the bell. Chapter 80 Master Ikyu Jiala held the Qingling bell and ignited the flames that were attached to the spiritual talisman. When the talisman shattered the ceramic bowl on the table, and the flames met the water, extinguishing, all the walking corpses stood still, unmoving. At this moment, even if the Qingling bell was shaken again, they would not react at all. Of course, the premise was that the oil lamp on the table was still burning. Jiala moved them to the partition against the wall and placed them properly. In front of the partition, he set up a long bench adorned with exquisite incense burners and offerings. Each incense burner had to be lit. After completing this tedious process, Jiala slowly walked out of the morgue. Master, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll go heat up some food for you and junior brother. The four-eyed Daoist casually replied, and then walked towards the ancestor's tablet to pay his respects. Lin Ye looked at the portrait of the ancestor behind him, recalling the spirit summoning technique he had seen in a movie, which must have been for this very ancestor. After the four-eyed Daoist finished paying his respects, he made way for Lin Ye. Holding 3 sticks of incense, Lin Ye respectfully knelt on the mat. Ancestor above, disciple Lin Ye pays his respects. After offering incense, Jiala entered with the food. The four-eyed Daoist was also starving, and after telling Lin Ye to eat casually, he began to wolf down his meal. Lin Ye also buried his head in eating, and to be honest, it was quite delicious. After dinner, the four-eyed Daoist, with elegance, said to Jiala, it's getting late. It's best to rest early. Tonight, let the ground mat be for I, and you can give up your bed. Okay, no problem, Jiala replied with a smile. He didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the other party called him senior brother, so it was only natural to give way to the junior brother. The four-eyed Daoist turned to Lin Ye and said, the room is a bit small, so you'll have to make do tonight. Tomorrow, I'll have Jiala make you a new bed. Lin Ye scratched his head and said, not at all, this is already great. Uncle Master, I could just squeeze in with senior brother, no need for him to sleep on the ground. You decide among yourselves. The four-eyed Daoist nodded with a smile, and then turned to return to his room. Lin Ye followed Jiala back to the inner room. Senior brother, Is there a pond nearby? How about we go take a bath tomorrow? Lin Ye turned to Jiala, his tone full of expectation. Jiala, who was laying out the bedding, turned around and smiled. Yes, just as our water supply at home ran out. Tomorrow, I'll go fetch water. Do you want to come along to bathe? We can also catch some fish and stew them for you to taste. Lin Ye laughed. Great. I'm quite good at catching fish. Lin Ye wasn't lying. In his previous life, during holidays, he often went to the river to fish with electricity. Now that his thunder technique was perfected, catching fish would surely be a piece of cake. Jiala had also finished setting up the bed and said to Lin Ye, "Then it's settled. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll see who catches more fish." Lin Ye chuckled. Sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to catch more than me. When Lin Ye and the four-eyed Daoist returned home, it was already deep into the night. Lin Ye lay down to rest, but just as he was getting drowsy, the morning sun broke free from the night's grasp and quietly climbed up the horizon. The alarm clock in the yard, a crowing rooster, flapped its wings and crowed towards the rising sun. Woken by the piercing call, Lin Ye saw that Jiala was already dressed and ready to go. "Good morning, junior brother." Jiala greeted Lin Ye with a smile as he sat up. "Good morning. Are we heading out?" Lin Ye asked, lazily stretching. Jiala nodded. "Yes, our home is out of water. I'll go fetch a couple of buckets first." "Junior brother, you stayed up late last night. Do you want to sleep a bit more?" "I can go alone." "No, I'll go with you." Lin Ye never liked to lie in bed and immediately got dressed. The two quietly passed by the four-eyed Daoist's room, where the Daoist was immersed in sweet dreams. The loud snoring echoed throughout the room. Lin Ye and Jiala did not disturb him. After getting ready, the two of them took the water buckets and left the house. At this time, the morning light was faint and the sun had not yet fully risen. The mountains were damp, with thin mist swirling around them, and the cloud-covered peaks looked like a mystical painting. The morning glow pierced through the fog, warming them pleasantly. A monk in wide robes, holding a wooden staff, walked in the front, followed by a girl with two ponytails carrying a bamboo basket. The monk had a unique appearance, with an extremely kind face, long and slender eyebrows, and a mole in the center of his forehead, overall resembling a statue of Buddha worshipped in a temple. Full of Buddhist affinity, the girl had rosy cheeks, youthful beauty, dressed in worn-out coarse cloth, with bright, curious eyes that sparkled with freshness towards everything around. The newcomers were none other than Master Ikkyu, the neighbor of the four-eyed Daoist, and his adopted disciple, Ching Ching. Master Ikkyu pushed open his door and stepped inside. "Ching Ching, this is our home, and it's also your home. Do you like it?" Ching Ching's bright eyes seemed to speak, sparkling with joy as she nodded and replied with a smile. "I like it. Much better than wandering around." "Oh." Ching Ching saw that there were still lotus pods placed indoors, emitting a refreshing fragrance, and couldn't help but reach out to peel one. "Don't touch them. Master needs to keep them for medicinal use." Master Ikkyu quickly said. "Master, is there anyone else here besides you?" "Haha, no, just me." "What's the matter?" "Then these." Ching Ching pointed at the lotus pods. "These lotus pods must need someone to take care of them regularly. Otherwise, they would have dried up long ago." "Oh, these." "Before I left, I asked the young man next door to help me water them every day." Master Ikkyu chuckled lightly as he untied the bundle he was carrying. "Ching Ching, you tidy up the room first. I'll go fetch some water." "Okay." Ching Ching nodded and looked around the room. This room had been unoccupied for a long time and was covered in a thin layer of dust. Cleaning this room was not an easy task. Watching Ching Ching quickly start cleaning, Master Ikkyu smiled and left to fetch water. To determine whether a place is suitable for living, the water source is an important issue. It can't be too far away nor too close. Thus, it didn't take long for Lin Ye and his companion to arrive at a pond. This was a spring-fed pond, formed by mountain streams, creating this deep, serene water body. The pond was backed by low cliffs, with a continuous mountain range behind it. The water was clear and slightly cool, and, at a glance, one could see fish swimming joyfully in the water. "Senior brother, weren't you saying you wanted to catch fish? But you're empty-handed. What do you plan to do?" Lin Ye nudged Jiala and asked with a smile. He was still looking forward to having a bowl of fish soup when they returned. "Catch fish? That's not difficult. Just watch." Chapter 81. Unlucky Jiala chuckled and skillfully circled the pond, climbing up the low cliff. Agile as a monkey, Jiala quickly reached the top of the cliff, overlooking the water's surface. The water was cool, and the fish inside appeared somewhat lazy, gathering together as if they were asleep. Jiala fixed his gaze on a spot where the fish were clustered, took off his clothes, and leaped into the air. His body curled up midair, plunging into the water like a cannonball. Boom! Water splashed high. After a short while, Jiala leaped out of the water, holding a plump fish tightly in his hand. Ha! Junior brother, look! I caught a big one. This is amazing. This big guy is enough for us to enjoy. Lin Ye gave a thumbs up and smiled. Wait for me to catch 2 more. Jiala excitedly tossed the fish he was holding toward the shore. Splash! The plump fish landed on the bank, struggling for a moment before settling down. Jiala's cannonball-like action had already left the fish underwater disoriented. Jiala dove back into the water, skillfully rolled twice underwater, and then swam back to the shore. Puff! Jiala emerged from the water, spitting out water, looking quite pleased. How about that, junior brother? Did you see? I caught 2 more fish. Jiala raised both hands, 2 plump fish swaying in his grip, clearly still a bit dazed. Lin Ye smiled, took off his clothes, and plunged into the water. Splash! Soon, Lin Ye leaped out of the water, splashing as he rose, hands held high. He also held 2 fish, looking just as triumphant as Jiala. See, I caught fish too, and mine are even bigger. In fact, Lin Ye had intended to use lightning magic to catch fish, but then thought it would be less fun, so he switched to catching them by hand. That's amazing, Jiala praised with laughter. He was very happy now. He had never had anyone to play with before, and now he finally found a partner. So even catching fish felt incredibly joyful. Jiala! Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the grass by the shore, summoning Jiala's name. Lin Ye and Jiala turned their heads simultaneously to see a big monk in a monk's robe walking out from the grass, carrying a water bucket. Oh, Jiala, what a coincidence, the big monk said with a beaming smile. Master! Upon seeing Master Ishi, Jiala became as excited as a cheerful little fish, splashing water as he ran towards the shore. Master, you're back, he exclaimed joyfully. Master Ishi smiled at the fish in Jiala's hands, then looked at Lin Ye in the water. I returned early this morning, Jiala. How was your master? What a coincidence, master. My master just arrived last night, and you came back early this morning. You two really are fated to meet. Jiala smiled broadly, secretly thinking, these 2 old rivals are definitely going to resume old business. Life might not be easy. Simlimu and Ishi had always been old rivals. Whenever they met, they would engage in grand discussions but never mention moving, thus awkwardly maintaining their neighborly tension. Ah, Simlimu is back too. Ha, and who is this? Jiala patted his chest and said, this is my Sherba's newly accepted disciple, and also my junior brother. My master brought him out to experience the world. Master, you came to fetch water, right? Ha, the water jar at home is empty, and you little rascal just keeps watering without thinking of helping to fill it up. Hee, you've been gone for so long. I didn't know when you'd be back, so I thought I'd take a little break. Jiala rubbed the back of his head a bit shyly, like a mischievous child. He grew up in the mountains, innocent and straightforward, which sometimes made him seem adorably naive. Lin Ye had finished bathing in the water and felt quite comfortable, so he walked up to the shore. I've met the master. I'm Lin Ye. I met the master. Lin Ye slightly bowed, respectfully greeting Master Ishi. Ba, I am Ishi, a neighbor of Simlimu. May I ask for the name of the master of the little Daoist? Master Ishi politely returned the bow and inquired with a warm smile. My master's secular name is Jiu Shu, and he is Simlimu's Shi Jian, currently guarding the righteous cemetery in Renjia town. Oh, so you are the prized disciple of Jiu Shu. Master Ishi evidently admired Jiu Shu's reputation. It's truly unbelievable that such an extraordinary talent has emerged from Jiu Shu's teachings. Master Ishi said with deep emotion, pressing his palms together in front of his chest, silently reciting Ba. There are also methods of observing qi in Buddhism from a distance. He could see Lin Ye's impressive aura, full of spirit, at such a young age. Historically, heroes emerge in chaotic times, so this child is likely to make a great name for himself in the spirit world in the future. Master flatters me. The path of cultivation is a long journey, and I'm just beginning to scratch the surface, Lin Ye humbly replied. While the two were conversing, Jiala had finished fetching water. Master, junior brother, The water is ready. We can head back now. Good. I happen to want to introduce you to a new friend. Master Ishi smiled mysteriously, hung the water bucket on the yoke, and then carried it on his shoulder as he left. New friend? Jiala blinked, just about to pick up the water, but Lin Ye stepped forward to take the water bucket first. Senior brother, let me carry the water. You can take the fish back first. Oh, wait for me. Jiala grabbed a reed as a rope, threaded it through the fish's gills, and chased after them. Don't rush, go slowly, be careful not to fall. How could that be? I'm very familiar with this road. Even if I close my eyes, I can. Before he finished speaking, Jiala stepped into a puddle of excrement, slipped, and fell. Splash! Oh no! Jiala was covered in mud from head to toe. His earlier bath was in vain, and his clothes were soiled. Lin Ye turned around and looked at Jiala lying on the ground, unable to contain himself from laughing. I clearly told you not to carry water. How did you slip? Didn't I say to be careful? You really fell. Ah, who did this? Where's the public spirit? It's driving me crazy. Jiala shouted angrily. Master, you're back? Let me help you. Qing was wiping the furniture inside when she saw Master Ishi returning with water, and she immediately walked over. After a brief outing, Master Ishi returned. Most of the dust on the furniture had been cleared, leaving only some corners and higher places that needed cleaning, which would be saved for last. Master Ishi smiled and said, You continue with your work. I can manage this myself. By the way, I will introduce you to two friends shortly. Okay. Qing blinked her lovely big eyes, curiously looking towards the door. Two friends? She secretly wondered. Outside, a handsome young man was carrying 2 buckets of water. Close behind was a young man covered in mud. Chapter 82. Jiala shows his enthusiasm right after was a muddy young man with a hairstyle resembling a watermelon rind, a confused expression on his face, and a few fish in his hands, as if he had just fallen over, which looked quite amusing. While Qing was examining Lin Ye and the others, Lin Ye also noticed the gaze in front of Master Ishio's door, a handsome face, fair and delicate, with bright, expressive big eyes, looking youthful and sweet. This must be Master Ishio's newly accepted disciple, Qing. Inside the room, Daoist Simu was still in a deep sleep, carrying corpses and selling goods, hiding during the day and moving at night, turning black into white. It's quite a torment for the body, staying up all night. It takes several days for the body to recover. Only Simu practices Taoism, possessing true energy in his body. Sleeping a little longer allows him to recover faster. Lin Ye had already poured water into the water tank. Jialu untied the fish and placed them in a wooden bucket, then poured some water in. Junior brother, wait for me. I need to change my clothes. Let's go next door together. It's been a long time since anyone lived in Master S' house, so it definitely needs help with cleaning, Jialu said to Lin Ye. Don't delay. Change into clean clothes. I'll go over first to see if there's anything that needs help. After saying that, without waiting for Jialu, Lin Ye walked over to the next door. Watching Lin Ye's back, Jialu chuckled and looked at his dirty appearance, feeling a bit frustrated. I'm so stupid, really. How could I not see such a big mess? Master, do you need my help? Lin Ye's voice came from outside the house, followed by him slowly pushing open the door. Inside, Qing was wearing a headscarf, facing away while tidying up the clutter. Hearing someone speak behind her, she stopped wiping and turned around. Upon seeing it was Lin Ye, she called out loudly to the room, Master, someone is looking for you outside. Ah, Ye, you're here. Why hasn't Jiala come yet? Oh, senior brother accidentally fell and got dirty. He'll come over once he washes his clothes, Lin Ye explained with a smile. Master Ishio laughed heartily and then introduced the two to each other. This is my newly accepted disciple, Qing. This is Daoist Simu's nephew from next door. You could just call him Yi. Lin Ye nodded to Qing, then turned to Master Ishio and said, Let me help you with the cleaning. Before Master Ishio could respond, Qing cheerfully said, Great. There are a few cabinets in here that are too high for me to reach. In the humid climate of the mountains, residential buildings are constructed in a stilt style to cope with the damp environment. To protect easily damaged items, they are often placed at higher positions. Shelves nailed to the walls are used to store wooden boxes. Items in the wooden boxes need to be taken out and aired regularly, while garlic, chili, and other dry goods are hung from the beams. Usually, a ladder is needed to access these items. Qing was in a hurry to use the ladder, but couldn't find its location. She couldn't even reach the boxes on the wall by standing on a chair. Just as she was troubled by this, Lin Ye happened to arrive. With his help, the cleaning progress accelerated significantly. By the time Jiu Lu finished washing up and changed his clothes to come over, the cleaning work inside was basically coming to an end, with only the floor left to be wiped. Jiu Lu entered through the window in an unconventional manner and was pleasantly surprised to find the furniture inside, looking brand new. Wow, Master, you've already finished cleaning. Master Ishio shook his head helplessly at Jiu Lu, who had jumped in through the window. You mischievous guy. There's a door, but you insist on coming in through the window. I just saw you needed help. Jiu Lu replied calmly, preparing to join the cleaning work. By the way, Master, who is the new friend you mentioned? Jiu Lu curiously looked around. She lives in the room next door with Yi. Master Ishio pointed to the next room. Although the curtain was down and the scene in the next room couldn't be seen, they could hear the happy voices of the two neighbors. The occasional laughter sounded like silver bells, indicating they were having a cheerful conversation. Wow, it's a girl. Jiu Lu blinked in surprise, not expecting Master Ishio to bring back a beautiful girl. How about that? Not bad, right? This is my new disciple, named Qing. Master Ishio said with a smile, patting Jiu Lu's arm. Don't say Master doesn't consider you. My disciple is quite outstanding. Master Ishio's meaning was obvious. Jiu Lu's cheeks flushed instantly, realizing Master Ishio's intention was to matchmake him. That still depends on her feelings. Go take a look at her. Jiu Lu curiously leaned closer, his face turning red as he peered into the doorway. Master Ishio happened to stand behind Jiu Lu, smiling. Junior brother, do you need my help? Lin Ye looked over at the sound and saw Jiu Lu coming, filled with joy. He was worried about how to slack off, but unexpectedly, help came to him. Senior brother is here. Come help. Oh, leave it to me, Jiu Lu said, walking in with a dazed look. This is my senior brother, Jiu Lu. Lin Ye introduced him to Qing. Qing handed the mop in her hand to Jiu Lu, then noticed his clothes. Your clothes. Before Qing could finish her sentence, Jiu Lu proudly started to show off. What's wrong with my clothes? They're pretty nice, right? Lin Ye was full of question marks upon hearing that. This robe had big patches over small patches, and the collar was worn with holes fraying. How could it be considered nice? Jiu Lu shook the ill-fitting robe on him, looking very happy. This is my master's robe. It took me 8 years to get him to give it to me. Master said he would introduce new friends, so I specially wore it. Master Ishio's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Qing had a strange expression, thinking that this outfit was older than the mop she used. This person's master was too stingy. Lin Ye looked at Jiu Lu's tattered robe, feeling both amused and helpless. No wonder you're taught by the same master. Stinginess is indeed inherited. One is stingier than the other. Luckily, my master, although stingy, is not so to me. Cough, cough. It's indeed nice. But wearing such good clothes, won't it be inconvenient to work? Lin Ye said, trying to suppress his laughter. I'm a master at mopping the floor. Leave this to me. Junior brother, you and Qing can take a break. I'll take care of this. Jiu Lu indeed wanted to show off in front of the girl. Chapter 83. Enemies indeed. Senior brother Jiu Lu is very diligent, much better than my 2 senior brothers who always slack off and annoy our master. Lin Ye saw Jiu Lu's intentions and immediately assisted. Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement after hearing this, and she said to Jiu Lu, thank you. Just in time, the outside also needs cleaning, and I was struggling to manage it all by myself. Your help is truly appreciated. Saying this, she skipped away happily. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking it was not good to stay here as he might be pulled by Jiu Lu to work, so he quickly devised a plan. Ahem, senior brother. I need to go back and see if Uncle Master has woken up. You keep up the good work. After saying this, he swiftly dashed out. In the room, after Jiu Lu watched the two leave, he exchanged glances with Master Ishio. Look at you. Hurry up and mop the floor. Master Ishio pointed at the ground, feeling exasperated. You had the chance, but didn't seize it. Then mop the floor. Jiu Lu looked at the rag in his hand, and then at the departing junior brother and Qing. Since the girl has left, is it necessary to keep showing off? Master, could you help me? My old body, bending over is tough, alas. Master Ishio rubbed his back, looking frail, mumbling to himself as he slowly walked outside. "Master, master." Jiao called out several times, but Master Isho seemed not to hear. Walking faster. "Look how well you're pretending. I don't believe you can't help. Sigh, then I'll mop the floor myself." Jiao sighed, took off his oversized robe, and prepared to start mopping. Without a mop, he could only use the rag to wipe. After washing the rag, he gently wrung it out and pulled it into a long shape, bending over to diligently wipe the floor in the room. Master Isho's room might not be as large as Daoist Simu's, but there was indeed quite a bit of floor to clean. As Jiao wiped the floor, he entertained himself, occasionally humming a tune. After finishing one line of humming, he had nearly reached the other end of the room. Daoist Simu woke up leisurely, stretching with a big yawn as he walked out of the bedroom. After a night of quality sleep, he felt completely refreshed, but suddenly his stomach rumbled with hunger. So he struggled to get up. "Wow, the sun is already high. I bet Jiao has made breakfast by now." Daoist Simu mumbled to himself as he walked towards the kitchen. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, Daoist Simu perked up his nose and caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, intensifying his hunger. "Oh, hi, it's you in the kitchen. Where is Jiao?" Daoist Simu asked in surprise, seeing Lin Ye busily working by the stove. "Oh, senior brother Jiao went next door to clean up at the master's house. I was hungry, so I made some simple food." Lin Ye turned around and smiled. "What? That guy actually went to clean at that stinky monk's house?" Daoist Simu immediately exploded in anger. He didn't even prepare breakfast. It's simply going to starve his master. The key is he has cleaning someone else's floor. However, suddenly, Daoist Simu's expression changed, looking somewhat displeased, and he asked Lin Ye, "Why did he suddenly go there to clean? Has that monk returned?" "Yes. The master next door returned this morning and even brought a disciple." Lin Ye nodded in confirmation. "What? It really is him, that damned monk, as soon as he returns? I have to suffer again." Daoist Simu complained. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. Daoist Simu's expression became somewhat awkward. He rubbed his belly and glanced at the pot on the stove. "Ah, what did you make? It smells so good. I saw that the hen in the yard just laid eggs, so I made a steamed egg custard." "Uncle Master, you must be hungry. Would you like a bowl?" When it came to food, Daoist Simu couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly took the bowl. "I'm about to starve. Another bowl, please." Then, under Lin Ye's incredulous gaze, Daoist Simu polished off the entire pot of egg custard in one go. If Lin Ye hadn't been quick to scoop some into a bowl early, he would have had nothing. "You really are hungry. You can eat anything." Looking at the empty bowl on the table, Lin Ye sighed. How did you make this egg custard? It's so delicious." Daoist Simu asked, burping in confusion. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. It must be that Uncle Master was too hungry. When you're starving, everything tastes good. Saying this, he placed the empty bowl back on the table. "Uncle Master, what are the plans for today? Are you going to send those clients back?" Daoist Simu rubbed his belly and nodded. "Exactly. The sooner we send them back, the sooner we can receive the compensation we deserve." Now that he was awake, full of energy, he could escort these clients home. The sooner we send them back, the sooner we can ease the worries of their families. The feeling of home is embedded in the hearts of every Chinese child. This is also the mission of the corpse drivers. Lin Ye smiled and asked, "Uncle Master, do you need my help?" Daoist Simu stared at Lin Ye, pondered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile. "No need. I can do it myself. I'll set off tonight. I can be back before dawn. Let us go, I'll check on that kid. Leave these bowls. Let Jiao wash them later," Daoist Simu said, turning to leave the kitchen. Lin Ye followed behind him, all smiles. What a coincidence. Their thoughts were actually in sync. Washing dishes was absolutely out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. "Oh, finally done." Jiao stood up after finishing the last section of the floor, stretching his sore back and admiring his hard work with satisfaction. This house hadn't been lived in for years, so naturally, the floor hadn't been cleaned a long time either. There was a thick layer of dust on the floor, making it extremely difficult to clean, so he had to wipe it once, and then change the water to wipe it again. That meant he wiped it twice. "Jiao, take a break." Jiao felt a bit embarrassed at this remark and scratched his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his master entering with a graceful stride, his robes fluttering. Lin Ye was smiling and following behind, looking eager to watch the show. "Master." Jiao's smile froze on his face. His master's appearance seemed to hint at an ominous sign. Master Ishio and Qingqing also gazed at Daoist Simu. Simu, long time no see. I truly didn't want to see you again. Daoist Simu replied bluntly, his face stern. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. These two were indeed enemies. Chapter 84. Two old rascals. Master Ikkyu seemed indifferent, just smiling at the girl beside him, Qingqing, and said, "Quickly greet the Taoist priest." Qingqing obediently bowed. "Hello, Taoist priest." "Hi, ma'am," Simu replied expressionlessly. To his surprise, this stinky monk had brought back a naive disciple, and a girl at that. What on earth was he planning to do? Was he trying to have his disciple elope with Jiala? Simu felt he had uncovered the essence of this conspiracy, and he was so angry that even his nose was crooked. It turned out that behind Jiala's enthusiasm, there was such a scheme. He actually didn't clean the house or cook in the morning, but ran over here to clean the floor. This was the root of the problem. Stinky monk, you are truly a cunning person. Do you want to cut off my support? Just wait. I will definitely expose your trickery. Master, is this the Simu Taoist priest you often mention? Qingqing blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at Simu, and quietly asked, "Ah, so this is Jiala's master. His clothes look so worn out. He has worn this outfit for 8 years. That is really frugal." Simu's ears perked up, and he immediately glared. What did he say about me? What good words could this stinky monk say about me? He must have slandered me in front of his disciple. Master Ikkyu quickly signaled to Qingqing with his eyes, "Disciple, think carefully about what to say." Qingqing reassured Master Ikkyu with her gaze. "Don't worry, master, leave it to me." "Oh, my master says you are kind-hearted, upright, and have spent your life exorcising demons, preferring to kill wrongly than to let one escape." Simu narrowed his eyes, suspiciously glancing at Ikkyu, his expression gradually softening. Did this stinky monk really say that about me? He also said that you are meticulous with your disciples, and even if they make mistakes, you neither hit nor scold them. Only say, "Master loves you to death." After a bit of banter, Qingqing smiled slightly, casting a reassuring glance at Master Ikkyu. Master Ikkyu secretly gave a thumbs up to Qingqing, thinking, what a clever disciple, performing exceptionally well. The anger on Simu's face unknowingly faded, disappearing from the initial indignation upon entering the room. Master once said that when you two meet, it's like long-lost brothers. After casting a smiling glance at Ikkyu, Simu couldn't help but curl his lips. Me and him, long-lost brothers? It's absolutely absurd. What does it feel like to be long-lost? It feels like a reunion after many years, emotions intertwined, rendering one speechless. I SNT that so, master. Qingqing cleverly eased the tense atmosphere in the room. Master Ikkyu said with a smile, "That's right. I see he indeed has nothing to say." Simu snorted coldly. "See if I have nothing to say. You mute." After the verbal sparring with Master Ikkyu came to a pause, Simu's tone softened a lot, and he began to praise Qingqing. "You are both clever and adorable." Jiala, seeing his master's good impression of Qingqing, felt delighted and quickly said, "Master, let us have a cup of tea with the master. I'll go get breakfast. You just say it's good, okay?" Simu's face darkened, but he finally replied with a grunt. Jiala felt happy in his heart and turned to head to the kitchen. "Qingqing, go help out." Master Ikkyu quickly called to his disciple. Qingqing nodded and turned to follow Jiala into the kitchen. Seeing that the disciples had mostly left, Simu glanced at Ikkyu and Lin Ye. "I sit down." "Sit." Ikkyu nodded and turned to sit opposite Simu. Lin Ye felt that something big was about to happen. In a movie, these two old rascals would start their battle right here. He decided to move a bit further away. "Jiu Shu, I'll go sit in the corner." After saying that, he picked up a stool and sat in the corner to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. All right. Simu did not object, as every time he and Ikkyu met, they would end up with bruises, so it was better for I to stay further away. Ikkyu just smiled and said nothing. Simu chuckled as he picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. Looking at Ikkyu, he said, "Have some tea." Good. Ikkyu smiled, just about to pick up the teacup when a hand came down. It was none other than Simu. He stared at Ikkyu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "You drink." "All right." Ikkyu smiled faintly, lifting the teacup to his mouth. Simu saw this and quickly pressed it down. But just after he pressed it down, Ikkyu lifted it up again. This cycle continued, and they didn't know how many times it happened. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously lifted their other hands to raise the teacup, swallowing it in one gulp. Good tea, good tea. Master Ikkyu laughed and placed the teacup on the table. Simu chuckled, leaning on the table. It's been so long since we last met. I thought you went to the Western Paradise. With that push, Master Ikkyu's eyes turned red. I've been there, but they asked me to bring you along. Saying this, he quickly exerted himself, standing up directly from the stool and pushing against Simu. The two walked around the table in the living room, neither willing to give way. Seeing this situation, Lin Ye knew it was bad and quickly said, Jiu Shu, Master Ikkyu, why don't you just let it go? But neither responded, and instead they pushed harder. Master Ikkyu saw a cactus in the corner and burst out laughing. Simu was still puzzled, not knowing what was going on, but Lin Ye saw through it at a glance. Knowing Master Ikkyu wanted to push Simu into the cactus, and quickly reminded, Jiu Shu, be careful the cactus behind you. Ah! Simu was startled. Taking advantage of this moment, Master Ikkyu laughed loudly again and suddenly exerted force. Simu was caught off guard and pushed to the corner, right against the cactus. Jiu Shu! Lin Ye exclaimed and rushed forward to hold Simu back. With this push, Simu avoided crashing into the cactus. And Ikkyu also took half a step back. Ha ha! Simu laughed several times, turning to Lin Ye. Jiu Shu really loves you to death. After saying this, he looked at Master Ikkyu and chuckled. Ikkyu, how about it? I have a disciple. Oomph. Master Ikkyu snorted, but said nothing. At this moment, Jiala came in carrying a table. Master, shitty master, it's time to eat. Simu and Master Ikkyu glanced at Jiala, then turned to grab stools and sat together. Aye, come eat. Simu granjet at Lin Ye. Lin Ye knew that these two old rascals had not finished their fight. So he picked up a steamed bun from the table, stood at the door, and said, Jiu Shu, master, I'll eat at the door. You continue. The two said nothing, just stared at each other, flames of anger igniting in their eyes. Bang! It was as if the two had made an agreement. Both hands pressed against the table. Chapter 85. Fermented tofu double shot. Jiala noticed something was off and quickly got up, holding his bowl while heading towards the door, not forgetting to remind Jingjing, Jingjing, do you want to eat over there? But Jingjing clearly had not realized the seriousness of the situation and tilted her head, asking, why go eat over there? That's rude. All right then. Jiala saw that his reminder was of no use and said no more, turning to stand with Lin Ye. Now only Simu, Jingjing, and Master Ishio remained at the table. Master Ishio smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to grab some tofu. Bang! Just as he steadied his chopsticks, Simu suddenly clamped down on Master Ishio's chopsticks. Master Ishio frowned a bit, somewhat displeased. However, he still loosened his grip on the chopsticks and took a sip of the thin porridge. Simu pretended that nothing had happened, sipping his porridge while keeping an eye on Ishio. Master Ishio smiled. He had already guessed what Simu was thinking. Suddenly, he stretched his chopsticks towards the plate on the table. Simu would not back down and raised his chopsticks to grab it, but due to using too much force, his chopsticks got stuck on the table and wouldn't budge. Simu kept pulling up his chopsticks, but they wouldn't come out. For a moment, it was extremely awkward. He glanced around at the others, his face turning red. At this moment, Master Ishio picked up a piece of tofu and waved it in front of Simu, his face showing a faint smile. But to Simu, that smile seemed somewhat boastful. He suddenly swung his hand and slapped down on Master Ishio's chopsticks. Whoosh, the tofu on the chopsticks flew out and landed right on Jingjing's face. One piece, two pieces, more and more tofu stuck to Jingjing's face. Only then did Jingjing realize the seriousness of the situation. Pouting her lips and turning to head for the door, Jiala saw Jingjing coming over and quickly stepped forward, using his chopsticks to scrape the tofu off her face. See? I told you to dodge a bit. Look, it's a fermented tofu double shot. Ah! Jingjing was even angrier, stepping on Jiala's foot before turning and leaving. Jingjing! Jiala's face turned ugly as he hugged his foot, pacing in place. Eating pickles, eating peanuts. The battle on the table grew fiercer. Simu and Master Ishio each grabbed a plate, continuously throwing food at each other. Just die from eating. In a fit of anger, Simu directly flung a plate of peanuts at Master Ishio's face. As luck would have it, 2 peanuts from that plate shot right into Master Ishio's nostrils. Ha ha. Seeing this, Simyumu couldn't help but laugh loudly. Master Ishio was momentarily stunned, and looking at Simyumu's laughing face, he smiled slightly and tilted his head back, spitting out the 2 peanuts. Whoosh! The 2 peanuts flew straight towards Simyumu's mouth. Simyumu instinctively closed his mouth, staring at Master Ishio, momentarily speechless. Ha ha! Drink your porridge. Master Ishio was somewhat pleased, lifting his bowl to prepare to drink. Seeing this, Simyumu felt a surge of indescribable anger, and, taking advantage of the moment Master Ishio was not paying attention, suddenly kicked him right in the crotch. Being kicked like that. Master Ishio naturally felt uncomfortable and instinctively raised the bowl in his hand to splash Simyumu. But Simyumu was already on guard and managed to dodge. Didn't hit me. I'm done playing. You're being unreasonable. Master Ishio, furious, hunched over and walked outside. Master, do you need me to help you? Jala quickly approached. But Master Ishio, having been kicked, was already in too much pain to say anything and turned to walk outside. Master, Lin Ye quickly called out. Still no response. Master Ishio continued walking out. Ha ha ha! Simyumu had gained the upper hand, laughing heartily as he handed his shoes to Jala, pinching Jala's face with a smile. Jala, you're so good. Master loves you. Help Master wash the shoes clean. These 2 old rascals would have no good days ahead. Jala smiled helplessly. Having one such master at home was already exhausting enough, but with that old rascal next door, Jala felt like he was about to be played to death. But what can be done? It's already like this, so I can only let it develop. Jala, keep an eye on your master. I'll go check on Master Ishio. Lin Ye turned to glance at Jala. Oh! Jala was tidying up the table and nodded. Arriving at Master Ishio's door, Lin Ye gently knocked on the door. Master Ishio. The door creaked open, and Jingjing appeared at the doorway, sternly questioning, What are you doing here? Hasn't my master had enough of being bullied by you all? Lin Ye frowned. I didn't bully Master Ishio. It is often said that women can be unreasonable at times. Jingjing was even more so, completely ignoring the truth, coldly huffing. I don't care, you and that Daoist must have colluded. Stop wasting time here. This. Lin Ye felt a bit awkward. Before he could finish speaking, Master Ishio's voice came from inside. Jingjing, let Yi in. Jingjing shot him a glare, huffed in displeasure, then signaled for Lin Ye to follow her inside. As soon as they stepped in, they saw Master Ishio calmly, sitting on the cushion. Yi, please sit. Master Ishio performed a Buddhist greeting. Lin Ye smiled and returned the gesture, sitting across from Master Ishio. Master, my uncle has this temperament. Please bear with him, Lin Ye said somewhat awkwardly. The pain of such a man is something only men can understand. Although Master Ishio was a monk, he was still a man after all, and perhaps after being kicked by Simyumu, he was already in pain. However, Master Ishio seemed unfazed and laughed. It did hurt a bit just now, but now this poor monk is fine. Oh, Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. One would think that after being kicked like that, a normal person would at least be in pain for a day or 2 before feeling better. How could Master Ishio recover so quickly? Could it be that he was saying this for the sake of face? Master Ishio smiled and said, Yi, you don't need to worry. That kick from Simyumu was not light, but this poor monk has some internal martial arts training, so that kick didn't actually hurt me. Seeing Master Ishio say this, Lin Ye could only nod. All right, but if something happens, please don't hold back. Although it might not necessarily be useful, it is still part of the body. Master Ishio's mouth twitched. Was there really not a normal person among the Maoshan people? Was it appropriate to say such things to a monk? Lin Ye evidently realized something was off and quickly said, Master, I didn't mean it like that. Master, I have a bit of business to attend to. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Lin Ye fled in a hurry. Chapter 86. System Mall. After returning to his room, Lin Ye took out yellow paper and cinnabar from his bundle. That's right. He was going to draw a purple talisman. If his guess was correct, Daoist Qianhe would pass by here tomorrow, so he had to prepare early, operating the true qi. He should be transmitting the true qi to the tip of the brush, right? Never mind, let's just give it a try. Lin Ye ran his true qi, covering the tip of the brush with it, dipped it in a bit of cinnabar, and then wrote the words Jiu Shu on the yellow paper. A miraculous thing happened. At the moment the last stroke was completed, the whole sheet of yellow paper suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light lasted for a few breaths, and when it faded, a purple talisman full of Daoist charm, was completed. Lin Ye was sweating profusely and let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that drawing a purple talisman would consume half of his true qi. It seems that relying on the quantity of purple talismans to win is not very realistic. However, it should be somewhat useful against that royal zombie, right? It's better to prepare a few more. With this thought, Lin Ye shook his head helplessly and then took out a thermos and gulped down a big mouthful. After the system simplified the great cave true scripture, drinking water not only improved his cultivation, but also replenished his true qi. I have to say, the system's products are indeed top-notch. I just remembered, has the hardware update been completed? System? Ding, it's been updated early. What the heck? Why didn't you say anything? You didn't ask. System, the logic is sound, the energy is strong. Lin Ye was speechless. The last time he felt this speechless was during the last incident. Fine. I'll concede you have a point. Now tell me what updates you've made. Ding. This system update has loaded the mall plugin. Lin Ye was full of question marks. Mall? ISNT, there always one? You even sold me diapers before. Cough. That was just a small stall of this system. Now, this system has opened a supermarket. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. What the hell? A small stall turned into a supermarket. Fine. Show me what S in the mall. Ding. The mall permissions have been opened for the host. Please browse freely. Gift of system, space, 1. The host will enjoy a 20% discount on the first order. Suddenly, a supermarket interface, similar to a discount store, appeared before Lin Ye. Let me see. Categories, elixirs, magical tools, daily necessities. That's it? Just that? Ding. It's not that the system has few items. If I show you more, you'll just be anxious. How so? Of course. It's because you can't afford them. Lin Ye. Too much. As if I could afford what you have now. Lin Ye pointed at an item in the mall and questioned. Come on, tell me why this brush costs 79 each? Ding, it's a special brush for drawing talismans. Original price 199, now only 79. 9. Does this thing have any special functions? ISNT, it's just an ordinary brush. You sell it for 79? Are you robbing me? Ding, is 79 too expensive? Sometimes you should reflect on your own reasons, okay? It hasn't increased since the simplification. Have you seriously earned from the simplification? Lin Ye's breath caught. Impressive. You're impressive. I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going to draw talismans. At least the system also gave 1M of system space, so this time he wouldn't argue with it. Time quietly passed by, and after Lin Ye had drawn more than a dozen purple talismans, it was already late. Time to sleep. However, as soon as Lin Ye closed his eyes, he was devastated. At this moment, he deeply felt the pain of the four-eyed Daoist. Do you know what dang means? The sound of wooden fish grew louder and louder. That damn monk is banging the wooden fish again. Is there no peace for sleeping? The four-eyed Daoist had just sent off a client and had barely laid down when Master Ishio's wooden fish chanting echoed in. I can't take it anymore. Coconut shells are useless. Small bowls are useless. Cotton 1T work, and even the wit can't block you. The four-eyed Daoist couldn't stand it anymore and rummaged through a box of gold bars, hugging it and heading to the opposite door. Just as Jala finished making the bed, he saw this scene and couldn't help but ask, Master, it's not dawn yet. Where are you going? To buy a house. The four-eyed Daoist said without looking back. Bang! The four-eyed Daoist pushed open Master Ishio's door and, holding his head high, said to Master Ishio, Monk, come here. Master Ishio wasn't angry and smiled, saying, Good morning, Daoist brother. You came so early just to pay your respects. What a sin. Shut your mouth. How much for your house? So you don't bother me. The four-eyed Daoist said with an air of authority while patting the box he was holding. Speak. How much? Master Ishio looked at the box with a puzzled expression, and when he saw what was inside, he exaggeratedly said, Oh, so many gold bars? The four-eyed Daoist snorted coldly and ignored him. Seeing this, Master Ishio shook his head with a smile. Daoist, we are good neighbors. This is fate. How can fate be bought with money? Hey, I'm asking you, what will it take for you to move? I plan to chant scriptures and recite the Buddha here until I reach nirvana. Master Ishio chanted a Buddhist name and walked back and forth. Fine. I'll keep my eyes wide open and watch you until you die. The four-eyed Daoist said out of spite, then turned to leave with his box. But when he looked up, he found a clay doll on the table. The four-eyed Daoist suddenly had an idea. So he turned around and pretended to be serious, saying to Master Ishio, "Monk, what I just said was nonsense. Why does this clay doll look so much like you?" A hint of satisfaction flashed in Master Ishio's eyes as he said, "Oh, it was Qin Qing who made it based on my likeness." "Oh, can you give it to me?" Master Ishio generously said, "Sure. If you like it, take it." Hearing this, the four-eyed Daoist was delighted and pressed for more. "Then can you sign it for me?" "Sure. No problem. But signing isn't sincere enough. How about leaving a handprint?" Master Ishio took the clay doll and thoughtfully pressed his handprint on the bottom. On the other side, Jala was by the window watching all of this unfold and couldn't help but wonder, what is Master going to do with that clay doll? Lin Ye heard the commotion and walked out of his room, shaking his head. "Don't look. There's going to be something even better soon." The four-eyed Daoist returned with the box and the clay figure. Jala quickly greeted him, and before he could speak, the four-eyed Daoist pointed at Jala and said, "Set up the altar. It's not dawn yet." The four-eyed Daoist glared. "Do we still need to pick a time?" "Hurry up." Jala scratched his head, a bit confused, but since Master had ordered it, there must be a reason for it. So he quickly brought in a table and set up the ritual altar. Chapter 87. China only plays peak matches Master. Are you trying to trick the Master again? Jia Lu is not stupid. He caught on when the altar was just set up. Daoist Si Mu raised an eyebrow and glared at Jia Lu. "You don't need to worry about it. Just stay to the side." Upon hearing this, Jia Lu didn't dare to say more and quickly moved to the side. At this moment, Daoist Si Mu picked up the clay doll and carefully scraped off Master Ishio's fingerprint with a small knife, wrapping it in a yellow talisman. Then, he joined his fingers together, cast a spell to ignite the yellow talisman, and threw it onto the prepared scarecrow. On the other side, Master Ishio was striking the wooden fish. Suddenly, a strange force surged in, and Master Ishio threw the wooden fish away. But that wasn't the end. Master Ishio suddenly lost control and overturned the table, then began to dance uncontrollably like a puppet on strings. Hearing the commotion, Jing rushed out. "Master, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Master Ishio was already under Daoist Si Mu's spell and couldn't control himself, pulling Jing around the room. "Master, what are you doing?" "I don't know what I'm doing." At this moment, Daoist Si Mu inserted a bamboo stick into the scarecrow and hit Master Ishio's laughing point. "Ha, I've been hit on the laughing point. Quickly help me undo it." Jing, ha. Jing, upon hearing this, didn't dare to delay and hurried into the house to find silver needles. At this moment, Master Ishio was controlled by Daoist Si Mu to pull out a decayed tooth. Jing came out and was stunned by this scene, quickly inserting a silver needle. "Not this side." Jing quickly switched sides and inserted again. This time it was correct, but it needs to go deeper. Upon hearing this, Jing quickly pushed it in with force. Bang! Master Ishio fell straight to the ground. "I've been controlled. Quickly use garlic." Jing. Jing looked up and saw garlic hanging from the beam. So she quickly ran over, grabbed the beam, and performed a hanging hook to get the garlic. After landing, without time to rest, she hurriedly stuffed the garlic into Master Ishio's mouth. Once Master Ishio broke free from the control, he grabbed the lotus mirror and dragged Jing to find Daoist Si Mu for revenge. Next, Daoist Si Mu was pranked by Master Ishio and Jing. And in the end, he had to drink an entire jar of sesame oil before it was over. Lin Ye watched the show from behind the door crack, yawned, and went back to catch up on sleep. As for whether Master Ishio would chant scriptures, of course not. While Master Ishio was out, Lin Ye had hidden all the paraphernalia. The next day, after lunch, Lin Ye was standing in the courtyard as usual. At this moment, he noticed a group of people approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Daoist Qianhe and his entourage. Daoist Si Mu quickly went to greet them. Lin Ye and Jia Lu also hurried to follow. Seeing Daoist Si Mu come out, Daoist Qianhe's brows brightened. He hadn't seen his junior brother since their last parting. Then, Daoist Qianhe stepped forward and saluted, calling out, Junior brother. Daoist Si Mu returned the greeting. Daoist Qianhe. Master Ishio approached with his prayer beads and nodded. Master Ishio, it's good to see you. Daoist Qianhe returned the greeting and looked towards Lin Ye. He then inquired, Junior brother, who is this? Oh, I was just about to introduce you. This is my nephew Lin Ye, the new disciple of Master Lin Fengjiao, here to train with me. Nephew, this is Daoist Qianhe. You should call him Uncle Master. Daoist, see Mu worried Lin Ye wouldn't know. And didn't he forget to introduce him? Uncle Master. Lin Ye raised his head and saluted. Daoist Qianhe's eyes lit up, just about to say something when a voice that was neither male nor female interrupted from behind. Hey, what are you stopping for? Wu Guanshi from the coffin escort team waved a handkerchief, asking Daoist Qianhe flamboyantly and domineeringly. Oh, Wu Guanshi, I came to ask my junior brother for some glutinous rice. Daoist Qianhe replied as he turned around. Lin Ye looked over at the sound and found it quite an eyesore. Yin-yang person with a rotten butt. Glutinous rice? Wu Guanshi was about to ask more when the young prince on the sedan suddenly spoke. Wu Shilang, let us take a break here. Upon hearing this, Wu Guanshi immediately changed his tone, saying, all right, everyone, take a break. Jialo, bring the glutinous rice to Uncle Master. Daoist Si Mu said at this time. Oh, Jia Lu responded and turned to get the glutinous rice. Meanwhile, Daoist Si Mu approached the golden coffin, took a look, and asked, copper-horned, gold coffin, wrapped in ink line net, could it be that inside is? That's right, it's a zombie. Daoist Qianhe replied. Then why not burn it? Daoist Si Mu asked in confusion. Hearing this, Daoist Qianhe sighed helplessly. This zombie is from a royal family in the borderlands. It can't be burned. We must transport it to the capital as soon as possible for the emperor's disposal. It's already the republic. Who has an emperor? Lin Ye muttered softly. There is no emperor, but for those relics of the past, their emperor still exists. Daoist Qianhe said in a low voice. At this moment, Master Ishio spoke up. Daoist Qianhe, why don't you take down the tent and let it absorb some sunlight to reduce the corpse chi? Daoist Qianhe thought this made sense and called for people from all directions to prepare to dismantle the tent. Just then, Jialu returned with a bag of glutinous rice in hand. Daoist Si Mu took the glutinous rice and handed it to Daoist Qianhe, saying, Junior brother, I hope you won't need this bag of glutinous rice. Daoist Qianhe nodded. He also hoped not to need this bag of glutinous rice. At that moment, Lin Ye pulled out several corpse-restraining purple talismans and stuffed them into Daoist Qianhe's hands. Uncle Master, you must be extra careful while out. These purple talismans are made by me. Consider them a token of my care, and you must keep them safe. Also, those relics of the past are parasites sucking blood off the common people. If you encounter any danger, don't risk your life for them. It's not worth it. Daoist Qianhe was taken aback upon hearing this. Although it sounded like a farewell, the concern was genuine, and he felt deeply moved. His senior brother taught a good disciple. At this moment, Wu Shilang started to cause trouble again. Hey, it's time to set off. Stop talking so much. Time set off. Everyone frowned. This Wu Shilang is really annoying. All right, junior brother, I won't disturb you any longer. We'll meet again. Daoist Si Mu waved his hand. Goodbye, senior brother. Lin Ye and Jia Lu hurriedly saluted. Take care, Uncle Master. Master Ishio clasped his hands together and bowed. Ba, Daoist Qianhe, have a smooth journey. Daoist Qianhe smiled and returned the salute, saying, Master, take care. We will meet again. Daoist Qianhe led his people to continue on their way, while Jiala stared at the golden coffin for a while, sighing. This coffin must be very valuable. Daoist Si Mu said, Of course, it's made of gold. Chapter 88. What to do about the other party's heavenly agent? Well, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely work hard to make money and buy a set exactly like it to honor you, Master. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye burst out laughing. No wonder it's Jiala. Is he hoping his master turns into a zombie, or hoping for his early demise? Truly a grand display of filial piety. Daoist Si Mu glared, looking at his disciple in disbelief. Master Ishio couldn't he help but laugh. You really have a good heart for filial piety, he. Just then, a low rumble of thunder came from afar. Hearing the thunder, Daoist Si Mu sighed. Alas, I hope they are okay. As night fell, the rain that had been brewing all afternoon finally poured down. The sky flashed with lightning and roared with thunder. Daoist Si Mu stood at the door, watching the torrential rain, and couldn't he help but worry for Daoist Qianhe. It hasn't rained in a long time. Why is it raining now? It must be that the heavens drank too much water. Jiao was having his usual fits. Daoist Simu shot him a glance and asked, "Why does it snow then?" Realizing that Daoist Simu was in a bad mood, Jiao weakly replied, "Snow? Snow is the heavens' poop. Then thunder is a fart? Wind is the heavens breathing heavily? What about earthquakes? Speak." Jiao's voice grew smaller, finally resembling a mosquito's buzz. "Earthquakes mean finding a place to hide. Master, good night." With that, he dashed back into the house. After Jiao left, Daoist Simu expressed some concern. "I wonder how my junior brother is doing?" Luckily, the tent hasn't been taken down. At this moment, Lin Ye looked towards the direction where Daoist Qian He and the others had left and said to Daoist Simu, "Uncle Master, I'm going out for a bit." As he spoke, Lin Ye picked up a paper umbrella and prepared to head out. The group with Daoist Qian He was moving slowly due to transporting the coffin, and they shouldn't have gone too far. He wanted to take a look. "Kid, what are you doing?" Daoist Simu hurriedly asked. "I'm a bit worried about Uncle Qian He. Seeing that coffin today made my heart race. I'm afraid something might happen." As Lin Ye spoke, he ran out. Lin Ye's words made Daoist Simu a bit anxious as well. "Jiao, watch the house properly." After saying this, Daoist Simu also took a paper umbrella and followed him out. Lin Ye moved quickly, and Daoist Simu found it a bit hard to keep up with him. At this moment, Lin Ye was determined to hurry. If possible, he hoped to save Daoist Qian He. After all, he was Uncle Jiu's junior brother. Actually, Lin Ye hadn't planned to get involved. He had already given the necessary warnings. Sending a few purple talismans to Daoist Qian, he was already his maximum effort. He hadn't forgotten his valuable status in front of zombies. The emergence of that zombie was destined, and no one could stop it. The frontier royal family had also gone through a thunder tribulation. If they took another sip of Taoist blood, the buffs would be stacked. Plus, with Manager Wu as a pig teammate, it would be hard for Daoist Qian He to survive. Unless Daoist Qian He didn't take this job. But in this line of work, the most taboo is betrayal. If you take the job and don't do it, who would dare to come to you again? Thinking of this, Lin Ye sighed helplessly, then quickened his pace, hoping it wasn't too late. A fierce wind and torrential rain arrived suddenly. Daoist Qian He and his group immediately stopped and began to set up camp. At this moment, Daoist Qian He was quite relieved that the tent over the coffin hadn't been taken down. Otherwise, it would have been a big trouble. However, soon Daoist Qian He's expression changed, as the rain was pouring down more heavily, accompanied by strong winds. The small tent above the coffin couldn't block the rain at all. In just a moment, the coffin was soaked through, and the ink on the ink line was slowly washed away by the rain. Seeing that things were not looking good, Daoist Qian He quickly glanced at the tent that had already been set up and said, "Manager Wu, let the coffin go inside first." Manager Wu, holding a tissue, asked in a delicate voice, "Why?" Daoist Qian He explained, "The ink line is starting to dissolve." "Oh, that won't do." Manager Wu let out a long "oh," as if he were being scolded, then directly refused. Daoist Qian He, seeing this, anxiously said, "Just wait. Wait is fine, but not now." Manager Wu didn't even let Daoist Qian He finish speaking, directly rejecting him. And after speaking, he turned his but to find the young prince. "Seventh brother, we need to go into the camp." The young prince nodded. "Let us lift the sedan," Manager Wu said cheerfully. After sending the young prince into the tent, the soldiers finally came over to push the coffin. However, with the rain, the ground was too muddy, and the golden coffin sank a bit, as it was too heavy. "Push harder," they shouted from all directions. Dozens of people used all their strength to push the golden coffin. Not long after the coffin was pushed, a sudden gust of wind came, and the heavy rain inexplicably stopped. The group, feeling slightly relieved, did not expect a strange bolt of lightning to strike down, hitting the golden coffin directly. With a crack, the tent above was instantly torn apart, and the soldiers pushing the coffin were struck by the lightning, their faces distorted, and they fell to the ground. Daoist Qian He's heart trembled, sensing an ominous presence approaching. However, before he could act, the coffin lid slowly began to push open, accompanied by a creaking sound. Daoist Qian He quickly shouted, "Bring me a rope! Hurry!" The disciples nearby hurriedly obeyed, and Daoist Qian He jumped onto the coffin, pressing down on the lid that had come loose. He received the thick rope and, with the help of two disciples, quickly retied the coffin. However, Daoist Qian He underestimated the royal zombie inside the golden coffin. The zombie was extremely violent. After being bound, it struggled fiercely, tearing apart the ropes and the ink-line net. At the same time, the coffin lid was also flung off, dragging Daoist Qian He down. As the golden coffin was as heavy as metal, Daoist Qian He, with the help of two disciples, struggled to push the coffin lid away. At this moment, the zombie had leaped out and grabbed one disciple, baring its teeth to bite. In a critical moment, a thick wooden stake flew in, saving the disciple. It was Lin Ye and Daoist Simu who had arrived. Next, Lin Ye leaped up, and a purple talisman was stuck to the zombie's forehead. The zombie immediately froze in place. However, before the group could rejoice, the talisman suddenly ignited in flames, and the royal zombie began to struggle again. This scene frightened Daoist Simu beside them. It was clearly already subdued. "Senior brother, nephew, be careful. This zombie has become sentient," Daoist Qian He warned. At that moment, Daoist Simu swung the copper sword in his hand and slashed at the royal zombie. The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed in their ears. The zombie cried out in pain, but was completely unaffected. Daoist Simu's copper sword was extraordinary. It was not just a copper sword, but a magical sword. It was forged from fine copper and then personally refined by Daoist Simu before it could be completed. But even so, it only made the royal zombie let out a miserable cry. At this moment, Daoist Simu exerted all his strength and struck out again. Crack! The magical sword actually broke. This, Daoist Simu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 89. The royal zombie, unafraid of thunder magic. Lin Ye sensed the imminent danger and quickly activated the thunder magic. 9 heavens, profound calamity, transform into divine thunder. With the might of heaven, I summon thee. Boom! The thunderclouds that had just dissipated gathered once more, and a massive bolt of lightning, carrying the wrath of the heavenly Tao, poured down. Under the lightning, the royal zombie fell straight to the ground, its clothes tattered and charred smoke slowly rising. Daoist Qian He was completely stunned. 5 thunder magic, perfected, just when everyone thought the zombie was dead. Lin Ye's expression changed as he grabbed the 2 disciples of Daoist Qian He and retreated. "He is not dead. Get back." Daoist Qian He and Daoist Simu also hurriedly grabbed a disciple each and flew back. Suddenly, the royal zombie shot up into the air, howling at the sky. Then it focused its gaze on the tent, sensing the bloodline of its desired kin within. At that moment, 3 elite guards at the entrance stood their ground, undeterred by their fear, remaining loyal and showing no intention of retreating. As the zombie charged towards them, the 3 took the initiative to confront it. 1 guard wielded twin blades, another twin hooks, and the last one dual axes, their teamwork impeccable. First, the guard with the hooks leaped behind the royal zombie, hooking its throat and throwing it down. Next, the guard with the twin blades crossed his blades to pin its feet to the ground, and the guard with the axes swung violently at the zombie's chest. They had executed this maneuver countless times, causing the deaths of numerous martial arts masters. However, this time they miscalculated, for they were not facing a mortal, but a zombie impervious to blades and guns. As the axes struck down, they produced a sound of metal clashing. The royal zombie was completely unaffected. The axe-wielding guard was taken aback and quickly swung his axes toward the zombie's face. Clang! The metallic sound rang out again, and despite this fierce attack, the royal zombie's face bore no scars. At this moment, the 3 guards began to feel fear. But it was too late. The royal zombie suddenly stood up, forcefully shaking off the guard with the hooks and throwing him into the air. By the time he landed heavily, the zombie had already pierced his body with its hands. Meanwhile, the other 2 guards attempted to escape, but they couldn't evade the zombie's pursuit. The royal zombie quickly leaped, reached behind them, and grabbed them by the nape of their necks, then bit down on one guard's neck. At this moment, Manager Wu still had not realized the gravity of the situation, waving his handkerchief and saying, "Why is it so noisy outside?" When he lifted the curtain, he was met with the sight of 2 dying guards and a blood-soaked zombie. Oh no, brother, we're in big trouble." Manager Wu ran in fear to his brother's side. In contrast to the fearful Manager Wu, the young brother was quite brave. And in a childish voice, he said, "Uncle, I'm sorry." Then he quickly drew a dagger and charged at the zombie, before soon realizing how wrong his judgment was. The dagger swung wildly at the royal zombie, but failed to penetrate its tough armor, leaving the young brother at a loss, frozen in place. The royal zombie, however, did not freeze. It tightly grasped the young brother's arm, preparing to suck his blood. In a moment of crisis, Manager Wu, perhaps out of a desire to save his master, bravely rushed forward to rescue the young brother. Just then, Daoist Qianhe arrived in time, using glutinous rice to temporarily seal the royal zombie's eyes. With its eyes glued shut, the royal zombie let out a scream and released the young brother. Seeing this, Daoist Qianhe shouted to Manager Wu, "Run," while supporting the royal zombie. Manager Wu glanced back at Daoist Qianhe and then quickly picked up the young brother and ran. The royal zombie, furious and humiliated, turned to take the life of Daoist Qianhe. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Ye charged in again, delivering a punch to the zombie's face. The zombie had never suffered such humiliation before and turned to pounce on Lin Ye, only to find that this guy seemed even more tempting than the previous child. Lin Ye realized the danger and quickly said to Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe, "Uncles, this zombie is not afraid of thunder magic or talismans, and we have no suitable magical tools. We should retreat for now. After all, there's only your family within 10 miles. The zombie will eventually find us." Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe exchanged glances, nodded, and agreed with Lin Ye's idea. At that moment, the royal zombie recklessly lunged at Lin Ye, who was already prepared. He calmly circulated his true energy. Heaven and earth, mysterious sect, the root of all energies. As dazzling golden light erupted, Lin Ye collided with the zombie. He felt a tremendous force hit him, and he was sent flying over 10 meters. Fortunately, with the protection of the perfected golden light spell, Lin Ye was unharmed. Though it did consume a lot of true energy, Daoist Qianhe was now in shock, wondering what had just happened. Perfected golden light spell? What kind of monstrous disciple did my senior brother teach? Lin Ye had no time to ponder. After landing, he twisted his body and charged at the zombie again. But this time, he didn't confront it head-on. Instead, he had 7 or 8 corpse-restraining talismans in hand, relying on the perfected golden light spell. Lin Ye ignored the zombie's attacks and affixed all the purple-level corpse-restraining talismans onto the zombie. Then, under the cover of his bag, he took out dozens of yellow talismans from the system space, his hands moving like shadows, wrapping the royal zombie in talismans. After doing all this, Lin Ye ignored the strange looks from Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe and said to himself, "All right, I don't know how long these talismans will hold. We should hurry up and withdraw." Daoist Qianhe came back to his senses at Lin Ye's words and quickly called for everyone to flee in all directions. Lin Ye exchanged a glance with Daoist Simu, wanted to take the long sword from Daoist Simu's hand, and then walked in front of a person killed by the royal zombie, stabbing the sword into him. Kill a half-corpse zombie. Gain 25 simplified points. The royal zombie's corpse poison was extremely potent. Other zombies required at least 1 to 2 days to transform. But this royal zombie would transform into a corpse that very night after killing. After handling this, Daoist Simu flipped his hands, producing several yellow talismans. He silently recited a spell and then threw them on his several corpses, igniting a fierce fire. Daoist Qianhe asked, "Are we done? Let's go." "Wait." Daoist Simu took out 7 movement talismans and distributed them to everyone, instructing them, "Stick them on and run towards my Daoist temple without stopping." Hiss. Everyone looked back to see the talismans on the royal zombie starting to burn. Run. Chapter 90. The Heart's Obstruction at this moment. Manager Wu had already brought the young prince to the Taoist temple of Daoist Simu. "Help! Help!" Manager Wu shouted while running, startling both Jiala and Master Ishi. "What happened?" Master Ishi asked as he rushed out. There are zombies. There are zombies!" Manager Wu exclaimed in a panic. "Help him inside." Master Ishi instructed Qingqing, and then he carried the young prince into the room. He tore open the young prince's sleeve to examine the wounds on his arms and said, "Qingqing, quickly fetch the snake medicine. Isn't it supposed to be glutinous rice?" Qingqing asked in confusion. The glutinous rice is no longer effective. The corpse poison has spread throughout his body, so we must use snake medicine to draw it to the wounds and find a way to extract it, Master Ishi explained. Oh, Qing understood and hurried to get the snake medicine. At this time, Master Ishi asked Manager Wu what exactly happened. Oh dear, here's how it went. We were walking along the road when suddenly there was a loud thunderclap and torrential rain, so we set up camp. Who knew that as soon as we entered, the zombies came out? Oh, it was so terrifying, it scared me to death. Manager Wu explained vaguely. To make a long story short, Master Ishi said helplessly, everyone is dead. By the way, I saw those two Daoists go by. Manager Wu waved his handkerchief. What happened to my master and junior brother? Jala hurriedly asked. When I ran away, the two Daoists were already fighting the zombies. Manager Wu replied. Where? Master Ishi inquired. In the high woods, Manager Wu said. Qing, bandage his wounds and make him drink water boiled with fritillaria and lotus seeds. I'll go take a look. Master Ishi instructed Qing before running out with two talismans. However, shortly after Master Ishi left the temple, he encountered a few people. It's great that you are safe. Daoist Simu rolled his eyes and said, what's so great about it? There is still an injured person here. Upon hearing this, Master Ishi focused his gaze and found Nan lying behind Lin Ye. The four of them immediately returned to the temple to attend to Nan's injuries. After some time and effort, they bandaged Nan's wounds and asked Jala to boil fritillaria and lotus seeds, while Lin Ye took his sword and approached Manager Wu. At this moment, Manager Wu was trembling all over, his face pale. Stand up, Lin Ye said as he pulled Manager Wu up. What do you want to do? Manager Wu asked, trembling. Your stupidity has caused this disaster. If you hadn't refused to let the coffin enter the tent in time, so many people wouldn't have lost their lives. Moreover, you yourself have been scratched by a zombie, and the corpse poison has invaded your body. It won't be long before you turn to a zombie, Lin Ye said, tearing open Manager Wu's clothes to reveal the wound on his shoulder. No, this isn't a zombie scratch. Manager Wu tried to argue. However, Lin Ye ignored Manager Wu's defense and was about to stab him with the peachwood sword when he was stopped by Master Ishi. Wait, let me take a look, Master Ishi said, examining the wound on Manager Wu's shoulder with a serious expression. Unlike the young prince, Manager Wu had delayed for too long. At this moment, Manager Wu's hands clawed like talons, waving wildly as if trying to grasp something, his teeth grinding together. This is a precursor to turning into a zombie. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly thrust his sword through Manager Wu's chest. Ding! Host has killed a zombie, gaining 60 simplified points. What are you doing? Master Ishi cried out in anguish. As a monk, he could not bear to see killing. It's hopeless. What else is there to save? He has caused so many deaths. Such a person deserves to die. The previous Qing's wild boar skin should die too, Lin Ye said, turning to look at the young prince on the bed. Ai, what are you doing? He is still a child. Master Ishi stood in front of the bed, blocking Lin Ye's line of sight. Remembering the sins of the previous Qing, Lin Ye was filled with anger. He's still a child? Master Ishi, I greatly respect your compassion, but I want you to think clearly. If they had burned this zombie at the border, would there be so many problems now? As he spoke, Lin Ye's emotions grew more agitated, and a hint of red appeared in his eyes, something he wasn't even aware of. How much disaster did the previous Qing cause? Didn't you see how miserable the common people were while you were out wandering, Master? If it weren't for these remnants of the previous Qing causing trouble, would the world be in such chaos now? Master Ishi was momentarily stunned, and then retorted, but what does all this have to do with this child? Lin Ye sneered coldly. What does it have to do with him? The previous Qing is gone, but these remnants are still drinking the blood of the common people. Hasn't he enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood? If we don't kill him, the little Daoist's thoughts won't be clear. As he spoke, Lin Ye raised the peachwood sword, ready to stab the young prince on the bed. Just then, Daoist Simu intervened, knocking Lin Ye's wooden sword away with a shout. Ai, wake up! But Lin Ye was indifferent, determined not to rest until the young prince was eliminated. How could this happen? Ai is kind-hearted. He wouldn't normally act like this. Master Ishi also sensed something was off, feeling uncertain. At this moment, Daoist Qian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up and asked, Senior brother, how long has your nephew been in the door? Although Daoist Simu didn't know why Qian He asked this, he still answered, "Let me see. Yi has been under Master Lin Ye for about half a month." Upon hearing this, Qian He was alarmed. Not good. This is due to his strength increasing too quickly, leading to an unstable mindset. Now encountering this situation has caused pent-up anger that cannot be released, resulting in him going into a frenzy. Daoist Simu was stunned and quickly took out a calming talisman to place on Lin Ye's head. Daoist Qian He also did not dare to be negligent, quickly forming hand seals and reciting the calming mantra. Calm like water, clear water is the heart. No breeze stirs, and the waves remain still. As Daoist Qian He softly recited, Lin Ye's eyes gradually cleared up. What was that? Lin Ye came back to his senses, feeling a wave of fear. Just now, the pent-up anger in his chest had nearly led him to be blinded by the obstruction of the heart, almost falling into a demonic barrier. It seems he needs to read more Daoist scriptures in the future. Thank you, two uncles and Master Ishi, I'm sorry. Lin Ye said, but Master Ishi waved his hand, saying, Yi, you don't need to apologize. I know your true intentions aren't like this. But you really scare me just now. Lin Ye's mouth twitched, although he'd been blinded by the obstruction of the heart. The desire to kill the young prince had been real. Thinking of this, Lin Ye coughed awkwardly and said, Ahem, uncle, take out your talisman. We need to prepare. That royal zombie may arrive at any time. Chapter 91. Fierce battle with the royal zombie master. Prepare the magical tools. The zombie might come at any moment. Okay, Daoist Simu replied, and then went back to prepare the magical tools. Junior brother, how do you know that zombie will definitely come? Jialu, who had just come out from Qing, asked after hearing Daoist Simu and Lin Ye's conversation. Because there's no one else within 100 miles, and that young prince has a blood relation with the royal zombie, it will definitely come looking for him. Lin Ye patiently explained it. Jialu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. As night deepened, everyone except the young prince could not find a moment of peace, constantly reminding themselves to stay alert for the royal zombie's attack. However, until midnight, the royal zombie still did not appear. At this time, Jialu and Qing were starting to feel sleepy and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Daoist Simu, Daoist Qian He, Master Ishio, and Lin Ye remained awake and chatting. I didn't expect you, Yi, to have such cultivation after such a short time of entering the sect. You were calm in the face of a zombie and even countered it. Daoist Qian He couldn't help but praise. Lin Ye scratched his head and said shyly, My cultivation is still far from enough. Daoist Simu curled his lips. You brat. Jialu has been in the sect for so long and is only at the mid-stage of a mage. You've only been in for half a month and are already close to the threshold of a human master. What more do you want? Daoist Qian He nodded and said, Although the four of us are registered disciples, we have been by my side for many years and are only barely entering the path. Compared to you, we are far behind. Lin Ye chuckled innocently and couldn't help but ask, So the four senior brothers are registered disciples. Then master, do you have any true teachings to pass on? Speaking of this, Daoist Qian He smiled slightly. I do have, but I only accepted him as a disciple 6 months ago. I don't know how he has been since then, whether he has fallen behind in his cultivation. Daoist Simu was taken aback. Junior brother, when did you take in a disciple? How come I didn't know? Daoist Qian He shook his head and sighed. Speaking of which, my disciple has had a tough life. His wife cheated on him and even colluded with outsiders to harm him. If it weren't for me, my disciple would have lost his life long ago. Daoist Simu's lips twitched. This was indeed a hard life. Lin Ye thought to himself. Daoist Qian, he must be talking about Zhang Dedan. Had he already become his disciple by this time? But thinking about it, according to normal development, Daoist Qian, he would have had a high chance of dying this time. How could he possibly take Zhang Dedan as a disciple afterward? Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, Master Ishio suddenly asked, What do you think the level of that zombie is? Daoist Simu frowned deeply and shook his head helplessly. This zombie is quite special. It might be because of the golden coffin that it survived the thunder tribulation without becoming a flying zombie. It should still be in the jumping zombie stage. But because of its special bloodline and the essence of thunder, it is not afraid of thunder spells and talismans. Master Ishio fell silent upon hearing this. Daoist Qianhe, however, comforted him. Look on the bright side. At least it hasn't turned into a flying zombie. We still have a chance to fight. Just then, amidst their casual chat, a scream came from the adjacent bedroom, followed by Qing Qing rushing out holding the young prince. Master Zombie! Qing Qing shouted as she ran. Right after, a series of crashing sounds were heard as the royal zombie broke through the bamboo wall and entered the living room. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly stood up. This royal zombie had shown intelligence. The previous confrontation made it realize that the few people inside were not easy to deal with. So its target was locked onto the young prince, because he had a blood connection with the young prince. All it needed was to drink the young prince's blood to significantly enhance its own power. However, Qing Qing's quick wit was beyond imagination. Upon discovering the zombie, she immediately picked up the young prince and fled the room. At this moment, when the royal zombie suddenly appeared, Lin Ye grabbed the rushing Qing Qing and quickly pulled her to the side, saying, "You go to the next room." Master Ishio swiftly picked up a magical tool resembling a fishing net and aimed it at the jumping royal zombie, quickly throwing it. Whap! Whap! The royal zombie did not have time to dodge and was directly covered by the fishing net, which began to display its effects, bursting with bright light like fireworks. However, this fishing net, despite its extraordinary power, only caused slight pain to the royal zombie and could not inflict substantial damage. The royal zombie suddenly waved its hands, and with a tearing sound, the fishing net was ripped apart. Then, the royal zombie immediately broke free and lunged at Master Ishio. Seeing this, Master Ishio hurriedly swung the beads in his hand towards the royal zombie, barely managing to repel it, but after 2 strikes, the beads actually broke apart. "Let me do it." Just as Master Ishio's bead tool broke, Daoist Simu, standing behind him, said, holding an ancient bronze sword. Master Ishio nodded and quickly stepped back to give Daoist Simu space. "Huh!" Daoist Simu shouted, swinging the great sword, which echoed with a clang. Then, Daoist Simu thrust forward, aiming for the royal zombie's throat. Clang! This strike, however, had no effect, as if it had struck a hard steel plate, producing a pleasant sound. "Oh, why is it so hard?" Daoist Simu exclaimed in surprise. Then he swung the great sword again. Another strike. However, on the 3rd attempt, it was just a step too late. With a crisp sound crack, the great sword in Daoist Simu's hand broke again, having previously broken a sword in the tall forest. At this moment, the royal zombie suddenly seized him, but fortunately, Daoist Qianhe accurately shoved a peachwood sword into the royal zombie's mouth, preventing it from biting Daoist Simu. Immediately after, Master Ishio and Lin Ye worked together to restrain one of the royal zombie's arms and one leg, throwing it to the ground. However, they were not prepared for the royal zombie's incredible strength. After falling, it swung its arms and sent Daoist Qianhe and Master Ishio flying. Jiu quickly splashed the glutinous rice water on it. Daoist Simu hurriedly said, "Okay." Jiu responded, grabbing a bucket of glutinous rice water and swiftly splashing it on the royal zombie. The glutinous rice water indeed had an effect on the royal zombie. When splashed by Jiu, the royal zombie involuntarily shuddered and took a step back, but that was all. At this moment, Lin Ye took out 2 talismans, intending to throw them at the royal zombie. This action actually made the royal zombie retreat 3 large steps. Daoist Simu, Master Yishiyu, and Daoist Qian, were all stunned in surprise. "It's actually afraid." Lin Ye was the first to react. Chapter 92. The ancestor saves me. It's not that the royal zombie is timid. It's just that Lin Ye, this old 6, is simply too much. 7 or 8 purple talismans, dozens of yellow talismans. Without saying a word, it wrapped itself up tightly. It has never seen such a shameless person. It's scared. It's afraid Lin Ye will pull out another pile of talismans. What kind of good Taoist plays like this? Didn't they say talismans are hard to make? How come this enticing young man pulls out a whole bunch so easily? However, the zombie was clearly overthinking it. Just now, in the tall forest, Lin Ye's stock had already been nearly exhausted. At this moment, he couldn't take anything out anymore. "Attack its eyes," Daoist Simu said. He quickly stepped forward, yanked off his outer robe, and threw it at the royal zombie. Daoist Qian, he then quickly wrapped the demon binding rope around the royal zombie's feet. The royal zombie was tripped and fell to the ground. At the same time, Master Ishio picked up 2 beads from the ground, and at the moment the royal zombie tore open the robe, stuffed the beads into its eyes. The royal zombie let out a shriek, and the pain drove it into a frenzy. It suddenly grabbed the nearest master, Ishio, preparing to bite down. But Lin Ye and Jia Lu rushed forward to save him. "I don't believe you can escape from my sword." Seeing this, Daoist Simu shouted loudly and then rushed into his bedroom. A moment later, he came out holding an even larger sword. "Jialu, get back." Daoist Simu swung the giant sword and said. Jialu followed the instructions, and then the giant sword fiercely struck the royal zombie. The royal zombie let out a miserable cry and was sent flying by the giant sword, along with Master Ishio, who was in front of it. However, before the few of them could catch their breath, the zombie suddenly leaped up and knocked Daoist Simu to the ground. The others quickly grabbed the zombie to pull it back, preventing it from biting Daoist Simu. Seeing this, Daoist Simu used the golden cicada shed shell technique and crawled out from his clothes. At the critical moment, it still depends on me. Daoist Simu ran to the offering table, dipped some offering water from the copper basin, and quickly sprinkled it on his head. Then he placed 2 fingers on his chest and chanted a spell. "Ancestor, save me." He then turned around and stomped his feet repeatedly. In an instant, Daoist Simu raised his eyes again, his face flushed red, his chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps suddenly bulged. His whole aura became powerful. Jia exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, the ancestor has possessed him." Master Ishio stopped Jialu and said, "Don't disturb him, or he'll lose his power." Is this the divine invocation technique? Looking at the extraordinary demeanor of Master Simu, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh internally. On the other side, Daoist Simu's imposing aura instantly pulled back the zombie that was charging at Daoist Qianhe. Without hesitation, Daoist Simu suddenly slammed the zombie against the wall. With a loud bang, the zombie collided with the wall, making a huge noise. The zombie hesitated slightly, unable to believe that this once weak Taoist had suddenly become so fierce. I.e., such a rare opportunity to watch. Pay attention and see the power of my unique divine invocation technique up close. Daoist Simu signaled to Lin Ye with his eyes, then pulled the zombie up and fiercely punched it against the wall. In front of my Maoshan ancestor, what is a royal zombie? It's nothing but a single blow. Daoist Simu felt extremely pleased, proudly flicking his nose and glancing at the zombie. Unfortunately, the ancestor being possessed couldn't speak. Otherwise, he would definitely show off to Lin Ye. Daoist Simu grabbed the zombie and threw it away. The zombie got up after hitting the ground and kept retreating, indicating that it was extremely scared. Daoist Simu, emboldened by his advantage, walked towards the zombie again, but after a few steps, he stepped on the previously shattered teacup and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Ouch! As Daoist Simu pulled the shards off his foot. All his energy seemed to drain away. "Oh no, Uncle is losing power." The zombie, seeing this, thought, "Oh, there's this good thing? Little brother, I'm coming." Seeing this, Daoist Simu jolted and rolled back to the offering table, sprinkled offering water on his head, tried to invoke the ancestor again. Perhaps Daoist Simu was too anxious. When he stomped down, he exerted too much force and directly broke through the floor, with the zombie getting closer and closer. A hint of despair rose in Daoist Simu's heart. Just then, Daoist Qianhe and Master Ishio somehow found a net and threw it over the zombie, allowing Daoist Simu to escape danger. The zombie roared angrily upon seeing the Taoist escaping again, pulling hard and tearing the net into pieces. At this moment, Lin Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Earlier in the tall forest, he activated the golden light spell, and this zombie couldn't hurt him. It was just that he was not as strong as the zombie. And just now, when Daoist Simu stomped to invoke the ancestor, he had immense strength, but his defense was weak. So what if he activated the golden light spell and then invoked the ancestor? With this thought, Lin Ye no longer hesitated, activated his true energy, and silently chanted, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the source of all energies, greatly cultivated for billions of eons, to prove my divine power, within and outside the three realms. As the golden light shone from Lin Ye's body, the zombie's gaze was also drawn to him. In the eyes of everyone, the zombie charged at Lin Ye, while Lin Ye stood there motionless. Daoist Si Mu exclaimed, "Ah Yi, what are you standing there for? Hurry and dodge." But Lin Ye ignored him, reciting the true name, disciple Lin Ye, respectfully invoking the ancestor. Then, in the zombie's horrified gaze, Lin Ye's chest suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and his height increased by more than double. Daoist Si Mu was shocked. This. The ancestor has possessed him? How can this be? Did you see when he stomped the ground? Daoist Qian, he swallowed hard. No. We didn't see. But Ye's combination of the golden light spell and the ancestor's possession is indeed. Master Yi Xiu chimed in, wonderful, wonderful. The two combined. This zombie is probably doomed. Indeed, Master Yi Xiu hit the nail on the head. After Lin Ye was possessed by the ancestor, his combat power increased by several times. With a kick, the royal zombie was sent flying back just as it charged. Lin Ye stepped forward, grabbing the zombie's neck and delivering a series of furious punches to its forehead. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Ye's punches rained down like a storm, the royal zombie's miserable cries echoed continuously. Huh? Lin Ye paused his punches. What was that? Did he just hear a puppy barking? Huh? Lin Ye looked down and saw. Oh my, the royal zombie was crying. Lin Ye's mouth twitched, then he slapped it. Crying? Is that useful? Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, the sound of slapping echoed continuously. Chapter 93. The royal zombie goes offline. Ding. Simplification points. 404040. The royal zombie was stunned by Lin Ye's punches, staggering and collapsing into a corner, staring blankly at the ceiling with tears of repentance streaming from the corners of its eyes. I don't want to be a zombie anymore. I want my coffin made of gold. Oh, I want to go home. Lin Ye, unaware of the zombie's inner turmoil, picked up his fist and started delivering a flurry of blows. Ding, simplification points. 808080. All right, I've figured out the pattern. Slaps are worth 40, punches are 80, and punches are the better deal. With that, Lin Ye put even more effort into his punches. What a thrilling boxing match it was. Master Ishio pulled out his prayer beads from his pocket. One hand spun the beads, while the other was held upright in front of him. He focused his gaze, reciting Amit Ba continuously. Daoist Qianhe could hardly believe his eyes. Where was the fierce and powerful zombie from before? Now it was in such a pitiful state. At this moment, Daoist Si Mu was already doubting life. How could the ancestor he worshipped day and night be so ferocious when possessing someone else? Just as Daoist Si Mu was lost in self-doubt, Lin Ye asked, Master, why can't we kill this thing? Daoist Si Mu was momentarily stunned and then suddenly realized, this zombie has the remnants of the previous Qing dynasty's luck protecting it. Ordinary Taoist methods probably can't break through its defenses. Master Ishio chimed in. If we can't break through from the outside, then let's attack from the inside. Daoist Si Mu clapped his hands and struck at its abdomen. Jiala, bring the poison. Oh. Jiala hurriedly rushed to the back room and returned with a pile of bottles and jars. Daoist Si Mu rubbed his sore backside from earlier and approached Lin Ye, saying, find a way to make it obedient. Lin Ye nodded and then went behind the zombie, grabbing its arms and forcefully kicking its back. The zombie arched its back like a shrimp. Master Ishio saw the opportunity and urged, Jiala, stuff it all in its mouth. Jiala didn't dare to hesitate and tossed all the poison from the bottles into the zombie's mouth. The royal zombie wanted to resist, but Lin Ye's hands clamped down on it like iron pincers, rendering it unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as bottle after bottle of poison was forced down its throat. Ha ha! The royal zombie howled in pain, shaking its head. It wasn't that it didn't want to close its mouth. It simply had two tusks that made it impossible. As the poison went down, the zombie ceased its struggles. I'm tired. Let it end. Seeing that the zombie had given up, Lin Ye released its arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little appearance is really pitiful. That said, Lin Ye had no intention of pitying the zombie. He picked up the offering water from the altar and poured a purple talisman into the zombie's mouth. The royal zombie. I might not be human, but you're worse than a pig or dog. You beast. As the talisman water fell on the royal zombie, It began to corrode and burn like strong acid. Roar! The royal zombie wailed in agony, its cries growing more desperate. It wanted to struggle, but its body was once again firmly held by Lin Ye, with no leverage. After the corrosion, the zombie's face looked as if it had melted. Eyes, nostrils, mouth. There was foul-smelling pus everywhere, and its original features were no longer recognizable. Ding! Simplification points. 102103104. Lin Ye counted on his fingers and realized he had added over 3,000 simplification points for himself. This royal zombie was truly resilient. However, Lin Ye had no intention of dragging this out any longer. The zombie had already become unrecognizable. Its face melted away, looking quite unsettling. Lin Ye gathered his true chi, and his entire body suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. The golden light quickly coalesced in Lin Ye's hands, transforming into a long sword. Daoist Qianhe's eyes widened. This golden light transformation? This talent. Even the recently renowned figure from the Heavenly Master's office couldn't compare to Lin Ye. Daoist Simu smiled slightly. I really hope I can grow up quickly. For the next Longhu Mountain Luotian grand ritual, we can only rely on I to bring glory to our Maoshan. However, Daoist Qianhe frowned. The 5 thunder rites were manageable, as the 3 mountain talismans had a lineage, but I's perfected golden light spell. How would he explain this to the Heavenly Master's office? Daoist Simu chuckled. Brother, you're being too superficial. The 3 mountains talismans clearly belong to the same family. No matter how you put it, it counts as one family. Since we're all family, what's wrong with learning a golden light spell? Can the Heavenly Master's office really be that petty? Daoist Qianhe seemed to ponder this. While Daoist Qianhe and Daoist Simu were conversing, Lin Ye already held the golden light sword, aiming at the royal zombie's corroded throat. Puff! With a flash of the golden light sword in Lin Ye's hand, he struck down, and the royal zombie's head and body were instantly severed. Although the royal zombie was impervious to blades and spears, its copper skin and iron bones had already been broken down by Lin Ye's talisman water. Plus, the golden light sword transformed from the spell was incredibly sharp. How could it not easily take down a royal zombie? Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the royal zombie. Ding! Simplification points. 10,000. Lin Ye. 10,000? You say 10,000? If Lin Ye remembered correctly, the last flying zombie only gave him 18,000. Perhaps sensing Lin Ye's thoughts, the system chimed in. Ding! System prompt. Last time the host only participated in the kill. Lin Ye was taken aback. The last flying zombie was dealt with thanks to the true body of the ancestor. So he only touched the flying zombie's health bar and received 18,000. And this time, dealing with the royal zombie, rounding up, he was the main force. Although this zombie wasn't as strong as the flying zombie. But since he personally took it down, the simplification points ended up being more. Ding! As expected of the host chosen by this system. Truly a clever one. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. Clever? Show me the total simplification points. Ding! Simplification points. 42823. Previously, the simplification of the purple talisman and divine combat technique consumed a bit, and later, the walking corpses from Rinjiao Town contributed another batch. Now, with the over 10,000 simplification points contributed by the royal zombie, he was not far from 50,000. Wow, over 40,000 already. He could soon simplify the great Tao of the true scriptures. Lin Ye had been eyeing the 3rd layer of the Qing Jing Great Tao for a long time. Just the 2nd layer had greatly improved him. How ridiculous would the 3rd layer be? Jiala, go stack some firewood and burn these corpses. Daoist Simu ordered loudly. Oh, got it, Jiala replied, running towards the woodshed. I'll too, Lin Ye said, joining Jiala in the woodshed. The zombie corpses must be burned. They were filled with corpse poison, and if any oblivious animals ate them, the outcome could be disastrous. Who knows if a tragedy like Rinjia Town would occur? Chapter 94. Did the young prince rise from the dead? A roaring fire blazed, the dry wood crackling incessantly. Jiala was burning the body of the royal zombie, while Daoist Simu and others were tidying up the room that had been turned into a battlefield. Lin Ye volunteered to help and ran over to clean up the mess in the high woods. This was the traveling party of the border royal family. carrying thousands of dollars in silver. How could he not loot a bit? However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure was all in this coffin. It was made of pure gold. If it were converted to silver dollars, it would probably take several lifetimes to spend it all. No wonder they say that without unexpected wealth, one cannot become rich. Without night grass, horses cannot get fat. Suddenly coming into unexpected wealth, Lin Ye was truly in for a windfall. He had no psychological burden at all. It's a joke. The group from the border had all died, and all this was obtained by killing the royal zombies. Even if Uncle Jiu appeared, he would only smile and find a way to take the loot home. What else could he do? Without further ado, Lin Ye used his true energy again, turning it into a golden sword, and dismantled the entire coffin into 8 pieces. Then he stuffed all of it into the system space. Although it was only 1 Lin Ye had cut the coffin so neatly that it fit perfectly inside. After doing all this, Lin Ye returned to Daoist Simu's side with a box full of silver dollars. The bodies here were almost burnt to ashes. Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe were resting at home, drinking tea. Seeing Lin Ye return, both of them looked over. "Uncles, take a look at what I brought back." Daoist Simu leisurely asked, "What is it?" "Hey, I found a whole box of silver dollars in their luggage." "Uncles, you can split it." Lin Ye placed the box on the table and pushed it towards the two. "This? You." Qianhe was somewhat bewildered. "Why are you giving me money?" "Uncle, after this incident, you should change your venue. If not, go to my master's place. Those old remnants of the Qing dynasty won't let you off easily. You shouldn't take business outside anymore. It's better to be safe than sorry." "Exactly. Junior brother, now that the little child is dead, you really can't go back." "The child died?" Lin Ye was surprised. He hadn't paid attention to the child when he left, and he didn't expect that he had actually passed away. Daoist Simu and Qianhe nodded. Daoist Qianhe frowned and said, "He was seriously injured when we brought him back, and then he was grabbed by a zombie. The wound was deep, and we didn't have time to treat it. After we subdued the zombie, he had already been poisoned to the heart. There was no saving him." Lin Ye understood and nodded. "Everything is fate. Nothing can be controlled. I saw that everyone was somewhat injured while subduing the royal zombies. Will there be any problems?" Daoist Simu smiled and shook his head. "We've all washed with glutinous rice water, and there are plenty of snakes in the mountains, with glutinous rice water and snake medicine. How could we just watch a living person turn into a zombie? You underestimate me too much." Lin Ye secretly complained. After all, that little prince had died right under their noses. No, wait. Although everyone was busy dealing with the royal zombies and didn't have time to care for that little prince, didn't Master Isho already treat his wounds when he was first brought back? How could this happen? Clearly, Daoist Simu and Daoist Qianhe also thought of this. Let's go take a look. The group arrived at Master Isho's room, just in time to see him performing a memorial service for the little prince. Meanwhile, Qingqing was leaning on Jiala's shoulder, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Seeing this, Lin Ye exchanged glances with Jiala. Jiala also returned a satisfied look that seemed to say, "I got it." At this moment, Master Isho noticed their arrival and chanted Ba. "It's good that the 2 Daoist brothers are here. I have something I don't understand. Please help me clarify." Daoist Simu waved his hand. "Ask away. As long as it's something you don't understand, I will definitely know." Master Isho, however, was not in the mood to banter with Daoist Simu. He spoke with a puzzled expression. "Just now, while I was performing the memorial for this little benefactor, I found that his 3 souls and 7 spirits are still trapped inside his body." Before Master Isho could finish, Daoist Simu hurriedly approached and checked the little prince's nose, confirming there was no breath, then placed his fingers on the little prince's neck to check for a pulse. "Strange, he really has no breath. Hey, you dirty monk, did you make a mistake?" Master Isho shook his head, "Though I'm not young anymore. I'm not so confused." Daoist Qianhe furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, then reminded, "Don't you think it's strange that this little prince has been poisoned, yet hasn't turned into a zombie?" Daoist Simu agreed. "It is quite strange. Could it be that the old remnants of the Qing dynasty have a special constitution?" Just as they were talking, the little prince surprisingly opened his eyes and sat up straight from the bed. "What the? Look behind." Lin Ye's eyes widened as he pointed behind the others. Hearing this, Daoist Simu turned around to look and then reflexively kicked out. Bang! The little prince, now a zombie, was kicked out and flew until he crashed into the vegetable rack in the kitchen, finally coming to a stop. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lin Ye's ears perked up. He immediately heard the unusual sounds. What kind of noise is that? Where did the magpies come from in the middle of the night? Daoist Qianhe shook his head and smiled helplessly. You should go back and ask your master for a few books to read. This is the language of the dead. It should be that little zombie speaking. Lin Ye was filled with questions. Language of the dead? I've never heard of it. I only know the last whispers. Seeing this, Daoist Simu explained, the so-called language of the dead is what zombies say. But generally, only zombies refined by Maoshan gain intelligence and can speak. This little zombie. Daoist Qianhe's pupils constricted. No, it should be a corpse rising. How did it directly become a jumping zombie? Master Ishio had a bitter expression on his face. In my entire life, I've never encountered a day as exciting as today. Just solved one and another one appears. Just as everyone was tense and preparing to strike, the little zombie squatted on the ground, rummaging through a pile of fruits and vegetables, and pulled out a tomato. Then, very human-like, it wiped it on its clothes and started sucking on it. Seeing this, Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Why did this scene look so familiar? Uncle, do you understand the language of the dead? What was this little zombie just saying? Daoist Qianhe thought for a moment, then with a look of doubt in life said, Hungry food feed? Lin Ye slapped his forehead. This confirmed it. The little zombie following Uncle Jiu was indeed this one. Chapter 95. The tomato-loving little zombie Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, and he realized where the little zombie raised by Uncle Jiu had come from. Thinking of this, Lin Ye, under the worried gazes of Simu and the others, approached the little zombie and tentatively handed it a tomato he picked up from the ground. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiu Shu, what did it say? Lin Ye turned back to ask. Oh, it said thank you. After saying that, Daoist Qianhe fell silent. This little zombie is surprisingly polite. Just then, Daoist Simu spoke up. Something's off, come back. Lin Ye rummaged through the pile of fruits and pulled out several more tomatoes to place in front of the little zombie, patted its little head, and walked over to Simu. Shu, what's wrong? Daoist Simu was nearly scared out of his wits by Lin Ye's bold actions. You brat. Don't underestimate it just because it's small. It's still a jumping zombie. What you're doing is too risky. Yes, I'll be careful next time. Although he said this, Lin Ye didn't take it to heart. In the movie, this little guy, as a zombie, only eats tomatoes and doesn't suck blood. It can't be said to have a good heart, but rather a compassionate one. Shu, you just mentioned something's off. What do you mean? Daoist Simu frowned and said, this little zombie can speak the language of the dead without being refined by a person. And it turned into a jumping zombie right after rising. Isn't that strange enough? Moreover, Master Ishio already said that its 3 souls and 7 spirits are still trapped in its body. How did it turn into a zombie? Daoist Qianhe added. Lin Ye, however, found it increasingly strange. It sounded so familiar. Had he seen such a corpse before? The soul-moving and corpse-nourishing longevity technique. Daoist Qianhe asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Lin Ye didn't bother to respond to Daoist Qianhe and continued to analyze. Shu Simu, do you remember that flying zombie in Rinjia town? That flying zombie was formed from the possession of old Master Ren by a feng shui master. Could this little zombie be? Daoist Simu was taken aback and then shook his head. It shouldn't be. After all, this little zombie has a decent level of intelligence, and its 3 souls and 7 spirits are all its own. The only strange thing is how the zombie body accommodates the soul. Lin Ye couldn't help but remind, Shu, is there a possibility that the method of possession is wrong, and that turning oneself into a zombie is the correct way to open that secret technique? Daoist Simu trembled upon hearing this, and then widened his eyes to ask, what did you and your master do with that secret technique? Lin Ye scratched his head. I think we burned it. I'll ask my master later. Master Ishio recited a Buddhist chant. Ba. Who would have thought there exists such a secret technique in this world? If it spreads, it might stir up a bloody storm. Daoist Qianhe pointed at the little zombie, shaking his head with a bitter smile. From the looks of it, it seems to have already spread. Daoist Simu squinted at the little zombie and said to Daoist Qianhe, Shitty, don't you understand the language of the dead? Go ask this little thing where it learned that secret technique. Daoist Qianhe nodded and then approached the little zombie for a discussion. Little guy, can you understand what I'm saying? Chirp, 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 chirp. What do you want? Daoist Qianhe pondered. Do you remember what happened before? Chirp, 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 chirp. What happened? Don't remember? That's okay. What do you remember now? Chirp, 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 chirp. Hungry food. Feed me. Daoist Qianhe twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Great. No need to ask now. It has forgotten everything. Seeing Daoist Qianhe stand up, Daoist Simu quickly asked, Shitty, how did it go? What did you find out? This little guy remembers nothing at all. Perhaps it's due to the mismatch between its soul and body? Daoist Qianhe shook his head. Master Ishio clasped his hands together, looking kind and benevolent. Ba, since that's the case, it means the time hasn't come yet. At this point, Master Ishio changed the subject and said to the two Daoists, Brothers, what do you think should be done with this little zombie? Upon hearing this, the little zombie paused its actions of eating tomatoes and very intelligently turned its gaze toward Daoist Simu. Daoist Simu raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. In my opinion, it should be dealt with on the spot. The little zombie was startled and weakly hid behind the cabinet. Master Ishio noticed this scene and quickly stood in front of the little zombie. Dao brother, you're being too cruel. After all, this is a life. Daoist Simu, hands on his hips, replied confidently. It's a zombie. It's a tomato-eating zombie. Master Ishio countered. Then it's still a zombie. You. Master Ishio glared at Daoist Simu. At that moment, Lin Ye hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Oh, Jiu Shu. Doesn't our Maoshan have a lineage specializing in cultivating zombies? You can treat this little zombie as one we raised ourselves. Why must we kill it? Daoist Qianhe also advised, Shi Xiang, what I said is correct. Since this little zombie doesn't show any inclination to harm others, why must we eliminate it? Daoist Simu shrugged. I have no objections. You can handle it yourselves. But one thing is for sure, this little zombie cannot stay here. Monk, you and I often go out. Only Jiala and Qingqing are here. Can you rest easy about that? This. Master Ishio hesitated. Lin Ye fell silent. Although in the movie this little zombie